Good morning, everyone. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, casters of every element, to the very first premier event of 2025. That's right, we have 7 incredible rounds ahead of us into our top cut today for this tournament. Very excited to be here. I am Caleb, one of the co-casters for today's event. Alongside me, I have the Law.
How are y'all doing today, ladies and gentlemen?
It's a little early, but hopefully you are awake as well as we are as we get ready for an incredible tournament. Very excited to see what we have going on today. Now, this tournament, if you're participating, lots to look ahead for. Just for playing, there is participation prizing. You are going to be getting the Organized Play Gold Stamp Taratless for your Spirit deck. An absolutely incredible art. Those of us that are subscribed to Shattered Stars have some of these, but not with that beautiful Organized Play Gold Stamp. There's a Shattered Stars booster pack that's randomly selected and 2 randomly selected Elestrals booster packs alongside that. So just playing, you're getting a lot of wonderful things just for playing. But if you're able to make it to our top slots as we get into this tournament and see how this tournament plays out, top 16 is rewarded with 2 Daybreak starter decks, a stamped Foloy Forest full art from Shattered Stars Sagittarius, and the participation rewards as on top of that. If you're able to make it to a top 8, which is what we'll be cutting to today to actually play out, you get all of that for top 16, as well as the full art Centaur that is gold stamped. Top 4, all of that, except those starter decks, they get swapped out for a booster box. You get a nice little booster box there. And the Verdolith full art from Shattered Stars Sagittarius. Say that. That's a lot of alliteration. Say that
it really
5 times fast. Runner up, whoever gets second in our tournament today, gets everything from top 4 doubled. And our coveted champion slot, whoever is able to take it down today. Lots of incredible players in contention today. I'm sure we'll see many of them here on the cast, and we'll be talking about their legacy and what they're looking to do today a lot on this cast. But if they are able to make it to that final champion slot and win out this tournament, they get 3 of all of those wonderful full arts. They get a uncut holo sheet from Daybreak. They get those 2 booster boxes. But what we're really all here for, what everyone is curious to see, who's going to take home the 1/1 Elestrals Champion stamped Reverse Stellar Mudlet. That just beautiful eggplant. I know many people love that art. And with the Elestrals Champion right next to it, the little stamp right next to its cute little fate.
Yeah, I can't wait to see who's going to take home that eggplant today. But in that regard, we have a lot of very interesting decks lined up for y'all today. The meta is shaping up to be quite an interesting one to wrap out the Daybreak meta. Obviously, I think many of y'all are expecting to see kind of the good stuff piles as we saw in the last tournament. We've got Thunder good stuff. We got some Water good stuff. But there's also a lot of really interesting decks in the fringes that we cannot wait to show you guys today.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some very interesting meta calls that were made at the end of 2024 tournament. One in particular I want to call out, which is the sort of Iceberg Water Frost deck. I believe Sunseed Jess, Big Welcome Laura, and I think some other people brought this same sort of list, focusing on the powerful Water Elestrals alongside the Cryovern line, which can get out a really big Elestral very quickly. And sort of the way that synergizes, where Water naturally wants to heal and Frost just wants to expend a lot of spirits really quickly, balancing those out, sort of a yin and yang situation. Very interested to see if they will run that back, because that was a very interesting deck, but I don't think that any of them made it beyond bubbling. So I'd be very curious to see if they were able to refine that list down, and are they bringing it today again?
Yeah, I will say, as much as I love that deck, probably the coolest card in there for me personally was Frostmite, a card that we actually saw pick up a lot of steam from the last tournament because of its interaction specifically into the Water good stuff deck, the Thunder good stuff decks, being able to take out those Galaxies and those Astravits, and the fact that it's only, it's not just on cast, it's every turn you get to do that is absolutely impressive. But we've also got some really interesting, maybe off-meta picks out in the fringes there. Caleb, which one are you looking forward to seeing the most today?
I've been hearing a little bit of bubbling, pun intended, as a deck that I've been playing a lot against at locals from a good friend of mine, Julian, seems to be picking up a little bit of steam. Very, very interesting. It's called Water Reanimator. It's the strategy that gets massively buffed by the release of Hurricane, going into Moonrise, but currently the game plan is really just to try and get out really large 2-drop Elestrals like Caprigal and Lockagon very quickly. And from what I've heard, it sounds like this list is starting to pick up in the Water Casters Discord. So I'm very curious if anyone will be bringing that to today's tournament and trying to run it through, because I think it's a really very interesting deck that can do very well. And I struggle with it at local, so very curious to see if it will do well today. What are you looking for? What are you looking for, Law?
I am hoping that with Daybreak, having this be the last Daybreak event before we get into Moonrise, I'm hoping Solar gets that one last hurrah. We've seen a couple of different Solar lists popping up here and there. One that I personally liked was, I believe it was going by the name of Photosynthesis for a little bit there, being a Solar and Earth Nexus hybrid. Although I do think that that deck has unfortunately kind of gone down in power level since the limiting of Echo Links. However, there are still plenty of Solar decks out there. You have the Soul Stocks list, you have the Celestlio list, you even maybe have someone out there trying to make Pharaohgeist work even after the limits. But I really do think that Solar has the potential to take at least one top spot here and close out Daybreak on a high point.
Yeah, pointing out the Photosynthesis list is very interesting. That's something that has been very much championed by Q is Too Short, I believe, in the past couple of events. I know they did all right in the December 1st event. I don't know if they played it in the following event. But we'll note, I don't believe Q is registered for this event, so I think it's unlikely that we'll see Photosynthesis unless someone else has decided to take up that mantle, which I pray, because that deck is so sick. I love that
It
deck.
is such a cool deck. I would love to see it. Other decks I would love to see, though, as you know, I am a champion of my boy Waspivy. I would love to see the big Wasp take a run here. Hopefully seeing some more of that tech choice play that we've seen actually adapt in with Waspivy, like how Golden Fleece has sort of taken over Bag of Winds as the artifact of choice to stick onto him, kind of covering those same scenarios, but not also losing to the same things that, quite frankly, Bag of Winds can lose to, like Eddie, that don't have to target it out.
Yeah, it's the Golden Fleece is a really interesting card that I do think we'll end up seeing a lot more play as time goes on, because I think that people are realizing that the flexibility of preventing a pop as well as the +2 defense is just really, really powerful. But it's the Argo package is something that we're seeing play more and more, I think, in lists, even if not in the main deck, in the side deck. And if you're playing an Earth list, that almost means, like, why not just play a cheeky little Side Nectar Waspivy line in there? Because you're playing Poison Tunic anyway. Why not just run it? You just, I mean, I believe on the December 1st tournament that I casted with Swole, someone was actually doing something very similar to that. I think they may have been maining the Waspivy, and they did decent with it. I think they also bubbled on the list. I can't remember who was the player that was running that, but it would definitely be interesting to see, with the limiting of Equilinks and Demeter, will there be justification to kind of pivot Earth strategies to Waspivy as sort of like that next best option? Is there a better, more Earth beatdowny style strategy, harkening back to base set with Tech Taurus or something like that?
One can only hope. We love to see that innovation kind of popping back up here and there. But what other decks on the fringes are you interested in seeing, Caleb?
Absolutely Fire Nexus. I'm a big Fire Nexus fan. I'm really hoping to see, clearly Argo. I love Argo, and Fire Argo is just a really, really interesting deck that I've enjoyed playing a lot. And I think that it hasn't done too poorly in the past month or so. And so it'd be interesting to see if Fire Argo is finally able to make its push into top 16. For all of our viewers at home, we're very curious to hear what you all are interested in seeing in this tournament, and maybe you might just end up seeing that list or that deck or that card. So go ahead, let us know what you're interested in seeing. Mark, do you have any other decks you're looking for here?
Those are the big ones that I'm excited for. I will say I'm hopeful that we can see a little bit more of the Lith action, not so much from Lavalith and Arcolith like we've seen in the past, but I'm hopeful that maybe we can see some more Moralith, Coastalith, some of the ones we haven't really gotten a whole lot of representation out of. I know that with Moralith specifically, that actually has seen a good bit of success in various Frost lists up until now, so hopefully we can see it kind of break back through.
Yeah, Moralith is something that has kind of come in and out as a favor, I think. where it's very much a card that you play with a Morphrost Lycanform engine, where you're just running a couple of Morphrosts just to get an Elestral in the underworld for casting out the Morolith. But I do love the shout for Coastalith. If I see a Coastalith cast on this stream, I will lose my mind. That
One
would
can
be
hope.
incredible. Coastalith
I will say Coastalith looks like it's going to get a lot better come Moonrise, but I am hopeful. Who knows?
Yeah, Coastalith into the Moonrise water cards might be worth something. There's definitely some very interesting strategies I know that some people in our testing group have been looking at that really could potentially use Coastalith to its full potential finally. It's very much, I think, been the odd one out of all of the liths since Frostfall release.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure that little guy gets some kind of love out here.
Especially now that we've got those beautiful Stellars from Shattered Stars.
That is right.
I've gotta see a Stellar Coastalith hit the board. Like it's it's peak. It's so good. It's so good. I love the shout out of Heliolith. Heliolith is a very, very underlooked at card, I think. I believe we've actually seen it cast on stream before in one of these tournaments. It is a phenomenal lith that I think is very underlooked for how strong it is.
It really is, and I do think that we're probably going to see Heliolith more and more as Argo picks up popularity, like you said. But the big power of that Heliolith is that bounce. Just the fact that it comes down, immediately answers a threat, and just can put on that pressure. With that said, though, we do need to kind of talk about how we think the meta is going to shape out with these restrictions that we have in place. The restrictions from the previous tournament are still in effect. I believe that would be the one, like Echolinks has gone to 1. We've also had Elechick go to 1, Ferrogeist to 1, Race to the Top to 1, Viserys has gone down to 2 copies per deck, as well as a temporary limit on Zeus and Demeter. Those will actually be lifted come February 1st for the Moonrise meta. And in addition to that, we also have a newcomer to the card pool this month, with Ardbud becoming legal this month. And honestly, that is a card I have been tinkering around with a lot. There's a lot of potential with that, as Earth has really needed some kind of a good tempo receiver aside from just Mudlet, which I am so excited to kind of see played around with, especially because, as you know, me being the Wasp Ivy guy, I do absolutely love a good insectoid pile.
Yeah, I'd like to also point out Arcolith was limited on that list as well.
Oh,
and
you are
that,
correct. Sorry.
Alongside Race to the Top, really kind of kneecap some of the strategies that Thunder was going for, but surprisingly what hit it more was really the Echolinks limit, because at that time Thunder was really more of an Earth Thunder list, and you were just kind of pivoting how much Earth and how much Thunder were you tossing into the pot, and Arcolith really was just a powerhouse card, but you still got to play around it. That one of could kill you out of nowhere. It's a very important card you need to play around.
It is.
Ardbud is a really good shout, just because the thing that Earth has been lacking, since days of old, is a solid Earth receiver. Since the days of Sparkit Astrabbit has been one of the best things that you could possibly do, but like Echolinks Clovey is not really the thing to be doing. So maybe Ardbud is the solution, despite Echolinks being at 1, to now have a meaningful receiver for the Earth strategy. It's be interesting to see if that ends up being run.
Yeah, I will also say another huge thing that happened with Thunder is that while Race to the Top was one of the big premier plays for the deck for a while, a shift had actually slowly started to take place right before the restrictions took effect, where Race to the Top and Mount Olympus were actually starting to get swapped out for Cryoblast and Zeus, effectively kind of handling the same scenarios, but with a little bit more open-endedness to it. But the limits to both Elechick and Zeus also kind of took that option off the table for Thunder as well. So I'm real excited to see if we can see some innovation in Thunder specifically. Obviously, Thunder and Earth have kind of been the dominant forces of the meta for most of Daybreak at this point. So we're hoping that maybe with these restrictions, we can see some kind of real shakeup in their list, especially with Ardbud joining the fray.
I think, Fives is this strategy, this beatdown strategy that crops up as card pools change consistently. I think that probably just will be the case. I think that no matter what card game you are, there's sort of a default strategy that your players will go back to coming into a new format, because they haven't really experimented with like new cards. They haven't played with them in their hands yet. And so I'm really expecting, now that we've had this new limit list for some time, I'm really expecting fives to start to come out of favor into this format, because people are expecting it a lot more now. Galaxy has been sort of a major point of contention for the strength of fives, but people are starting to run things like Spectaris more. I'm seeing in locals and in play groups, Spectaris is just a shutout card into Galaxy and a lot of other parts of the fives list, because so much of fives isn't about playing natural five stats, but playing five stats that get there through effects. And Spectaris just says, you're suppressed now, bye-bye. You're gone.
Spectaris is even more of a threat to Galaxy specifically, because the main way that Galaxy can get around a lot of things that get over it is by using that tsunami in the back line, being able to swap something to defense. But Spectaris is extremely unique in that when it goes to defense, even if the Galaxy would try to run it over the following turn, Spectaris will still suppress the Galaxy, and Galaxy will go down to a 2, so it won't be able to get over that defense position Spectaris.
Yeah, now, for all my casters out there at home, don't forget, you do have to declare Spectaris effect. It is an effect you have to declare. Don't forget, especially in these tournaments, there's some people out there, they'll try and get you on that one. Make sure you declare your Spectaris effect to suppress in the battle phase.
And remember to resolve your poison-tipped arrows.
Don't forget to resolve the poison-tipped arrow. Very, very critical. Spectaris, though, is very interesting because it's sort of, you mentioned yin and yang earlier. It's the yin and yang of Galaxy, except it's really just like, you kind of prevent all my water stuff from doing things. You now can't do anything to me because I've played Spectaris. Galaxy is a horrifying card as a water caster to see hit the board if I'm not also playing a deck that revolves around Galaxy. But even then, it also sucks because, like, what? You go Mustation, and then you declare an attack, and your opponent says, okay, Gorgon's Gaze my own Galaxy to crash your Mustation. You're like, no!
Yeah, Galaxy is
it's horrifying.
Yeah, Galaxy is just such a double-edged sword for water, because on the one hand, it makes a lot of their high defense guys so powerful, so able to actually contest things. But on the same time, some of Water's big game plans right now, like for example, Draking, just completely suffers under Galaxy, because Draking will drop to a 4/7 quite easily, quite easily outable at that point.
Yeah, as someone who's been a big Draking player since its pre-release in the Shattered Stars Lunar Month, when people started playing Galaxy more, I was like, can actually we go back to when people were playing Equilix and Elechic? Because I can deal with that. I can't deal with Galaxy. Like, I can't play the deck anymore.
It is unfortunate, but I do think that we'll probably be seeing Draking a lot more come Moonrise once we get cards like Shinnark back into players' hands.
Yeah, and I think actually potentially even over Draking, Joblin seems to be a very, very powerful control strategy, just swapping positions all the time, drawing a ton of cards, and also being pretty solid statted. I think that, Joblin's, nothing to turn your Shinnark at. So
But with that said, Moonrise is still a little bit away. We're still looking at Daybreak, and I do agree with you. Good stuff piles have always just historically come up anytime a deck gets very heavily hampered on any kind of a limited list, restricted list, whatever card game you're playing. And Elestrals is no exception. We have a good stuff pile just popping up here, doing well, taking names, and with all that in mind, hopefully now that people have had the time, we will see some kind of innovation, some way to topple the fives. I'm hopeful.
There surely has to be some tech that hasn't yet been discovered that will make it so that fives just isn't able to do as much. I feel like the number 5 can't be the end all be all. There's got to be something out there that enables decks to get to 2 drops and not fear a resting or an earthquake. There's only 2 of them. There's got to be something out there that just hasn't been discovered, and hopefully we will see that come through today.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those kind of decks pop up in the past, between Tadpuff piles, between the Fabled 15s. it just a lot of really interesting things have kind of popped up in the past, but unfortunately kind of fall out of favor as people rotated more towards those good pile decks.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting today. I really hope to see some. If a 3-drop hits the board on stream today, I'm losing it. I'm getting out of my chair. I'm walking away. I'll be freaking out. It will be surely one of the best tournaments to date if we see a 3-drop. But I am confident that we will at least see some 2-drops because Lustragon, an absolutely incredible card. If we end up seeing this water reanimator list that I'm hyping up so much, we certainly will be seeing some water 2-drops. That's the whole point of the deck. Certainly
Hopeful
there's
Wasp Ivy.
Wasp Ivy, exactly. surely we see a Wasp Ivy. Like we gotta see some of these bigger Elestrals come out and really put the screws on to these 5 lists that really, outside of Earthquake Resting, they struggle against anything that says 6. That's just the matter of fact. What do you do if all you say is 5 when a 6 hits the board?
And kind of on that topic of big 2-drops, I will say something I've seen in side decks recently that has kind of become a popular thing is Kuribus specifically. Because almost every deck plays Eddie, but seeing your opponent play a rock in a hard place, you can really catch them off guard with that Kuribus. Just a quick ascension up, and that's a big guy. It's very difficult to out him.
Yeah, and you can also do it in such a way where it is Cryoblast immune because you're also you're special ascending. And so you just go, okay, there's a little Frost Spirit under it. It now can't be hit by by Cryoblast. And that's like the main antagonist of Kuribus is Cryoblast. That's another tongue twister. We got a lot of alliteration here today on stream, everyone at home, and hopefully we'll be able to make it through without tripping up too much.
A little trip up here and there is fine as long as we get to see those epic games. I'm really hoping we can see some really good matches here today.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready for round 1. Pairings have been posted for a little bit. We're pulling together our feature match for you. And I'm looking at this. I think it's going to be Peem. We got an incredible match coming ahead. That's all I'm saying.
We absolutely do. Absolutely incredible match coming up here.
Cannot wait to get into this. I'm very curious to see what these casters have brought. I'm going to keep you on the edge here. We're not going to tell you who it is. I don't know what deck these players are on, but I certainly cannot wait to see what they brought and see them clash it out in the very first streamed cast of the year.
Yeah, 2025 is off to an incredible start with this one. But in that regard, we do have a lot of really interesting lists that seem to be coming through here. The meta seems to have kind of solidified in certain directions that we'll see throughout the day. But I am very hopeful, all in all, to get some really interesting games today. I do think that, like we've said before, there are probably a lot of really interesting things that are not just the number 5,
yeah.
But. One can hope that we're gonna get.
I'm confident that we'll see some very interesting things. If not like just 5s, I also am confident that like not water specifically, but heal stall and the sort of heal centric control-y strategy is something that we'll likely end up seeing. I think that deck is very strong and hopefully something that we'll get to continue to see because I think it's a very interesting strategy. But going into Moonrise, we do now have a way to interact with healing, which makes potentially the heal stall deck not play as well.
Yeah, Spoiled
not super
Fruit.
Sure, we got to see how that plays out.
Yeah, Spoiled Fruit is looking to be definitely an interesting side deck card coming into the Moonrise meta, both for that heal stall, but also almost every deck, if not every deck, plays Ambrosia. So it's not like it's going to be a dead card, even into decks that are not so super focused in on heal. But with that all in mind there, the Moonrise meta is also looking to be quite the interesting one. I've been seeing a lot of different cards that even on my initial look through didn't seem too impactful, seem to be picking up some like real high popularity in that regard.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how the Frost Mill deck comes out. As that's something that I have enjoyed a lot. Like last year, Dymax and I brewed up this Waylands Morlith list that he ended up topping with. And ever since, if I go to locals and I'm like, I'm having a bad day, I need to like play something that's fun, and I want to, I just want to play like a comfort deck. I pull that out of my thing of 3 decks. I'm like, I'm playing Morlith today. I'm playing Waylands. I'm milling, and I'm so hopeful that the Owls coming out in Moonrise, which facilitate the self-build deck, will end up doing something, because I just think they're so cool. They're so cool, and we have TP2 at my local store, and I pulled an
Our local store.
Our local store. I pulled an Asprowl. I'm excited to play Asprowl. That's all I'm saying. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's sick.
I luckily got to pull a Cockaray out of my TP2 from this past week, and Solar is one of those decks actually that I think is going to be significantly better come Moonrise, not because of the Solar pieces. I mean, Cockaray and Draco Ray are both really powerful additions to Solar, but also Windjin and Tornadin have proved to be actually extremely powerful in testing. But with that said, I believe we are getting ready to go into our first round of the day. Looks, I cannot wait to see what we have to work with here. Looks like our round 1 is going to be Dimax versus Eric L. Haru, by the looks of his extra tag there.
Yeah, I was just shouted out Dimax. This is someone that I do a decent amount of testing with. No clue what he has brought to the event today. We'll have to see how this plays out. Very excited to see how these casters play out their decks into each other. And it looks like Eric is going to be going first, setting a face down rune and playing a Viserys from their hand. A very interesting going first strategy with the Foloi Forest as well. Very interesting. Immediately, Dimax has to contend with a 6-3 on board.
Yeah, and that 6-3 will become a 7-3 if he's not careful. Wait a minute, is that Ignector?
That's Ignector! No way!
And that's gonna bring out 2 more Ignectors to back it up. Dimax is on some kind of spicy tech here by the looks of it.
This is something that Dimax, I think, sent me a DM about some time ago and just said, Ignector's kind of crazy. And I'm pretty sure actually A-Drive made a tweet today as Dimax sets his face down here and looks to pass, I believe, as his battle phase has to be skipped by Ignector. Dimax made a comment in reply to Dan looking for what decks to look for, saying Ignector was going to top. So we might be seeing that happening here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's some kind of like a big push, kind of like what we saw with the Fire FTK list, or if it's just a good stuff fire pile, but we will have to see. Didn't quite see what spirit went under the Viserys, but I have to assume it's a Leviathan, right?
Yeah, that was a Leviathan from the recent Capricorn month, I believe, of Shattered Stars, the water month. Beautiful card, and looks like Dimax is going to Gorgon's Gaze the attack declaration.
Yeah, trying to keep up those bugs on the board, absolutely understandable, and also stops the Viserys from being able to get another copy out of deck here. Granted, it's only 2 copies in general. Oh, looks like we're going for an Ascension, and that looks like it's Scavacole there, and that's going to be huge, allowing Dimax to search his deck for basically whatever fires he wants.
Yeah, for those at home which are maybe not familiar with the very powerful Scavacole that hasn't really seen a whole lot of play, this is a 5/4 double fire cost Elestral. When you ascend into it, you can expend a fire to search your deck for up to 2 cards. This card searches 2 cards, and they can have enchantment cost 1 fire or 2 fire. And so we're gonna see here Dimax searching out Kindleo from the Tournament Pack 1 and Lavalith. That is horrifying. If you are Eric, you are sweating bullets.
Far more interesting thing there is that it doesn't have to get specifically Elestrals. It can get any fire enchantment cost cards, if I'm not mistaken there.
That's correct.
But with that, Dimax is going to follow it up with a Volcanic Forge to buff his board and an Earthquake to take the Viserys out. This is looking like it's going to be a huge damage push if Eric doesn't have something to counteract it. And it looks like Eric is going to have to take it. No Tsunamis in the back row by the looks of it. And that is going to be a huge hit overall. 4 spirits worth of damage.
It looked like Eric was momentarily considering a face down there potentially, but electing to not activate it. Very curious what that potentially could be if it wasn't. It's definitely not a Tsunami, because that would have been flipped immediately.
I would imagine it has to be a Shield of Achilles that he was considering for the Scavacol, but probably decided against it because then Scavacol can just come down and do it all again, unfortunately. Looks like an Ambrosia is going to get played out there and recover some spirits, bringing Eric back up into the green a good bit there.
Yeah, there is not really a great way here for Eric to effectively clear out this board, except for an Earthquake that, go tit for tat on Earthquakes.
Yeah, and the Ignectors, while absolutely powerful with the swarming, do not really have the attack values. But it looks like Eric is going to pass after that, passing the priority back over to Dimax, who's going to follow it up with a Necruff, misenchanted with Leviathan there, so it'll be immune to the tsunamis. But it's also going to get PTA'd the moment it comes down here. Absolutely killer back row there with PTA. But it also does mean that Eric is going to take another 3 damage if it just all goes through here. 4 when you count in the PTA expend to take out the Necruff.
Yeah, this is an expensive turn. Eric, in this turn, single-handedly goes from 13 to 8. That is a very meaningful change in momentum here. Despite Eric and Dimax being on very similar life totals, Dimax just has board pressure. Eric has 2 cards in hand now after drawing for turn, 1 set on field. And a Thunder is going to come out of the Spirit deck for an Ash
It's the Funny Bunny!
There it is. Ash Rabbit gonna look at the top 3 cards of Eric's deck and choose one that's gonna get added to hand. It's very strong. So the question is, does Dimax have a way to out this? Well, we know actually he does. He has Lavalith.
Yeah, we saw him add the Lavalith off of the Scavacol search, so we know that not only does he have a way to ascend up into it to get over the rabbit, but also has a way to clear out Eric's last back row. This is kind of looking like it's going to be a dire situation for Eric, because he realistically needs to find a way to either stop that ascension or to prevent these Ignectors just from continuing to amass massive amounts of advantage as they already have. Because realistically here, they have already gotten in 4 damage between the 2 of them, plus they got the Scavacol onto the board. It's looking pretty dire.
Yeah, Dimax may have just been predicting the future when he replied to that A-Drive tweet and said that Ignector is going to top today. Now,
here comes the Lavalith.
Dimax is casting out Lavalith, going to pop that back row. It was a Shield of Achilles.
It was the
shield. We were right on the call there. Eric was considering likely a shield on the Scavacol turns prior, but Lavalith going to hit over the Ash Rabbit and 1 more damage direct from the Ignector hitting to Eric's face. And if you're Eric, you were sweating bullets prior. You're feeling pretty rough here.
Yeah, but even with the board presence completely in Dimax's favor, the life totals are actually pretty similar, all things considered. So realistically, this game could go either way, though it is very heavily favored towards Dimax at this particular stage. We're going to see another Thunder Spirit come down here. Looks like we've got the Jolton coming down, that reverse Stellar Jolton out of Shattered Star Scorpio as well.
It's very interesting. We're playing it in defense here, potentially searching out. Oh, it looks like we're not searching.
We're just going for the
Cryoblast here. Very interesting.
It definitely looks to me like Eric might be trying to clean up the board for potentially a Laurel's play, if I had to take a guess. Trying to go for that Cryoblast, but I guess not. I don't know what happened there. Why the Cryoblast didn't fit? Oh, right, the Volcanic Forge is on the board.
Ignector's a 3, yeah. So it looks like Eric was attempting to take out Ignector, but because of Volcanic Forge, Ignector was at 3 defense, was not destroyed, and now this is game on board.
That is game on the board.
Now, Eric isn't dead yet, but they have 0 spirits in the Spirit deck. So it is unlikely. Actually, no, they are just
dead. No, they are dead because they cast it down from 5 to 4 to use the Cryoblast, if I'm not mistaken. There.
Yeah, that was a very dominant showing from Dimax. Really was not expecting Ignector.
Yeah, absolutely that power play there. I will say that caught me off guard. I was not ready for Ignector. Fire Nexus decks that we've seen thus far have really more so been focused on the Kinleo, on some of the artifacts that maybe to put some Fire Spirits on the board to use with the Kinleo. kind of in the way of as the deck has kind of become known as Scrap, the artifact toolbox in a way. But Ignector is definitely an extremely interesting way to take that strategy, as it puts 3 guys on the board, and even if one of them gets answered, you can always ascend over any of them that survive.
Yeah, the reality is that, especially if you go first, start Ignector, or even go second, play Ignector, you're going to stick an Ignector. You'll have 3. Even if your opponent gets to 2 Elestrals, there's no way they can hit over the 3rd Ignector. And so you're sitting fairly pretty, honestly. You might end up taking a little bit of damage because you have to cast him in attack position, and maybe your opponent is able to get out a 2-drop or something like that. But you don't care if the next turn you go Ascend Scavacle, search a Lavalith and a Kindleo. That just puts up so much pressure into the opponent, because now they have to consider that Lavalith can drop at any point in time if they equalize board state. Kindleo is something that can be normal cast at any point in time to pop anything they play. And that's that's so much mental pressure to have to play through that and figure out how to navigate that board state to make sure that you actually can get through it. Like, that's crazy.
Absolutely pressure. But what looks like we're actually already ready to go into game 2 of this match. That was very fast side decking by the looks of it. Either not a whole lot of side decking, or players just knew what they needed to do. Eric seems to be starting out with a set back row and then immediately casting that reverse Stellar Jolton. Looks like he is going to actually resolve it this time to try and search his deck for something. We didn't get to see what he wanted to search for. Probably was already in his hand, if I had to guess, from the last one. And it looks to be a Feloy Forest. Way to buff up that Viscerus. It looks like he's on a little more earth than we saw in the last game there. With that said there, Jolton is not a body to sneeze at. Being 4 attack is actually still very impressive. And looks like he's going to pass from there over to Dimax.
My guess would have to be that Eric is only playing a single search target for Jolton in the deck. Otherwise, they were able to actually put up some pressure that last turn of the prior game by outing that Volcanic Forge. It may be that they just totally forgot and decided not to search for some reason. But if they had another target, that would have been able to at least get them some sort of board presence and out Dimax's board in some way. But speaking of board presence, Dimax running out Astrabbit, defense position, name a better combo. Now, into a Viserys that might be in Eric's hand plus the Feloy Forest, this might be a little scary, but we'll have to see what Eric has drawn for turn here to determine, is this board getting broken?
Yeah, that Feloy Forest search definitely makes this Astrabbit a little bit more suspect, all in all, as there are a lot of Earth Elestrals that can just kind of get over it in that regard. But it looks like we're going to be coming down with a Demeter. Looks like Demeter is going to be for 3 total, if I'm not mistaken there. Which that also will just answer the rabbit as well. Lunar Spirit coming down as well. We got, looks like a Spectaris, looks like the stained glass Spectaris there. That's going to put on a number of pressure too. Demeter there is going to buff. Don't know quite what he's trying to buff with the Demeter, but that is going to allow him to try and swing over the rabbit. If Dimax has a back row that can stop it, though, that's going to get a lot of potential value here.
Yeah, it's unlikely that Dimax will lose this rabbit if that back row is a live card. Because Eric only has 1 Elestral that can actually feasibly reach an attack stat that can out a 5 defense here. Spectaris only going to be able to reach a 5. Jolton only able to reach a 4. But it looks like Dimax is just going to let the attack go through and take 1. Honestly, probably the right thing to do, even if that back row is live, because the only real value you get from using Shield of Achilles here is, or a Tsunami or something like that, is setting up attack plays or setting up such that you can... Oh, well, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah,
Volcanic Forge just hit the board. Forget what I was saying.
And
Volcanic Forge
just Stoke the Forge directly after. That is going to let Dimax basically search up what he wants. Stoke the Forge being able to search, I believe it's any 1-cost Fire Elestral while Volcanic Forge is on the board. And that is going to basically let Dimax get whatever he needs out of his deck here, which that looks like he's going to grab a Necruff off that. That's going to get him the offensive power that he absolutely needs here. It'll be able to answer actually both the Jolton and the Spectaris, as if it's properly enchanted, that will go up to a 6 attacker under the Forge.
Now, this is where Dimax doesn't even go for the Necro. Dimax runs out Kindleo here in attack position, activates the effect to Nexus. We'll see. Eric is just going to go ahead and Gorgon's Gaze that. Now, interestingly, Eric Gorgon's Gaze the effect to Nexus. This is potentially a misplay that could cost him, as the Volcanic Forge is still on field. And so Dimax will be able to play with that potentially, although Eric does have the Full Life Forest in hand, so maybe he's not concerned regardless. But generally, you want to let your opponent go for the Nexus first, as long as they're not getting any receive effects off. And it looks like Eric's just going to go ahead and run out the Full Life Forest here. And now we just have a lone Kinleo into a lot of Elestrals for Eric.
Absolutely. And honestly, that probably is the better play here, because it makes it to where the Spirit is no longer on the board. Knowing that you already have the Floy Forest to take out the Volcanic Forge means that you can effectively get another Spirit out of the board, just in case Dimax has something here to kind of buff up his Kinleo. It looks like Eric here just went and misenchanted his Specteris. I didn't quite catch what he misenchanted it with. It almost looked like it was a Fleur Mine, making it immune to the Cryoblast follow-up. But it also looks like he's going to go in here, Jolton getting over the Kinleo, and Specteris swinging in for 2, kind of putting Dimax on the back foot a little bit here, losing all of the board presence that he set up the previous turn. But there goes the Lava Lift, and that is going to be massive, because that can just clean up the Demeter and get 2 spirits off of this board right now.
Looks like actually Dimax went for the set back row, which is a Shield of Achilles. That's pretty massive here, because that means that Specteris and Jolton are now just wide open for Dimax to swing over with this Lava Lift. Specteris only going to reach a 5 attack stat, and it looks like that attack is connecting here.
Yeah, absolutely. And realistically, that is probably the better play if that back row is anything defensive for Dimax. It makes it to where a Demeter buff on Jolton has to still contend with a back row to remove this Lava Lift. He's not out of the woods though. Eric is in an extremely powerful position between the Feloy and the Demeter. It looks like he's also going to Ambrosia here to get back 3 spirits. And on top of that, that's going to set up any kind of an Earth Elestral coming down here, an Earth Enchanted Elestral, could still probably put up enough pressure to answer this Lava Lift.
Yeah, the question is, can Eric reach an attack stat of 6 or 7 with 2 Elestrals on board? And it looks like Eric's just going to re-enchant Jolton here with an Earth Spirit to get it to a 5, then Demeter buff it to get it to an 8. It's very interesting. Yeah. It may have just been better to expend to draw here, but Dimax does have the Gorgon's Gaze to prevent an attack from going through. And that Demeter looks like it still has 1 spirit underneath it. So that is something that Dimax has to consider, that on the following turn, Eric can just run over this Lava Lift if Dimax doesn't see another Elestral. It
looks like Dimax is going to follow it up with a Rummikole here. Rummikole being able to search, I believe, the Forge or the Stoke the Forge. And looks like Dimax is going to search for the Forge here. That's going to delete the Feloy Forest off the board. And with that, that is going to make his board absolutely massive. The Lava Lift going up to an 8 attacker, and that Rummikole also not being a body to sneeze at. It also is going to make it to where that Jolton drops back down to 4 attack and is going to force an answer out of Eric here on the Gorgon's Gaze. I'd imagine onto the Lava Lift to prevent the attack over Jolton. But it looks like Dimax is... oh no!
So what happened looks like is the Lava Lift was Gorgon's Gaze, and then we're crashing the Scavicole or the Rummikole, as Rummikole has an effect where if a Volcanic Forge is on field, it gives itself 1 attack.
You're right.
And so it's a 4 attacker, which crashes with the Jolton.
Yeah, and it's still going to, if I'm not mistaken, that would still deal a damage to Dimax being at a spirit differential there, but it is still really powerful, cleaning up the board state. But Eric wasting no time, dropping that Feloy Forest, followed by an Earthquake to absolutely just clean up. Dimax has nothing on board now, and Eric is going to be able to develop an Elestral into a completely open board state if he has one in hand, which is that would be absolutely killer. It looks like Eric doesn't have anything in hand, and is just going to opt the pass, not taking the expend to draw. Oh no! The Ignector coming down, getting 3 Ignectors total onto the board. Dimax is going to lose his ability to go into battle this turn to do that, but that is absolutely an incredible swing of advantage. You imagine that Eric is probably sweating a little bit, even with having the advantage on the spirit count.
Yeah, now Eric probably doesn't feel too bad because any Earth Celestial here does it, and Mudlet is an Earth Celestial that does it. Maybe you don't necessarily need to use the effect to change a position, but Mudlet will be able to hit over any of these Ignectors.
Except for the Gorgon's Gaze as a follow-up.
Very interesting here from Dynamax, wanting to keep these 3 Elestrals up. They have an Ambrosia in hand. I was going to say they must have some sort of game plan here because the Ambrosia is going to help set them up for the next turn here. Surely they have something big in hand. Necruff, we knew they searched it. That's the thing that they needed. This is 4 burn damage between swinging and the Necruff effect. And into nothing, you feel super confident correctly enchanting that Necruff. And Eric is going to go down to 3 here.
Yeah, but it makes it pretty even. Dynamax spent his last spirit on that Ambrosia, bringing him back up to 3, going down to 2 with the Necruff cast. So all in all, it looks like Eric's down to 2, not 3. So Dynamax definitely has the advantage with the board presence, but Eric does still have a 3rd spirit well, 4 spirits technically between the Demeter and the Feloy Forest still on the board. But a resting on your laurels coming down here, I imagine it's going to clean up that Necruff.
That's the only card in hand is the thing. That's
not
going to be enough here.
You're right. This
is game.
Yeah, that is going to be game with Dynamax taking this first match a solid and swift 2-0 with those Ignectors absolutely being the playmaker of the game.
Yeah, when Dynamax sent me a DM saying, "What do you think about Ignector?" I certainly did not expect to see about a month later him on round 1 feature match of the first Premier Tournament of 2025, playing out Ignector in both games. And both games, Ignector was an absolute powerhouse card because the Swarm is just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, arguably the Ignector in both of those games is what won it. Playing the Ignector on your first turn to develop the board to where he could go Scavicole over it. And then in game 2 there into that open board state, setting up the Ignector to make sure that he had the pressure to end it out at such low spirit counts. It has absolutely proven itself to be a very interesting Elestral to keep an eye on. But I imagine though that Ignector also has a lot of counterplay with Gorgon's Gaze in particular. Not being able to get out all three of its versions, but it is still one of those Elestrals that demands an answer immediately, or it is just going to cause problems, especially with Fire having so many power 2-drops.
Yeah, the thing is that Gorgonzing and Ignector feels so bad. Like Gorgonzing and Ignector, you're like, 3 dinky guys. Why would I Gorgons that? And then you were like, oh, I'm dead now. Oh, I've been killed. I'm dead.
Yeah, you're going to take the damage off the 3 Ignectors if they stick on the board anyways. You might as well take the damage proactively and stop that from happening where the advantage can just snowball out of control.
Yeah, the opener game 1 from Dynamax, though, Ignector into Scavicole is just, that's killer. That is an absolute killer opener. I don't think that it gets much better than that, frankly, because you set up so much pressure in 1 turn, and then also having the Volcanic Forge to follow, just an absolutely incredible game put on by Dynamax here, and be very curious to see. He called his shot. He said Ignector's winning it all. It's topping. It's making it somewhere. Will he be able to actually pull it out? It'd be very interesting to see. I'm looking forward to seeing how this tournament plays out.
Absolutely. And back on that Scavicole, being able to search for Lavalith, even with Lavalith being limited, being able to consistently find this limited powerhouse of a card is still nothing to scoff at. That card absolutely can determine games just on its own coming down. 6 attacker, cleaning up a back row, and then being able to go in is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in that game, Dynamax played that Lavalith that was searched. And I think it was the piece that guaranteed his win from that point on, because popping the Shield of Achilles and then starting to take over the board state by outing those Elestrals that were on board was just such a massive swing from Dynamax's end. And it's just that, I think at that point, like, how do you out that? You have to see a way to out the 1-cost Elestral Ignector because you've insulated from Laurels, so that's not a concern. Earthquake was ripped really early as they went Earthquake for Earthquake. There's there wasn't a lot that could handle that. You know, PTA wasn't set. It was Shield of Achilles. Shield of Achilles could have outed it, but Lava Ladow's the Shield of Achilles. There's so little you can do, and then it becomes an 8. And then it becomes an 8.
And 8, as we've kind of come to see, is kind of the unbeatable stat at this point. If you can stick an 8 drop without it being without it seeing some kind of an answer immediately, the games can standardly just snowball completely out of control from there. We've seen it a number of times, and generally the 8 attack Elestrals that have it naturally have some kind of built-in counterplay, like 2 defense being able to get taken out by Cryoblast. But having him as an 8 under that Forge, it's an 8/6. That Cryoblast is not an option, and unfortunately, that can just take a game on its own if it goes unanswered.
Yeah, it's very funny that, you know, the deck that Dimex and I labbed out months and months and months ago of Waylance, the game plan was an 8, and here we have another day, another 8.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this goes. I'm hoping to see more Fire Nexus strategies in this tournament, because I think that, like, it's a sleeper. When the best thing you can be doing is playing a back row and summoning a 5, Kinleo saying you're never gonna do that ever again, you know, is just it's a crazy card. It's a crazy card.
Absolutely. And I think not enough credit has been given towards Kinleo. A lot of people put a whole lot of focus onto Echolinks being able to answer back rows with a Nexus, but arguably Kinleo's effect to answer an Elestral is just as powerful. Not having to go into the combat to answer an Elestral cannot be overstated. Just having that pressure and then being able to attack in with it, already getting what you need out of it and potentially pushing in damage because of the Nexus, that power level cannot be overstated. And I am so glad to see that Fire is finally getting some of the respect it deserves with these big pushes from Kinleo, from Ignector, from Scavicle and Rummikul. I still can't get over the fact the ascension up into Scavicle just is so powerful. And at the end of the day, it is a 5, if I'm not mistaken. It has a 5. Kind of weak for a 2-drop, but still really powerful into a board of 1-drops, because 5 is still just one of those stats you have to be able to deal with.
Yeah, well, this is an incredibly interesting strategy that we really haven't seen a whole lot of. But speaking about interesting strategies and ones that we haven't seen yet, our very first event for Moonrise, the very first premier event for Moonrise, is coming up the beginning of February. That's right, February 8th is our first premier tournament with Moonrise legal. And as you can see, look at these beautiful prizing options right here. We are swapping over in the month of February from all of the Earth related cards out of Shattered Stars December and moving into the ones that came out this month in the Leviathan Gold Stamp Organized Play Full Art, the Atlantis Gold Stamp Organized Play Full Art, Caprigal, Coastalith, and the coveted Elestrals champion for this event will be Reverse Stellar Oistillery, which honestly, when I saw this, I lost it. I think Oistillery is such a sick card. Having the Elestrals champion Reverse Stellar, like, this will be a coveted prize for all of my watercasters out there. As I know for you, Law, the Reverse Stellar Jolton stamp was like, imagine if I got that. That's so sick.
Yeah, and I will say I am absolutely jealous of Champion Sunseed Jess for claiming that one. But if you need some practice for this upcoming tournament on February 8th, there are casual tournaments hosted here on the Elestrals main Discord every Tuesday and Thursday starting at 7:30 Eastern. We've got webcam ones on Tuesdays, so January 14th, 21st, and 28th for the remainder of the month. And then there's also ones on the digital app on Thursday for the 16th, 23rd, and 30th. All of these are free to play, and you do get casters coins just for signing up and playing. It is absolutely a perfect place for new players to kind of get their toes wet with it, as well as for veteran casters to come in and test out those strategies for those big premier events that are coming up. And speaking of premier events coming up, we have the Dallas Open coming in March 22nd and 23rd over in Dallas, Texas. It is going to be the biggest Elestrals event in history so far. Like, they initially had it at a 128 player cap. That sold out in reportedly 4 minutes, which is absolutely unheard of. Since then, the player cap has been upped to 192. I believe that at this point, those have also been taken care of in terms of selling out. But there are still spectator badges available for this event, starting at, I believe, $10 for a spectator badge, as well as if I'm not mistaken, there are still also stellar upgrades for those available.
Yeah, and that stellar upgrade is really something special. I'm very excited for this event. Law, I believe you're not going to be able to make it.
Unfortunately not, but I wish I could. This looks like it's going to be an absolutely incredible first in-person event.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. I will be there, so to all of you casters at home, if you're looking to come to the Dallas Open, hopefully we'll be able to see you there. There's just a lot of very incredible things that the team's got going on for this event. Not just the main event. You know, the main event is a very exciting thing, but even if you weren't able to get a player badge, being able to go spectate and play in side events and do the many other things that they have planned outside of just side events, between special guests and side events and other things that they have yet to really elucidate, but I'm certainly excited to hear what they have planned, because so far this event is shaping up to really be something special.
Absolutely. And though I'm sad I can't make it, I do wish everyone who can make it to have an absolutely wonderful time. It's looking to be an amazing event for both spectators and players, and I cannot wait to see how the meta shapes out for Moonrise, as that is going to be a Moonrise event being in March.
Yeah, very, very exciting. Very excited for what is to come. Speaking for what is to come, it's a break as we're waiting out for round 1 to complete. We are done with the cast here for this round. I will be subbing out, and our other caster for this event, our co-commentator K-Cray, will be joining the Law here for your round 2 commentary. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna throw it over to a break, and they will be back after this. Baller, 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 baller.
so I haven't.
Hi, and we are back. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everyone. After that absolutely incredible round one, Caleb will be taking a break for a little bit here as we have Kay Cray on the mic. How are you doing today, Kay?
Hello, I am great. I was watching that first round. I saw the Ignectors swarming the board. That was absolutely incredible to see. Fire really coming out hot, some might say.
Yeah, absolutely. The Ignector definitely taking the absolute spotlight from this last game. But we definitely have some really big games coming up down the pipeline, as that was only round one of, I believe, 7 before we make our top cut today. Absolutely incredible games are on the way for you guys today. And just looks like the meta has definitely shaken up a little bit. We never would have expected to see Fire being this powerful coming into this particular meta game. It seems like people might finally be swapping off of those good stuff piles. But Kay, with that said, what decks are you kind of excited to see throughout the day today? What are you looking forward to?
Oh my gosh, so many. One thing about me is that I love a little guy. I am so excited for Ardbud to join us. I want to see Ardbud. I want to see it put in work. The fact that it can search not only the Viserys, but as we were talking about, the Spectaris, which could be huge, especially with how prominent Galaxy is right now. I think that my little boy could put in some work. There was also, I believe, last tournament, a Phosphocell deck that did pretty well. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see it on stream. But I would absolutely love to see Phosphocell today possibly put in some work.
Yeah, absolutely. Phosphocell, unfortunately, is one of those Thunder Elestrals that just hasn't gotten the spotlight that it's kind of deserved. But now with a lot of Thunder's like good stuff power kind of being taken away, hopefully we can see some more Phosphocell out here. As for Ardbud, I will say Ardbud for Earth has proven to be like one of those, and just in my testing at least, has proven to be one of those kind of cards that actually just does a lot for the deck. Like you said, being able to search the Viserys, being able to search the Spectaris, and also in more dedicated Ardbud brews, being able to search for things like Rhynymph and Rhinosect are absolutely, well, not Rhinosect, but it can search for Rhynymph. Sorry, I'm thinking of Artvarum, its Ascension can search for the Rhinosect. But with that in mind, Kay, kind of going past the decks, you said you were looking forward to seeing Ardbud, but are there any other Elestrals that you're hopeful to see on the matches today?
I'm always hoping to see a Bears matchup. I think that it's incredible that most of the time we at least have one fringe player who's brave enough to champion the Bears. We did, in fact, get to see them last time. I'm also partial to Wind. I think that Wind is so fun, and it has so much that it can do in its little toolbox. And again, last tournament we saw that it was really powerful, and especially those 15 stats that could be huge. I mean, we see a lot of 5s. Again, was better than a 5, 6, 15 also is bigger than 5. And I think that would be also a really cool deck to see.
Yeah, I personally would love to see 15s in this. I believe Caleb was even saying last round that he was going to go nuts if he can see a 3-drop Elestral hit that board. And what
Yes.
3-drop Elestral better to see than good old Penterror himself, the biggest Elestral in the game currently. And with that 15 strategy, that actually is pretty reasonable. Between, as long as you can see a Poseidon and a Penterror, he can come down himself. But there's also, like you said, Windbox actually has recently been kind of picking up Hydrake lines, being able to go into Penterror the natural way as well, which, as you've said, is a very powerful deck. And quite frankly, I'm hopeful that we see more Windbox now that some of the good stuff has kind of been handled throughout the meta. But also, I do believe we are still looking at a good number of that water good stuff, those thunder good stuff, the decks you kind of come to expect. But hopefully we can see more spiciness like the fire deck that we saw last round, kind of taking over this event and the meta as in general right here before we get to Moonrise's release.
Absolutely. And I think it makes a lot of sense for Fire to have a big showing today. I was surprised last time that we didn't see Kinleo make as much of an appearance, because I really think that Kinleo has been waiting in the wings, sort of the understudy Nexus card, while Equilink shined in the spotlight, just waiting for her to trip up. And with that ban list, with that restriction down to 1, I think that it's Kinleo's time.
Absolutely Kinleo's time. Being able to handle an Elestral before having to go to combat is an extremely powerful effect, and even more powerful in the fact that it's doesn't really have any restrictions in that regard. It can take out basically anything. It could even take out said Penterror all the way up at that 3 drop. But Kinleo has absolutely kind of proven itself over both the last tournament and what we've seen so far today, that it definitely doesn't want to be left in Equilink's shadow anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, with the Ignector, with the bug swarming, I know that you are a champion of the Wasp Ivy deck. What do you think the chances are of us seeing Wasp Ivy today?
Not too hopeful, being completely fair.
Yeah.
Well, Spivey has kind of gotten a bit of the short end of the stick with the popularity of Cryoblast, like popping up over the course of Daybreak's meta. Granted, there are ways to play around that. Originally, I personally was using Bag of Winds to try and prevent the targeting out to Waspivey, since we were already using Argo for the Poison Tunic. But with kind of developments that have happened in Eddie getting as popular as it is, and him being able to get through that Bag of Winds, recently we've kind of come more into using Golden Fleece, being able to give that defense buff, getting Waspivey up to an 8/4, so it doesn't go down to the Eddie anymore, but instead also has the ability to tank at least 1 removal rune before it actually has to start worrying.
Yeah, I'm honestly loving the fact that artifacts have become more popular after really not seeing them for a long time. Obviously, Scrap coming out, and now people realizing the value of, even if it's just an Argo play, to surprise someone, take them off guard with either a Necklace of Harmonia or something like that, is really powerful.
Yeah, and really we do have Argo to thank for that. Argo really has made it to where these artifact runes that have kind of gone unnoticed for the longest time are actually starting to get a lot more spotlight put on them. Big one, in my opinion, is the Scythe of Demeter, being able to recover those spirits, effectively getting you back part of your Argo investment just for being dropped off of Argo, and you can still play it very reactively, and it gives really good stats on top of that.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you've seen, but I saw that the Stellar Argo has dropped. You can use, I think, just caster coins to get it, which is incredibly exciting.
I believe it's either 45 or 55. I believe it's 45 caster coins gets you a competitive play stamped Argo from the caster coin shop on the Play Network. Absolutely incredible reward for this particular season of Elestrals, and I believe one of the only ways currently to get Stellar Argo, period, which is very exciting.
Yeah, especially with that Stellar Eddie there. Everyone loves Eddie.
Absolutely. Yes, I just got confirmation. It is 45 casters coins to get those player stamped Argos. But if I'm not mistaken, there are still copies of the Golden Fleece from last season available for the same 45 casters coins. Not sure how much longer those are going to be available for, but better get them while they're still hot in that regard. And if you are looking to earn some of those casters coins, obviously the event today is a great way to do that. But we also have our more casual events that run on Tuesdays and Thursdays that are able to get casters coins. You get 10 just for participating in it. You got webcam events on Tuesdays, which we have January 14th, 21st, and 28th coming up, as well as the digital app ones on Thursdays, the 16th, 23rd, and 30th. And again, those are great for both newer players trying to learn the ropes of the game, trying to kind of get used to like the webcam play, or just trying to get used to the game in general with the digital app, not needing to own the cards for it, but also makes absolutely great practice for events like this one today.
Yes, or to bring those fun decks that we were talking about that you don't necessarily, you can't justify bringing them to the official events, but if you want to have a little bit of fun, play with people casually, earn some caster coins, then that is a perfect opportunity to do something like that.
Absolutely. And speaking of those events that you could use it as an ability to practice for, obviously this is the big event right now, the webcam event to end out the Daybreak meta, but also coming up on February 8th, we have our first event of the Moonrise meta, which is going to be like the absolutely incredible. We're definitely going to see some meta shakeups there. And the pricing for this event is looking absolutely incredible, with all of the Shattered Stars cards from this month being available with those organized play stamps. You get the Leviathan just for entering the tournament. You've got the Atlantis for the top 16, the Capri Goals for the top 8, the Coastalists for the top 4, and then the coveted Elestrals Champion Reverse Stellar Oistillery. That's going to be a 1-of-1 there for the champion of that event. It is looking like it's going to be an absolutely incredible and very interesting event, as we will have the new Moonrise cards fully legal for this event.
I am so excited about Moonrise. Whoever brings Voldusk, in my opinion, wins automatically. So I'm telling you all right now, I'll be rooting for you if you bring little bitty baby Voldusk. I am so excited. I think that this is going to be one of the most important sets that we have seen to date.
Absolutely. There are so many power cards that we've seen. I've seen so many different decks already getting talk up. Obviously, you have Hurricane, which a lot of people are kind of spouting as the big card of the set, but kind of more under the surface, there are some real interesting strategies that have kind of popped up. Obviously, we're getting a little bit of a preview of Ardbud here, between Ardbud and Ardvarum being legal for this event. So we might be able to see a little bit of bug box stuff here, but also you have Titan being an absolute killer finish for that deck's Ascension line there. On top of other strategies, like for example, Solar is getting both Kakare and Draco Ray there, which are absolutely killer for their base Ascension lines. But also much more, in my opinion, much more notably kind of going into that Solar is Windjin and Tornadien. Even though they're from Wind, they operate so much more like Solar cards, being able to synergize so well with things that can foretell, like Apollo, being able to see what's on top of your deck and then immediately grab it to hand and ascend up. With that said, though, Kay, are there any cards from Moonrise specifically that you are excited for?
As I mentioned, the Voldusk line is 100%. As soon as I saw that, it was like love at first sight. All of the lunar phase stuff, I think, is going to be so exciting, especially Full Moon, I think has the potential to be a very powerful card.
Mm-hmm. Full Moon especially I've been seeing a lot of hype coming through the different testing circles with that particular card. Being able to just push out massive amounts of damage, being able to ascend up into a 3-drop Lunar Elestral like it's nothing. I believe Pharaoh Geist actually got limited for one of those major reasons, is that Full Moon was going to cause some problems with it. Unfortunate that it had to be preemptively limited, but probably for the best all in all. But beyond that, there are lots of lunar options in there, like the Navi line, which we've had Navi for a little while here, thanks to Shattered Stars Lunar back at the end of last year. But now we'll finally be getting into Doppelgator and full Gorix, being able to actually take advantage of that full line for the first time.
Absolutely. And I think that with Full Moon, we will start to see those 3-drops become more prominent, especially like you said, with the Navi line, because with those Lunar Spirits, it just makes it so easy to turbo out these big guys.
Absolutely. And enough cannot be said for Volclips as well. Speaking of that full moon, already getting access to those lunar phases, being able to easily set up the 8 engrave to use the big push from Volclips seems a little bit like a pipe dream to me, but I think it can absolutely be devastating to a match if you can actually get that off.
I really hope that there is someone out there who is cooking up a little Fox deck. I really, that is my dream. And we actually have gotten confirmation that we are wrapping up round 1. So round 2 will be coming here shortly. Incredibly exciting. We've already seen what I would call a meta shakeup in round 1.
Yes, absolutely. That Ignector being able to swarm the board makes Fire able to ascend into its power 2-drops so effectively. And I think enough cannot be said for that. Because let's be completely fair, Ignector absolutely stole both of those games in round 1. Just absolutely power play card. Even though you have to give up your battle in order to get out all 3 of them like that, being able to practically guarantee access to the Scavacol or to a Lavalith even, not even having to worry about Lavalith's casting condition, seems really powerful for Fire. Also giving easy Nexus banks and targets for Kinleo, as you were saying earlier, seems like it's really powerful strategy all in all.
Yeah, absolutely. And like many people have said about Visceras, I think it's that 3rd Ignector that really gets you. That's the one
it really does
cannot get rid of.
Yeah, it really is the 3rd one that gets you, because you might have a removal spell to deal with one, you might have an Elestral attack to deal with the other, but if it comes down early enough, it's very unlikely that you have the board presence to truly deal with all 3 at once, and it can snowball a game absolutely out of control. But that is not the only deck that looks interesting that we have on the table for today. As looking over some of the decks that have been submitted, there are some really interesting ones. I know one of them that Caleb specifically was interested in is a Water Reanimator list, kind of taking advantage of both Rise from the Depths, which is the one water invoked rune that can provide any 1-cost water Elestral as long as you have up Atlantis, but also Rise from the Ashes, being able to bring back anything from that discard, all being extremely useful with the water recovery guys like Sluggle, like Dratagua. There are some really powerful ones out there that can take advantage of this flood, that can also then push straight into those power 2-drops that Water has. Because there are a number of them in Water's arsenal that are just absolutely killer. Lakagon comes to mind right off the bat. But speaking of that Shattered Stars Capricorn actually seems to be a really good card for that deck specifically.
The ability to get out another Water Elestral from the graveyard is, I think, going to be incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. And speaking of all of those Moonrise changes, there is one other event that I would be remiss if I didn't mention. Coming up on March 22nd and 23rd is the Dallas Open. This is going to be the biggest Elestrals event that we have had thus far. The initial player cap was absolutely smashed, having 128 signups in 4 minutes, completely selling out the event. Since then, we have had the event open up to 192, which I believe we have also now filled, but there are still lots of spectator badges available. Absolutely incredible side events and special guests are going to be here for this event. This is one that you do not want to miss.
I'm so excited for it. Personally, I am going. I know you said you will not be able to attend, but I am so excited. I'm so excited to finally play Elestrals in person at a big event. One of my locals does have a weekly game, but something about this open. I am incredibly excited. I think this is a whole new era for Elestrals, and really showing that, I mean, with that sellout in 4 minutes, that people are excited, people want to show up, and they will show up for these in-person events.
Absolutely. And like you said, that sellout happening so fast is absolutely incredible. It shows a lot of promise for the future of physical play for Elestrals, for these premier events to be getting garner this much popularity this quickly. And on top of that, that stellar upgrade, there are so many really incredible cards in that upgrade. Specifically, I'm talking about the 8 exclusive spirits for this event. Those look so beautiful. I hate that I'm going to have to miss out on them, but oh my gosh, those are incredible looking cards.
Yeah, the Yeehaw themed spirit collection, I did upgrade because I needed that. I needed the Voldusk. It was a non-negotiable for me.
Mm-hmm. And being able to play for the potential of those special Astrabbits, both the mats and the cards themselves. There are 3 different 1-of-1 Astrabbits that will be available for the top 3 for this event, each sporting a bronze, silver, and gold trophy, all like being given to the players that place as such from these events. It is absolutely going to be incredible, and you do not want to miss that. With that said, it looks like we are getting set up for round 2 here. Looks like our match today for round 2 is going to be a powerhouse one, to say the least. You've got Adrian B and Bean Soldier, both absolute powerhouse players in this metagame that have proven themselves time and time again. I cannot wait to see what they've cooked up for this event.
This is going to be an incredible game. I am so excited about this.
Absolutely. And while we are still waiting for them to set up, we are not quite ready to turn over to the match. I don't think it can be understated, this is going to be probably one of our bigger matches in the earlier rounds here. Just two absolute powerhouse players, proven powerhouse players, being able to actually duke it out without needing the top cut single elimination to hold them back. I think that this is going to be probably one of the more interesting ones, because in these earlier rounds, when you still have the room to take one loss this early and still make the top cut, you can get a little bit more creative with your plays, a little bit more risky, maybe taking some play lines that you wouldn't take otherwise, but because of the risk factor involved. But I think that we can absolutely expect that these two are probably going to be bringing something, they're either going to be bringing something super spicy that they've been cooking up in private, or they may be on the good stuff that we have come to expect out of the Daybreak meta.
Yes, and that is, so Adrian, prior champion, that was the list that he was on last time. I'm interested to see, like you said, are they still going to be on a similar list? How has it evolved? How has it changed? And as ever with Bean Soldier, we always have to be nervous about what he's cooking up. If he goes into the kitchen, he's emerging with something dubious.
Absolutely. And though Daybreak is coming to a close on our meta stint here, there have been no lack of innovations that have come out from these top players, especially when a ban list is put into effect to kind of force a shakeup. With that said, though, whether or not they'll feel comfortable enough to change up their strategy is to be seen. But with that said, I believe we are ready. So I believe we're going to be hopping over to our round 2 match here just momentarily. Bean Soldier versus Adrian. Absolute powerhouse players. Cannot wait to see how this one plays out.
This is about to be one of the most exciting matches of the day, and it's only round 2.
That says a lot about the event, that in round 2 we are having such an amazing match already. And it looks like Adrian's going to start it off with a Toxeon to burn for 1. That Thunder Elestral, I am the personal champion of Toxeon from my time in the Elestriad this past season. I absolutely love this little Scorpion, and I hope more and more people start to see how good he really is with Thunder kind of taking those kneecaps, as it were.
He's very powerful, and specifically a card that it feels bad to shield. It's difficult to remove. And we also see Adrian set one, and I believe we've passed over to Josh, who...
Yeah, and
there is that brand new Shattered Stars Eddie.
yeah, Ed and Edward, as it were. Good old Eddie coming down, gonna be able to put that Toxeon in defense to attempt to clean it up here. Looks like Adrian's not gonna answer the Eddie. Makes sense. It's still pretty early on. Don't want to blow your back row too early. With that said, Bean Soldier also has 2 sets, so he's bound to have something that he can use to try and kind of clean up here. Looks like Adrian's set was actually a Thunderstorm, a card we've seen popping up a little bit more here since the limiting of Lavalith, being able to clean up certain back rows just quickly and easily by expending those 2 Thunders.
Yeah, Tsunami is a huge hit as well with that Thunderstorm. That could have been an incredibly valuable card for Bean Soldier, and it's simply gone.
Yeah, being able to tank it, but it looks like Tsunami probably wasn't going to be too effective against this Galaxy.
Yeah,
coming down and immediately puts that Eddie to 1 attack as well. That is going to be absolutely killer. But as always with these Galaxy swings, you have to wonder, does your opponent have that Gorgon set? And it looks like he does.
And there it is. Yeah. And so Galaxy is going to go down, and now we are looking at an empty board for Adrian. I believe, thought maybe there was 1 set, but looks like we are totally clear. Josh can do truly whatever he wants to do this turn, which is a terrifying prospect.
Especially for someone like Josh. Also, on top of that, we've got the Funny Bunny Astrabbit coming down here. Going to be able to let Bean Soldier absolutely just gain its advantage here. Looking at the top 3 of his deck and being able to choose any of them to add to his hand. That is absolutely going to be killer. Notably, the Astrabbit coming down into attack mode here, meaning he's looking to push some advantage with it.
There's absolutely no reason for him to not be a bit greedy and put that rabbit into attack, being able to swing for 2 completely not contested by Adrian.
Absolutely. And if he happens to be setting another Tsunami in that back line, that can actually be used very defensively with a properly enchanted rabbit here. Being able to swap it to defense and on an attack declaration, even if your opponent's Elestral is properly enchanted, to be able to just tank that hit.
Yes, it's really cool to see Tsunami used in so many different ways. And we see a resting come down from Adrian.
Absolutely killer. That is going to help clean up the board. Looks like he's going to opt to take the rabbit here. Not going to risk that Tsunami blocking a real push. Followed by a Cryo Blast. Oh my gosh. Absolutely cleans up the board with that one. Bean Soldier with just 1 set is going to be looking at an Eddie out of Adrian coming down here. Obviously no effect since there's nothing really valuable to swap here, but he is going to try and swing in with that Eddie, and it looks like Bean Soldier is going to take the damage. Spirit count wise, they are still looking pretty even. Adrian down a little bit, but he does have the board presence now to back it up. It looks like Bean Soldier is going to develop the Foamy here, being able and follow it up with a Cryoblast. It was a bluff set by the looks of it.
Double Cryoblast.
Oh, absolutely insane. And now Foamy going to be able to poke in for 1 and also threaten to develop something really powerful out of Bean Soldier's deck if it goes down by battle. That Foamy can hit a Galaxy. That Foamy can hit a Mustache. Just absolutely versatile card. It could even get something like an Eddie if it wants to go offensive as well.
Yes, Foamy is one of those cards that it can just sit there because people are afraid of it. And if it does, like you said, we could be looking at those 2-drop water cards that we were talking about before coming out, or Foamy could just sit there and be intimidating.
Yeah, Foamy is just one of those cards that it demands either a suppression or a removal to deal with it properly, because otherwise some of those, a lot of the most powerful one drops right now for the meta are situated specifically in water, and Foamy being able to just grab them out of deck is insanely powerful. We're going to see another Toxeon get developed here and burn Bean Soldier for one yet again. Just like that, the Scorpions are putting on some real pressure overall.
And this is such a back and forth game. They have been so neck and neck. It's been, oh, is Josh about to get the advantage? He's got 2 on board. No, Adrian is able to completely clear out this board and still keep things pretty tied up in spirits. I love back and forth games of Elestrals like this.
Absolutely. Well, the Toxeon is going to walk over the Foamy. I think Bean Soldier there is looking at an Eddy potentially to get aggressive on this, to be able to put that Toxeon to defense, but he might still go for something more defensive like a Misenchanted Galaxy, or not even Misenchanted actually. There's no attack position Elestrals to threaten it at this stage. He could just properly enchant it. Or to go real defensive and he could put down one of the big crab, the Mustachian there. Bean Soldier taking a while to think over this, but it looks like he is going to go for the Eddy, being able to swap that Toxeon to defense, allowing him to get aggressive on it next turn.
Yeah, I think that with those 2 back row set over on Adrian's side, Josh really had to think about what are we going to bring out? What are the answers that Adrian could have to what I send out?
Yeah, the Eddy is definitely one of the more safe options, but it looks like it's going to get a very aggressive option next to it with the Viserys. That full art Viserys, absolutely incredible development there. And if this lands, then Bean Soldier might have the pressure to just kind of snowball this game out of control. I imagine Adrian has to have some kind of an answer here for it, even if it's a suboptimal answer like a Tsunami, just something to stop this attack from going through. It looks like it's going to be a Shield of Achilles, which doesn't really feel the greatest overall here, as that does put the Viserys back in the hand to where it can be a threat later, but hopefully by then he can find some way to kind of answer it. The Eddy is going to still walk over the Scorpion though and kind of clean up the board.
Yes, and like you said, that Viserys is in hand. It is an imminent threat. It's something that Adrian has to have an answer for, which Galaxy coming out.
Oh, immediately going to be able to answer that Eddy, and Bean Soldier not having the back row to answer it this time. It is going to be a safe development too. So that whale is currently a 5-2, absolutely massive. And on top of that, just kind of plays really well into almost every back row in the game, outside of specifically Gorgon's Gaze, which we have already seen Bean Soldier fire once.
Yeah, we did see the one Gorgon's Gaze, and this is an interesting state of the game. There is an earthquake coming out right now.
That's a way to clean it up for sure.
Yeah, we again are still so tied in spirits. What I was going to say is that Adrian may be down in spirits, but he has the board presence. But here we are. Josh was able to completely clear that up, and Crab is coming out.
Crab, absolutely. So it looks like Josh already had the Crab in hand, so that defensive option wasn't on the table for the Foam. Oh, actually, I guess it was, but not ideal still. Regardless, though, that Crab is a 1/6, so it can threaten to swap its attack and defense, if I'm not mistaken there, but the Galaxy is not an answer for it right now either, because if Galaxy comes down, it becomes a 6/1. That thing is going to be very difficult to out overall. And it's probably going to take some kind of additional point of interaction here. Looks like Adrian is just going to choose to expend a draw for his turn, giving up that Elestrals cast in order to set an additional 2 back row here.
Wow. Okay, Adrian is not afraid of a Gloombat meta right now.
Absolutely not. But he's also already down to 4 spirits, if that's correct, to where that Josh doesn't really have to do a whole lot to kind of clean this up. Even eating a back row at this stage can absolutely be detrimental to Adrian's spirit count. And it also looks like Josh is going to recast the Viserys, notably Misenchanted with the Thunder, so it'll be a 4/2 and not have its swarm effect.
Yes, I imagine that Earthquake got rid of the last few Earth spirits that Josh had, but even Misenchanted Viserys is a huge threat.
It looks like both of those attacks did also get through. There's not really an ideal back row there that can solve that, because Tsunami is only going to block 1 damage, which is kind of not really worth it at this stage.
No.
Looks like I think he just went for another expend to draw, and yeah, it looks like he's going to scoop it up.
Yep. Wow. And so game 1 goes to Bean Soldier. What an incredible game 1 too. It was so back and forth. Never quite knew who had board advantage, and that is what we love to see and what we were expecting to see from 2 of the best players in the game right now.
Absolutely. It does look like Bean Soldier is back on that water good stuff, the 5s list as it's been colloquially referred to, and absolutely has proven itself to be one of those powerful decks in the meta. But it also looks like Adrian might be back on a Thunder good stuff pile as well, trying to get that run back from his previous championship win. Absolutely incredible there. Hopefully we can see a little bit more of his deck in this upcoming match, as for the most part we mostly just saw a lot of just the good stuff cards. Hopefully we can see some more of like their spicier picks.
And that could possibly be coming in from any side deck that they might be putting in, any adjustments that Adrian might be making, that Josh might be making going into this game too.
Absolutely. There are a lot of side deck options that can absolutely swing a match, especially against water good stuff. As we've previously discussed, Spectaris is just one of those cards that generally is, if it's not being mainboarded, it absolutely is in the sideboard there, being able to answer Galaxy quite effectively by being able to stop its effect to run it over. And even if it gets tsunami'd, Galaxy can't run it over, because Spectaris can always just suppress the Galaxy once it attacks into it.
Yes, and we can't talk about Thunder without talking about Arcolith. Even though he has been limited, still a huge threat.
Absolutely. Anytime you see 3 Thunder Spirits hit that discard pile, you have to be terrified that anytime you leave up 2 attack position Elestrals, you're going to get hit by the big guy. Even though he's not reliably accessible, as Thunder doesn't have a way to search him like how Fire does with Lavalith, he is still a threat that you always have to be, at least in the back of your mind, aware of. And at the very least have some kind of an answer in case that thing hits the board, whether that be a Gorgon's Gaze or a shield to temporarily bump it back. But no real answer in the back row feels particularly great into it.
No, it's such a big body. And like you said, with shield, so expensive to have to shield back. And you know that it's still there. It is imminent. It is still a threat. And I think that that's something that we could possibly see coming out in this game too.
Yeah, I'm hopeful to see some more of the more more spicier picks from Thunder specifically. I understand that Voltempest kind of is unfortunately not in a playable position right now with the limiting of both Elichik and Zeus. But like you previously said, there are some big Thunder Elestrals out there like Phosphocell that could have their moment to shine. But do you think that we're going to see any of those this match, or do you think it's going to be more of the low to the ground good stuff that Thunder kind of has been known to play recently?
It's hard to say. I feel like there would have been signs this first game if we were going to see something like that, whether it be, like you said, the Phosphocell. Even Imperial is always a very threatening Thunder card.
Absolutely. And it's kind of unfortunate that Thunder is in the state that it's in right now. But as long as it has the in color Astrabbit, I think they're going to be fine no matter what.
That's true. Having the native Astrabbit, which, by the way, I have to say, I'm quite sad I missed the first Astrabbit official cast of the year. But I'm glad I was here at least for that Stellar Bunny in that last game.
Well, it looks like we're getting into game 2 of our round 2 match here. Looks like Adrian has already started off with, once again, that Toxion burning Bean Soldier 4-1 the second it comes down. Setting a back row and passing. This looks oddly familiar, doesn't it?
I think we've been here before, yeah. And that's a little bit different. We see Bean Soldier bringing out that one of Elichik, going to be searching, who knows, maybe Olympus? Who can say?
Looks like
Zeus.
Looks like he's gonna be grabbing the Zeus out of his deck. Bean Soldier seems to be leaning more so into the Thunder side of it rather than the Earth side. As we previously discussed in the last round, it seemed like he had burned his last Earth Spirits to cast the Earthquake, meaning he might only be on 3 and therefore not on Demeter.
That's true. It's very interesting. I wonder if this was a side deck that we see coming in, or if this is simply just a different shade of this deck that we hadn't seen previously. And we see a crash with the Elichick and the Toxeon.
Josh must be very confident that that back row can hold his board presence here, but it looks like a Galaxy is going to come down, and unfortunately no real back row can stop this Galaxy at this stage. Gorgons would be the ideal, but unfortunately doesn't have an Elestral for him to get tricked into attacking.
Yeah, we are probably going to see Galaxy connect here, but we know that Josh is running that Water Crab, which is a very scary answer to a Galaxy.
Absolutely terrifying answer to a Galaxy, but also opens up the very interesting tech line of Gorgonsing your own Galaxy in the damage step, or in the battle step there, in order to guarantee that their crab goes back down to a 1 under your Galaxy's 2 to be able to win that combat. It's not a guarantee. Gorgons is actually a very, very powerful card there, but there you have it. There is the crab coming down. It looks like Bean Soldier does have the crab to attempt to answer the Galaxy. We'll have to see if Adrian has the answer here, as Bean Soldier is going to be swinging that crab in.
We do see 3 sets, so it would be cool. Maybe we could see something spicy like that Gorgons, but who can say?
If there is a player that can do that, it would probably be Adrian. He definitely would be aware of that particular interaction. Does he want to take this interaction? And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to be doing.
Wow.
Gorgonsing his own Galaxy here in order for the crab to lose combat to it. Absolutely incredible heads up play from Adrian.
That is so cool. Also, great prediction.
Thank you. With that said, it is going to get past to Adrian. He has the board presence. He has the advantage here. And it looks like that Quackle is coming down. Going to be able to recover back 3 Thunder Spirits too. All those stained glass Thunder Spirits too from Shattered Stars by the looks of it.
Those are absolutely gorgeous. And Quackle being able to come out unanswered by a Gorgons or anything. Quackle in a tackle. Both them and Galaxy going to be swinging directly for 2. And Josh just taking that damage.
I mean, there's no real reason for him to block it at this stage. Any answers that he could put on them is not really going to do a whole lot. Plus, he has the resting on your laurels to clean up the whale after the fact.
Yeah,
absolutely
that'll do it.
Power card. And Quackle being only, I believe, a 2/3 here is going to put him weak to Josh's own Galaxy coming down. But there is the poison-tipped arrow, which begs the question, whale arrow question mark? Though that Galaxy is still a 5-0 under the poison-tipped arrow. Even though poison-tipped will answer it at the end of the turn, Galaxy can still put on its offensive pressure even under it.
This feels really good for Josh. Even though he does lose that Galaxy, it is a very expensive turn for Adrian, and we see a completely cleared board.
Absolutely. Josh there does have 2 back row. You have to imagine that at this stage, some of that has to be live. Adrian going to just take the expend to draw by the looks of it. That's not a good thing. That's not a thing you want to see into an open board state, unfortunately.
And setting 3 back row. So maybe that expend to draw got him what he needed. Again, we have to imagine that some of these back row are live.
And there comes down the Dratagua from Josh. Going to be able to recover back 2 water spirits that he's been having to expend off over the course of the game. It seems that Quackle's not the only healing Elestral that's going to be seeing play here.
Yeah, very interesting to see both of these casters going for sort of these heal type decks maybe in this round too.
Maybe, but it's more so that just the heal options for Water and Thunder specifically are just absolutely powerful. And when most decks can only play 3 copies of Ambro, being able to play a 4th is still really powerful. And there comes the Ash Rabbit trying to dig just for some kind of an answer, but it looks like Josh is firing the Gorgon's Gaze in response.
Yeah, Josh does not want to let Adrian get any sort of card advantage here. So Ash Rabbit is simply just out in attack, vulnerable to whatever Josh might have to answer it this next turn.
And that also is going to keep his Dratagua up for a turn, as Rabbit can no longer just attack over it, which is really notable.
Absolutely.
With that said, it looks like Adrian's thinking over it and is just going to pass it back to Josh here. Josh immediately swapping the Drutagwa to defense. Understandable.
Yeah.
Understandable. But is going to drop the Spectaris. There
Oh.
he is. The big suppressive body. Spectaris being able to suppress anything it goes into combat with, and then gains attack for every card he suppresses. There goes the poison-tipped arrow, going to be able to answer the Spectaris, but unless Adrian has something like a tsunami to also put his rabbit in defense, this is still going to be a lost rabbit at the end of the day.
Yeah, and really, what are you looking at this next turn? Getting rid of the Spectaris might indicate that we're going to see a Galaxy come out. As we've mentioned, Galaxy hates to see Spectaris coming.
And I'd imagine the Galaxy, it has to be the answer here, because Drutagwa has been put back in defense, meaning that with Galaxy, Drutagwa drops to a 1 defender. You cannot really get past the Galaxy at that point. You have to imagine that's what Adrian's thinking, but it looks like Adrian's instead going for a Viserys of his own.
Wow, a very aggressive play here.
Absolutely. Josh only having 1 back row. Viserys can clean up the Drutagwa and develop another one if this hit lands. It all depends on whether or not Josh's back row is actually live.
It looks like it might be, and it is a shield of Achilles, which, as we pointed out last game, it's only a temporary solution. This next turn, Josh has to figure out how to answer that Viserys that could be coming back.
But I also have to imagine, while yes, it's an inevitability that Viserys is coming back, whether or not the Viserys is actually going to be able to do anything substantial is up in the air, as I'd imagine that Adrian isn't on a whole lot of Earth Spirits, meaning that the Viserys might have the ability to come down properly enchanted, or those Earth Spirits have to be committed to something like an Earthquake instead. Looks like Josh is going to develop, once again, that stellar funny bunny, the Ash Rabbit, being able to look at the top 3 of his deck and take his choice here.
And I imagine we don't see any answer. No PTA, no Gorgons from Adrian.
Yeah, it looks like Adrian might be on the bit of the back foot here. Josh being able to basically grab whatever defensive option he needs. Also, very notably, has one of his Elestrals in defense for now. Oh, never mind. It looks like Drutagwa is going to attack. I was going to say, it seems like he might be trying to play around that Arcolith, but I don't think he cares anymore and is just going to try and get in for that damage.
Yeah, with those 3 back row set, I'm thinking Josh feels pretty safe in his decision to have both of these guys swing for damage here.
That is completely fair. That is completely fair. I imagine Adrian is probably hoping to see the Arcolith here to try and bring himself back into the game. It looks like he's instead going to be dropping the Toxeon once again to burn for 1, if Josh is going to allow that to go through.
Yeah, he considered it, so that makes me think maybe we have a PTA, maybe we have a Gorgon set.
I'd imagine it has to be the Gorgons, because the Gorgons there, you take effectively 1 damage because you are taking the 1 damage off the Toxeon, but if you Gorgons it, you're no longer taking the Toxeon damage, but you are still expending an additional spirit, but you'll be able to also keep a guy up at that point because Gorgons would stop the attack.
Right, and we have Josh inquiring about how many spirits left do you have. Clearly Josh is thinking about end game here and how to secure this win.
And I'd imagine Josh is probably considering a tsunami play here to be able to put that Toxeon into defense, make it easier. Oh, it's going to be the shield. That is a little bit of a rough answer for Toxeon specifically, as Toxeon effectively just ate 3 spirits out of Josh.
And can come back and burn for a whole other one this next turn if it wants.
Yeah, Josh, though, is able to develop, putting another spirit under his Drutagwa, going to be able to recover back to water here. I imagine that if Adrian has a Gorgons, now has to be the time to fire it. It doesn't look like he does.
Right, the effect is going to be going through. Josh is healing back up. Hopefully, Adrian has some kind of answer. As you were saying, it really feels like he's been put on the back foot here by Josh.
Yeah, a shield here could still basically take the same damage and take the Drutagwa off the board, but then you have to worry about the Drutagwa coming back down after the fact. We just saw him put back the water spirits, so Drutagwa's effect would be live if it gets shielded back here, and there's really no other back row that can answer this particular push. I'd imagine, yeah, Adrian's going to be taking 3, meaning he's down to 4 spirits to Bean Soldier's 5. It is not looking good for Adrian here.
No, and we do know that Toxion is there. We do know that Viscerus is still in hand, but we see 3 set over on Josh's side, and I imagine those have to be live. This is going to be a really tough board state to break.
And there goes the Earthquake. So that
there we go.
Yeah, so if Adrian's on a low amount of Earth there, I imagine that kind of just cleaned it up. But Adrian down to 2 spirits has to do something. There's the Ambrosia.
That is the something.
Yeah, that absolutely is the something here. Ambrosia being able to put him back up to 4 total, as he will pay 1 for the Ambro.
Ooh, I saw him grab an Owloon there, which is very interesting.
Probably has a Specterus lying in wait, if I had to guess, waiting to use it to try and answer out a whale that comes down. But there goes the Toxion, once again burning for 1. That is actually going to be pretty substantial as we get into these lower spirit counts.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end of the game here. Josh did look at those set runes, is considering whether or not to answer here.
I imagine the Gorgons,
yes,
yeah.
And here comes that Gorgons, as we were talking about last turn when the Toxion came down.
Yeah, making sure that his rabbit stays up is absolutely critical here. And I'd imagine that means he probably doesn't have Tsunami set, as Tsunami kind of would accomplish a very similar goal in that regard, as well as making Toxion easier to out in that regard. Adrian, though, with 3 back row, both players on 3 spirits, Adrian having the more aggressive Elestral on the board that can potentially just push for the game here. Josh looking like he's going to develop the crab once again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see Moss Station come out.
And Moss Station is going to expend that water, so he will swap to a 6-1 here. Gonna put that rabbit into the fence just in case. Makes perfect sense. And going to attempt to swing the 6-1 over the Toxion. Ooh. That's going to connect. That's terrifying. Yeah. Not really what you want to see. Josh is down to 1 spirit, but Adrian has to be able to get over that rabbit, most likely. Unless he has another Toxion, which is potential. Adrian does have the Ambro, though.
Yeah, that will keep Adrian in the game, be able to possibly fund any of these set runes that we're looking at. But I wonder if maybe one of them is Tsunami, because that wouldn't have answered the Moss Station. And Adrian is notorious for setting these cryoblasts as fake outs.
That's true, and it looks like he is looking at recovering that Fleur Mine. I have to imagine there is a cryoblast somewhere in the near future, or maybe something a little bit more interesting, maybe something like a Frostmite. But I also have to think, the more I'm thinking on it, I have to imagine Adrian probably actually sided out his Tsunamis, considering that he is going into a water-heavy deck, to where the Tsunamis actually just don't do a whole lot here.
That's true, unless we were looking at specifically defensive Tsunamis. But you're right. Oh, yes, and there is that Cryoblast.
There is the Cryoblast. But the problem is that Cryoblast isn't going to be able to clean up anything. It's just going to be able to put something down to lower defense. And looks like he is going to develop the Viscerus. I think he might be trying to clear the rabbit with this. Dropping the rabbit to a 3 defense so Viscerus can swing over it. Josh being down to 1 spirit means that the only potential answer he could have to this is Tsunami. Just not being able to do a whole lot beyond that outside of maybe siphoning off of his Mustation.
And with that, we do see the bunny go down. And as you said, with...
Oh, no, it was in his hand! The other disc was in his hand!
Oh, my... Well, never
yeah.
Good, but this is, regardless, absolutely terrifying, especially with that Mouse Station and only 1 spirit not being able to possibly justify expending that 1 to bump it up to a 6-1.
If that is a water still in his spirit deck, too.
And we see a pass from Josh.
Oh, that is scary. Only having 1 spirit left, and it looks like that Viscerus that came out was misenchanted with a water by the looks of it, so that it would actually be able to punch through a Tsunami if that was on the table.
That was a very smart play for Adrian, playing around any possible outs that Josh might have. And it is looking like we might be in the end stages of this game. We could see Ambrosia, best card in the game, could buy us a few more turns for Josh.
Yeah, and Adrian also potentially looking for another copy of Cryoblast right now, as Cryoblast would drop Mustation's defense low enough for Viserys to walk over it. As Viserys is the one that's properly enchanted is currently sitting at 6 attack.
Yes, that is a huge Viserys currently from the 2 on board. And we do see that Ambrosia for Josh, and I'm curious to see what he gets back. That will definitely inform. We see
3 waters.
3 water. Okay. And we do know that he still has, I believe that Jatagua was pushed back to his hand. So
no, the Jatagua was answered via Earthquake, if I remember correctly.
That's true. When it had the 2 spirits, you're absolutely right there.
I think we were talking the potential of it being shielded. But with that, Josh is going to set another back row. It looks like he's going to try to get aggressive here with his crab, bumping it back up to 6. But he can't really answer the big Viserys, because if the big Viserys is at 6, that means they would crash. And that is right. He is going to go for the defense position Viserys instead. But now that big Viserys is back down to a 5, meaning that there is the potential that he doesn't have the answer for it.
Yes, and Josh did get those water spirits back, so he does have the ability to, in this battle step, be able to pump his Mustation back up and be stronger than this Viserys, which is only at 2, as we remember from our current ban list. So,
and there goes the Spectaris coming down. That is going to give Adrian another attacker to potentially out this. Josh not looking to take any kind of a swap here. He has to have something.
Tsunami,
and there is the Tsunami. That is something that would do it in fact, putting on all to defense mode there, except for the big crab.
Yes, that was absolutely a reason to target that water enchanted Viserys last turn. And I have to assume that that's something that he was playing into.
Yeah, absolutely. It had to be. The water enchanted Viserys had to be playing into the Tsunami there to try and give him some kind of an option to get an attack through.
And we are in a very sort of stalemate. Who's going to get the cards that they need? Who's going to be able to wrap up this game?
Yeah, both are down to 1 spirit. Bean Soldier looks like he's committing his last spirit to a misenchanted Spectaris. Oh my gosh, that does put him at a potential to clean up this game, but unfortunately Mustation, correction there, is still only a 1 attacker. He has to go back to defense as Josh no longer has the spirit to expend for that swap, and it looks like he is going to walk the Spectaris over the Viserys here.
And with it being misenchanted with water, there's really nothing that Adrian can do to answer it. He can't Tsunami. We simply have to possibly crash this next turn, but then Josh still has see
that is another funny bunny, the Ash Rabbit, being able to potentially dig Adrian into his 3rd copy of Ambrosia. That he would have to siphon it off of one of his Elestrals, but that would keep him in this game. Right now it is kind of a stalemate though. Both of them not really having a way to answer the other person's big defense body. Ash Rabbit with a 5 and Mustation with a 6. It is very difficult to get over those. And on top of that, Spectaris is here. Yes, the Spectarises can crash, but beyond that, how do you out these defense bodies when you don't have the spirits to do it?
Yeah, both players are just looking at huge defensive walls on either side. And you're right, it's going to come down to who sees Ambrosia, who can get an answer to this current stalemate board state.
And it looks like a Tsunami is coming down. Josh paying off of his crab to put that thing back in defense. That is absolutely critical. Josh only having the 1 spirit under Spectaris left, and it is a water here. I imagine he's going to try to walk the Spectaris. Oh, actually, yeah, they wouldn't have crashed because Adrian Spectaris is in fact properly enchanted, but the Altar of Stars coming down. Oh no, that is absolutely devastating. Going to be able... Oh, I believe Adrian actually may have realized here that he doesn't actually have the spirit to cast.
Yeah, that's
said
true.
altar.
You have to pay to play it, and then you still have to have something to Nexus.
Well, he would be able to still do it if he paid off of one of his Elestrals and then Nexus to the spirit from the other one to said Elestral. It would be able to clean it up here, but I don't know what's going on here. That Spectaris is should be in defense mode, if I'm not mistaken.
And we're both just staring at each other here. I have to wonder what conversation is being had right now.
I have no clue what is going on here. It looks like the altar is being played, which means that he would have to siphon it off of one of his Elestrals in order to cast it and then use it. So whoever it siphons off of is going to be the one that survives this play. So Spectaris paying it and then siphoning off for the altar, then nexusing from the bunny to the Spectaris to be able to put the other Spectaris into defense, and that is going to clean it up as Adrian can walk over at the following turn, and that means we are at 1-1. We are going to a game 3.
Oh, that was an incredible game.
Absolutely incredible. A lot of back and forth. There was easily moments where either player could have taken it there, but an absolutely heads up altar play from Adrian to close it out.
Yeah, that was a really smart play, and I mean, we were both just open mouthed sitting there watching that happen.
It was rather impressive to see just the back and forth there. Both players showing their technical skills with these good stuff piles, and absolutely showing their incredible skills as players in general. As both Bean Soldier and Adrian have proven themselves in past webcam tournaments that they are some of the better players in the game currently.
And this is particularly impressive because Adrian is still relatively new to the game of Elestrals.
Absolutely. Looks like we have about 12 minutes left in the round. Both players still looking at their side deck options for game 3, so we will have to wait to get back into that. But in the meantime there, some of those heads up plays, Josh clearly still having the tsunamis in the main, but did we see a single tsunami come out of Adrian that entire game?
I don't think we did. I think you're right that he probably sided those out, possibly to bring in that Quackle, maybe to bring in some healing. Who can say what he had sided in there?
I'd imagine one of the things he probably sided in was the Spectaris, being able to use it to answer the whales that come down. But as we saw in that game, Spectaris is very interesting once misenchantments start hitting the board in those later stages.
Yes, and I also, we just have to talk about, speaking of whale, Adrian Gorgon's gazing his own whale in order to take out the crab over on Josh's side.
Absolutely a heads up play, and showing that he has mastered many aspects of the technicalities of this game. Being able to know how to answer the crab, which is the perfect answer to the whale, with the same card that answers your own whale. It's just an absolutely incredibly heads up play. But with that said, it looks like they are done siding, and we are about to get into game 3 of round 2.
This is shaping up to be either a very quick game or a game that might potentially go to time.
I imagine with the way both of these players have been playing this, it probably will be going to time here. Josh starting us off here with a Galaxy, followed by a set and a pass. At least it's not the same Scorpion set pass that we've seen the last 2 games. But with that, Adrian immediately playing the answer in the Spectaris.
Yeah, here's that Spectaris that we've been talking about, being able to answer the whale. But we see a PTA come out. That gorgeous full-out PTA. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely gorgeous. But on top of that, that does mean that even though Josh is going to be able to stop this, answer the Spectaris long term, it is still going to be able to walk over the whale, as it'll go to 3 attack after it suppresses whale, meaning that Josh is still losing the whale, and overall lost about 4 spirits total between the 1 under the whale, the 2 for the PTA, Oh no, just those 3. My bad, not 4. But still lost 3 spirits that turn to try and clean up the board state.
Yes, and although Adrian doesn't have any Elestral set currently, Josh was able to clear that. We do see 3 back row, which Crab coming out here, looking at 3 back row. Adrian thinking about his own PTA.
Oh, and that is actually absolutely massive, because not only will that answer the Crab, that's going to make it to where the Crab can't attack in, as the Crab will only have 0 attack, meaning he'll do no damage.
That was the perfect answer for Adrian. And this seems like this is going to be a game where maybe it's going to be hard for either of these casters to get momentum, to get something to stick on the board.
Adrian going for the Viserys here. He's going to try to put some kind of momentum up here. Well, even though Viserys isn't going to be able to connect its effect, it is still a 5 attacker that you do have to kind of deal with. And on top of that, crashing with it is not really an option, as the Viserys can still just put out another thing. But here comes the Eddie. That is a great answer for the Viserys here.
There's nothing Eddie can't do.
I'd imagine Adrian is considering that Gorgon's Gaze here. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going for. Stopping the Eddie from swapping the Visk to defense, keeping the Eddie from being able to clean up the board. And now, as like Josh sets a back row here, but if that back row can't stop this Visk, it might snowball absolutely out of control.
Yes, so it seems that there are some things, in fact, that Eddie cannot do, and that is get his effect off through a Gorgon's Gaze. And we do see 1 set for Josh, but Adrian is looking to get that momentum that we were talking about, and I imagine he's wanting to make this a quick game.
Yeah, Adrian went for the expend to draw there before moving to combat, but Josh dropping down the Tsunami, able to put that Viserys to defense. He says, I'm going to put that thing in defense whether you want me to or not, and absolutely just puts the Viserys as a sitting duck effectively. And if Josh is able to... Josh basically is he's going to go for an expend to draw here.
We see an expend.
And kind of force Adrian to either have the shield or the second Gorgons to stop this, or he is losing this Viserys. And does he really want to commit that many spirits to 1 Viserys?
It seems he, in fact, does not want to, because Viserys goes down, and we pass back over to Adrian.
Absolutely interesting to see how this is going to play out. Adrian dropping the Galaxy, Josh having no back row behind him, unfortunately. So this 1 attack Eddie now is going to kind of have to deal with it. Oh, actually, did he just misenchant it with a Thunder? He misenchants it with a Zaptor. That makes it to where the Galaxy actually is not going to apply the attack swap. I have to imagine he's doing something here. I think that's an... Yeah, that's an Earthquake. Or Demeter. No, my mistake. Not an Earthquake. That is a Demeter.
Coming out?
I am absolutely gobsmacked, baffled. This is... the Demeter is going to allow the Galaxy to walk over the Eddie here. And with a misenchantment on the Galaxy, that does mean that if Josh goes to play his own Galaxy, it will swap up to a 5/2. But I have to imagine Adrian here has to be setting up an Arcolith push.
Very potentially. And he's also playing around an answer that Josh has had in both of the previous games, which is the Mustation.
That is also very fair. But I think the Arcolith push might be because Adrian's looking at that clock. We're down to 6 minutes in the round, and Arcolith will allow you to put the spirits back on your board, which by time rules will put him up on spirits over Bean Soldier. You have to imagine that has to be something that's at least in the back of his mind.
Yes, you do have to always play to those outs, and the timer is, especially with just under 6 minutes.
Oh, the resting! Woo! The overcommission to the Demeter does come back to bite Adrian, as the resting is now able to just clean up the misenchanted Galaxy, as Josh now comes down with a properly enchanted one. But at the same time, Adrian asking the age-old question of Whale Arrow question mark.
Here comes the PTA.
Notably paying for the PTA's initial cost off of Demeter. So Demeter is now down to only 1 spirit on the board.
And like you say, with that possibly overcommitment, Adrian is now hurting for spirits with only 5 minutes left on the clock.
Absolutely. The Elechic coming down. I imagine Adrian is also playing the Zeus, and there he is. has to have some other divine in the deck, with Demeter currently being limited. But I imagine he's desperately trying to find some way to get his spirit count up in case he's not going to be able to close out this game in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's got to do something either.
Well, that'll do it.
Yep, that's the something again.
Yeah.
Ambrosia is always that something.
Paying for the Ambrosia off of the Demeter spirit so he doesn't have to commit more out of his spirit deck, which quite frankly is a lot safer now that he has the Zeus already in hand, as we know. So Ambro here going to be able to allow him to recover back up to 11, I think, or maybe I think they've already applied it actually. That to where now Adrian is a good bit back in this game. That Ambro coming in absolutely clutch here.
Yes, we did see a Leviathan and 2 Taratlas coming back with that Ambro. So I have to wonder if either we're going to see an Earthquake at some point. Maybe we're going to see more Viscerous plays.
Well, I imagine it'd have to be an Earthquake, because with Viscerous already being in the discard pile, that means there's only one left in the deck. Eddie coming down here, going to try to put the Elechic to defense to walk over it. Bean Soldier is probably okay at this stage if Adrian commits back row, because as we said before, his spirit count is getting lower.
Yeah, and Adrian is really at this point having to prioritize having those spirits and bringing out the Astrabbit in attack, which is interesting. It makes me think that something's got to be happening here with this Eddie this turn.
I think Adrian, there has to be something.
Maybe that Earthquake that we were talking about might be coming out here.
Looks like a Cryoblast is going to follow that up. But I also would have to imagine he's also trying to bait attack position Elestrals for a potential Arcolith drop. But if not, this is still a really powerful push. Cleaning up Josh's board, putting him down to 8 spirits to Adrian's 7. Currently, we still have just under 3 minutes left in the round. So I imagine they have to be considering that it's down to the wire.
And we're gonna probably start to see them playing a little bit differently to take into consideration that clock. And Josh brings out an Astrabbit in attack of his own, going to be searching the top 3 of his deck. There was no answer, no Gorgons, no PTA, and Josh might be able to go in, possibly get Ambrosia, get anything that he wants from those top 3.
Yeah, you'd imagine that he has to be searching for the Ambrose at this stage just to kind of solidify his spirit line. But overall, it could be anything. Josh is going to be playing a Zeus of his own here, going to be able to use that to potentially clean up the rabbit as long as Adrian's back row doesn't have anything to say about it. He's going to drop that bunny to a 0-2 and try to walk over it. But if Adrian has Tsunami, then that's still an answer. If he has Shield, which I imagine there's the Shield.
There it is. We see that of Achilles.
That is an absolutely power play here. Puts Adrian tied with Josh's spirits at 5. But now Adrian, to an unanswered board, is dropping a Quackle to recover 3 Thunder. Oh no! Just absolutely killer here. He's going to go all the way back up to 7 spirits in his spirit deck, dropping Bean Soldier here down to 3. You have to imagine that if you're in Josh's position, you are starting to sweat just a little bit.
I mean, there is 1 minute left on the clock, so we are going into overtime, and Josh is getting aggressive with that Viscerous coming out.
Absolutely incredible Elestral to be seeing here specifically. I imagine he's going to try to walk over the bunny and eats another shield. And I think that's game. It's unfortunate. Josh is already down to 2 spirits. The Quackle and the rabbit on board cleaned that up.
I actually think that Adrian might be able to wrap this up in the time, which
he did. He absolutely did. Josh is scooping here.
There we go.
Yeah. The absolutely incredible game. A ton of back and forth between these 2 incredible casters.
And I think that this really highlights 2 of the most powerful attacking Elestrals in the game, which is Astrabbit and Quackle, apparently.
Mm. Quackle absolutely pulled his weight for this particular match. In 2 different games that match, was able to recover the spirits necessary to keep Adrian afloat in the face of just absolutely oppressive attacks.
Well, in this game where Ambrosia is one of the best cards, it highlights how powerful heal really can be, even if it's not, like we said, an entire heal stall list. Even just having a Quackle or a Jatagua in there or a Sluggle to be able to heal back can change the tide of a game.
It absolutely can. And even though Chautauqua has become kind of a staple piece in this water good stuff pile, being able to recover 2 spirits every time it gets a water spirit attached to it, you know what's better than recovering 2 spirits? Recovering 3, which is where Quackle has really kind of come to shine. Granted, Chautauqua's main advantage there is the fact that it's repeatable, meaning so it gets it every time it receives rather than just when it's cast. But I imagine that Adrian is pretty happy with himself and his choice with Quackle there.
That was absolutely an incredible game and so well played from both of those casters.
Absolutely. With that said, as we probably expected, Water Good Stuff and Thunder Good Stuff both being presences in this tournament, and both being played by some of the top tier competitors for Elestrals currently.
Yeah, and I imagine that is going to possibly predict a theme that we might be seeing today. As you said, 2 of the top players on these good stuff lists, sort of with different flavors a little bit, with Thunder and with Water, might really show what we're going to be working with here today.
Absolutely. With that said, we are wrapping up on round 2 here. A couple of games have gone to overtime, so we will be waiting on those to wrap up. But in the meantime, I believe that is going to wrap up our round 2 coverage. Stick around as round 3 is just around the corner.
And we are back.
I'm back. Hello, everyone.
Caleb's
I'm
back. And now we have the K and Caleb duo going on the mic.
That's crazy. I've been talking about alliteration all day. We're getting even more with K and Caleb casting clashes.
Caleb casting classes. Heck yeah. Oh, that's beautiful.
What a crazy game that was. I was watching while I was taking my break, and that was insane. An insane 3-game set. I'm blown away. I'm blown away.
Yeah, truly, especially that second game down to the wire, both of them trying to find those outs, the ways to win, and it just, man, incredible casters, incredible games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this set really, I think, highlighted something that I brought up a little bit before the start of the cast, which was heal stall is very much a very real thing, I think, and fives might actually end up pivoting more towards it, because as games get really grindy, we saw that the player that saw more healing cards won consistently. In that, Adrian, I think, saw double Ambro Quackle the first game that they won, and game 2 also saw Ambro Quackle at the, and like that's massive, and they were down to 2-1-0 spirits in those games as well.
Yes, well, I hope that they enjoy it while they've got it, because going into Moonrise, we are gonna see heal punished by Spoiled Fruit.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Spoiled Fruit affects the heal deck, because I have a feeling that it might not actually affect too much. I think it'll hurt Quackle and Sluggle exactly, but when you use so many of them in a heal dedicated deck, it's like, that's not too bad, I guess. I don't know.
That's true. I think it'll become a side deck staple for sure.
Absolutely. Very much excited. Speaking of Moonrise, I wasn't here for this. What are you excited about for Moonrise?
So my biggest thing is the Voldusk Volclips line. I think that they are truly just, in my opinion, the cutest Elestrals in the whole entire world. I love them so much. I cannot wait for the lunar phase stuff. I cannot wait for all of the terrifying things that Full Moon is inevitably going to do. I am scared, but I am also very, very excited.
I'm right there with you. The deck that I have been testing the most in preparation for Moonrise has been that deck, the Voldusk, but not without the cool Volclip stuff. It's just a draw heavy deck, but it's. I'm very excited. I do want to see if, like, can Volclips work? Can it somehow actually do something? I hope so. It'd be really cool. Really cool.
I want to try and play it. I think that even
we'll make it work.
Even if I come and I go 2-0 drop, by gosh, I'm gonna have a Volclips in my deck, and I'm gonna make it hit the field. Manifestation in 2025.
Absolutely. The real question is, did you get the Volclips or the Voldusk plushie?
Yeah.
Of course I did.
Come on. Silly questions.
My bad. So how many of the plushies did you get?
Well, actually, that is a valid question, because I also got the Stellar upgrade. So I'm forming my little family here. We're going to have not only the regular, but the Stellar Voldusk.
Okay. I see. You're going to be decked out. The real question is, are you getting all the reverse Stellar lunar phases?
I'm going to be hunting them.
Real. I'm very excited for Moonrise. Looks like we're not quite into Clash 3 yet, or round 3, but we do have our game set up, and I know what one of these casters is on.
Oh.
I'm very excited to see. I won't give it away, but I'm gonna pop off at some point during the class. That's for sure. That's for sure. That is 100%.
It is going to be a mystery to me and a surprise, and I cannot wait. I also have to. I think you've got a little companion here with you. Speaking of, we have a friend joining us today.
Yeah, I was sitting waiting for cast to start. I held him up. I was like, wait, he has something very important to say.
Okay, and okay, we would like to hear from you. What do you have to say today?
Play 15s.
You know
that
what?
would be a very cool deck to see today, actually. 15s, something that has been talked about a lot, I think, since it kind of came up a couple of months ago. I think was the first time I'd heard of 15 concept, and I really think Full Moon makes 15s way scarier, way scarier.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, Law and I, before the last round, that Full Moon is one of those cards that is going to allow, probably why Pharaohgeist has been limited preemptively. It's just going to allow you to turbo out those 3-drops, those huge guys, which I am so excited because we have seen so many of these 5s type decks. We have seen so many just like it's good to get a guy out every single turn, and so it's hard to justify going for these bigger drops. And hopefully we see that with Full Moon, with all of the cool things that we're going to be getting in Moonrise.
Yeah, and as someone who's been historically a very competitively minded player, Full Moon brings so much depth to the game in terms of interactivity that is just like insane. Not only do you have weird interactions like making it a pseudo don't poke the bear if you've got Temple of the Moon up, you've got its interactions with Porky Wraith, but also something I learned about yesterday, you can use it to dodge resting on your laurels if you have 2 Elestrals on board.
Well, I guess you pay off of... Yeah, what?
No, not even that. So what you do is if you have 2 Elestrals and one of them is targeted by resting, if you enchant 2 to it with Full Moon, the laurels does not resolve. It doesn't pop the Elestral anymore. Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane.
Oh my god.
That was my reaction.
Okay, so now what you're saying is we're going to have an emoji combo for Full Moon. Dropping.
It'll be the Full Moon, it'll be a pig, and then the Interrobang.
Actually, okay, you know what? I have to see. Everyone, I need you to cook up the emoji combos for Full Moon.
Pig, Full Moon, and Interrobang. That's all. Actually, I was listening to Cass and Mark kept calling it a question mark. I'm like, it's an Interrobang. Do I gotta inform y'all?
Yeah, hop back on the mic and clear some things up.
Yeah. Hold on, Law, get on here. Law. It's an Interrobang. Respect it, okay?
I have to say, not something that I knew. So
yeah, well, it's a not very well known piece of English. I don't even know what to call that. It's a piece of punctuation. It's a not very well known piece of punctuation.
It's an underground punctuation. You probably haven't heard of it.
Yeah, you only get it if you're into like weird podcasts or whatever. Like me.
Oh my goodness!
No,
Go ahead.
This is gonna be. I'm looking forward to this match that's upcoming. Apparently, I'm hearing from production. These are actually some players with some accolades. Not only is one of these players a multiple Premier event winner, we also have them facing off against a local game store Season 1 champion. That's like that's not nothing. Some of these locals get cutthroat. Like I got friends of my locals that were like, I'll meet me outside for the playmat. I want the Voltempest fighting the Lustergon playmat. Like we're squaring up to get this. And as you'll see, we're getting a little bit of preview. That mat may be on display.
Who's to say? But also, we might be able to see, with all those tournament wins, maybe some of those spicy tournament pack exclusive cards coming out. That would be a cool flex to see for sure.
Oh yeah, I love the Stellars from the tournament packs. They're so gorgeous. Especially the tournament pack 2 being on the new card stock. I had the pleasure of opening my first tournament 2 pack a couple days ago. It was incredible. But it looks like we are ready to go ahead and hop into the clash. Both of our casters are ready. Woo! Their hands are laid out on the field, ready to draw and mulligan. And let's hop right into it. We've got Ari versus Jakiomu. And I'm so excited to get into this. It looks like, based on how these players are holding their cards, we've resolved mulligans, or Ari might be going to mulligan right here. No, they're going.
And it looks like we're going, and we see turn 1 Rabbit coming out.
Name a better duo. Let's be honest. Name a better duo. Turn 1, Ash Rabbit defense position.
Speaking of, you were predicting the future a little bit. If you guys can see that beautiful, beautiful playmat there over on Ari's side.
Oh yeah, I love that you can see Zeus in the background a little bit, right at the corner where the underworld is. We won't be seeing him shortly, but for the time being, we can admire that wonderful art.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he's lurking, and actually, I hadn't noticed that before, so thank you.
It's sick. It looks like Jackie Omu spending to draw to start the turn and then going right into a Nectar of the Gods. Very interesting. Potentially top deck that. Otherwise, we would have seen an Elestral cast. Looks like we're going for a second one. Absolutely.
Oh my. What is he digging for? What are you cooking?
Well, there's a lot of water spirits in the underworld, and I, as a water caster, know what that might mean. This is looking a little exciting. This could be some sort of variant of heal stall if we're doing so much water, but also a deck that I've been very excited about for a long time. But I'm hoping. I don't know for sure. I'm hoping this is Water Reanimator. I've had my buddy open up double nog, draw 6 turn 1 many times versus me. I'm hoping that this, because I want to see this deck pop off. This deck's sick.
But we do see a re-enchant of that rabbit over on Ari's side. Going to be looking at the top 3 of their deck. And Jackie Omu has no back row set despite all of that digging that we saw him do.
That's the indicator to me that this is Water Reanimator, is that deck plays basically 0 back row. The game plan is just to heal like crazy and play 2 drops and punch your opponent as hard as you can repeatedly.
If that is the case, I cannot wait to see this happen.
And this is the catch me outside deck for real. Oh, Jackie Omu expending a Frost alongside a water here, which actually maybe this is a Cryoburn type deck as well. That I don't know. That's a strange expend early.
Yeah.
To see.
Because if it was just in there for the Cryoblast, like you say, you would think that we'd hold on to it a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But who's to say? Oh, and we see, oh my gosh, Sluggle come out. So you might be right. We might be on this heal stall Water Reanimator, many people are calling it, list.
Yeah, this is incredible. The Sluggle being the perfect attack to crash with the Astrabbit, which you absolutely want to do. Looks like Jackie Omu considering setting a face down there.
Oh.
The sort of interesting shout is if this is any sort of 2-drop turbo deck, Helios's Chariot Ride is a very real card to be concerned about if you're Ari. And that's something that they probably are not expecting at the very moment.
Yeah, personally, I'm having flashbacks to Elestriad Season 2 right now. Helios's Chariot Ride is a huge threat. It could be happening, for sure.
It's a horrifying thing, but it looks like Ari... Hydrake!
What?
That's crazy. Oh my...
Put him back on the mic!
Get him on, he has things to say.
I think you predicted the future a little bit here, Caleb.
I maybe more than I thought it might have been. I was hoping to predict the future with Water Reanimator. I was not expecting Hydrake Wind. Like, my assumption is that this is probably some sort of wind deck then. Jackie Omu with the Foamy, though. Very interesting to see what they might be going for off of this. Already considering their options, Poison Tipped Arrow feels horrible here if you're Ari. Because you can just crash the Foamy.
And either way, we're looking at 2 Elestrals on either side here that neither of them wants to attack the other. You don't want to give that advantage to either caster right now.
Please do not kill the Hydrake. He becomes very big very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Unless you do. I would love to see him pop off.
Yeah, it would be incredible. Looks like Ari gonna draw for turn here. Jackie Omu passing, not crashing. Ari gonna expend a draw. And both of these casters have a lot of cards in hand right now. Neither of them really wanting to put on too much of an offensive. Except I'm lying. Ari does want to put on an offensive here and is swinging with the Hydrake into the Foamy. The question is, does Ari have Gorgon's Gaze for the Foamy? It looks like they don't, and Jackie was going to get to search out from their deck and cast whatever 1-cost water they want.
Yeah, very interesting. And I think that's 5 cards in hand over on Ari's side, 4 set. Like you were saying, we are looking at truly just a bunch of cards have been found at this point. And is that a Dratagua?
Yeah, so it's Dratagua from Jackie Omu. Ari going to Poison Tipped Arrow the Dratagua, which will let then pop it this end phase.
Ooh, okay. So I have to imagine that was the plan all along. Okay.
Yes,
Very spicy.
Ari looked at the Foamy cast, had a Poison Tipped Arrow set and ready, considers their options though, and yes, you can in fact PTA pop in end phase whatever the Foamy casts. And so here Giacomo will get to heal for 2, but that Dratago's going away. They are not going to get to ascend on their next turn unless they got something like a Tadpuff in hand, which with all those cards in hand, surely they must have.
They must have something, because you're right. They've got, at this point, half their deck in hand. And we have 3 set over on Ari's side, 2 on Giacomo's side. And I think that we are going to start getting into really setting up these decks, which a Galaxy comes out.
That's crazy. So if you're Giacomo, this is a very interesting proposition now, because you want to kill the Hydrake, obviously. However, then Twindra comes out. And
so you want Gorgon's Gaze,
so
or
what you're telling me is I need a Gorgon's Gaze or I lose the game.
But Ari's looking through the deck. It's looking like...
Woo! You are the predictor. That is a TP1 Twindra that's hitting the board. Ooh. An absolutely gorgeous card.
I had to know there had to be some flexes there from our LGS champion over on Ari's side here. And oh man, it is truly gorgeous. Yeah, the Twindra was one of the last Stellars that I pulled from that set, and I was like, I need it sooner because I love play and win. Hydrake is great. Slept on deck. Yeah, I mean, once it gets going, and it is getting going right now, it is absolutely terrifying. Oh, the Ambrosia from Ari is very interesting. It feels preemptive here, potentially. Usually you want to wait as long as possible with Ambrosias to not give your opponent any extra information about the contents of your hand or spirit deck, but they're just going to go for it. Indicates to me that they may have been out of Thunder and they have an Astrabbit in hand, because they healed back 2 Wind and a Thunder. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, this really is just a very preemptive Ambrosia. Be very curious to see what they end up casting out here. Looks like they're putting a Wind down, though, and they're casting out a Galax Air. No way! Now, Caleb, what happens when you Galax Air a Galaxy? So whenever a swap effect applies to another swap effect, you just go back as if nothing happened. 2 negatives equal a positive here. So if Galaxy effect is applying to Galaxy, that's a 2/5. The thing is, though, do we really want that? Because Twindra could crash here, deal a damage, and go up into the Pen Terror. So Ari maybe is doing the calculations in their head of outing this Galaxy. Oh, we don't even need to consider it. There's a Shield of Achilles coming down from Giacomo. And so Galaxy the Galaxy, probably very much the correct thing to do here. Giacomo having to spend a lot of life, and I don't know if you see those, but those were some fire spirits that just hit the underworld from Giacomo's side. Is this standard in this water list that you guys maybe predicted? Are we looking at potentially, possibly Eruption? Some kind of spicy tech in this list? It's very possible it's a side deck card. That would be my best guess. Or maybe we're playing a Smoltuga Neckruff package, but that also, there's 2 fire spirits in there, I think. That would be a lot to expend, or to dedicate to just 1 Neckruff. This is a very interesting game state that these 2 casters have engineered here. Giacomo's still a metric butt ton of cards in hand. Lots of options. 8 spirits in spirit deck is not nothing. A Thunder Spirit being expended to draw here. They don't have enough cards in hand, apparently. Yeah, we still need more. And, frankly, this Galaxy is looking a little threatening because... And 3 back row. That's a lot. That is a lot to deal with. Yeah, you are definitely looking at, if you are Giacomo, an intimidating board state from Ari's side here. And we see Elechick come out. Elechick going to be able to search out probably Aeolus here. Aeolus? My mind goes to, obviously Zeus or Demeter. But it's very likely this is getting Aeolus. No, we're getting Zeus! Oh, here we were trying to put some respect on Aeolus's name, but you know that one Zeus was covered up. Now that the underworld is there, so we have to get the other Zeus represented on board.
Well, actually, Zeus is back. I was wrong. Zeus is in the stadium slot, so we're gonna get double Zeused up as Ari swings in for 2 damage.
Yeah, even with limiting to 1, Ari said, "I'm gonna find a way to have 2 Zeus."
There will be 2. Looks like Giacomo gonna be drawing for turn here. 6 spirits is not a lot, but into a deck with lots of heal tools, it's very possible that we could be seeing a heal for 20 this turn. I'm only over exaggerating a little bit on that.
Yeah, only a little bit, possibly 14. I'm thinking would be realistically what we'd be seeing. And as you've pointed out, he does have, I believe the official measurement you used was metric crap load of cards in hand. And I wonder with that expend last turn, is he still digging for something? What are we trying to get the pieces for here?
I think Giacomo might have the pieces as they tap their finger on the table and they start to potentially play some cards here. They're special casting a Tadpuff. I will note Tadpuff has to be cast in attack position. And so likely Jack is reading here and swapping it. There it is.
There he
and
goes.
Then we're ascending to something. What is it? What are we going for? Second water. Lakagon.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
That
water
is
2-drop.
massive. That Lakagon is gigantic. Lakagon gains a attack point for every water in Underworld. Giacomo has 16 spirits out of Spirit Deck at the moment.
This has been the plan all along.
It's a gigantic Lakagon. That thing is huge, massive. And also, if there's any heal card in hand, Giacomo can start picking apart Ari's backline.
That's true. And Ari is going to have some very specific cards to answer. And here comes the Ambrosia. Oh my goodness. All Giacomo
has to do is heal a single water spirit, and that will enable Jack to start popping whatever they want. Likely back row here. See what Ari potentially chains here. A Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the pop. Unsure what the target was from Lakagon, but it doesn't matter now, as Lakagon won't be swinging at all this turn and also won't be popping anything.
No, but even so, that's still very expensive for Ari, and Lakagon is still hanging around this next turn.
This is very interesting for Ari. Now the thing is, if Ari has a Gorgon's Gaze set, Lakagon's only a natural 2 attack stat, which means Gorgon's Gaze, either of these Elestrals gets over it. If there's any way for Ari to reach a 7 stat line, Galaxair swapping the Lakagon attack and defense stat also does it.
So Ari definitely has outs here. Giacomo still, with all of those cards in hand, as you're saying, still poised to set this up. Both casters are in potentially good, potentially dangerous situations. It remains to be seen.
It definitely looks to be in Ari's favor in terms of the life, the spirit count differential. But what is Ari doing to out a maybe 16 attack Lakagon here? Like, Pantera doesn't get over that.
That we found the one thing that Pantera cannot do, actually.
Yeah, although we do know that there's a Zeus in hand, but it doesn't matter. Ari potentially looks like they were going for Galaxair here to swap the stats, and Giacomo saying no to that. Gorgon's gazing, and Ari's going to cast out an Eddy to swap the Lakagon to defense position.
Oh my!
They had the outs. They had all the outs actually.
Okay.
A second Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the swap is massive. Giacomo needed this so bad, putting themselves down to 1 spirit. They need this because Ari has the Search Zeus in hand. If Lakagon goes to defense, it's over for Giacomo. It's over. They need to be able to last this tide, this onslaught from Ari to make it to the next turn. And they cast Ambrosia from the Spirit Deck, last Spirit, to heal at least a 1 water. This Lakagon's popping.
It's gotta be at least 1.
At least 1 water.
Back row. This
2
is...
fire!
Oh? Possibly a Lavalith?
So we're outside of Lavalith potential here. It could be, but we wouldn't be able to get there as the difference of spirits on board is 1 right now. So Lavalith can't be normal cast. We're considering our options here. The Ambrosia was cast. I assume we're waiting to determine what the Locagon is targeting with its pop effect.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a Shield of Achilles. It never resolved. It never resolved. As was foretold in the ancient scrolls, it never resolved.
Oh my goodness. And even though Lavalith is not a real threat right now, it can't be special cast or normal cast with 2. We do know that Ari has that Zeus. So that could just be an intimidation to warn Ari against playing Zeus.
Yeah, very much so. That's a very good point. If they were to play Zeus and leave it with 1 spirit on board, that immediately puts Ari within Lavalith range, and you never want to be within range of a Lavalith. Is that a second shield popped by Locagon after the slow resolve?
Oh my gosh.
Just picking apart the board from Jackie-Yomu's end. This is what we were saying. Very much this game has been on a knife's edge. Although Ari has been up in spirit and board presence, this Locagon was all Jackie-Yomu needed to get back into the game, and having the double Gorgon's Gaze to stick it around is massive. The only thing is, if that last back row is live and Jackie-Yomu can't out it, this Galaxair can threaten the Locagon next turn anyway. That is a rise from the ashes.
I have never seen this card played. I'm incredibly excited right now.
So the move is likely to grab a Sluggle here to trigger Locagon another time. I made a joke about healing for 20. We have actually healed 9 this turn. So we are well on our way. It's almost 20. It's like if you round up, it's 20.
Yeah, absolutely. This is insane. So I'm thinking we're now out of Lavalith range, but that's okay. It does make me wonder what those fire spirits were for.
It's very likely that there's just a Lavalith in the main deck at this point. It is just a solid thing. If your opponent is playing and you're not, you're drawing your entire deck, the Lavalith is always live because you're not putting spirits on board until turn 5.
And did you see what happened there?
Yeah, so the Locagon swung over Galaxair and dealt 1 damage to Ari.
Okay,
and so
and that makes sense. That Galaxair was the biggest thing threatening that Locagon, and now what does Ari have to answer it?
There's not a lot. Another Eddie could potentially do it. Eddie is single-handedly an option. If Ari is running multiple Galaxair somehow, that could do it. We got to remember there's a Zeus in hand. And so that Locagon, if there's a way to get it to defense or swap its defense to its attack stat, that Locagon is functionally a 3 attacker, and anything on board right now can out that. So Ari is searching somehow for a way to be able to get this Locagon to defense position, or Hydrake, Twindra, Penterror. That may have been what Jackie-Yomu was just doing, is counting the water and underworld for Ari so they can know the exact attack stat of this Locagon.
Ooh, and we see that Zeus come out now. Okay.
So likely Zeusing down the Locagon. Double Cryoblast? No.
And Hydrake coming out.
So this Hydrake will be able to go up into the Twindra, into the Penterror, but that will take Ari's entire spirit deck at this point, I believe.
This will be a very expensive endeavor for sure.
Hold on.
Or not.
The Locagon has died. That is very okay. Not certain how that happened. I must have missed something here.
Potentially a crash with the Zeus bringing it down into range. I am not sure.
It may be that Locagon was just only a 4 or a 7 attacker. Maybe there's no way there's only 5 water spirits in Underworld. This is very interesting. Well, the Misenchanted Twindra hits the board, and now Ari can just go to town, dealing 2 points of damage here.
And suddenly we are looking at a very different board than we had just a few seconds ago.
Yeah,
and
that is crazy.
I have to wonder what Jakiomu can do, if anything at all, because this is a huge board state for Ari.
Yeah, this is very difficult to deal with. 5 spirits on board, plays into Lavalith. Lavalith does clear this board, but Jakiomu expended all those fires, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I
Go
think
back.
that was with the Rise from the Ashes. We saw those fire spirits.
So
And
I
we-
have confirmation from production. Lockdown was only 7 attacks. Somehow, I don't understand. There's only 5 water spirits in Underworld. I guess Jakiomu just went too crazy healing, or
yeah, I
just is
think
not
we
running enough
healed
water
too
spirits.
close to the sun here, possibly. Okay, and we see an Eddie coming out, switching the other Eddie to defense position, and going to be swinging over it.
This, to me, is going to indicate potentially a tsunami in the backline, because otherwise, I guess you can't out Twindra. That's very, very interesting. We'll have to see what's going on from Jakiomu's point of view, because this might just be over. One spirit to
Well-
one spirit, but Arya is so much more.
And that Eddie from Ari's side would take care of that potential set tsunami. And I'm thinking that's game one.
It's looking like it. Jakiomu picking up the back row and starting to disassemble their Underworld. An incredible game one for both of these casters. Very, very difficult board for Ari to play through. Not going for the Pantera, clearly the right call. Just saying, clearly the right call. That was a very, very well played game from both of the casters, and I think kind of showing why Water Reanimator is scary, but also Wind maybe has more legs than some people might think. That was a really nice set, or nice start to the set.
Absolutely. And I have always been a Wind believer, I would like to say. And it just goes to show, like you said, that it has so many options, so many things in its who's that? So many things in its toolbox, and Ari was able to masterfully play that, showing why they have that playmat that they have.
Yeah, they definitely must have earned that playmat, because they put on a pretty solid clinic on how to disassemble a Water Reanimator end board there, because they had their entire board picked apart systematically. But Galaxair and the Eddies both just threatened that Locagon so much, with the Zeus as well. And then being able to go Hydrate Crash, like that was a very, very well played out turn from Ari. And it throws the question to Jakiomu of maybe they didn't need to heal as much water as they actually did, because it took their Locagon out of a really solid range of attack stat. Getting down to 7 is clearable by any Elestral on board that Ari had. So getting it to that point may have actually been a pretty big mistake on Jakiomu's part, because all that information was known. All that Ari had it the entire time if Locagon is at 7 attack.
Yeah, we knew that Zeus was in hand, but at the same time, that Jakiomu was having to really say what is scarier here, this back row, the potential of what I've been working for this entire game, what I've been digging for, going for, being cleared away by just a single back row potentially, or that Zeus in hand.
Yeah, well, the thing is that Jakiomu, if they sequenced it in a certain way, absolutely could clear all the back row while still keeping enough water in Underworld to Locagon large. Because the great thing about Locagon is it has at least 1 water. You don't have to heal a full 3 off Sluggle. Sluggle is not a mandatory heal 3 water. So you could just go Sluggle. I have all the waters I want in Underworld, but I'm just going to make sure I only take out enough that I still have 6 in Underworld, so that Locagon's an 8, which as Law and I talked about very early on the cast, that's a very critical threshold for a lot of attack stats.
Yeah, and especially knowing that you're playing into someone who has Hydrake, taking away the ability to lower to exactly 4 and being able to crash and get Twindra out, that is a very important stat line to avoid getting to.
Yeah, but it's very much the sort of difficult thing when you're piloting a deck like Water Reanimator, which very much the entire time is operating on the knife's edge, because you're trying to dig through your deck so much. They spent 5 spirits turn 1 to draw 6 total with their draw per turn. They just sat there expecting to draw for so long, and you want water in Underworld, but you also want it in your spirit deck so you can play your water cards. And so it's this very difficult balancing act. So very much well played from Giacomo overall. And it's one of those things where in hindsight, it's like, maybe things could have been sequenced differently. We have the pleasure of being casters.
Oh yeah, we get to sit here and say, oh, you know, if
actually.
But that game really could have gone either way, and I'm interested to see what changes are made going into game 2 with the knowledge that both of these casters gained from that game 1.
Yeah, I don't even know what sideboard in either case. Like, are we playing Pandora's Box inside for Hydrake? Like, we haven't done that in a long time.
It could be there. It could be real.
If it is, it's phenomenal. Like, I'm always saying this. Pandora's Box is crazy. People are hating for no reason. Beside that card.
I mean, this just highlights it. Truly, Pandora's Box stock's about to go way up.
Through the roof, to the moon, in fact, to the moon. But it looks like our casters are ready, resolve their mulligans and drawing their opening hands here. And so we're gonna hop right into game 2 between Ari and Giacomo. Assuming here Giacomo being the one who lost the last game will probably be going first here. No, they're going second as Ari plays out a Sorlet going first with a Wind Spirit underneath it. Sets 2 and passes.
I really love to see a properly enchanted Sorlet. That does my heart good.
We love to see a little king win, you know?
Although, with that 5 stat, this king not so little. Actually, that's a huge threat, although Eddie comes out. Eddie can do anything.
Eddie can do anything, but not when a Gorgon's Gaze is hitting
Eddie can do anything except for fight through Gorgon's Gaze. This is a qualifier we have had to give already a couple times today.
Yeah. Looks like that's all Giacomo has after setting a singular back row here. And Ari draw for turn, picking out an Elestral they want to cast. It looks like they're sifting through their spirit deck. Looks like a water spirit. That is a Galaxy, making the Edward a single attack point.
Now talk about a little king over on that side.
Hey, both these Elestrals are not going to the gym. They're not doing leg day.
No, they are not. And I have to wonder that one set, maybe Giacomo's starting that Gorgon's Gaze collection that we saw last game, because having those 2 set was so critical to getting that Locagon out.
Yeah, and the great thing from Giacomo's perspective is while this Eddie put on decent... Oh, sorry. Pause. Resting on your laurels. Hitting the board immediately. Galaxy is the singular card that screws over Water Reanimator. As someone who plays versus this deck at locals frequently, Galaxy is my favorite card in my deck. Second favorite card is Spectaris. So that's actually a question. Is Ari siding Spectaris, expecting a Galaxy-heavy format?
That is a good question, and I hope that we get to have that answered this game. And we see...
That's an Atlantis.
We're
seeing a rise from the depths here.
Ooh!
Eddie is coming back, and Eddie's upset. Eddie wants that Sorlet in defense position.
Yeah, Eddie is upsetty for sure. He's coming back with a vengeance right now.
Edward 2 Electric Boogaloo swings over the Sorlet, and Ari draws for a turn, facing down a 5/2 Edward. That's not nothing. That's a big Alessa right there. That's a Necro.
Yeah. He heard us talking about him, heard us calling him a little king. He said, actually.
He said, no.
Although we do see a Galaxair coming out from Ari's side.
And
that is absolutely going to be able to threaten this Eddie.
Yeah, now Eddie's a 2/5. And Giacomo has to consider, as Ari declares an attack, what to do with this Eddie. Nothing to do but let it go to the underworld.
I wonder if he will rise from the depths again.
I think Giacomo probably doesn't want to if they can avoid it. But Sluggle is going to come out. Sluggle can crash. Sluggle crashed from Galaxy here, or Galaxair here.
Yes, the other Galax. The lesser known.
Galax Z.
And it looks like we are going to crash here.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what Giacomo wants. That Atlantis being up means Sluggle just is a rise from the depths target now, and heals 3, refunds a rise from the ashes play too. So Giacomo could be doing big things on this very next turn. Astrabbit in attack position from Ari, looking at the top 3 cards of their deck, breaking the mold.
And it is the gorgeous tournament pack Astrabbit. So again, we're seeing those flexes coming out little by little.
This is a player who goes to their LGS. They support their local game scene.
And look at the rewards that they have gained from it.
Yeah. And just a little shout out to all the people at home. If you're not aware of a local game store near you that has Elestrals and Elestrals events, there is a locator on the website. Make sure to go check it out, and you can get really cool cards just like that Astrabbit. It might be my favorite art, and I own one of the I own a place of Stellar Astrabbits from Kickstarter.
That's also my favorite Astrabbit. Although the Clash Astrabbit coming.
Ooh, the Clash one. Ooh, the Dallas Open one. Just saying. Jackie will explain the draw here. You know, this game feels like it's been going on for quite a while with the number of game actions that have occurred, but we're still only in the first couple of turns of this game. Jackie Yomu, Rise from the Depths, brings out a Water Spirit. Considering their options, looking, Rise from the Depths is going to land. That's probably
we are once more rising from the depths.
And this is where this deck heals so much in a turn.
And it is in fact that Sluggle.
Ooh. The Gorgon's Gaze on the Sluggle is very interesting.
Ari does not want to let Jackie Yomu continue to heal here, which, I have to say, completely reasonable, understandable.
Yeah, conventional wisdom would say Gorgon's Gazing a heal 3 Elestral like Sluggle or Quackle, not a good idea. In this case, though, Gorgon's Gaze is preventing the ascension of Sluggle into something like a Locagon or a Caprigal or another solid water 2-drop like Whale Ants that you might be running in a deck like this. But it looks like Jackie Yomu has no other Elestrals in hand that they want to cast, so they're just going to pass.
I do wonder if Jackie Yomu was going to attempt to ascend, and therefore that was a very heads-up play from Ari. Although we see a Viserys coming out on Ari's side, and considering that Jackie Yomu only has that one set, he's going to crash, we're going to see another Viserys come out. Ari is suddenly in a very, very scary position.
Yeah, this might be the point where Ari starts to kind of take advantage of this board and how Jackie Yomu has, despite how slow the first game was from Jackie Yomu's end, Jackie Yomu has actually been playing more into Ari this game, which has led them to go down in spirits and engage with the board a lot faster versus deep drawing for those combo pieces. So the question is, does Jackie Yomu have combo? Because they likely did last turn. Do they have the third Rise from the Depths? Do they have a Rise from the Ashes? Or a Water Jolton?
Water Jolton? Incredible.
This is wonderful. This allows Jackie Yomu to hit over the defense position Viserys, which that's not nothing. This back row likely Shield of Achilles though, which will just really solidify the lead here for Ari, I think. Rushing down Jackie Yomu next turn to potentially 6 spirits in spirit deck. That's the way you deal with this Water Reanimator deck, is you just put on so much pressure that they can't use those spirits to heal and generate all this advantage.
That makes sense. And the only comfort that we can offer Jackie Yomu is that there is not a third Viserys that you have to worry about right now.
It's the third one that gets you,
Oh my goodness. And we do have that one set from Jackie Yomu that's been sitting here this whole game. I have to wonder what that is.
Well, we might be able to find out, but at the moment, Astrabbit just putting down the pressure even further. That's 2 of them. A second Astrabbit has hit the board here. That is 2/5 swinging in, dealing a lot of damage to Jackie Yomu. Put him to 5 spirits potentially this turn.
Yeah, this is a huge turn from Ari, and the only thing that would do anything here is we are simply just going to take all that damage, so never mind.
That leaves Jackie Yomu on not a lot, but this card could do it all. No back from Ari finally. Jackie Yomu gonna consider what could be done here. An Eddie, that is a start. Eddie is gonna be able to out one of these Viserys. Eddie also a 5/2 here, which is quite threatening.
That's right. I honestly forgot that we still had Atlantis sitting over there. But yes, he is in fact still a pretty decent sized king right now.
And Ambrosia coming down from Giacomo as well, likely indicating they need some of these non-water spirits, or they're just really afraid of dying next turn potentially. Doesn't want to hold it for Lakagon.
I think that if I'm looking at Ari's board, I'm pretty afraid of dying.
You know, I can understand that.
You know what, Jackie? Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know what? I respect your game. Yeah. Real recognized real.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 6 spirits on Jackie Omu's side to Ari's assuming here 7. The question is, will Ari be able to out this 2 defense Eddie? Cryoblast does it. We haven't seen Frost out of Ari yet, though. A Wind Spirit for the Hydrake, that will do it. This could be a massive turn if that back row from Jackie Omu is not Tsunami.
I feel like we would have seen it last turn if it was.
I'd be inclined to agree with you.
It does seem like Twindra is in fact going to hit the board here. And I don't know what Jackie Omu can do from this position.
I think it might be explode. I think Jackie Omu might be exploding because a double wind enchanted. No, we're not even going for the Pantera. This is a Twindra, just straight up. A Water Thunder Twindra to crash with the Eddy and oh no, we're swinging the Viserys to crash. Use the effect, fail to find.
Mm-hmm. Again, there is no third Viserys in that deck.
Shield.
Oh, that's what it's been this entire time.
This puts Jackie Omu to 1. I don't know how they get their way out of this. It needs to be like Ambrosia. Okay.
Yeah. There it is.
That's the start.
You know what? Shame on us. We should have assumed.
He always has it.
He always has it. And these 2 Astrabbit being in attack, they're not. There isn't much that can't deal with this. And a Galaxy comes out, and that is in fact something that can deal with it.
Yeah, swing over an Astrabbit here is strong, but you know what's stronger? Water enchanting an Astrabbit here. Makes it a 6-3. But it looks like we're going for Specteris. Saw the Lunar Spirit, had to be. That is the easiest way to out a Galaxy here. And that'll happen. Ari gonna ping in for 1 with the 2/5 Astrabbit.
And unless Jackie Omu has that 3rd Ambrosia, is able to pay for it off of the Atlantis, I think that's another water Jolton.
Jolton hit over Astrabbit. This is, if Ari has a normal cast, this is game.
I believe in Jolton. And it's Eddie.
That's Jack Hill gonna scoop it up from there.
Wow, that was an incredible game.
That was a wonderful set. Very well played from both of these casters. I think something that we didn't really have time to highlight during that match that really started to sink in, I think, around game 2. Is the first game looked very wind dominant, right? It looked like Ari was on a wind deck. I think what they're playing is 5s with Galax Air and just Hydrate. And there's no other wind cards in the deck. I guarantee that is what they're playing. And that's sick. That is sick. That is sick as hell. I love that.
I have to wonder if they even have the Pantera or if it's just the threat. Because, I mean, we saw that Thunder Water Enchanted Twindra come out, which, you know, really inspired, truly.
They've been seeing the topping decks like, oh, Water Thunder's good.
I can play Water and Thunder.
I can do that. I can do that. That was incredible. That was a wonderful, wonderful game between Ari and Jackie Omu. Congrats to Ari. Now it should be, I believe, 3-0 in the tournament as we are wrapping up round 3 here. That was just, I don't know. I love casting these events because every single game that we get to watch is just such a pleasure. And I walk away like, wow, this game's so rad. This game's so
I feel
cool.
the exact same. I find myself even while trying to commentate, just more excited about what is happening on the boards. And honestly, I hope that we get to see Ari again later. With the way that they're playing today, I bet there is a potential.
Yeah, I absolutely think that that's possible. It's so sick. What a cool deck. It very much feels inspired, similar to how the Cryo Vern line gets tossed into water decks a lot right now. Except it's way more spirit efficient, because in the case of Cryo Vern, you have to invest a lot more to get there. It's 7 spirits total to get to the Cryo Vern, versus a Hydrate into a Twindra. It's that easy. That's a 5. That's a 5, baby. What more do you need?
That's a 5. That is a Water Thunder 5.
Water Thunder. Actually, it was a 6 under Atlantis. My bad.
True.
My bad.
Yeah, that Atlantis helped out both sides for sure there. And Ari did not care that it stuck around for the entire game.
That's very much the punishment of having to play Atlantis for Water Reanimator. Is water is the best deck in the room, or it's the best engine to play in any deck, essentially. And so you're like, yeah, you can have a 6/3 Galaxy, go for it.
Yep, exactly. And even for decks that don't play Galaxy or don't play Water Elestrals, most decks play Tsunami. Most decks are able to simply put a Water Spirit under any Elestral and take advantage of that Atlantis.
Yeah, that's a very great point. We've seen a lot of misenchanted Elestrals today, and I think we'll continue to see them. And the Water Misenchant is probably the most iconic one. Who doesn't love a good Water Necruff? Let's be honest.
Water Jolton. Very cute.
Water Jolton. We've seen a lot of Water Jolton, actually. Wait a minute.
It's the new meta, Caleb. You got to get on it.
I'm behind. Hey, my bad.
I mean, with all of the prediction, all of the foretelling you've been doing, predicting that the Twindra coming out, predicting all of the stuff that was about to happen, you think you would have known the heat of Water Jolton.
Look, all I'm saying is Apollo can only foretell 3 cards. It was the 4th, my bad.
It's the 4th card that gets you, for sure.
Well, that was absolutely an incredible round. But that's not the only round we have today. That's not the only round that we have in the future. So, of course, I want to tell you about our upcoming premiere event for the release of Moonrise. Our very first premiere event with Moonrise. February 8th. The very first event that we will have with the new cards legal. Look at these wonderful, wonderful prizes you can get for participating and for playing and for topping. The organized play full art Leviathan. You know, it's the exact same pricing structure that we've been having since December 1st. For entry, you get one of these Leviathan. You get 2 booster packs from a random set, and then you get a Shattered Stars random booster pack as well. And then if you are somehow able to make it to top 16, that full art Atlantis is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous for top 16. You get Caprigal if you somehow make it to top 8, Coastalith to top 4, and if you make it to the champion spot, Oistillery Reverse Stellar with the Elestrals champion stamp. I, as an owner of the Reverse Stellar Oistillery from my Shattered Stars month, look at this in absolute envy, because Oistillery is such a cool card. I wish it was stunning for this event.
Not to flex, but I also got the Reverse Stellar Oistillery from my Shattered Stars, and they absolutely have been killing it with these prizings. The Mudlet for this tournament is absolutely stunning, and the fact that just by participating, you're getting that Leviathan, you're getting the packs, you're getting the Shattered Stars pack as well, is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, so for this tournament, you were talking about a future one, but for this tournament, this is what the prizing structure looks like. Top 16. You know, we mentioned for participation, you get those packs, and then for this tournament, you get the full art Tyratlis with the stamp. For top 16, everyone gets the participation rewards, but top 16 gets one of each of the Daybreak starter decks, and also a full art Foloi Forest with that organized play stamp. The full art stadiums,
they're so stunning.
Sick.
They have been
gorgeous,
knocking them out of the park with those.
It's an incredible card. And if you make it to top 8, you get all that, and you get a Centaur organized play stamp full art. Also an incredible looking card. Makes me want to try out Centaur again, you know? Maybe with Full Moon, we'll just drop down a really large statted guy.
Centaur has been a fan favorite for a long time. And with, like you said, Full Moon making these 3-drops a lot more viable, who knows? It could be the year of Centaur.
I'm hoping and praying. You make it to top 4, you get all that, and you get the full art Verdolith. I got a couple of these on my desk. I love Verdolith. I'm a Verdolith believer. And it's so cool to have the full art for Verdolith from this set. Now, if you're able to make it to the finals, but you don't quite get the champion slot, you get everything from top 4 doubled. So making it to top 4 swaps those starter decks for a booster box. Being our runner-up gets you 2 booster boxes and 2 of each of those full arts. And if you make it to the champion spot, the coveted champion winner of this event, you get 3 of everything. You get 2 booster boxes. You get an uncut Daybreak holo sheet. And of course, what everyone is here for, what everyone cares about, the reverse Stellar Mudlet 1/1 Elestrals Champion stamped card. Oh, I'm jealous whoever gets that eggplant. It's so gorgeous.
That has to be one of my favorite cards in the entire game, is that Mudlet. And the 1/1 is so incredibly special. A little bit jealous.
a little bit.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
And with that, you know, round 3, I believe, is just wrapping up, and we're here at the production. We're gonna start getting prepared for your round 4 commentary. So we're gonna go ahead and throw it to a quick little break. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello, casters, and welcome back to round 4 of today's webcam tournament. I am once again the Law, and joining me is my co-caster Caleb.
Hey, what's up, everyone? We're back.
And so far, we've had, quite frankly, an amazing tournament, just so far. We've had kind of a match that we expected, and then kind of a match that was definitely unexpected. And then last round, it sounds like you and Kay had an absolutely amazing time with that particular game.
Yeah, I mean, I was really hoping to see Water Reanimator. We saw it. Unfortunately, it didn't take home the win, but that's okay. We got to see it. I absolutely know my buddy Julian from Locals is popping off right now, seeing that deck on stream, on cast. You know, he's been a massive proponent of that deck, so just be able to see it, wonderful, wonderful.
Absolutely, and we're glad we get to see some new innovations right here at the end of the Daybreak meta of all times. You normally don't see this kind of innovation kind of coming down the pipeline at the end of these set releases, especially with the new one, a week, 2 weeks away at this point?
I think it makes sense in two different aspects. There's, on one hand, it's the end of the set, and so maybe people care a little bit less about really trying to try hard super, which I don't think is the case. That is just an option. I think the real option here is that the updated Tartarus list has just hit about a month of legality, and that as a result, you know, we're only a month out from the massive change to the format. People have just now really started to figure out post list what decks look like. You know, as we've talked about right at the start of a new metagame out after a list, people tend to default to decks they know work, like fives, like water fives, or any of these beatdown strategies. And it's only after a little while where you start to see the meta actually develop. And I think we've just finally hit that point in the Daybreak meta where it's actually developed and people are starting to be like, okay, yes, you know, a beatdown, you know, good card strategy works, obviously, but there are better things we can be doing. There's better ways we can approach it, like Hydric Twindra, which is like insane to see. Super happy that I feel like I've got a bead on innovation and like the way things formats can go. I did not expect this in the slightest.
Yeah.
Like, that was not on my radar.
Absolutely caught all of us off guard there, and I'm hoping we get some more real big innovations to the format the longer the day goes on. Now that we're kind of whittling it down to more and more, we're currently looking at 3-0s, 2-1s already, who are still in big contention for that top cut, and I cannot wait to see what else we get out of this particular event.
Yeah, I'm hoping that as you know we get further into the tournament, we don't just start to see exclusively, you know, these beatdown strategies, because that's what tends to happen, right? As you get further into tournaments, the best decks rise to the top. Right. But I don't think that beatdown is necessarily the best deck, and I'm looking to see that we actually have some of these more niche strategies perform well and make it into you know, your top 16s, your top 8s. So I'm really hoping that we'll see some of this cool stuff coming out. And it looks like we're not in round 4 yet, but we are prepping for it. And I think this might be a very interesting showcase of some interesting cards. I don't know what these players are on exactly, but I have an inkling, and I'm thinking we got a pretty good clash ahead of us.
Absolutely. Looks like our players for this round are going to be Full Frontage, who many of y'all probably know from his stint in the Elestriad this previous season, as well as Sean Y. I believe they go also by Sylvie, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mispronouncing that name, and I'm sorry if I am. But it's looking to be an absolutely interesting match for sure. We don't know what these players are on, but these are two really solid players in the community, and we cannot wait to see what kind of spice they have brought to the table today.
Yeah, Full Frontage, I know, was very in on Draking a couple of months ago. We had a conversation about it. The issue is that Draking loses very hard to Galaxy, which is like the premier normal cast in the format outside of Astrabbit.
It's unfortunate, but yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what they've pivoted to, because it's unlikely, I would imagine, they're playing Draking. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're still on some sort of Water Ascension deck or some sort of Ascension deck generally. But with that, actually, it looks like we're ready to hop into our round 4 and see these casters play out their set. Let's go ahead and hop in.
Absolutely. Cannot wait to see what these two have brought to the table today. Looks like they're just waiting for the all clear here. They're going to take a look at their openings and see if they need to mull. Anything in particular you're hoping to see out of this match, Caleb?
I want to see as little Galaxy's cast as possible.
That's fair.
As a water caster, I don't like them. It looks like these players have kept their opening hands, and Full Frontage casting out a Foamy in defense position with a set back row.
Now, we've seen a couple of different decks that could be on that Foamy. Foamy has kind of become a real popular option as of late. With that said, it looks like, I believe that's a Spectaris coming down. The glare is a little high for that, but I believe that is a Spectaris, which is like the perfect answer to a Foamy. Like being able to run it over and cancel out the effect. Full Frontage does have that Shield of Achilles though to kind of clean up that Spectaris, but now he has to know the Spectaris is in the future. That Foamy is not going to be getting a whole lot of value here.
It certainly gives Full Frontage the reason to go ahead and ascend over this Foamy if you have a 2-drop in hand. I do want to point out the expansion for the Shield of Achilles while we resolve this Ass Rabbit Full Frontage displayed. The expansion for Shield was an Earth Spirit and a Frost Spirit, which is very strange to me and could indicate a lot of different things. You only want to be expending this early things that you have a lot of. So that indicates to me that there's quite a few Frost Spirits in the Spirit deck potentially, and quite a few Earth Spirits. So it kind of gives us some intel on what might be in this caster's deck. But I honestly don't really know what that might mean. It might mean that we're on an Argo deck for Scythe of Demeter to heal back that Earth.
It may be, but there's also the option, I know I do it a lot with my personal Spirit deck tech outs, is that you'll pre-side, you'll pre-do your Spirit deck to handle things that are in your sideboard specifically that may not be useful in your main board. For example, Frost for Cryoblast if you're not choosing to main deck it. And at that point, you might as well expend it early as you're not going to need it through the game. But it looks like he's going to swap the Foamy to attack and swing in for a damage here as we're going to move forward into the next turn. It looks like Sean is going to, in fact, redevelop that Spectaris that we already knew was there. And Full Frontage with no back row, that Foamy is a sitting duck.
Yeah, bye-bye Foamy, no effect as it was suppressed. Make sure, folks, to declare your Spectaris effects because very well, that could have gone very differently. Full Frontage, though, going to go ahead and cast out Ed and Eddie here, trying to swap this Spectaris to defense position and hit over it here. The question is, are those back row live? It looks like they are, and there's a Gorgon's Gaze from Sean that's going to prevent that attack from connecting.
I will say I find that very interesting that with the Gorgon's Gaze coming down on the attack deck rather than on the effect. But I guess at that point, Full Frontage doesn't really have something that he can swap to attack over the spec, so it makes sense. And speaking of Cryoblast, there is the Cryoblast to clean up the Eddy. Wasn't long for this world, so now it's just a rabbit in a dream there for Full Frontage. Oh, I guess the back row too. Is that a Giraflora that I'm seeing come down here?
It looks like a reverse stellar mudlet to me.
Oh, my mistake.
We're swapping the Astrabbit to attack position here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. That is the mudlet. I can't really see through the glare too well, but the mudlet is a perfect answer for the rabbit here. Going to swap it up, but the PTA coming out of Full Frontage as well to clean up that mudlet, so it's not going to stick around. Also makes it to where the Spect has to walk over the rabbit, but with no back row remaining, it's not really too big of an ask. With that said, though, Sean will be passing turn with no back row here into Full Frontage's completely empty board. You have to imagine Full Frontage is looking to make some kind of a push here and now.
Yeah, Full Frontage has got to have it at this point. They have, looks like 4 cards in hand, and this Spectaris has put in a lot of work for Sean. And Full Frontage is responding with a Spectaris of their own here. Question is, are we crashing? Or are we using some sort? Oh, we're passing.
We're passing. Just going to try to hold down with Spectaris here. Kind of an interesting play, to say the least. But now we know that Sean is on those Cryoblasts, so you have to imagine the Spectaris could potentially eat another Cryoblast out of Sean if he has that available. It looks like we got another, I think that's another Mudlet here.
That one That one is Rumma
Is it Rummagem? I
Yeah,
am
tilt my
sorry.
head sideways to see it.
Yeah, it is. It is in fact.
No, it's
Rummagem.
Elechick. That's Elechick.
Oh,
That is
Elechick?
Elechick from Tournament Pack 1 that is searching that out.
I
So you
apologize.
need to get out there.
Looks like the Elechick there is going to be picking up Demeter from the deck by the looks of it. And with that said, though, Sean now having another Elestral on board that can kind of contest board presence, you have to imagine that he's probably thinking about crashing those Spectruses.
Yeah, with the Zeus coming out means you don't even need to crash. You can just go ahead and minus the Specteris out. And that's why just passing on Specteris maybe isn't the right move, because, if you're not able to out your opponent's Specteris, without crashing, they very well could see the card that lets them do it to you. And so removing that board presence, I think, probably was the right option from full fronted. Yeah,
absolutely. Taking the effective 5 off the board definitely would have been quite valuable in that regard. So Sean down a Spirit, but definitely up on their board presence there with with both an Elechick and a Specterus. You have to imagine that this is going to start snowballing out of control. Full Frontage can't put forward any kind of advantage this turn, but it looks like advantage he will have, especially with that Viserys coming down here and going to attempt to clean up the Elechick with no back row. Viserys is going to go through completely uncontested and actually get off the second copy out of deck.
It's a rough spot for Full Frontage to be in, because Viserys does nothing into Specteris. Mm-hmm. So this is going to be a dangerous position for Full Frontage, as he needs to still put an Earth Spirit under it. And because if Sean has anything that is a 3 attack or above, actually, if Sean has a card that has an attack stat on it that is not 0, he outs this. Viserys from his end, though, will allow him to exert so much advantage as Specteris clears over the attack position Viserys, and the Viserys from Sean's end takes out the defense position Viserys. So Sean is just gonna generate so much advantage here.
Yeah, that is just going to be absolutely rough. The advantage is just going to snowball from this stage. Sean now having 3 Elestrals on the board compared to Full Frontage's absolute nothing. And on top of that, Full Frontage and Sean have actually very similar spirit counts, to where the board presence really is what's going to matter at the end of this.
It looks like Full Frontage might actually be only at 7 here as well, so it might be at a disadvantage to Sean at this point. Full Frontage setting a rune, the first one I believe that has been set since like turn 1 or 2.
Yeah. I have to imagine that Full Frontage is probably, if he plays it, probably looking at a Tsunami as the only way to kind of stall out this board. With that said, it looks like, I believe that's a Galaxy coming down.
Galaxy from Artist Collect. But this is not going to do it, is the thing. This just doesn't do it.
Yeah, unfortunate. He's going to be able to clean up the defense position, Visk, but the other one's still a 5 attacker here, and here comes Demeter on top of that. So Demeter and Zeus occupying the board here, absolutely killer. Followed by another Earth Elestral.
It's an Equilynx.
It's an oh no! That back row that might have been Full Frontage's saving grace is unfortunately just not going to cut it, as Specterus is just going to be able to eat that Galaxy here. And it looks like Sean might be considering, no, he's just going to go for the 1. I was going to say he might be looking at trying to push advantage, but now the Gorgon's Gaze coming out, I'd have to imagine onto the Specteris to block the 2 damage push. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter there, because the back row is already going to get sniped out. He's already going to take the 2 damage from it. All in all, this is looking like it's just spinning absolutely out of control. There goes the Specterus walking over the Galaxy, suppressing its attack swap, and now the remaining Equilynx being able to get in for 1. It's basically, it's do or die time. I don't even know what Full Frontage could top deck here to get back into this.
Yeah, the best option would have been something like Tsunami, but Equilynx clears that, and I think Full Frontage might just be out of it at this point. While the spirits are equal in Spirit deck, Sean has a sum of 6 spirits on board, and that is a lot. There's a lot to have to deal with on Full Frontage's end with only 2 cards in hand. I don't think there's a 2-card combination in the game that does it right here other than Double Eruption.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, Double Eruption would be quite hilarious. It's actually 3 cards in hand. Looks like he's going for a Drakid here. It looks like Full Frontage might be on Draking after all. Which,
hey, my fault.
Yeah, but the Drakid, I would have to imagine, is taking one of the many 4s on the board. But unfortunately, almost every single one of these Elestrals buffs itself up by its own effect, meaning Draking does not take those stats with it. Looks like it doesn't even matter. Sean is going to shield the Drakid back to hand, and with Full Frontage only being on 3 spirits in Spirit deck, this is game. It's a foregone conclusion, and yet there's the scoop out of Full Frontage.
Yeah, that's just a tough go. It looks like from Full Frontage there. And if he really is on Draking, which it appears to be if he's on Drakid, that just is a pretty rough series of draws and series of cards to see. A very, very significant lack of back row. Wasn't really able to out that Spectaris since the turn it was dropped. That card just stayed on board the entire time. There's just not a lot that he could do into that position. And a lot of the cards that he did see that would have put up pressure were cards that lost to Spectaris.
Yeah.
It's very cool to see Spectaris really entering the format, because I've been preaching Spectaris since day one. That card's very, very good, and we can see now it is really, putting out a lot right now in this format, in this tournament. It's doing a lot for these casters.
Absolutely. Spectaris is just one of those cards that plays extremely well into what is considered by many to be the boogeyman of the format, Galaxy. So Spectaris already has a good position there. But I have to ask, do you think that Full Frontage might have wanted to consider maybe scooping before playing the Drakid, not letting that card hit the board, because it kind of does show his hand as to what he's playing, which means that now Sean can actually side deck for Draking very specifically.
Yeah, I think that maybe so there's 2 ways this goes. Either it's a mistake and now it's easier to side deck for Draking, or it's intentional and Full Frontage can side out of the Draking stuff, as it won't be effective into the deck he's playing against, and can play other cards that would then be effective into what's being sided against. So
that is fair.
There's a sort of mind game that could be going on there, but if that's not the game plan, it probably was correct to just scoop before playing the Drakid.
And thinking back to the start of the match, as you mentioned, Full Frontage expended an Earth and a Frost right at the start of the game, but we didn't see any Frost cards throughout his deck. I'd have to imagine Cryoblast is in his sideboard and is probably being brought in to handle that Spectaris that gave him so much trouble throughout the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. They're likely removing cards like potentially even Shield of Achilles, because if the cards that are being shielded just get played back out, you want to be playing shield into things like Spectaris, because you're assuming your opponent's only playing 1 or 2 Lunar to play a single Spectaris. If they're playing more than 1 or 2, which we saw, I believe, plenty from Sylvie's side, it's not worth playing Shield of Achilles anymore, and so potentially you side out of that for something that actually does handle the problem, like Cryoblast.
Absolutely. And we did see at minimum 2 Lunar Spirits out of Sylvie there, as the initial Spectaris did get shielded back to hand, and it was cast back out again properly with that same with the same lunar cost. So I have to imagine that they're on at minimum 2, maybe 3, but we don't know.
Yeah, and the other thing is, sometimes you'd keep it for shielding of Viserys, because you're assuming that your opponent's not playing a critical mass of Earth, or it removes an Earthquake from the equation. But again, this is very clearly an Earth deck here that Full Frontage is playing into. So it'd be very interesting to see what Full Frontage ends up siding in and out of. It'd be curious to chat with him after the event to see what is up with that, because it's very, very interesting to try and make these decisions going into a beatdown style strategy.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're ready to start up game 2 of round 4 here. Going ahead and going to change that over, and we're going to see how this is going to play out. Looks like they're still shuffling up here, but looks like Sean probably is definitely in the better position. Obviously, being up a game in these kind of matches is always really really important. And now knowing that his opponent is potentially on Dracking into a deck that I don't know if we ever saw a Galaxy. We obviously mostly just saw Earths. But if Sean is playing any kind of Galaxies, even in the sideboard, I'd imagine they probably just came in.
On full frontage, starting off the game, getting their choice of first or second, playing a Stellar Spectaris and 2 face downs. That is a gorgeous card. I love the Stellar Spectaris. It's so incredible.
Absolutely incredible card here. See here, once again coming down here, it looks like it's going to be the Eddy to put that Spectaris into defense. You would imagine, knowing how that Spectaris went in the last game, you'd have to imagine that Full Frontage probably wants to keep the Spectaris up for as long as possible, and down comes the Shield of Achilles to do just that.
And I'm going to once again point out the Spirits Expended for Shield of Achilles were again Earth and Frost. That might indicate Full Frontage did not side into Cryoblast.
That is very interesting for sure, but unfortunately, Shield of Achilles kind of is just the delay of the inevitable, as Eddy can just come down again next turn and once again put the Spectaris back into defense to clean it up. Looks like a Mustation is coming down here and is immediately going to eat the PTA out of Sean. Once again, the PTA dropping onto a Mustation specifically is very interesting, as it would normally drop the Mustation to a 0-6, but it does look like Full Frontage did expend in order to bump that the Mustation back up to a 6-0 for the turn. So Sean's going to be taking 2 damage off those swings and then paying an additional to take out that Mustation. That is a very valuable crab.
Yeah, it's a very interesting proposition whether you expend to swap the stats on a Mustation or you don't, because essentially you're just going 1-for-1 with your opponent on Spirits. But if you're trying to thin out your opponent's Spirit deck as quick as possible, as we all should be, it's usually the correct decision to try and do that. And it looks like an Equilinx is played from Sean's end. I believe that's the tournament pack one we saw earlier. And Full Frontage is going to respond with a Dense Fog, maybe a little preemptive, as there was no Nexus Bank on field from Sean, and so maybe could wait until that commitment was made of the Spirits on board before Dense Fogging. But regardless, the outcome will be the same here of buffing that Equilinx up to a 7, which will hit over the 5 attack Spectaris.
Yeah, I have to imagine there that Dense Fogging that preemptively had to have obviously it kind of ended up the same in the end, as you said, but realistically you would have to imagine that you'd want to wait until you see a Nexus Bank hit the board, as Equilinx can't use its effect before you would get an opportunity to Dense Fog later. Ambrosia coming down, paying with the Zaptor to get back, I believe it was 2 Lunar and a Water.
Yeah, that's the Dracking heal right there.
Yeah, I definitely think that Full Frontage is completely dropping the veil on his particular deck, and definitely following that up with a Drakid does no favors in that regard. Drakid's going to be able to swap with the Equilinx on the attack stats. Definitely going to be able to win that combat if Sean doesn't have an answer, and it looks like Altar of Stars is the answer here. Paying out a Spirit deck to Nexus from the Demeter to put that Drakid into defense mode. And now Full Frontage once again kind of being put on the back foot here, as Equilinx now has additional Spirit that he can Nexus to take out that back row and just completely clean up the board.
Oh, a set PTA from Full Frontage popped by the Equilinx into an Astrabbit, which you wish you could be PTAing right now.
Oh, but that is unfortunate.
Yeah, this is going to be a really big turn from Sean here. Getting to look at the top 3 cards of their deck, add 1 to hand, shuffle the rest back into the deck, and swing out for a damage plus clearing this Drakid. And I don't think Full Frontage is on very many cards at this point. There just hasn't been a lot of cards that have been drawn.
I can't tell, but
played.
I think Full Frontage is at 0 in hand.
That's my assumption, unless his hands are resting on top of his hand of cards. I believe that he is.
Yeah, he's out. Oh, this is not a good position to be in, especially with that funny bunny. The Astrabbit's just going to continue to gain advantage the longer it sits on the board, and you have to imagine that Sean has some way to protect it between those 2 cards in the back row.
Yeah, and this 1 card for turn from Full Frontage might have to be big. Now the reality is that full frontage.
Oh, the resting. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's pretty important for taking out that Echo Links. The only one legal in Sean's deck, and so won't have to deal with that card ever again unless somehow they're playing Rise from the Ashes, which they probably aren't. But it looks like we may have expended to draw here to
Absolutely.
get that card in hand.
No cards in hand, you have to take the expend to draw to try and get some way back into the game. Sean is going to commit a second Astrabbit here. That is absolutely killer, as these bunnies are just going to keep gaining advantage the longer they sit on the board. And on top of that, that actually opens up the option, though it would sacrifice a rabbit, for altar plays here that are also going to get searches out. Because now you have the Nexus Bank of Thunder on the board to use with it. Though it's not a very common play, it is an option here. Sean's gonna get in for the 2 damage here to full frontage. Full frontage is absolutely bleeding spirits at this point, even though Sean went down very heavy. Full frontage has to find a way back into this, and a Galaxy, I believe, might be his way back in.
Yeah, Galaxy is going to start putting up a lot of pressure. No runes cast from Sean here, swinging over the Astrabbit. That Astrabbit that's in position is likely to go to defense, but it looked like Sean was about to play out a Spectaris. There comes the Lunar Spirit for it, and that enters the Galaxy. And Sean just continually taking advantage of the board states that full frontage is putting up, dealing with them, taking them apart, and leaving full frontage on nothing. This is very difficult from full frontage perspective because Sean just has all the answers.
And not only does Sean have all the answers, but that massive spirit differential that full frontage had in his favor for a while there has been whittled down to only 2. And I have to imagine that only having 2 cards in hand, it's going to be very difficult to claw his way back in at this stage.
Yeah, there's very little in terms of card combinations that could do it. And Rock and Hard Places was what I was just about to say. You target the Spectaris and the Demeter, and I think the decision is always Spectaris, and it looks like that's exactly what just happened. But
that does also mean, I was gonna say that does also mean that the hand is not Drakid or Eddie, but it does look like the Galaxy follow-up, making that Spectaris pop even more valuable. Galaxy going to be able to put up some play into this rabbit. We already know that the first 2 cards there on Sean's back row were not really too useful for dealing with Galaxy before when he attacked over rabbit. So you have to imagine that something's going to change here. And there's the Shield of Achilles, not particularly ideal out of Sean, but something to help delay the whale from just absolutely taking over the game.
I think it's a good move from Sean here, because it enables him to swing through for damage, even if he is not able to out Galaxy with something like a Spectaris. And so this is just going to allow him to generate.
Is that the Ardbud? Am I seeing that? That is Ardbud searching for Spectaris. Is that our first Ardbud of the day?
Yeah, we have not seen Ardbud yet.
Absolutely incredible card out of Shattered Stars Sagittarius here, able to search for any insectoid 1 cost on cast, or not just on cast, on receive. So Sean going to be able to put in 2 damage here to full frontage, and now guaranteed has the Spectaris in hand to follow up into full frontage's whale if he decides to redevelop that.
Yeah, this has put full frontage in a horrible position, because Sean can just re-enchant and search the 3rd Spectaris. And like, dealing with a Spectaris is fine, because you might have to deal with a second one, probably not a third. But this is guaranteeing Sean is seeing all the Spectarises if this Ardbud isn't dealt with. And there are 3 counter runes set in that back line. Meaning, it's so unlikely that this Ardbud doesn't stick around another turn.
And you have to imagine that Sean also has Altar of Stars in that back line. Having shown it earlier in the match, Ardbud being able to get another, it looks like it's going to be Altar of, is that Altar? No, Shield of Achilles. You are correct. I am sorry. Shield of Achilles to bounce the whale back, and that unfortunately is going to be all she wrote. Sean taking game 2 and taking the match with a swift 2-0 against full frontage here.
Yeah, super rough for full frontage. It just seemed like he could never really get his foot in the door and really establish board. There's a lot of cards that, and it's like not a great amount of runes, sometimes not seeing the right Elestrals, and I think it just comes down to a lack of consistency with a deck like Draking, which is why Snark coming on Moonrise is so impactful for the deck, because you just are missing out on a lot of consistency and ways to get more cards to your hand. We consistently saw, full frontage with 1-2 cards in hand to the 7 across board in hand for Sean. That just makes it very difficult to get into a game or keep your game going or even start your game if you're already behind, because your card quality is just such that you're not adding cards to hand consistently.
Yeah, and on top of that, the Ash Rabbits coming down just made that so much harder for full frontage to get back in, as Sean was constantly just pushing card advantage while also getting damage onto the board. That Funny Bunny is such an integral part of the game currently, and you have to imagine that just being able to play Ash Rabbit that aggressively definitely put him in a very winning position for the entire match.
Yeah, well, I imagine that some of the potentially the Ardbud, potentially the Equilinx, like these were cards that were picked up off of the Ass Rabbit that enabled such critical plays that led to Sean taking down the match. Just very cool to see Ardbud. The Spectaris Viserys deck is just such an interesting deck. Spectaris very much coming into the forefront of the meta as a result of the strength of Galaxy. And so having a way to search in the form of Ardbud, having a way to trigger it multiple times with Equilinx, very much means that this deck, I think, has a place in the metagame.
Absolutely. I will say, coming down through there, something that we did see in that game, though it didn't really matter in the long term, was Dense Fog out of full frontage. I have seen this card starting to pop up a little bit here and there to kind of help answer the galaxies that are coming back into the format more and more and more. Namely, in that Gorgon's Gazing a Galaxy in the battle step has proven to be one of the best ways to answer it. So having an additional way to suppress that galaxy in the damage, not in the damage step, in the battle step, though it's not always going to be ideal, as we saw there, can prove to be absolutely critical.
Yeah, and something that was very interesting is we did see Dense Fog come out from full frontage's side. The issue is that it was into a card like Equilinx, which only delays the inevitable, really. You're paying a spirit to have your card popped and maybe take less damage. It doesn't feel super good to have to Dense Fog a Nexuser most of the time.
Yeah, realistically, it didn't matter in the long term, as the spirit that you paid onto the Dense Fog would have been just dealt through the Equilinx. The only thing that you're maybe stopping is if Sean there decided to go for a 2-spirit push onto Equilinx to try and get in a little more damage. But overall, it just unfortunately didn't matter there. But with that said, Galaxy kind of coming into his own as the star Elestral of the format. I don't think that's in any way a contentious statement now. We've seen Galaxy absolutely take over in many ways.
It's very interesting, though, because the deck that was running Galaxy was the one that struggled the most. And I think that that's sort of a sensical thing, because it's so good, because it is sort of a defining card of this format. Spectaris is immediately just an obvious and easy response that you just add to your deck. All right, I don't have to worry about Galaxy anymore because I've got this card. And Ardbud says, go get the card that deals with the strongest card in the format. Like I said, I think that this Bugs deck actually has legs simply because Galaxy is such a defining piece of the format. And being able to search Spectaris is really strong.
Yeah, searching Spectaris is really strong, but also cannot be understated. Searching for Viserys as well is extremely powerful, because if you can stick that, it just can snowball out of control there too. And there are other insectoids in the format that are actually a little less explored, but also really interesting with the current meta. One of my personal favorites is actually Frostmite. Specifically being searchable with that Ardbud, able to come down and drop an Elestral's defense by 5. That is able to basically clean up any defensive Elestral in the game, but most importantly is able to deal with Galaxy, as by dropping Galaxy's defense by 5, because of the way stat changes work in Elestrals, that Galaxy is actually a 0-2, meaning that cleaning it up is actually pretty simple.
Yeah, Frostbite is a really, really interesting card that we have seen some play in some of the tournaments. I believe that was a card that was used a little bit before the legality of Ardbud that started this year. But Frostmite, I believe, saw some play at least in the Iceberg deck, the Water Frost deck that has seen some play, and I believe Jess and Laura have been sort of testing out.
Absolutely, that's Jess is definitely the one who played it that I initially caught my eye there. But also, while Frostmite is really good with that in mind, the main thing that I have found it useful for in testing personally is for dropping a rabbit to 0 defense and then following it up with a Cryoblast so that you do not have to go to combat to remove it. But
that interaction is very strong.
It is absolutely a powerhouse, but those are not the only insectoids that Ardbud and its Ascension Ardvarum can actually access here. Another really interesting one that I don't think we've seen too much of since the start of Daybreak meta would be Rhinosect. It would be Rhinip, which is what Ardbud could search, and then Rhinosect, which Ardvarum could search.
I do think that the shout on Ardvarum is very interesting, because I don't know if you'd play Ardvarum specifically in like a Rhinosect deck, because I think that you end up committing a lot of space in your deck for something that's strong but not as good as just like a Cryoling Cryoburn line. But I do think though, as Ardvarum is strong as a anti-meta pick if we see this bug deck start to be successful.
Absolutely. I actually had a match at a locals where I was playing Ardvarum into what I can only refer to as a Scorpion Burn deck, and that was very unfortunate because Toxiswarm and Toxion could not stick on the board because Ardvarum can naturally just take out insectoids.
Yeah, the ability to pop your opponent's insectoids for your own effect is very, very silly, and you can do it, and we don't even have Titan legal yet.
Though I will say Titan is an absolute powerhouse, and we cannot wait to see that from Moonrise. But with that said, Moonrise coming around the corner, do we think Galaxy sticks around as the powerhouse as we enter into Moonrise format?
I think it's very, very dependent on if the new beatdown style deck is faster than a normal 7th Galaxy. And I think the answer is yes, probably. I think that Like a Void Beatdown is a much stronger type of deck than the pacing that is enabled by Galaxy Water style decks. Now, the healing, I think heal stalling in Water with Galaxy might become more prevalent, but I think that Galaxy just doesn't keep pace the way that something like a Pulver or a Like a Void can keep. And then on top of that, if the top end style decks like Blizzstrix or Volclips or Fulgorix, if any of those see like real strength in them, or like even tier 2, I think that those inch a deck like the good stuff pile beatdown decks, it inches it out of the format.
Absolutely. And kind of on the idea of like maybe it pivoting towards heal stall, you also have cards like Spoiled Fruit coming down through Moonrise, which unfortunately does take that option kind of off the table, as that card will absolutely be seeing at minimum side deck play in this upcoming format.
I think the interesting thing about Spoiled Fruit is it's good against exactly Sluggle and Quackle, but outside of that, it's, using a Spoiled Fruit and Ambrosia doesn't really matter. And also it's only a 3-of that you can play at most, right? But your opponent is just playing such a critical mass of more healing cards. And I don't actually know if Spoiled Fruit will be impactful enough to stop heal stall from its game plan.
That's fair. That's absolutely a fair take here. I do think that we're definitely going to be seeing a substantial meta shift coming out of Moonrise. I would argue probably one of the most substantial meta shifts that we have had since the base set. we saw some really good meta shifts coming out between Frostfall with the rise of Lavalith, with Daybreak with the rise of cards like Arcolith and the Thunder Piles. But I think with Moonrise, I think this is one of the times where I think the meta is going to be completely upended in a way we haven't seen before.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it because I know that a lot of people have been looking to finally see a massive shakeup in the metagame. We're hoping for it with Daybreak and Solar, which Solar unfortunately just couldn't quite eke it out in the end. You know, Solar has had some success, but it was always in conjunction with Earth in some capacity, usually, or as a like 5Z style deck, which arguably just not performing as good as something like standard 5s list. So very exciting to see some of the strategies that might come out of Moonrise. Are there any that you're particularly looking forward to? Any like niche strategies that you're cooking up in your brain?
Well, while I don't think it's going to be top of the meta, my absolute go-to right now has actually been Solar. Oddly enough, I have been tinkering around with Cockaray and Dracoray specifically as big drops in Solar, but more importantly for that is Winjin and Tornasian. As with Solar being able to natively foretell in their deck, so you always know what is on top of your deck, getting Winjin's ability off to special ascend itself into Tornasian is actually really simple in specifically a Solar list.
Yeah, I think the first light Cockaray stuff is potentially very, very scary because it's almost like Bryling style Ascension speed, but better because it also gets you card advantage through stacking whatever Solar Lesser you need. So I think that there's a lot to that potentially. I'm very curious to see how that ends up sort of panning out.
Absolutely. And on top of that, there are a lot of different decks that I've seen, quite frankly, a lot of our groups kind of tinkering around with things, experimenting with like different lines and such. I personally have been tinkering around with the Untitled stuff, as we've seen already. Ardbud showing its colors a little bit there, being able to search for those power play insectoids, but also other decks in there. I've heard a lot of rumblings about Wind specifically because of Enfornax. I feel like that actually has a lot of real potential there. Obviously, Lunar, there's like a bunch of different ways you can go with it, but the one that I've seen the most hype behind is that Like a Void with Full Moon combination. Also, Pharaohgeist getting a lot of attention in that regard, even with the limit, thanks to Comalice actually being able to search it up.
Yeah, lots of stuff to be excited about coming into Moonrise. But with that, I think we're about ready to go to a break as round 4 games are slowly finishing out, waiting for time to be called in the round and any remaining clashes to complete. So we're going to go ahead and toss it over to a little break, but we will see you back shortly.
Hello, casters, and welcome back to round 5 of today's webcam tournament. I'm the Law, and I'm here with my co-caster, K-Cray.
Hello.
And we are really getting into the nitty-gritty of it. There has been a lot of really solid decks that we've seen on stream today. Absolutely interesting matches, but we're starting to filter down with this being round 5. We're getting into some of the absolute best players in the game here, and it's absolutely looking very interesting as to what we're going to see as these decks start to filter up.
Yeah, I'm excited. During our break, we were kind of dishing about it, talking about like some of the top players, some people who might still be undefeated, that kind of thing, and what they're playing. And yeah, there is a lot to look forward to, a lot to be excited about.
Absolutely. Some very interesting decks still remaining, even in the undefeated camp, actually, which I hope we get some of those here on stream today. But with that said, Kay, after seeing how some of these matches have played out so far, are there any other decks that you're kind of looking forward to potentially seeing as we get into the more top cut part of the tournament?
Well, I will say one of my big dreams for the day was to see Ardbud, and I was watching last round, and I was squealing as soon as I saw Ardbud come in. And you know what? He put in work. He showed that he is absolutely a valuable and cute member of the team. As for things that I am looking forward to, I'm always excited to see these bigger bodies, these things that are moving away from the fives format that we see a lot. I'm not particularly picky when it comes to that. But I just know that we've got some spice coming up. I know that people have really brought it today. Do you have anything in particular that you're looking forward to?
I personally am hoping that we see a little more representation out of Frost. We were talking on the break that Frost is actually one of those decks that seems like it had been a little bit underpowered almost since even Frostfall's release, but has slowly kind of crept up as a really solid almost engine of sorts for different good stuff piles. And I am hoping that we see a little bit more of that moving forward into these top cut rounds.
Definitely. I think that Frost and Wind are very similar in that way, that those were both elements that people didn't quite see. I mean, Earth has been so powerful, Thunder has been so powerful that some of these other elements have been a bit underlooked. And yeah, Frost and Wind both have so many things in their toolboxes that you can really build off of, that you can use to your advantage.
Yeah, and you could even add Fire into that list as well of decks that have kind of been underutilized so far. But as we saw earlier in the tournament, Fire definitely is getting kind of a second chance to shine now that Equilinx has been taken out of the picture. With that in mind, though, just kind of as a quick reminder to the audience here, we are playing under a restricted list that went into effect with the last webcam tournament, but want to make sure that you guys do know what specifically is still on that list. From the last hits that we had, we saw Equilinx, Arcolith, Elichick, Pharaohgeist, and Race to the Top all get added to that 1 copy per deck section, as well as Viserys going down to 2 copies per deck. In addition to those, we also have Demeter and Zeus that have been limited, but those will be temporary limits, as with the start of Moonrise meta, we will see those return back up from 1, but for now, they're limited just to try and give some other Pantheons a chance to shine.
Yes, I have to say, as a Demeter girly myself, I am very much looking forward to Moonrise for many reasons. One of them being that my girl will be free. We will be free to be and to Demeter once more. And on that, we do see at the bottom of the graphic here these newly legal cards, that Ardbud that we were talking about. I am surprised that we have not seen Titanostrike more.
Yeah, we have actually seen Thunderstorm played a couple of times so far in the event today, but no Titanostrike. I think it's mostly because Titanostrike, unfortunately, with how the meta is currently playing out, just isn't really the big Thunder drop that you need it to be. But I do think that come Moonrise, once it actually gets into the set that it was meant to be played with, I do think Titanostrike picks up its viability quite substantially, especially with Magnaros.
I really, really hope so, because I think that Titanostrike is really cool. And as with many things that we've seen today, that ability to remove something is so crucial in this game. And I think that alone will make Titanic Strike a really, really valuable card.
Absolutely. We've seen cards pop up since the limitings of Earthquake and Resting on Your Laurels, specifically to try and fill that gap of cards that pop other cards. We've seen Cryoblast kind of take a real stand as like a premier piece of removal. We saw Race to the Top take a stand there for quite a while before its limiting. And all in all, I think it's just really interesting how we're seeing more and more of these cards that are meant to be used almost in their elements, kind of like as a big bomb of sorts to kind of drop out and take control of the game, being used very regularly to take advantage of just the fact that Elestrals has one of the most unique element differentiators in the card game space right now, being able to play so many different colors and have access to them at all times.
Yeah, and that is honestly one of the things when I first started playing Elestrals that was very exciting to me, coming from these other card games where either you have to draw your energies, draw your spirits, whereas here you have the freedom to have your spirit deck and fill it out however you want so that you can play these unique tech pieces.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we've really seen that kind of bubble up to a T here with these good stuff pile decks from recently. We've seen Cryoblast a number of times, obviously, but also now people playing the couple of Lunar Spirits necessary to run Spectaris, which has really proven itself to be one of those premier Elestrals in the format right now, being able to easily answer so many of the big threats. And kind of in that same vein, because Spectaris is an insectoid, that does mean that Ardbud has found a place in the meta, specifically with those more Earth-centric good pile decks.
I would say we've had a bit of a swarm today, to be honest, with all of these bug Elestrals between the Ignector in that first game and seeing Spectaris put in so much work. And Viscerus has been put into almost every single game that we've seen, if not every game.
Absolutely. Though, like, Viscerus has kind of shown itself to be that snowbally card that we've known it to be. And truly, it does seem, though, that the third Viscerus is the one that gets you, as its semi-limit has come up more and more often as the day has gone on. We do have our round 5 clash currently setting up. We're not quite ready to swap over to it yet, but we do have, looks like we're going to be seeing undefeated Sunseed Jess playing against undefeated Sir Tractor, and that is bound to be an absolutely excellent clash.
This is going to be incredible. And this does mean that one of these undefeated players is finally going to be taken down, at least for one round.
Absolutely. And what amazing players to have for this clash. Sunseed Jess, previous Daybreak event champion, like very prominent player in the space, also second place finisher for the Elestriad this past season, going up against Sir Tractor, who is also no stranger to this format, as they have also made top 8 in Daybreak formats as well. It is like absolutely going to be an interesting match against top tier combatants.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing plays that I know I'm just going to be jaw on the floor. I'm not even positive what I'm looking at. High tier level. I'm so excited.
Absolutely. And I'm really hoping that we see a little bit more of those interesting tech lines coming out here. We've seen a lot of these good stuff piles kind of just bubbling up to the top of these play here, especially over these last couple of rounds, but also that decks that aren't necessarily the good stuff piles actually being able to make it particularly far, like with Full Frontage's Draking deck from last round.
Yeah, I was watching that and that was so interesting. I wish that we could have seen it really get going and show what it can do. That would have been really cool to see.
Absolutely. But I do think that we are going to be seeing a little bit of more interesting play here between these two players, because even though they are some of the best players in the game, you have to imagine that they're still cooking up something relatively interesting for the end of Daybreak meta, especially now that we've played under these restrictions for a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I know that pre-restriction, Jess was very much all in on Earth, kind of playing the Earth Thunder combo, just all of the good cards from both of those, putting those together. And it's been really interesting to see how she has adapted to the things that she plays now that we're in the restricted format.
Absolutely. And like you said, with Demeter going to 1, it definitely did make it to where Jess had to kind of broaden horizons a little bit, as she couldn't just sit and use the Earth decks anymore. She had to get more creative with what deck she was bringing to the table. But I have to imagine that Jess is probably looking forward to that February 1st unlimiting of Demeter again, so that Earth is back on the table as one of the go-to decks in the format. But even then, we've seen a lot of Earth today, especially like last round, thanks to Ardbud. Ardbud being able to get access to those insectoids does really make it to where Earth can be a viable option still in the current meta. With that said, though, it looks like we are ready to go for our round 5 match between Sir Tractor and Sunseed Jess, and it is bound to be an absolutely spectacular one here.
I am so excited. And first of all, Jess has the cutest little cards out on her side right now. Oh my gosh.
Those are absolutely adorable. It does look like both players have opted to take a mulligan here, though, expending 2 spirits out, so both will be starting at 18 spirits rather than the standard 20. But seeing 2 different things of frost spirits coming down with those Fleur Mines, I have to imagine that that is very much intentional.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing a Spider-Man meme moment here between our 2 casters. Like, you expended 2 frost, I expended 2 frost. Are you playing? What are you playing? So this will be very interesting to see.
I will say it is definitely interesting to see both of them expending 2 Frost at the start, because Frost is one of those strategies that actually doesn't care too much if it has to expend to take a mulligan, because of specifically Cryoling and Cryovern needing to be able to get up to 6 attack in order to use Cryoling's Ascension line is really powerful, and getting the Frost Spirits in early will absolutely get them there. Sunseed just seeming to start us off here, and looks like she's going to be playing an Ashrabbit, not Ashrabbit, to get a line going to see the top 3 of her deck and kind of play up. But it looks like she's going to pass after that, and there is a Rhynymph on this board.
We see Rhynymph. Oh my gosh.
Rhynymph immediately going to expend to put itself in the back row, and Rhinosect is coming down.
Absolutely incredible. On their first turn, Tractor has gotten Rhinosect out. Sunseed Jess's Astrabbit has been cleared. The board is completely open, and this is already shaping up to be an exciting clash.
Oh my goodness, that Rhinosect coming down is absolutely going to dominate this space here for a little bit. Looks like Jess also was needing to take the an extra point of damage there. With that said, the Earthquake coming down as the follow-up to take out the Rhinosect is absolutely incredibly powerful here.
Yeah, and that she just had it.
It gives Jess control of the board again, and she's going to drop another Funny Bunny, getting that Ashrabbit off, allowing her to look at the top 3 of her deck and take her pick. But Sir Tractor not sleeping on it. He is going to PTA the bunny, so it will not stick around after this.
Sir Tractor is clearly wabbit hunting today, because they are not trying to see one stick around, and I can't say that I blame them. But we see at least the effect goes through. Sunseed just looking at the top 3 of her deck there, picking whichever one she wants, and looks like Sir Tractor is expending that one to pop the rabbit and passing over.
Very notably, once again, we're looking at completely empty boards. Sir Tractor, though, going to be playing that Cryoling, and because he already has the Frost Spirits in his discard from that initial Rhinosect line, it is going to be immediately able to jump up to a Cryovern, and very notably is properly enchanted, meaning that this Cryovern is going to threaten a potential Cryoscorch in the coming turns, and that is a terrifying notion to have to consider.
Tractor has just been sending out threat after threat, and considering Jess has not seen back row over on her side, not only have these threats been, well, she had the Earthquake, but terrifying to answer, but now just going to be able to swing freely.
And even more scary here is the fact that if she does not answer this Cryovern now, Cryo Scorch is going to come down, and that is going to make it even more difficult for her to try and get a leg back up into this game. Even though spirit counts are very similar here, Cryovern is definitely one of those that is going to absolutely push the advantage. But the third funny bunny coming down out of Jess, you have to imagine she's digging for an answer here.
Yeah, some back row, maybe, who can say? I'm not sure what she's looking for here, but you are so right. That Cryovern is terrifying. Although I am still a little biased, and I must say, go Cryo Scorch.
Oh, fair enough. I am personally I very much love the idea of misenchanting the Cryovern when it comes down, but I do fully respect how big and powerful those Cryo Scorch lines can be. And with that, Jess looks like she's going to be setting to and passing it back over. The question though is that is Sir Tractor going for the Cryovern Ascension? It does not look like he is. Instead, opting to go for another Cryoling. This is going to threaten another Cryovern.
And second Cryovern has hit the field. This is crazy. This one is misenchanted with that Water Spirit to play around one of those potentially being a Tsunami.
Which is absolutely the correct call here, as with the first Cryovern already being properly enchanted, you already have a way into Cryo Scorch. There's no need for you to double up here and take the riskier play. But with that said, two Cryoverns on the board at the same time, you have to be thinking that this is absolutely terrifying. And you have to imagine that this game is probably about to spiral out of control if these back row from Jess aren't live.
Me personally, I always believe in Jess, and I see, yep, there it is. There is a shield bouncing back the properly enchanted Cryovern back to hand. So that is important to note that that was the properly enchanted one.
Absolutely. And definitely a good call here. Preventing the Cryo Scorch from coming down is definitely a very heads up play. But also the other one being misenchanted does still mean that if Sunseed Jess is playing Tsunami in that backline, it is not going to stop this misenchanted one from running over the rabbit, which it does end up doing.
No, so this Cryovern is sticking around for another turn. Just yet another threat for Jess to have to contend with.
But a threat is not really what Jess cares about right now. Galaxy, but because the Cryovern is misenchanted with water, it is a 4/7, meaning that Galaxy actually can walk over it and answer it, provided that back row is not exactly Gorgon's Gaze. And it looks like it is not, as Sir Tractor loses the Cryovern there, meaning that despite having dropped 3 different 2-drop Elestrals, the game is very much still up in the air.
Yeah, that was an incredible answer for that Cryovern. And now I have to wonder, after, like you said, all of these really expensive investments that Sir Tractor has made so far this clash, what is left to do?
I do love, though, that we were just talking about how Frost has can make kind of an impact as a tech engine here, and yet we're seeing 2 different takes on Frost doing very, very interesting things. With that said, here comes down the Rhynymph. You have to imagine that because he's casting it in attack, Sir Tractor is definitely looking at moving it to the back row. The Ambrosia coming down directly after to try and get his spirit count back up. But the question is, does Sir Tractor have the second Rhino Sect in hand to be able to take advantage of this Rhynymph?
So notably, that Rhynymph is actually water enchanted to take advantage of the Galaxy.
And the Cryoblast coming down here is also going to make that Galaxy very specifically it is going to make it a 2/3. Meaning that Galaxy is actually going to be a 3/2. My mistake, not 2/3. Sorry, even I get my Galaxy math mixed up sometimes. But 3/2, meaning that this Rhynymph can in fact walk over it just through combat. Because you are correct, it is water enchanted. That Rhynymph currently has 5 attack.
Yeah, that is a very scary Rhynymph, actually, and that's something that I don't think I've ever seen is an intimidating attack Rhynymph.
I have to imagine here that the reason Jess is thinking about it is there's the Gorgon's Gaze. Now, I am not personally familiar with Rhynymph's base attack stat, but I'm fairly certain if she goes and Gorgons her own Galaxy here, negating the effect of swap, Rhynymph is under that Galaxy's 2 attack, is it not? It absolutely
so.
is!
Oh my goodness, absolutely incredible play from Sunseed Jess. Gorgon's gazing her own Galaxy, taking out that big scary Rhynymph and bringing
she's
out
gonna
a
develop
Cryoling!
the Cryoling of her own, means that Cryovern has hit the board. Most likely here, unless Sir Tractor has something like a Gorgons to delay the inevitable on that. But it doesn't look like he does,
No.
as the Cryovern does come down. The question, though, is what to enchant it with. It looks like Sunseed Jess is going to go with the Thunder so that it doesn't swap to a 4/7 under Galaxy.
Okay, and that is definitely a smart play, knowing that was an out that she had for the Cryoling that Sir Tractor had, informing her decision here. And while Sunseed Jess is in a commanding position, she is only on 1 spirit left, while Sir Tractor has 8.
And there's the unfortunate part about it not misenchanting the Cryovern with water. The Tsunami will come down and put that Cryovern into defense mode, though Galaxy will still get in for 1, meaning that Jess effectively did 2 damage there rather than the 3 that she probably wanted.
Yeah, and Sir Tractor, like we said, still has the spirits to play around this. I wonder what the answer here is going to be. Cryovern in defense is not quite as scary as a Cryovern in attack, so this is...
And
Here
Sir
we
Tractor
go.
is going to get another Ambrosia off here. Absolutely critical. This is the second Ambrosia he has seen this game, and that is putting him up very substantially above Sunseed Jess's current count line. And that looks like that's a Moralith that just came down. Is that... Wait, no, that's not a Moralith. I am sorry. That is incorrect. I am trying to see here. I think that's Frostix. That's what it is. My mistake. I don't know why I said Moralith. But that is going to allow him to go into the Cryoling, immediately ascend up into Cryovern, notably being enchanted with an Earth so that it does not get swapped by Galaxy. And you have to imagine he's probably looking at walking over that defense position Cryovern. No, he's going to go for the Galaxy instead, so he can deal that last spirit damage to Jess, meaning that Jess only has the 2 spirits under Cryovern left in play.
Which is not nothing. Jess could absolutely see an Ambrosia be able
But there's
to
the scoop.
scoop. We see a scoop. Wow. That was absolutely wild.
Absolutely incredible match there. We saw, what, 5 different 2-cost Elestrals hit the board over the course of that. 3 Cryoverns out of Sir Tractor, 1 Rhinosect out of Sir Tractor, and then a Cryovern out of Sunseed Jess. Absolutely showcasing there the bigger bodies can actually come through. And because what is bigger than 5?
Exactly. And we saw a lot of big bodies just flying around the field there. It was incredible. I mean, the fact that we saw Rhinosect on Sir Tractor's turn 1.
That is
incredible.
Very rare. That is very rare to see. But that absolutely worked out in his favor there, as that was able to push him up into an advantage point where Sunseed just kind of had to just start answering things. Having to burn that Earthquake early definitely did something there. But I will say, very notably, we did not see Cryo Scorch come down in that match. I am curious to see if he's in fact playing Cryo Scorch, or if he's just playing a very heavy Cryoling to Cryovern line.
Yeah, that is interesting to think about. And I wonder if with both big monsters of having Rhinosect and the Cryovern, if you can even justify fitting the Cryo Scorch into that list.
I imagine you could, actually, because that has actually been a very common inclusion in various Rhinosect decks up until this point, is kind of doing a split between the Cryo Scorch line and Rhinosect, kind of in a Cryo Rhino in a way, which it has been a very common play up until now, but I'm not entirely sure what to think here. Sir Tractor doing the proper enchantment onto Cryovern does make me think that he had to have some kind of Cryo Scorch line available to him there.
Yeah, that one was an interesting tell. Maybe it was a fake out. Who can say? Which, on that note, speaking of these proper versus misenchanted, that play from Sunseed Jess against the Rye Nymph that had been water enchanted, Gorgon's gazing her own galaxy to be able to walk over it, despite even being cryoblasted that turn. Absolutely incredible to see.
That was an absolutely heads up play for sure. And we've started, this is, I believe, the second time we've seen that specific line of going with the Gorgons on your own galaxy to win combat. But with that said, it looks like our players are done with their siding, and we're going to get into game 2 of round 5 here.
Ooh, and I mean, if game 1 was anything to go by, this is going to be an incredibly exciting clash.
Absolutely. The explosive power out of Sir Tractor there was definitely something that put him in a very advantageous position in that first game. And I imagine Sunseed Jess is going to try to put things more into her favor with this one. Elechick coming down right out the gate here to grab a Zeus out of deck, quite notably. Kind of makes me think that this is more a Frost 5's good stuff pile, as we did see the galaxies in there, meaning that we're probably looking at a very similar list to some of the water good stuff that we've seen so far, but opting for some more of those Frost power players.
Yes, and I believe that is the Spectaris, the stained glass art coming down on Sir Tractor's side.
Absolutely it is, and that is going to be able to buff itself up to a 5 to walk over this Elechick and try and get back some board presence here. Keep Sunseed Jess from spiraling the board out of control.
Well, Elechick with Zeus in hand is absolutely a threat. That is a very scary thing, and Sir Tractor is right to try and get rid of that.
Gorgon's Gaze coming out of Sunseed Jess. I imagine that this, I can't tell if this is in the battle step after a declaration or if it's before the attack has gone through. It looks to be before the attack has gone through, meaning that we're just going to see no combat this turn and go into Sunseed Jess's turn. And the Eddie for the follow-up to answer the Spectaris, and it's immediately going to get PTA'd.
PTA'd, my boy.
Now, though PTA is going to answer the Eddie, it does mean that there is no longer any back row there, meaning Jess is going to be able to clean up the board completely, forcing Sir Tractor to also go for the expend from the damage of the Eddie, as well as to expend off the PTA to take out the Eddie. But quite notably, that does put 3 Frost Spirits into Sir Tractor's discard pile and follows it with another Spectaris.
If at first you don't succeed, send down another Spectaris, bring it back again. And with no back row, it in fact is successful this time, and Elechick has gone to the underworld.
Absolutely. So quite notably, keeping track of those Frost Spirits in discard, Sir Tractor is at 3 and Sunseed Jess is at 2. If either of them hit that 5 Frost Spirit threshold on their discard piles, we could be seeing a Cryoling to Cryovern come down and immediately clean up. And there's one way to get their Blizzard coming down, able to completely snipe out the back row without having it chainable. Absolutely killer, putting Jess also to 4 Frost Spirits in her discard pile. You have to imagine she's looking at Cryoling here in the future.
Cryoling is imminent. I will say I'm thinking that Cryoling will be coming any turn now. And we did pop that Shield of Achilles. Many people are saying it never resolves, and I think they're probably right about that.
Jess going for the expend to draw here, which notably expending that 5th Frost Spirit, meaning that Cryoling is now online for Jess, setting a back row and passing it. Sir Tractor, though he is clearly in the advantageous position here, has to be aware that that Frost Spirit going down is definitely going to put him bad. He also will choose to expend a draw here, bringing his Frost count up to 3. I imagine just swinging in with Spectaris here to try and clean up a little bit of damage.
Yep, and Jess is going to take a Leviathan in damage here, and I wonder if we're going to see this Cryoling come out this turn.
I imagine it has to here. Cryoling is definitely going to be one of those answers for Spectaris here specifically, because it can put a base stat 7 onto the board that is going to require something to answer. No, a Moralith coming down! Moralith with Jess having more Elestrals in her discard, it does mean that Morlith can now come down and is going to mill 5, though quite notably just milled Earthquake, meaning Jess
And
does not
Ambrosia.
have that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Two
and-
big hits.
yeah, those are some pretty massive hits out of Sunseed Jess here. Morlith is going to threaten to walk over the Specteris. I imagine if Sir Tractor has a way to stop this, he will. And sure enough, there goes the Shield of Achilles, paying 3 to bump it back. But also notably, that would mean that Jess can Morlith again next turn, as her Elestral count in discard is still higher than Sir Tractor's.
Yeah, Morlith, but at what cost? As we saw some pretty big hits there that last
and a
time.
Catarant coming down here.
Ooh.
Elestral we don't see too often. Catarant is the frost version of effectively Dratagua, being able to recover 2 frost spirits on any time it receives a frost spirit. Very notably going to keep Sir Tractor very healthy looking throughout this game, as now Sir Tractor has taken the spirit advantage over Sunseed Jess.
I love to see respect being put on Catarant's name. I think that he is very cute and very useful and valuable, and you know what? I'm proud of him for being here.
And I cannot wait to get my purple-eyed Catarant out of my Clash Kickstarter backings. Those are so pretty too.
Absolutely.
With that, Jess taking a little bit of time to think over her play here. There's no back row on Sir Tractor's side, but still, this is a very threatening board that she's having to play into. Definitely needing to take a lot of care to think over specifically how to handle this.
And a Galaxy coming out against
Galaxy
the Specteris.
Galaxy will definitely take the Catarant out, but it does leave the Specteris up, which is a bit of a threat, and very notably puts the Catarant into discard, meaning that something like Amphostrix can actually bring it back now to recover and make an Ascension play.
Oh, very true. We did see that last time. That is a possibility.
And there's the Frostmite! Oh, there's my little
deal with Galaxy. Oh, incredible to see.
These are 2 different Elestrals on the board that both handle Galaxy quite effectively. Frostmite being able to make Galaxy a 0/2 is one way, but then also Specteris being able to just drop the Galaxy out as well is also an option, meaning that even though Sir Tractor's Specteris there did get shielded, it does mean that Frostmite is still able to clean up the whale.
That was a very expensive turn for Jess, having to pay for that shield, but still losing the Galaxy and having Frostmite on board here, which do not count him out. He is very scary. And we see Maw Station coming out as well.
Maw Station, absolutely a powerhouse in this particular scenario, but I imagine not going to go for his expend play, because Zeus comes down directly after, going to be able to drop that Frostmite down by 3 attack, meaning the 1 attack of Maw Station is able to walk over this Frostmite.
Who knew the power team of Zeus and Mustation would be one to beat today?
But unfortunately, we do know that Specteris got bounced to Sir Tractor's hand, being misenchanted with the water here to play around specifically the Tsunami, but also very notably, Mustation able to expend the water on Specteris's cast, able to buff itself back up to a 6/1. Followed up with the Earthquake to clean it up after Jess is already expended for that Maw Station. And unfortunately, there is also, beforehand though, she is going to Gorgons it, paying off of both the Moss and the Zeus to stop the Specteris from taking her final spirit. And unfortunately, I think that is all she wrote. Jess needed an Ambro to get back into that game and just unfortunately couldn't find it. With that said, Sir Tractor will be taking this round 2-0 in a, quite frankly, explosive fashion.
That was incredible. Sir Tractor and Jess both played so well. I loved watching that. Even just like as a fan of Elestrals, that was so fun.
It was absolutely an explosive match. We saw so much power out of Sir Tractor's deck in total there, between seeing the Rhino Sect hit the board super early, 3 different Cryoverns hitting the board, but Jess also being on the same Cryovern line, able to put up some power of her own. But unfortunately, while Morlith is a very good Elestral, it does unfortunately kind of have to play a little bit on the more fair side, as that big power does come with a mill that unfortunately did take one of Jess's best answers to that game out of her grasp.
Yeah, that is always the risk with Morlith, and I have to wonder if she just was not able to see the Cryoling during that game.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that she wasn't able to see it, but I also would imagine, because this is still to a variation of water good stuff, that she was probably on Narpoon as well, which could also search out that same Cryoling.
Very true. Or even if we had seen the Cryoling being milled, maybe she even had Keon. There were so many ways, so many different avenues to have gotten that Cryoling, although we don't know that she was playing Keon, but
that is fair.
Many answers that could have been there, and unfortunately she just wasn't able to do it that game. But even in spite of that, incredibly well played.
Absolutely incredibly well played by both players, really showcasing Frost and how it's actually grown as a strategy because of all these limitations coming down onto Earth and Thunder, with Water rising up as one of the best decks in the game. Frost kind of coming up behind it is really interesting to see, as we haven't really seen this much Frost experimentation since Frostfalls dropped.
No, and the fact that, I mean, it's kind of a perfect storyline that we had this round, where we were talking about Frost being this underdog who's coming up, who's been proving itself, and then to see such a masterclass of showcase of the element in those clashes.
Absolutely. But Water, it continues to show itself as an option there, but Frost absolutely taking the cake. But if you guys are wanting to try out some of these strategies for yourselves, there are some casual level tournaments coming up here for the Elestrals official Discord here. We have on Tuesdays and Thursdays casual level tournaments every week, with webcam events on Tuesdays with the January 14th, 21st, and 28th coming up, as well as digital app ones on Thursdays, which is January 16th, 23rd, and 30th. Absolutely fun events there. You can earn Caster's coins just by participating, and also you can get a little bit of practice in for the upcoming major webcam event, the first one of the Moonrise meta.
Masterful segue there, by the way. Incredible. And yes, the first event of the Moonrise meta, everyone is very excited. Moonrise is going to really shake it up. And if that weren't draw enough, we also have incredible prizing. Just for entering, you get that beautiful stamped Leviathan, and then I believe top 32?
Top 16.
16, there we go. Top 16 gets that stamped Atlantis. Top 8, the Caprigal. Top 4, the Coastalith. And then the champions 1 of 1 reverse stellar Oystillery, which is absolutely gorgeous.
Absolutely. And on top of that, for whoever comes in second place there, they also get 2 copies of each of the previous top cut prizes. And first place will actually walk away with 3 of each, the Atlantis, the Caprigal, and the Coastalith. Cannot be understated how incredible it would be to walk away with a play set of these absolutely beautiful cards. And on top of that, it would also be good practice for the first ever in-person event for Elestrals, the major event being the Dallas Open come March. This is going to be the biggest Elestrals event that has ever taken place so far. Currently sitting at, I believe, our full player cap of 196 casters. Absolutely incredible. Filled out that initial 128 in the first 4 minutes. cannot stress enough how absolutely bonkers it is that we hit that threshold so quickly. Though player badges have sold out, there are still spectator badges available for this event, sitting at $10 as a starting point, and that allows you to go watch this event in person, as well as participate in the side events that are there, see the special guests. We have more details on that coming soon, but it is absolutely looking like an event you do not want to miss.
And notably, I believe there are still some stellar upgrades available as well. So even if you were going to be coming as a spectator, you could still get that upgrade, which is looking amazing.
Absolutely. All the spirits that you just saw in that graphic there, the cowboy inspired spirits, will be available through that stellar upgrade for even the spectator badge can still do those stellar upgrades, as well as I believe it's a Voldusk stellar promo, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible promos there. Cannot wait to see how this particular event turns out.
Yeah, I can't wait to like rock up with my stellar Voldusk mat and everything. Oh my god.
Yeah, even more sad that I can't go, but even still, there's going to be some absolutely incredible people there, and I hope you all will attend as spectators, even if you were not able to get those player badges. It is still bound to be an absolutely spectacular event.
Yes, I will be there. I'm very excited. I feel like I've got to start cooking now. I've got to start thinking about what I'm going to play. Got to lock in because I need one of those Astrabbits.
Absolutely.
I need it. They are so, so beautiful. And the fact that not only does the champion get one, but there is a bronze, silver, and gold for first, second, and third place.
Not to mention, there's also a matching mat to go with each the first, second, and third place to have those bronze, silver, and gold trophy Astrabbits. Absolutely looking beautiful here in that regard. There's also, if I'm not mistaken, for top 16, I want to say it's a Penterror Stellar promo, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Okay. Yes, that is correct. For top 16, there is a Stellar Penterror that is exclusive to this event, and I am so excited to see that one in person as well. With that said, we do actually have a look at our top 8 so far. Granted, this is going to still change as we are looking at what is going to be changing over the next 2 rounds, as we do still have 2 rounds of Swiss remaining. But we do have a look at what players are currently in the top cut for this. And I will say it is looking like we are going to have some very spectacular games in these next couple of rounds.
And I'm looking at these. I have a few who I'm really hoping we get to see on stream specifically. We shall see. We still have a couple people, notably, as we know, Sir Tractor still undefeated. We still have a couple casters who have not yet been taken down today.
Absolutely. Looking over it, it looks like Adrian from the start of the tournament is actually still undefeated, as well as Sir Tractor. Most likely those two will be our undefeated match for next round, as they are still the only 5-0s remaining in the tournament here. But also a lot of big names still in this top 8. We have Big Welcome Laura and Sunseed Jess. We have Trishula, my fellow Casters Corner member. We have Soren Plays, Eclipse, and Cloudy Xenon. A lot of these players are very common names for this circuit, and I cannot wait to see how they play out the rest of this Swiss rounds.
I have to say, you specifically called out Trishula. I cannot help but root for him, considering this has been our runner-up for, I believe, the past 2.
Yeah, both of the
I
2
think it's
in a
Trishula's
row.
time.
Yeah, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, always getting second place at these major events. And you have to imagine he's looking at this saying, this has to be the time. This has to be the time he goes for first. Oh, apparently we actually just got an update for top 8. It looks like Bean Soldier TV from earlier today is also still in the running for this top 8 cut, also sitting at a 4-1 record.
Yeah, whoever ends up making it to top 8, regardless, it is looking like they are going to have a lot of incredible casters in their way for that top slot.
Absolutely. Looking like this is just going to be an absolutely incredible top cut. Kind of quickly going over the couple of other 4-1s that are still in this. We have Kryber, Viper, and Sylvie, Sean from earlier today on one of our previous feature matches. So far, I believe there are 12 people who have hit the 4-1 record, and I believe that is actually it. I don't believe we have any more waiting to play out their rounds to figure out where they're going to end in that regard. So that means we have 12 people still vying for those top spots to make the top cut. And it looks like we might even see a couple of those X2s eke their way in.
Yeah, this is really going to go down to the last round, truly, to see who is going to make it into this top 8.
Absolutely incredible. Just all around, just amazing players. Majority of these players that we are seeing in this position are players that are familiar to us. These are players that we have seen in these previous events that have done well, and it shows that they are consistently good and will continue to play well with this. But I have to imagine that some of them have to be on something just a little bit different from the good stuff piles. Otherwise, we're still in the same meta from before, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
There's so much to look forward to. And on that note, we are going to be setting up for our next round here pretty quickly. And we are going to go real quick to a break. And we are back for our next round. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back, Caleb.
So good to be back. Very excited for this next round. Round 6? Ooh.
I think round 6.
It's going by quick. It's been going by quick. Good
It
God.
really has. I mean, hey, time flies when you're having fun watching other people play this game.
Very, very true. It's been a blast so far. I caught as much as I could of that last game. That looked absolutely crazy. A Frost, a mirror match, given just little different flavors of Frost. A little bit of insecty one and a little less insecty the other.
Yeah, one being sort of more insect boss monster, the other one being more the 5's good stuff kind of list, plus the Cryoling, Cryover and stuff. Was very, very cool to see.
Yeah, I've loved playing Rhinosec since the release of Daybreak, so it's always really cool to see when that deck props back up again, because it feels like occasionally people just be like, oh, you know what? Rhinosec is still a deck. It's still good. It's done well in the past. Why don't we just play it again? And then it's like, oh, that's right, it does well.
And yeah, Sir Tractor is literally undefeated today, so it is very much a real list.
Yeah, one of, I believe, our 2 undefeateds going into round 6. So we should have only one undefeated after this next round, which will be very interesting to see. These are both people that have been on stream at this point, Adrian and Sir Tractor. It'll be very interesting to see who ends up coming out on top, because I believe that was a Thunder Water 5s list from Adrian's perspective, and then Sir Tractor on the Frost. It'll be very interesting to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, well, we did just see Sir Tractor go against sort of a variation of a 5s list, and he was able to really handle that. So we will see.
I mean, you'd assume the deck could be built for it. But speaking of how decks are built, I believe we have a little graphic of how some of the card representations are for this tournament today. Very, very interesting stuff. A lot of it not super surprising, to say the least, though. Seeing that Ambro, Gorgon's Gaze, Poison Tip, Arrow Shield, like Ash Rabbit, all makes sense. Those are always in our top 5, right?
Yeah, these are the usual suspects for sure. It's good to see familiar faces. This is absolutely not an unexpected top card representation list here.
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing that I do want to point is I've got the card top 15 breakdown from prior event, and it's very interesting to see a couple of things that have shifted based off of that prior event. One thing is we'll see Cryoblast sneaking in at that 10th slot at almost 50% representation across our tournament. That is the first time I believe it's ever broken into the top 10 usage. The prior event, it only brought in at 13th.
Good for her.
Yeah, honestly, go off Cryo Scourge. Wow,
yeah.
Let's go Cryo Scourge.
Let's go Cryo Scourge, absolutely. And I mean, as we've been talking about this whole day, removal really is a huge thing, and Cryoblast has been a premier removal card.
Absolutely. And some of the interesting shakeups, though, in terms of like removal, Resting on Your Laurels has bumped up a slot from the prior tournament. It was 7th on the 14th of December, and it's now sitting at 6th from 7th. That's crazy. It's seeing a little bit more usage. The thing that it's swapping out for, I believe, is Tsunami. Tsunami has had a massive drop in utilization from being in probably close to about 80% of decks in the last event, down to, look at that, 65%. People are swapping off of Tsunami. Very, very interesting to see.
It does make sense given how prominent Galaxy was last tournament and continues to be today.
Yeah, you do not want to be playing Tsunami when your opponent's going Eddie Galaxy consistently. Like, that is not a great option.
Yeah, even the ability to sort of use a defensive Tsunami move, like if you wanted to move one of your rabbits to defense or something, even then, that it's hard to justify having in your deck.
Yeah, another very interesting shout is the prior card coming in at number 10 for the last event, Elechick. Very, very interesting that, it was about just under 50% utilization last event, and it's nowhere to be seen in our top 10 now. People are shifting off of these sort of beatdown search Demeter Zeus type decks, it seems like, and over to things like we've been seeing your Fire Nexuses, your Frost, Cryovern, or Rhinosec. some of the interesting Earth bug strategies.
Yeah, the bugs have been prominent today, and that has continued even with the Rhino sect. It is really funny. I was saying I feel like we're getting swarmed on stream, and we really have been, even up until the last round. And based on what next round might be, who's to say, it could continue happening.
Yeah, I mean, as a certified Insectoid fan, would love to see some more. I think there's probably been an Insectoid cast every single game of every single commentated match we've done, because Toxion, Vicer, Spectaris, Rhinosect, like these are all very prominent Insectoids played in a lot of different decks.
I actually don't think we've seen a game without Spectaris.
I think you're right, which is not surprising at all. Not surprising to say, but definitely very interesting to point out. That it's a good shout. Spectaris, a very, very strong card. Very, very strong. Glad that people finally see the vision.
And you know, again, my boy Ardbud, stock's going up.
True. Ardbud stocks have never been higher, given he's only been legal for 11 days. So.
Exactly. I mean, listen, when Spectaris wins, Ardbud wins. When Rhinosect wins, Ardbud wins. All right, this is a victory for all of us.
It's very true. It's very true. Very true. Ardbud solidarity. Let's go Ardbuds.
Oh my gosh, we could be Ard buddies.
Incredible. It looks like we're still waiting on round 5 to finish up here. A handful of tables have gone into overtime. So in the meantime, wow, what an incredible event today so far. The insectoids, they're on my brain. They really are swarming. All I can think about is insectoids.
There's just kind of a general buzzing going on in my brain right now.
Is that buzzing? Are there bugs in my ears?
They're on the horizon. They are coming.
The one insectoid we haven't seen. Where's Wasp Ivy? The law left, and so did Wasp Ivy, I guess. Tragic. It's a tragedy, really.
And with that, his dreams, for sure.
Oh, the poor Wasp Ivy dream. Oh. Surely.
I do love Wasp Ivy, though. I pulled the Stellar Wasp Ivy. That's one of my only serialized Stellars that I've ever gotten, and so I really need Wasp Ivy stocks to go up, okay?
Yeah, you gotta put that in a deck. Look, real Elestrals players play their serialized card. It's just a fact. I've played a lot of Draking.
Now we know why. Suddenly the truth comes out.
I'm a real Elestrals player. What can I say?
Players
play with their Stellars.
I do think that I feel like I saw the Elestrals Twitter tweet about us going into a slab meta where real players are going to be playing with full slabbed decks.
That was awesome. It is from what I've been told, it is completely legal to play with a fully slabbed spirit deck. The issue is that if you ever cause an issue at a tournament, you're getting ejected immediately. That was the condition. You could do it, but if you knock over that stack of spirits this tall one time, it's over. You're DQ'd.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. But think of the flex, really.
The comedy.
No, commit to the bit.
I'm imagining a normal sleeve deck with one slab in it.
It's not marked. It's not.
It's not. I swear. Well, speaking of tournaments and upcoming tournaments, we have the first legal for Moonrise tournament premier event coming on February 8th with a little shakeup in the prizing, as we tend to do with every new month. So the upcoming February 8th premier tournament, Moonrise, fully legal. Demeter and Zeus, their limits end going into this tournament on February 1st. So you can roll up to this event, Moonrise in hand, triple Demeter, triple Zeus if you're feeling saucy.
10 Galaxy.
Registration. Yeah, 10 Galaxy to win the Oystillery. And apparently, I'm just being informed, registration is open as well. So you can go right now and register for this event. And now if you register, everyone gets the same participation awards, where if you register, you get a organized play gold stamped stained glass Leviathan you see here on this image, and you get a Shattered Stars booster pack randomly selected and 2 booster packs randomly selected from the other sets, from our main sets, like base set, Frostwall, Daybreak, and then Moonrise.
Ooh.
The further prizing for top 16, you get this beautiful stamped Atlantis full art from this month's Shattered Stars, as well as 2 starter decks. Now, for this tournament, you make top 16, you get 2 Daybreak starter decks. Starting with the February 8th tournament, we're swapping over to Moonrise product for all of the top cut. So if you make top 16, you get that wonderful Forgoric starter deck and the Posthumous starter deck. That's pretty nice. That's pretty sick.
Mhm.
If you're able to make it to top 8 and play out in that top cut, you get all of that, but you also get the organized play gold stamped Caprigal here, this full art Caprigal. And I mean, we saw Water Reanimation earlier. You could play this in your Water Reanimator list. You know, Caprigal is a part of that deck. We didn't end up seeing it, but Caprigal is a very critical part of that deck, and you could get a very limited organized play stamped Caprigal to play in that deck. If you make top 4, you get all that same stuff. You get a booster box though instead of the starter decks of Moonrise, and you get this a Coastalith. I'm a Coastalith bleeder. What can I say? Coastalith to the moon. Stonks are high. Play with your galaxy, your 3 galaxy.
Only 3, yes. Coastalith, seeming like it's going to be huge once Moonrise drops.
I do actually. I'm a believer for Moonrise and Coastalith. I think that there's something there. The water stuff gets very interesting come Moonrise. If you're able to make it into our finals, but you don't quite win out and become champion, our runner-up gets double of everything. And if you are a champion, the winner of the very first Moonrise Premier Tournament, you get 3 of the full art Atlantis, 3 of the Caprigal, 3 of the Coastalith. You get 2 Moonrise booster boxes, an uncut sheet of Moonrise holos, and of course, what I am infinitely jealous of, the Elestrals Champion Gold Stamped Reverse Stellar 1 of 1 Oistillery, which I'm not making the rules, but I think if you win this, you gotta do it with an Oistillery deck. Surely. That card's crazy.
I think that would be the biggest flex, for sure.
The ultimate flex, in fact. It doesn't get better than that.
And this is definitely something to look forward to, but we also have incredible prizing for today. And I say this mostly because I want to look at that Reverse Stellar stamped Mudlet. If we're honest, this is purely a selfish desire here. But we are playing for a lot of very, very gorgeous prizes today.
You just can't get enough. Don't you have 3 Reverse Stellar Mudlet?
No. I have 6.
Oh! Sorry, my mistake. I thought it was 3 play sets.
Oh, yeah, no. No, I decided to save some for the rest of the people.
Oh, yeah.
I only pulled 2. They are my children. I have my farm, my herd.
Your farm of eggplants.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Was that the best day of my life? Probably. I think probably yes.
I certainly know who was having the worst day of his life when he saw all of that. But outside of our premier events, we also have casual events that are upcoming throughout the month of January. Every Tuesday and Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have webcams on Tuesdays and digital apps on Thursdays. So for your webcam, these are casual events open to anyone of any play level, whether you're a competitive player trying to prep for an upcoming premier event, or a casual player just looking to try out some cool new strategies, or someone who's just brand new to the game. I've played plenty of these against people who's like, yeah, this is my first time playing the game. Like, that's sick. I cannot wait to cast Elechick against you.
Absolutely.
I definitely got Sparkit hand looped by a guy, but pre-Sparkit hit at one of these. But they're wonderful events, wonderful tournaments that you can use to play the game. They're free to play. You get caster coins for playing. They're awesome events. I'm so sad I haven't been able to play for the past 8 months in these casual events because I have class on Tuesdays. And it's like, this is actually devastating. I love doing these events. They're so fun. So I can't be there, so you should absolutely make sure to join. It's free. What do you have to loot? You have fun for like an hour and a half or 2. They're all best of 1 games. You enjoy playing some Elestrals, and you move on with your night. It's wonderful. I love it. I love doing it.
And notably with the caster coins, I think it was Shiny Fronts was able to get an entire booster box using only the caster coins that they earned throughout the season. You can literally play and get a booster box for free.
Yeah, you have to play a good amount.
You don't have to play a lot.
Like it's free. What are you gonna do?
Absolutely.
Actually, you have me curious of exactly how many casual events would you have to play in order to be able to get a full booster box? The booster box is what, 400 caster points, I think. That's a booster box is 400 coins. It would take 40 locals. But if you just played a year straight, that's a free booster box for paying nothing. You're just playing. You're just having fun. Yeah,
you could do that, or you could get your play set of Stellar Argo.
That's true. I will be getting a playset of Stellar Argo. As someone who has, I have from season 0, the stamped Golden Fleece, and I like the Argo decks. I'm like, I gotta get Stellar Argos. They're gorgeous.
Oh yeah, you gotta play the full playset. Absolutely.
It was very funny. I went to build that Argo deck, and I couldn't find my fleeces. I was like, well, I guess I'm going into my binder and pulling out the Stellar.
I think that I have some caster coins that I haven't even thought about spending. I'm telling you all to spend yours on all these cool things that I haven't even done it myself.
Yeah, I wonder how many I have. I go to locals pretty regularly. Maybe I could get a free booster box.
Maybe. Apparently 40. That's what you're aiming for.
It looks like we're prepping to get into a round 6 clash here. We have our players locked in. What match we're going to be spectating? We're going to be spectating some players who are locked in here 4-1 records, competing to try and make sure that they make it into Top Cut. These are, fighting for your tournament life at this point. X1 is the only way that you can make it into Top Cut, I believe. I don't believe any X2s. It might, at most, an X2 might make top 16 or top 8. I think you're not guaranteed top 8 unless you go X1. And so if either of these players, whoever loses, they might be losing their tournament run, still could try and make it out top 16 for that prize we just talked all about. But this is a very important match. Not quite at win-and-in type play yet, but it's starting to get dicey. Going into 4-1 territory, X1 territory, period, is when things start to get a little stressful. But we're almost ready. We've got for you today, for this round, Eclipse versus Soren Plays, and it looks like we're ready to go ahead and hop on into that clash.
Woohoo! Yeah, these casters are going to be fighting for their lives, as you said. So this is a very high stakes clash.
Very high stakes. Very high stakes. Very curious to see what these casters are on. I like to try and use, if they have the spin down die, I try to use that to determine what people are playing. So like Soren, looks like that's a water. Or maybe a wind die. Maybe they're on wind. Who knows? We can find out.
Yeah, real ones match the die to the list that they're playing.
Exactly. But getting into this actual clash, it looks like we have some game actions that are occurring.
Yes.
Eclipse simply set, expended a draw, and passed. And Soren looks like they cast. I think that was a Jolten. I'm not quite certain because that is a flashbang right there in that exact zone. But it was Gorgon's Gaze, so it doesn't really matter what effect it was. I'm pretty sure that's a Jolten.
Yes, we have confirmation. It was the Stellar Jolten.
You can kind of see its tail there. Oh, you can definitely see it when the hand runs over. But Cryoblast, our 10th highest usage in the tournament into Astravic.
Oh my goodness. And Astravic coming out looking like it's not going to be PTA'd, not going to be Gorgon's. Rabbit is simply free to be.
Yeah, the attack Rabbit is something scary. And not getting PTA'd there, if you're Eclipse, feels phenomenal, because that just means like you're set here. You've got your 5 defender, you're swinging in for a damage. If you put in an attack, that means you have some sort of counter rune in your hand. It looks like Eclipse has 2 of them, swinging in for 1 damage here, and Soren's just going to go ahead and spend a water off the top.
Okay, so you might be right about that die, indicating what we're looking at here. And we are once more in sort of this like point of flashbangery that's going on this on this mat here.
Yeah, I believe I saw
Eddie?
for a glimpse. I think it was a P-Gust
I think it's
with
Eddie
a water
because we
spirit
just.
under it.
Oh, is it P-Gust? Oh, I thought I
think
saw.
It might have been. We need
Okay,
confirmation, but we have the Navi hitting the board from Eclipse. Why is there a Navi here?
Navi?
It's getting Gorgon's Gaze, so it doesn't matter,
Well,
but-
it was a cool moment though.
it was a cool moment, though.
it was really cool to see Navi there.
You're right.
Yeah, and you know what? He's still hanging around. He could still do something.
Yeah, see, it's very difficult to determine what some of these cards are. That was definitely that's an Eddie. That's the new print of Eddie. We're playing some sort of stadium rune here as well. My guess is it's probably going to be an Atlantis to buff up that Eddie and make it a 5/2.
Okay.
The question is, are you going to be able to also clear over this Navi as well with whatever? Oh, no, you're right. That's double Eddie. I can see the mouth of the
That's
Eddie.
what I thought I saw on the edge there, but could not be sure. And we see a shield of Achilles coming out on one of those. What we now know is 2 Eddies.
It's a sketchy spot to have to bounce an Eddie here because you just know it's going to get cast back out. It's very, very interesting what Eclipse might be trying to go for here if they've got the Navi out. Spending a Fire Spirit, interestingly enough, to go ahead and heal 3 here. Lots of different spirit types in their underworld. Water, Thunder, and Lunar. And going to be a Fire soon after. Healing back the Lunar, a Frost, and a
Frost?
Water.
Oh, for the Cryoblast. Okay. Yeah, there is truly an assortment of spirits here. Everyone is here.
It's literally the gang is all here.
Mm-hmm.
The second Navi has hit the board.
2 Navi, and there is no back row, so this Navi is going to be able to do what he wants to do, and I'm honestly thrilled for him.
Yeah, that Navi effect on receive of a Lunar will decrease all non-solar or lunar enchanted Elestrals by 2 attack, making that Eddie from a 5/2 down to a 3/2, and those Navis are free to swing over and swing in for damage.
Mm-hmm. And now we have double Navi on board, and Soren Plays is going to have to figure out what to do here into 2 Navi and a back row.
It looks like we're going to go ahead and play out a Rise from the Depths to bring back, I'm going to assume an Eddie here. I don't believe there's any other water Elestrals in the underworld. It's going to swap one of these Navis to defense position to attempt to hit over. And is that the 3rd Eddie? That's the 3rd Eddie.
Ed, and Eddie?
All 3 of those guys.
Oh, it's really beautiful to see a family together.
I love family reunions, honestly. One of them actually was resurrected from the dead for this one.
Yeah.
That's
really,
kind of
really a touching moment.
It really is. Soren gonna go ahead and play out an Ambrosia here, healing back 3 water spirits, and then looks like they're going into battle, and they need only their strongest Elestrals to hit over these Navis in defense position. Not a very large defense stat on those Navis though. Eclipse considering this back row here. It's a Shield of Achilles.
Okay, so we're going to be once more shielding an Eddie back to hand, which still does not feel great because Eddie can just come back out and mess up Eclipse's whole world when we get back.
Am I having deja vu? I feel like we've had this happen before. Oh! It's the Galaxy. We've done it.
Okay.
Eddie doesn't mean anything now.
Oh, apologize.
Eddie, I'm sorry, but you're a 2/5
sorry.
right now. Eddie has what Galaxy should be.
Mm-hmm. And Galaxy right now, with that other Atlantis, is a huge threat.
A 6/3 on the board for Galaxy here. Hey, you can't even out that with Zeus Cryoblast anymore.
Mm-hmm. Very much, you know what's better than a 5? A 6 going on the board right now. And Soren, I have to wonder what we're going to be doing here. Oh!
The Spectaris. We've been speaking about him all day. He's here, swinging for 3.
Not a game where we haven't seen him. This has been Spectaris' tournament.
Honestly, it should be the year of Spectaris. Spectaris deserves it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That looks like a resting on your laurels here,
I
taking
think
out
you're right.
the Galaxy. That's massive. We know that there's that Eddie in hand. Eddie can now take out one of these Elestrals. No back row to be seen.
Yeah,
And
and
looks another Rise from the Depths.
oh my gosh, are we having another family reunion?
I
Or was
think
there
we
even
might.
an Eddie?
Yep, there we go. Defense position Spectaris.
Uh-huh.
Question, that is the Eddie back again.
Position Navi?
We're
Okay.
living deja vu once more.
It's literally Groundhog Day starring Eddie.
It is very interesting to note that this has been very expensive for Soren. They're down to 2 spirits here. Eclipse has an Eddie of their own though.
Oh my gosh.
Into no back row. They set their own though, and Soren on a little bit of just a little bit of a lifeline necessary here to make it through this. Is that a galaxy?
Oh, are we ascending?
We're sending into. I cannot tell what that card is.
Uh-uh.
A combination of flashbangs and DDoSing is causing. This is an unlegible card at the moment, but it looks like it's, I think, Water Thunder enchanted maybe? With something in defense here. It's a Sluggle.
Sluggle? Okay.
Well, Sluggle is no longer for this world.
Yeah, rather it was a Sluggle.
It was.
Yes.
The past tense very important here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Soren did find the lifeline that was necessary. Question is
able
this
to
Celestial
heal up.
also one? It looks like this might be Healer Part 2. Dratagua by the Healing 2, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. Soren is, I think, back in it with all of this healing, but again, we just haven't seen really any back row on Soren's side this game.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if Soren maybe also on a Water Reanimator style list. We haven't seen the 2 drops, but they certainly have been playing the Atlantis Rise from the Depths package. But an Eddie from Eclipse's side going to
Lunar
be able
enchanted.
to. Okay. It was going to be able to swap the Dratagua out, but I guess it wasn't. But Earthquake does it anyway and swing 2 here. Put Soren on nothing. Nothing but an Atlantis in a dream.
Well, that's not nothing, but those Eddies are certainly eating that Atlantis up, and they are massive threats at this point.
They're certainly large. I wonder if the Lunar Enchant from Eclipse's side is a result of not having water spirits, or as a result of trying to set up for a lunar play in this next turn, Ascension to Draking potentially. No, that they would have used a water spirit then. It was some sort of Nectar of the Gods. It looks like the classic Rock and a Hard Place enchantment, Nectar of the Gods. It's gonna put them to
for something.
Yeah, it puts them to 1 though. Gonna go ahead and play out. It's got to be like a Sluggle, right? Surely. I think we've gone through all the Eddies. Oh, it might be a Galaxy. I think that looks like a Galaxy.
You were right. That is a Galaxy, which does in fact nullify those big Eddies.
It'll take out the 5/2 Eddie. The concern though is Soren is on nothing here. An Ascension into Galaxy wins the game. If Eclipse can water enchant it. Spectaris also does it. Yeah, this is game on board.
Okay. Ooh,
Unless
boy.
this is Tsunami. Soren lets it go through and Soren's dead.
Yep, takes the additional damage from the second spirit attached.
It looks like Soren is not aware that they are dead. They're reaching as if they could draw here, but they cannot. And it looks like they're going to scoop it up from there.
Okay.
A little bit of confusion there at the end. But looks like Eclipse going to take it down. Game 1 here.
Yeah, and we are now 1-0. Both of these sort of variations of water, but with a little bit of Navi appearing over on Eclipse's side, which is really cool to see.
I'm so baffled as to what this might be, because like Navi just I don't even know what you're looking for. Like Navi actually into this meta feels very bad because Spectaris is a card now that people are playing. Navi maybe was
is a card
some time ago, but I was like, we've seen so much Spectaris today. What is Navi doing? what are they doing here?
I guess that is a question: is what does Navi do into Galaxy. How does that work?
Yeah, Navi makes it a 5-0.
Okay.
It's the same. It's the same as PTA on Galaxy.
So you know, Navi, he's just hanging out.
If you think about it, Navi Cryoblast does kill Galaxy.
If you think about it.
If you think about it. Very interesting though. The question is, what is the game plan with Navi? My assumption would be that there's maybe some Lunar Ascension, like a Bracking in our deck that we're looking to play into. Maybe we're probably not running Nexus shenanigans. I don't think that would be reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we're on Ardbud. Maybe this is like a true 5s insectoid list, and Navi is searchable, and so that's why we're on it.
Question mark? I mean, maybe we'll have some of these questions answered in this next round. I'm hoping. I really hope to. I genuinely wonder what Soren was playing as well, and what the attempt there was. Like you were saying, maybe this is sort of trying to ascend into one of the 2-drop water cards.
Yeah, my guess is that it's probably water reanimated, like we saw from Jakiomu earlier today, and Soren just never got the engines going until they saw Nog with 3 spears left in the deck, and then the engine is kaput anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, that means we could see a big comeback in Clash number 2, which we are just about to get into right now.
Phenomenal. Very much looking forward to seeing this plays out. Hopefully we can see Soren go ahead and get the engine going a little bit faster this time around, as opposed to how it kind of just never got there. You know, going Atlantis, Rise from the Depths, and Eddie does not feel good ever. And what else doesn't feel good is Eclipse mulliganing.
Okay. Very interesting. And we see a Water and a Thunder in that mulligan. I do wonder if we're going to see any significant switch-ups from side decks going into this game too. I'm very curious what we're going to be looking at here.
Yeah, I have been told, without any context, that one of these casters' side decks is like absurd. So very curious to see if any of that comes into fruition here, and see what forever these casters could be doing. It looks like Soren expecting to draw and passing on over to Eclipse here. He's going to set a back row. Set a second back row.
Okay.
We're going Base-Type Frostfall in terms of sets into a Navi.
Here comes that Navi again. Maybe we're going to be able to see what Navi's here for today. What he is here to do.
Surely there's a reason. Surely it'd be hard to send it to Draken.
And was that a Jolt pit?
Once again, it doesn't matter because it's getting Gorgon's case. It was a Jolted though. It was a Jolted.
Okay. It was a Jolted.
It was a Jolted.
Mm-hmm. And Eclipse definitely consistently having these answers, whereas Soren last game was not really able to get anything set until the very end.
Yeah, and hopefully from Soren's end, going to be able to get it going despite the organs on the Jolten here. The Earthquake, though, to take out the Navi is very interesting, but Eclipse is just going to run out the Viserys. Empty board. This is guaranteed.
Yeah. Oh, man, we're about to see the Viserys engine start up. And I think you might be right about it being bugs, because here is yet another bug.
Yeah, if there's no Ardbud in this deck, despite the number of bugs, I would be blown away, because this definitely seems like a bug deck.
Yeah, this is really cool, actually. And the Navi inclusion is very interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely fascinating. I mean, Navi, of any time to play it, now is the time before Lunar becomes more prominent, because the instant we hit Moonrise, despite Navi coming out in Moonrise, it's not very good in Moonrise format, because that's where all the Lunar stuff gets good.
Oh, listen, maybe we're going to get the, Fulgorix. It's going to be very cool.
I hope so. Fulgorix is a rad Elestral. And it looks like Soren is playing out something into a PTA, then casting out an Atlantis here.
Okay.
Eddie.
And with Atlantis, even with that PTA, still able to get over, I believe, one of those Viscerus.
Yeah, we'll go up to a 3-2, and then swing over one of these Vicerai, which then we're gonna move to the end phase, and Eclipse will be able to pop.
Okay, and we do have one set over on Soren's side. I mean, we're not worried about a third Viscerus at this point, and a Spectaris coming out on Eclipse's side.
Yeah, it looks like we're hopping on here, swinging in for 2, dealing a lot of damage here. Pressure to Soren. Soren just has not been able to do too much with these very large bugs that have been hitting.
Soren is getting swarmed, is what's going on.
The swarm is happening!
Buzzing in the distance.
And once again, Rise from the Depths Eddie feels so bad if you're Soren, swapping this Spectaris to defense position. And the question is that another Eddie? I think the answer is no, it's a Sluggle.
Okay. Yep, there we go.
I had you faked out for a minute.
Hey, I was ready to believe you, but I didn't see anyone get moved to defense, and then we saw the heal. So yes, yeah. I'm thinking you're right about that being a Sluggle.
The Sluggle here is very interesting because Sluggle can hit over Spectaris. Eddie can actually crash with the Vicerus since they're both 5s at the moment, and Vicerus isn't floating into another Vicerus. There's no more left in the deck.
True, and I feel like at that point, clearing the board would be worth the crash.
Absolutely, 100%. The question is, will Soren go for that? It looks like they are, and Eclipse is going to go ahead and Shield of Achilles. The Eddie back to hand. It keeps happening. They can't keep getting away with this.
You can't keep shielding Eddie.
Don't you know what happens? You get Ed, then you get Ed, then you get Eddie.
And
then Edward.
And then you get Zombie Eddie as well, rising from the dead.
Rise from the depth. You thought that he was lost to the Marianas Trench. When he comes back. Galaxy! This is massive for Eclipse. Eclipse somehow down in life total. Oh, Sluggle hit the board, that's why. But this Galaxy here is going to be massive as... Actually, it's great that Eddie got bounced to hand. What's Eddie doing? Killing a Galaxy? No, it can't do that.
You can dream.
Is that... Oh, that is a full art Nectar of the Gods here. Going to draw 2 from the deck for Soren.
Okay.
Drink up, Zeus.
Going into trying to find something. And it is a resting on your laurels. I imagine on that Galaxy?
100%. It's got to be on the Galaxy. You love to see the Laurels cast as an Elestral, by the way. Really big fan. But I'm glad that they finally let Sorlet do that.
It's the least that she deserves. And
so the question is, that was a resting. Resting was played illegally. There is a stadium on the field.
That's
it was not
right.
Mismatch of 2 or difference of 2. So despite it getting played, it was not a legal activation. The Spectaris, though, will swing and clear over Galaxy.
Yeah, that flashbang zone will really get you, make you forget about the Atlantis. But it was, in fact, still on board. But we were able to clear that Galaxy, so... Oh, no!
And we take that. We take that. The Cryoblast, though, going to take out the Spectaris. And once again, Eclipse seeming to be somewhat in a driver's position here. This Vicerus, very sticky.
Yeah, he is definitely stuck around. And the Swarm is here.
The Swarm is here. Get stick bug. This bug is not leaving.
Did we see an expend to draw or just no cast that turn?
There was an expend to draw. That Vipyro hit the Underworld as a part of expend to draw. It's a blink and you miss it. Hard to see. These players know what they're doing. They're going through the motions very quick here, understanding what each other are trying to do and trying to make sure that they can make it through a full game 3 if it comes to that.
Yes, and we see...
Eddie? Is that you?
I see the mouth. That's the thing on the side, that the little Shattered Stars Eddie.
That's also what I'm looking for.
But he's met with a PTA?
Yeah, the issue here is the PTA brings the Eddie from a 5 to a 3 under Atlantis. And so the Viceroy still dies, and they now have to expend to pop, leaving themselves on only 4 spirits.
And this is a very neck and neck game here. And Bunny coming out to an empty field, just 1 back row. Gonna be able to, no PTA, no Gorgon's Gaze. Look at the top 3 of the deck. I don't know. It is not Wabbit season. You're gonna simply be able to get whatever card from the top 3 that Eclipse wants here. Maybe an Ambrosia. Definitely feeling a little bit low on spirits.
I was really hoping that card that was being set was immediately an Ambrosia hitting the board. It's like, yep, there it is, Kay.
I would have felt really good about that, but it's okay, Eclipse. I won't hold it against you.
Yeah, surely Eclipse will top deck it. And it looks like a Sluggle is hitting the board from Soren. This threatens the rabbit is the thing. That's the scary thing, is not only is Soren healing up here, but this clears board.
So we may be looking, in fact, at a game 3. Soren is in a really good position here.
The tsunami to
The defensive tsunami. There we go.
So the question is, I have not kept track of this because of all the eddies that have hit the board repeatedly. Have we seen all 3 eddies yet? Because if there's an eddy in hand that was bounced, I haven't been able to keep track because I can hardly see the cards sometimes.
Yeah, which eddies have been brought back from the dead? Which eddies have been bounced back to hand? There are eddies flying all over the place.
Is that a rise from the depth? Not a rise from the ashes?
Are we going to see another eddy?
It's another eddy. It's another eddy.
This is just a zombie eddy list. That's what we're looking at.
Eddy list. That's wonderful. Eclipse, considering their options, I don't know what does it here. Like, I think we're scooping. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're looks like we're scooping. Yeah. The poison tipped arrow doesn't save the day there.
No.
So we'll move on to game 3 here.
Okay. Let's go zombie eddies. We have bugs swarming on one side. We have the reanimated corpses of eddies on the other. Truly, I mean, kind of a nightmare situation, if we're honest.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm trying to have a nice time by the ocean, and the corpse of an eddy shows up, I'm out. Sorry, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm out. I'm gone.
and you would be fair, especially if while that's happening, you're just getting swarmed by bugs. That's not a good day at the beach.
If I'm in Atlantis and a corpse of an eddy starts rising from the depths, I'm saying, Poseidon, get me out of here. I'm gonna go see Hephaestus. Like, get me out of this.
Yeah, if I'm in Atlantis that has been lost to the flashbang zone so that they can't use the resting on your laurels.
The whole plot is gone.
We've lost it.
So I don't know if there's anything from either of those casters that seems super like side deck related. I think all those cards that we saw likely were main decked cards. So I was very curious, what if any cards these casters have brought in and out of their decks? Because it doesn't really seem like things have changed that much. Eclipse was still playing tsunamis despite going into a water deck, which is very interesting decision.
And we saw that work out with being able to defend that Astrabbit. So, Eclipse, I think that was a good call for sure. And I feel like we haven't even really gotten to see what Soren's deck is trying to do. So they haven't revealed too much information. Maybe there's no reason to do too much siding, do too much changing. Maybe game 3 we'll be able to see whatever this thing that they've been trying to set up is going to do here.
Yeah, it's very interesting how usually, like, assuming, again, this is Water Reanimator. I'm going to assume that it's Water Reanimator because we're playing Atlantis Rise from the Depths. But usually the game plan is you go Rise from the Depths, Sluggle, ascend into, like, Caprigal or Lakagon, especially late game. We've just been bringing back eddies. Actually, if you watched the first game and the second game, you played them, you overlaid them on top of each other at 50 opacity. The exact same game played out both games from Soren's side because it was Atlantis turn 2, Rise from the Depths and Eddy, Rise from the Depths and Eddy, cast an Eddy, cast an Eddy. It's Eddy control. Like, what more do you need?
Eddy control. Incredible. I mean, it's Eddie reanimated.
It's Eddie reanimated. That's the TV show that they make after they made the original Eddie some time ago. But the original Eddie was actually a live action show.
So this is something to look forward to for all of us.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
So thank you, Soren. Everyone say thank you, Soren, for bringing this to us.
Thank you, Soren, in the chat.
I think that we are getting ready for this third clash here. So let's go see what, if any, changes we've made from the side deck and how this goes.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see if we see some Eddie. There have been a lot so far. Eclipse, starting off with a mulligan, as they did in game 2. Didn't go too well for them game 2. Game 1, didn't need a mulligan, and they won that one. So, look, all I'm saying is correlations and causation, but I'm a statistician.
No, we're definitely picking up patterns. Eddie's hitting the field over and over again.
Monkey brain activate, pattern recognition, something.
Exactly. And a reminder that both of these casters are fighting for what is probably going to be the determiner as to whether or not they make it into top 8.
Yeah, both being at 4-1. If you go X2, it is unlikely, if not impossible, to make it into top 8. I think that it's possible to make top 16, so you at least get some prizing. But top 8, tournament top cut runs end here. We'll have to see which player is able to bring it out. As Eclipse, I believe, going first, expecting to draw, already starting down, 3 spirits from Soren. Gonna go ahead and set a card and pass.
Ooh, and I believe that's a Foamy coming out over on Soren's side.
And a killer PTA from Eclipse. This is exactly what you want to see if you're Eclipse. Foamy coming out in attack position, getting PTA'd, getting popped. This is beauty in motion.
Yeah, and I imagine that that mulligan has to feel good to get that specifically to be able to answer, because this water reanimated, been wanting to get the engine going. Foamy is something that could have absolutely started that.
100%. The thing that Water Reanimator really needs to see is the Sluggle, as Eclipse can play out their own Water Lustral here in Eddie. The Sluggle is so determinative for Water Reanimator, because the goal is to be able to loop it with the Atlantis Rise from the depths. But Eclipse just Water Enchanting and Eddie, swinging for 1, passing.
And that does leave this Eddie vulnerable to a potential Galaxy or another Eddie coming out from Soren's side and setting one, knocking out that Eddie and passing back over to Eclipse.
There's got to be some sort of game we can play with the number of Eddies that have hit the board this clash. But a Necruff, which is not an Eddie, Lunar Enchanted here. Gonna go ahead and put up some pressure. A rock in a hard place.
Okay.
This is so interesting. So if you're Soren, you 100% let the Eddie go because you're losing to the Necruff anyway. You'd rather keep the back row. But this does guarantee a connection from this Necruff.
And it's not properly enchanted, so no burn or anything.
Yeah, the burn is
if it knocked out an Elestral.
Yeah. So lucky for Soren, otherwise they could have taken. Imagine if Necruff swung for 2 every time. That's got to be a Spectaris, right?
I think
right. That's the full art Spectaris.
I'm seeing a big wash of purple, yes. But it's going to get tsunamied and put into defense position along with this Necruff.
And this is where if you're Eclipse, you're starting to feel kind of good, I think. Oh, Ascension! No way. What? Tracking? Please tell me this is tracking. Please tell me this is tracking. It'd be so insane if this is tracking. Thunder Enchanted.
Thunder Enchanted something.
Tracking!
There you go! Oh my gosh.
No way! No way!
I feel like they did this just for you.
The Thunder Enchantment doesn't matter at all here because Spectaris would have suppressed Dracking in battle regardless. So you're not special casting the Spectaris to your board anyway. This is just very hard for Soren to deal with now. 7 attack, Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the attack, but I don't know what really you're hoping for if you're Soren here. A Dracking of your own, maybe?
Ooh, it does kind of seem like the inevitable has been simply postponed, but who can say?
Yeah, Who can say, really?
Mm-hmm.
The
And
Rise from the Ashes from the TP1 set here going to come out, likely bringing back an Eddie, because that would allow this Draking to be hit over by the Spectaris. If you're Eclipse, you have to respond to this. You cannot let this go through. Okay.
They peeked at that set card. I wonder.
It looks like Soren is cast out. I think that's a Lockagon.
Oh, goodness.
Or is that... Yeah, there's got to be a Lockagon. They're counting out the number of water spirits in their underworld. So this is a Lockagon that it doesn't matter if Draking's in defense position. Now this thing is hitting over no matter what. And an Ambrosia hits the board, and now it really doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
We're healing 3 and we're popping that back row almost guaranteed.
And it's just going to be free.
The question is, will Eclipse chain? It's a Zeus.
Zeus. It was a
set.
fake the entire time. Oh,
And
this is crazy.
So this is what Soren's been trying to do this entire set, it appears. And it looks like they finally got the engine online. The thing is, if Eclipse has a Spectaris, it's critical. This blows apart Soren's plays. A single Spectaris. Now, an Astrabbit is not a Spectaris, but an Astrabbit could be a Spectaris.
That's true. It could find it. But famously, that is true. Astrabbit, not a Spectaris.
Look, you could get a Spectaris, or you could get an Astrabbit, which could be a Spectaris. So really, which is better?
Either way, Eclipse is probably feeling pretty scared right now. Soren ahead in spirits with the board presence, finally getting this engine online, and what a time for it to happen, this critical game 3.
Yeah, this is when you need to see this happening if you're Soren. It did not get there game 1. The Eddie Conga line got you there game 2. And game 3 here, Soren, the Lockagon on board, the Spectaris on board. Another Eddie has hit the board, swapping Astrabbit to attack position. And this back row, a Shield of Achilles will bounce the Lockagon back to hand, spending so many spirits here. Going to be going down to just 1 after damage, I think. Maybe 2. It looks like it'll be 2 after damage.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And now Soren feels incredible.
Yeah. You've got still 2 Elestrals on the board, and once again, not a Spectaris.
But it could be. It also could be an Ambrosia, which I think is more important right now.
I'm thinking that is absolutely what Eclipse is needing to see here. Otherwise, Soren really has this wrapped up.
The other thing here that's notable is this Astrabbit initially seems good because it's walling out. There's the Ambrosia, which was so necessary from Eclipse's side.
Okay.
The Astrabbit may seem like it's walling out the Eddie and the Spectaris, but the Lockagon's in hand. Lockagon's coming for the Astrabbit. Eclipse needs an answer to the Lockagon right now, or this is curtains, I think.
I mean, with 3 spirits, really, what does it here for the Lockagon? Is there a real answer to it?
Probably not. Like Gorgon's Gaze, Eddie, you can still ascend over Spectaris and take it, siphoning the Eddie spirit, which clears the Astrabbit. Just playing an Eddie wins this board state as well, unless that's Gorgon's Gaze. Soren using Nectar of the Gods to draw 2, sees the Rise from the Ashes, which is very interesting.
Is it about to be Eddie?
If it's Eddie, it's curtains, I believe. It is Eddie.
I think it's Eddie.
Now, if Eclipse has a Tsunami here, this is a big misplay on Soren's end. Is the one thing that Soren has played into massively here. Instead of going something like cast Lockagon, bring back a Sluggle, heal and pop.
But it does seem like that was not a Tsunami and was in fact a shield. Oh no, a PTA, and Eclipse has scooped and Soren has won this clash.
Yeah, Soren moving on, keeping their tournament run alive with what presumably is Eddie control. But also, Lakagon put in some serious work there. All jokes aside, that was a very, very strong showing from Soren right there at the very end when they needed it most. Lakagon finally appeared down from the heavens and said, "I am popping too."
And we did still get the Zombie Eddie appearance in that last game, which, you know, for the fans of Zombie Eddie.
Zombie Eddie. That's just Stellar Eddie, actually. Stellar Eddie is a Zombie Eddie. That's why it's white.
Oh, that's why.
So actually, I think that game's invalid unless they have the Stellar Eddies to represent.
Can I run that back actually for a sec?
Oh, hold on.
That was an incredible game. Cool to see for a second that Draking coming out.
That's my goat.
Over on Eclipse's side, and actually seeing this water reanimator work in game 3. That was a very back and forth, very like, what is going on sort of game.
Very, very tight all the way through. Very hard game state to navigate. Both decks, I think, play into each other in a very interesting way. And I'm very curious about that Draking and the Rock in the Hard Places, if those were main deck or side deck, because I think Rock in the Hard Place actually feels a little weird if you're siding into it, and if you're not siding out of it, actually, if you're Eclipse. Because the reality is that there really weren't a lot of runes played from the side of Soren plays, at least ones that were face down.
Right.
So it'd be very interesting. Love to see what that deck list looks like after the fact, because very curious about what were they cooking? The Navi. What was going on with that?
Yeah, I would be curious about that too, and definitely after this round, I'm going to be going and looking and seeing if I can see the vision, see what was going on there. I know that A Drive is happy somewhere that Navi showed up on stream today. That's
very true. You know, if anything, it was a shout out. It was a reference. I understood that reference. But looks like we are, just 7 minutes left in our round 6 of 7 here for this tournament before we head into Top Cut. We still have a handful of matches ongoing. We do have some updates in terms of standings. We have our final undefeated determined, and that is Adrian, our previous champion.
Yeah. That's a dominant run today. Absolutely insane.
Now, the question is, with such a dominant performance at the entire tournament, can they maintain it into Top Cut? My assumption is yes. Like, they've done it once, they'll do it again.
We talk about pattern recognition. I think that if anyone's setting up a pattern here, it's Adrian. And coming in still, and we talked about this earlier, still being honestly really new to Elestrals and already making such a name for himself is very impressive, and it's been very cool to see as well.
Now, speaking of other people making names for themselves, we have top 5 for the moment, pending any sort of other finishing clashes. We have Sunseed just right now bring it up at number 2, 5, and 1. The only loss so far on feature. Maybe it's curse staff. Pastor curse so-and-so, yada yada.
Maybe. And speaking of, also from that same clash, Sir Tractor did take their first loss in this last round, now being 5 and 1.
If someone had to lose in the 2 undefeated, the question is, actually the question for me is, has Adrian and Sunseed just played already? Because that is likely what will be the determiner of if Adrian ends undefeated or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Actually, no, they would have had to have not played yet, so that is likely, they'll likely be matched up, because if they had played, one of them would have a loss.
Yeah, that's true.
Lost on feature.
Yeah, her one loss was to Sir Tractor. We also have Viper at 5 and 1 as well, and Sean Y at 5 and 1. So these, as of right now, that is our confirmed top 5. Could change based on how this next round goes, though.
Yeah, we've seen Sean Y before. They were on feature, I believe 3 rounds ago. They were the player that ran the Ardbud.
Oh yeah. Oh, I do want to check and see if Ardbud was in that bug list.
Yes. Yeah, that looked like bug control. Was Ardbud in that caster's list? The people want to know. Eclipse. Was Ardbud in the list?
Yeah, come on, Eclipse. The people have to know.
People have to know.
Exactly. Oh man. But I will find that out personally for myself. And as ever, regardless, I am rooting for Ardbud, rooting for the Ard buddies to come through, rise up, and
Ard buddies rise up. Shout out to all my insectoids.
The swarm, yeah.
The swarm. We do have another confirmed part of Top Cut now. This is one that I think cannot change, and that is Bean Soldier. 5-1.
5-1. Okay.
Yeah, that's he's making the run. We of our top 3 right now, 2 have lost on feature, and that is their only loss for the day. And it'll be very exciting to see, will Bean Soldier be able to make another Top Cut? He's made so many so far. Come on, let other people eat. Come on, brother.
Yeah, come on. I mean, that was like whenever they opened up more for Dallas, and it was like,
come on,
all right.
Josh.
All right, being the dream.
All right, let it be, man. Let it be. With that, though, as round 6 is finishing up, we're going to go ahead and hop over to a little break, let these final parts of these clashes finish out, and then we'll be back with round 7, our last round of Swit. See you in a second.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into round 7 of our webcam Elestrals event. I'm the Law, and I'm joined once again by my co-caster Caleb.
Hello.
And we have seen some absolutely incredible clashes throughout the day, haven't we, Caleb?
Yeah, it's been a crazy day so far, and I'm very excited to see whatever we have ahead of us in our final round of Swiss.
Absolutely. So this will be our last round of Swiss. We'll be going to top 8 after this. So absolutely, we're down to the cream of the crop, the decks that have been absolutely dominant today. And gotta say, a lot of whales, but also not all whales. It's actually been pretty decently solid. We've seen some new developments here.
Yeah, it's very interesting that bugs seem to have become the new sort of meta in terms of outing what has become the old meta of Galaxy. You know, playing the Spectaruses, playing the Nobbies, playing
I love that.
Hardwood.
I absolutely loved seeing Nobby last round. Absolutely fun card. I personally have been testing it a lot going into Moonrise, specifically because of Doppelgator. But unfortunately, Doppelgator not currently legal. It is still just Nobby as of our Moonrise, or not Moonrise, our Shattered Stars Lunar. Back when we got Dracking, actually. So Nobby's still a great card, though, all in all, especially into a meta not super heavily Lunar dominated.
Yeah, if there was a time for Nobby to be good, now is the time. And so, you know, it was cool to see. It's unfortunate that it didn't end up, you know, performing super well, I think, in the moment, especially because Spectaris is just going to perform a lot better generally. But it was a very interesting thing to try out. And I assume, based off of the performance that Eclipse has had thus far today, it's performed well for them.
Absolutely. I mean, when you think about it realistically, Nobby kind of operates as kind of effectively a 6-attack Elestral, coming down with that 2-attack drop to any non-lunar or solar enchanted Elestral. And that kind of puts it in a really interesting position, especially as we go into Moonrise and that Doppelgator becomes accessible. But unfortunately, I do kind of agree with you. If there is a time for Nobby to shine, it would be now. As once we're in Moonrise meta, there's going to be so much Lunar floating around that I don't really think Nobby's going to see nearly as much success.
Even if Lunar doesn't end up being like a super meta dominant threat or something like that, its existence at the early stages of a tournament will mean that Nobby just is not as a performing card and would be relegated to side deck, where you'd probably have better cards you could be siding into. So it was good to see Nobby probably at the time when it would be at its peak. And, you know, hopefully Nobby will be able to do something when we move over to Moonrise, because instead of being a good beater, being a way to get into the Doppelgator Fulgorix line.
Absolutely. And that Doppelgator Fulgorix line does look absolutely threatening. Though, I will be fair, I'm not too sure how it's going to pan out with the rise in power of Lunar in general. But no, enough talking about Moonrise. We're still in Daybreak here, after all. And with Daybreak kind of wrapping up its meta stint, I gotta say, we have come so far from where Daybreak started, to be sure. I mean, you got to think about like the trajectory of like how everything has played out since Daybreak start. We've had a couple of different balances. We had an FTK that showed up for like half a second there.
Hey, my bad.
And then we've seen multiple meta dominant stints out of both Earth and Thunder, now paving the way to where Water appears to be one of those decks that just has kind of taken that top spot, both between the good stuff Water piles with Galaxy, with Eddie, and the Mustation, but also, as we've seen a couple of times on stream today, Water Reanimator seems to actually be decently positioned into this meta.
Yeah, it's a very interesting game plan deck that really takes advantage of not only the good water cards, but the other good water cards that haven't seen a lot of play, but now there's a lot of reason to be playing. And it's crazy because the Water Reanimator deck, I think, only gets better going into Moonrise as a result of Hurricane becoming legal. Like, the thing that deck tends to struggle with is back row, and Hurricane single-handedly deals with all of it.
The other thing that they gained from this upcoming from Moonrise is Oistillery, being able to actually pitch off your waters from hand to pop cards and then immediately reanimate them back between Rise from the Depths and Rise from the Ashes. Just seems like the deck is going to be very well poised going into this Moonrise metagame. Yeah, that reverse stellar. Or no, that's not reverse stellar.
That's the regular. The reverse stellar one's the binder.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. With that said, though, we do have kind of a look at what our current top 8 is panning out to be. Currently, we have first place with Adrian, who we did have previously on this, on our feature match here. Followed by second place Bean Soldier at 5-1. Adrian is currently undefeated, by the way, at 6-0. Forgot to mention that. Followed in third by Sunseed Jess at 5-1, Jackie Yomu at 4th at 5-1, Sir Tractor at 5th at 5-1, Soren Plays at 6th with 5-1, Sean Y at 7th with 5-1, and Viper at 5-1 at 8th place. I don't believe, have we seen Viper on the stream today?
We've not seen Viper on stream yet. No, Viper is someone though that I believe has made top cut of a handful of events now, and so I would not be surprised to see them making it to top cut once more.
Absolutely. But the other 7 that we mentioned there, I believe we've seen every one of them at least once on Feature Match today. So that's very exciting to see that the people we've been following throughout the event are still looking to be up at the top here. And it looks like our feature match for this round is sure to turn some heads, as we've got Bean Soldier versus Sunseed Jess. 2 absolute powerhouses previously of the Earth Pantheons, but now both like playing against each other for that coveted like top cut spot that would be guaranteed.
Yeah, the crazy thing here is that they are fighting, for their tournament life here. After this, we will only have potentially 6-1s remaining. It depends on if Adrian goes undefeated or not. But that means that there will be about 4 slots to X2s that are available for people if they have been able to keep up their record. And so, while I don't know if Bean Soldier and Jess are guaranteed to make it into top cut here, they very much want to make sure they have as high of a placement as possible, because in Elestrals, your placement after Swiss determines where you end up in the bracket, who you have to play against, and also it determines if you get to choose to go first or not. So if you have the higher seeding in bracket, when you go to top cut, you actually end up being able to choose to go first or second. But with that, I believe our casters are ready for us to go ahead and hop right into this class.
Absolutely, and this is bound to be an absolutely spectacular one. Both Bean Soldier and Sunseed Jess being absolutely dominant players in this metagame. Looks like Sunseed Jess is going to start us off with the Funny Bunny, the Astrabbit, trying to look at the top 3 of her deck, see if she wants, which one of those she wants to take to the hand. And as we've kind of come to see, that Astrabbit in the first turn is just such an absolutely dominant play out of basically any deck. Astrabbit just being one of those go-to cards.
Yeah, it's hard to complain if you opened up Astrabbit defense going first pass. Now, it would be great to see some back row, as this Astrabbit is completely wide open to the Eddy, which will swap that Astrabbit to attack position, and Bean Soldier going to go ahead and set a back row and swing over that Astrabbit path.
Yeah, that Eddy is absolutely devastating into a no back row Astrabbit. You have to imagine that, I will say that with our previous feature match, Jess did have a little bit of a difficult time trying to find those back row pieces, but looks like she's going to try again, getting Astrabbit number 2 here. Going to get another crack at the top 3 of her deck, see if there's anything that she might want to find to help kind of iron out the any kind of a hand issue that might have popped up.
Yeah, the thing that really makes Astrabbit good is it's replacing itself in hand with another card. A thing that we've seen, a theme we've seen with decks on Feature Match today. Cryoblast takes out this Eddy, which is absolutely massive. A theme has been decks that are unable to continue to generate card advantage as they play can tend to really struggle as they fall behind with hand and board position. But speaking of board position,
yeah,
Beast
there's
Soldier's going
that
to cast
foamy.
out this foamy in defense position, which is
And
going to
it's
get
immediately
PTA'd.
Very notably, just paying off those frosts with the PTA there, that makes it to where she has now put 3 frost in her discard. We saw previously that she is in fact on the Cryoling and Cryovern line. So sure, like this is definitely putting her into a position where those can come down and actually be absolutely dominant. But opting to re-enchant the Astrabbit rather than develop any new Elestrals into the board. Once again, this is the 3rd trigger of Astrabbit this game, and you have to imagine that Jess is, even though Jess really hasn't shown too much back row in that regard, you have to imagine she's in a pretty good spot overall from all those Astrabbit triggers.
Yeah, and even if she's not seeing back row, like it's possible she's just holding it because she wants to lull Bean Soldier into a certain sense of security. But even if she's not seeing back row, she's sculpting her hand in such a way through all these Astrabbit effects that she has exactly what she needs for probably the next 4 turns at least. So she's basically set up her plays from here on out to make sure that she maintains good board presence. The question is if she's going to swap this Astrabbit to attack position or not.
I will say that should definitely be in consideration as an option here. Going offensive rabbit is absolutely powerful. And there you go. The rabbit's going into attack as she sets a back row and attempts to swing in. Bean Soldier going to take 2 off of this bunny. And it's not really something you want to shield because then the rabbit just goes back to hand and it'll get to trigger again the following turn. It's one of those cards you do not really want to have to waste something on, but sometimes it just poses too much of a threat.
Yeah, and Lavalith was something that I fully was expecting here, and now Sunseed just has to have a tsunami, otherwise this rabbit is going bye-bye. That's the only option here, as Lavalith will come down, target that back row, and surely this is something that she has considered. However, it might be that she's not running Tsunami at all in this deck. As we saw in our tournament card representation numbers, a lot of people have been cutting Tsunami because of the dominance of water. And so it may be this is just like a Shield of Achilles that gets outed. Considering how much she's thinking about it, it may be a poison-tipped arrow. Now, that would be very expensive for her here, as it would cost her 3 spirits to out this Lavalith, but it could be pretty meaningful. She's thinking very hard about it. Very, very hard.
It could also be the Gorgon's Gaze here to help prevent the Astrabbit from getting run over for the turn. Though, granted, the fact that she hasn't just shotgunned this tells us it's not Tsunami. And it looks like it was, in fact, the poison-tipped arrow. So you were correct there. Lavalith, though, is going to just be able to walk over the rabbit, just opting to not trigger the PTA on that Lavalith cast.
Very interesting decision here.
Oh,
and
that's probably why.
She has the Laurels in hand to go ahead and take out this Lavalith here. So she certainly does not feel bad about that series of events.
Absolutely not. And I believe sitting at 4 frost in discard right now. She's trying to get that Cryoling online, but here comes down the Narpoon. I imagine to either search for the Cryoling or maybe for some other frost tech out of her deck here. Just the Narpoon being an absolutely amazing tempo card, kind of like how we said already with the rabbit. And there is the Cryoling she's going to grab up to hand here, about 1 spirit off of being live for that quick and easy ascension up into Cryovern. But even without the Cryovern, Cryoling at this stage can come down as a 5 attacker, and that cannot be scoffed at.
Yeah, that is something that very much gets slept on with the Cryoling. Something that people don't consider if they Gorgon's Gaze the Ascension is that Cryoling still gains the attack on the opponent's turn. It can't ascend, but that is a very large and hard to deal with Elestral. But Bean Soldier not too worried about it. Gonna go ahead and play an Ashram Defense here, digging through the deck to try and find those potential outs to the now inevitable Cryovern. There's a lot of things that can do it. The question is he finding them in these top 3 cards of his deck? He's looking back and forth between his hand and the top 3. It looks like he's finally made a decision of what he wants to keep, add to his hand, and shuffle the remaining 2 back into the deck.
Yeah, you have to imagine that this rabbit had to have grabbed something at least substantial enough to deal with the Cryoling to Cryovern line. Although, even though just still does not have it online as of right now, as she again is only on 4 Frost Spirits in the discard. It still is an inevitable threat that's going to come down here, and you would imagine that that would probably be the desired option to go over this rabbit. With the 5 defense, it is kind of hard to out otherwise.
Yeah, this is a very interesting board state from Jess. While she may only have 4 in Underworld right now, we do know that Jess is playing Blizzard, so she very well could snipe a back row here, get 2 in Underworld, and then go Cryolink.
I'd also imagine... Oh, there's the Frostmite! That is, in fact, an answer to the rabbit here. Going to be able to drop Rabbit's defense to 0, which means that she would have 2 different Elestrals that could walk over it here. But the Gorgon's Gaze coming out of Bean Soldier will absolutely answer that right away. But it does also mean, though, that if this Frostmite goes down in any way, shape, or form, Cryovern is accessible.
Yeah, and looks like Jess may have just passed from there, and so now this rabbit, I believe Frostmite's only, is it a 1 attacker?
It is a 3 attacker.
3? This rabbit can't deal with it.
Yeah, this rabbit can't deal with it, and it's also once per turn, very notably. So if it sticks around, the rabbit actually will have to deal with it later. But down comes the Mustache, and it is immediately going to expend to swap its stats to that of a 6/1. And I imagine it's going to have to consider walking over the Frostmite. But also, again, that means that Bean Soldier has to have something in the back row there to deal with the Cryoling coming down here, because Cryoling is now a very viable threat, and down it comes indeed.
Yeah, you're looking to see from Bean Soldier here something like probably a Shield of Achilles. I don't believe he used the Molestation effect here, and so it is currently sitting at a 1/6 as well.
That's correct.
There's a lot that potentially you are concerned about here. Molestation is, even if Cryovern is handled, the Narpoon will handle the Molestation here, so those 2 back row have to be something like Shield of Achilles into maybe a Gorgon's Gaze or something like that. And we will see the Shield of Achilles come out.
I was also thinking, though, that with Sunseed just putting the Water Spirit under the Cryovern, it definitely, while yes, it plays around the Tsunami line, it does also open the counterplay potential of Bean Soldier being able to drop a Whale after the fact and clean up that Cryovern at a 4/7 stat line, as we've seen in previous rounds. But the Shield cleaning up the Cryovern and the Narpoon proceeding to clean up the Crab after the fact makes it kind of easy. Bean Soldier is going to then go and develop a Dratagua going into his turn here, and is going to get back 2 of those Water Spirits. Absolutely critical for this particular deck, but really no offensive pressure being placed by Bean Soldier at this stage, as he is going to just pass back to Sunseed Jess.
Yeah, the Dratagua refunding part of the Shield of Achilles there is pretty big. I wonder why he did not pay off of Mustation if it was going to die to the Narpoon anyway. I think that may have been a little misstep there potentially, unless he really wanted these Water Spirits out of Spirit deck, but we know that, he had plenty. So I'm very interested as to what's going on there. But Jess with a second Cryoling gonna go ahead and ascend once more from hand, meaning that all the Cryoverns are in hand at this point. And now Bean Soldier once again has to deal with a very scary threat.
But once again, that Cryovern has been misenchanted with the water, which does mean that Galaxy once again does not matter, as it is going to be Shield of Achilles back to the hand again out of Bean Soldier here. Absolutely expensive shields, but is absolutely pulling its weight here, as those Cryoverns are still kind of locked up in Sunseed Jess's hand at this stage. It looks like Bean Soldier is going to go for the re-enchant on the rabbit to dig into his deck a little bit, as something he probably has to worry about is, what if Sunseed Jess goes and just ascends over this Narpoon into the Cryovern again? Obviously, Sunseed Jess doesn't have any more in deck, and thus maybe she goes Cryoling to Cryovern for a 3rd time. But more likely here, I think this Narpoon is sticking on the board might actually still be a Cryovern threatening.
And that's very much the thing that Bean Soldier has had to think about for 2 turns now. Is the Ambrosia, though, is absolutely killer. getting down very low to be able to do some of these plays, and gonna be able to heal back up to almost parity with Sunseed Jess here. But you're absolutely right. The Narpoon is a threat for a hard ascension that needs to be considered from Bean Soldier's side. And if he doesn't have back row, hard ascension here is going to be devastating. Thankfully for him, looks like he's got at least one back row, considering setting the second. And I imagine that's just a pass from him here.
Yeah, I imagine those back row have to, at the very least, be one of them has to be a PTA. I'd imagine is one of the only things I can think of that he would regularly be able to see here to answer a Cryoburn. Because what are the odds here that he's found the third Shield of Achilles to deal with it?
Yeah, Gorgon's Gaze also could potentially do it, but that's only preventing a battle, so he would need to have an answer in hand. Looks like Jess is thinking very, very hard about what her options are here. Both of these casters very, very low in Spirit deck. A decent amount of cards in hand for both of them, but Sunseed just has not seen back row. I'm very curious to the number of back row that she's running in her deck, because it just seems as though she's not been seeing all that many.
It looks like the Hard Ascension line is what is going to be gone for here, as she sends over the Narpoon into the Cryovern, as previously discussed. The question is, what is the spirit that she is going to put under that here? It looks like it's going to be a second water. So this is 2 water under Cryovern. No chance of using its effect, but I don't think Jess cares at this stage. Able to walk over the Chautauqua, no response out of Bean Soldier against this Cryovern at all.
I think it's very possible that in this position, Bean Soldier just doesn't actually really care about losing the board presence of Chautauqua. It's gotten its effect off, which is really all he needed to do. And the Astrabbit's the critical piece for him here, as he had healed 1 Thunderback previously, and is looking to dig deeper into his deck to get some of those key cards that he might need to handle this Cryovern. Now, there's going to be a lot of pressure next turn if Jess has another normal cast, which she likely does in hand, that does anything. This Cryovern threatens the Astrabbit, and it's water enchanted. And
there goes the Ambrosia again, paying off the bunny, maintaining those Thunder Spirits into rotation and making it to where Bean Soldier can actually stay in this game quite effectively. But I'd have to imagine the card that he's probably looking for off this bunny more than anything now is once again that Galaxy, as the Cryovern is in fact misenchanted with water, meaning it would drop low against a Galaxy. And with Sunseed Jess not having any kind of back row, you have to think that this has to be on Bean Soldier's mind.
Well, what I think might be on Bean Soldier's mind is using an Earthquake right here. As 2 Earth Spirits have gone back into his Spirit deck. The question is, will he rip it right out the gate here? He's looking at his runes. He passed. He's just setting up, it appeared.
And there goes the Eddie, going to put that Astrabbit to attack mode here, making that Astrabbit a much easier target to clean up. Even if Bean Soldier does in fact have something to deal with the Cryovern, he is still going to lose the rabbit here unless both of those back row are alive. They are not, by the looks of it, as he's going to take 1 damage from Cryovern running over the bunny, and a total of 2 once Eddie connects in for the damage there as well. But not even missing a beat. Bean Soldier dropping another rabbit. I believe that's the 3rd one out of Bean Soldier this game. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've seen 5 total at this point, I believe, from Sunseed just seeing 2 and Bean Soldier seeing 3 now.
Absolutely. He is the funniest of the bunnies, for sure. Once again, Bean Soldier looking for an option to hopefully try and clean up this Cryovern here. Like you said before, he did put back the 2 Earth Spirits, so I imagine Earthquake is on the mind. But unfortunately, if he doesn't clean up the Cryovern here, there's a very strong chance this rabbit, once again, does not survive the turn.
There's even a threat now of Eddie becoming a Cryovern if Jess is running 2, because we've only seen the one that was special cast from the first Cryolink.
That is very true, because she did special ascend it from hand. If Jess is holding a second one, that is something to look out for here. With that in mind, but it looks like she's going to instead cast a Mustation here. We've seen Mustation out of Bean Soldier here, and now we get to see it out of Jess. It looks like she is going to expend to swap him up to a 6/1. Once again, that is 2 Elestrals threatening the bunny, and down comes the Ambrosia on top of that. And it looks like Bean Soldier is going to scoop.
Yeah, not much to do. You know, he hung on for as long as he could, but that Ambrosia is absolutely going to seal it. He was really hoping to try and burn Jess down through her resources until he could out the board and put on some pressure, but he just wasn't able to see the pieces that he needed in time, and Jess was able to get there in the end.
Yeah, those Ambrosias are absolutely killer. There is a very strong chance that if you're going dead even with your opponent, it's going to come down to whoever can see those Ambrosias first. And in this case, it was absolutely the killing part.
There definitely is also a part where it's likely that Josh had finally seen Galaxy and he was setting up for the next turn, and Mustation just single-handedly kills that line. And so at that point, you see Mustation, you're like, all right, it's likely over. And the Ambrosia is kind of just the last nail in the coffin. So it'll be very interesting to see what these players end up doing as they go into their side decks to try and prepare for each other in this matchup. Very, very interesting. Not certain what either of these players would be siding for each other's respective decks. If any Cryoblasts are in Bean Soldier's deck, you know that that's coming out almost guaranteed.
Absolutely.
The only way you're leaving that in is if you plan to go Zeus Cryoblast on a Cryovern or something like that. That's double water enchanted.
I definitely think one of the more interesting side deck patterns here is probably going to be to do with Tsunami, especially because obviously Bean Soldier here is on the whales, being a 5s deck. So obviously Tsunami is not really going to hold as much power as it would against some matchups, but also Tsunami can absolutely save your matchups because you can use it defensively with something like an Astrabbit to keep it up. But also, the other consideration there is on Bean Soldier's side, if Tsunami should be worth considering to keep in, as a misenchantment was done regularly onto Cryovern there to make it Tsunami immune, but that also made it a lot more susceptible to the whale. So it's kind of like a mind game going on there, to where do you want to keep in the Tsunami to keep forcing that Cryovern to stay misenchanted, or do you want to risk taking it out only for Sunseed Jess to then swap her mindset and say, okay, I'm no longer misenchanting this Cryovern. I'm going to start swinging in knowing that I'm comfortable that you don't have Tsunami in that backline.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting mind game these two casters have now entered as they are finishing up their siding. One thing that I do think might be worth mentioning here is I'm pretty confident that an Argo packet is something that might be up for consideration for either of these casters, as Argo is essentially in this deck like Shield of Achilles, except it actually guarantees that the Elestral that is doing the attack goes to the underworld. And there's lots of very solid options for these cards to make sure that something like Galaxy is getting benefit to something like Scythe of Demeter, as Scythe of Demeter makes Galaxy an 8/4 since it gives
absolutely.
+2/+3.
And judging by previous tournament performances, I definitely can say Bean Soldier would be the more likely to be running something like that. But with that said, it looks like side decking is done, and we are going into game 2 of round 7 here. And it looks like, I believe, Bean Soldier will be leading us off here for this clash.
I'd be blown away if he didn't choose to go first after losing the first game here. Looks like he's considering his hand, though. Mulligans are resolved, I believe. It looks like both of these casters are keeping. And it looks like Bean Soldier running out the defensive Mustation to start. Probably just going to be setting some back row, if any, in passing. It looks like it's actually just a pass.
Oh, that seems a little rough. But also, Mustation is one of those cards that can just survive the turn in defense, back row or no. Just that 6 defense is so difficult to get over. And unfortunately, it does also mean that if Sunseed just does have a Galaxy here to potentially threaten it, Bean Soldier would have the option to then expend for the Mustation effect to then swap its defense stat back to 6, even under a Galaxy.
It looked like Bean Soldier just read Mustation to Sunseed Jess, which to me would have indicated an Eddie play potential. However, Sunseed Jess is just going to run out the Frostmite, which will handle this Mustation quite easily, making
that is
it
probably
a 1/1.
the most reliable. That is probably the most reliable card for handling this crap here, being able to guarantee that it goes down to some low defense value no matter what. Bean Soldier, I believe, just went for an expend to draw here as well. Is going to set one and pass it back. It's not really, that's a very unfortunate turn of events as that's the case here, as Frostmite is one of those cards where it's not too difficult to deal with it, but you absolutely want to deal with it before it kind of snowballs into a problem. And down comes the funny bunny, the Astrabbit out of Sunseed Jess. Once again, she's getting to look at the top 3 of her deck and pick one to keep. This rabbit from both sides has been just putting in absolute work this match.
I think if you're Bean Soldier here, despite the fact that your opponent has 2 Elestrals on board now, whatever, I don't think he feels too bad about going expended draw here. I'm going to imagine he has a Resting or a Lavalith here, or an Eddy, which will deal a lot here with this Astrabbit. The question actually at this point is Sunseed Jess's back row live? And how live is it? And Bean Soldier setting 3 back row here up to 4 now is absurd.
Yeah, absolutely. Bean Soldier setting the fort is terrifying. He is going to be able to walk over this bunny. Frostmite kind of defending the fortress by itself here, which it looks like Sunseed Jess is still going to declare the usage of the Frostmite here. That's going to drop Eddy to a 4-0. Not really too sure how much that matters in this scenario, as the one major situation where that could matter would be something like either a Galaxy coming down, which you'd still be able to walk over the Eddy at 1 attack, or for a Cryoblast, which again, Eddy already would go down a Cryoblast prior to that.
Well, no reason not to declare the effect. There's no other Elestrals that are hitting the board this turn anyway, so why not be a little silly and go ahead and activate Frostmite as a little treat?
That's absolutely completely fair. The question here is Sunseed Jess going to go for another Elestral development? And it looks like she is going to develop the second Astrabbit in attack this time. Once again, getting to look at the top 3 of her deck. These bunnies, this is the 7th bunny cast that we have seen this match. And gotta say, these bunnies seem to be absolutely determining the pace of these games.
I get it. I have also been on the receiving end of Sunseed Jess using Rabbit 7 times in a game, but it looks like Earthquake's coming out from Sunseed Jess here to go ahead and take out that Eddy, and now this is 2 damage to pressure for free.
Yes, but also you have to keep in mind, using an Earthquake on the Eddy this early seems a little bit on the riskier side of things. Bean Soldier, though, notably just expended Fire, so that kind of tells us that he does not have Lavalith in the grip. Means that probably looking at having to make some kind of a more aggressive play here, but also keep in mind with Astrabbit up like this, it kind of telegraphs to me that Sunseed Jess might have a Tsunami in the back row to play defensive. But down comes the Foamy. That is absolutely a way to get aggressive here. If Foamy crashing with Astrabbit can lead to an absolutely devastating board swing and tempo here for Bean Soldier.
Yeah, going Foamy, Crash, Astrabbit, special cast, Eddy in defense, swap itself to attack, could be killer here. However, if either of those back row are Gorgon's Gaze, that instantly kind of kills the momentum here. It looks like the Crash will go through. Foamy will resolve. The question is, are we going for that Fabled Eddy in defense swap to attack move? Or is there something else in play?
Absolutely.
And there is an Eddy on board.
You have to imagine, though, if
Sunseed Jess...
I was going to say, you have to imagine if Sunseed Jess has that PTA in the back row, might want to consider it here just because Frostmite can't get run over by the 2-attack Eddy. And that's exactly what's coming down out of Sunseed Jess, PTAing the Eddy as it comes down. So even though it swaps up to attack, it is still a 2-1 and cannot get over this Frostmite before PTA is going to inevitably take that Eddy off the board.
There's definitely a consideration here to declare and then go Tsunami from Bean Soldier, but it looks like he doesn't have anything, and Sunseed Jess is going to expend a pop in 10 phase.
Absolutely. But once again, Sunseed is playing into 4 back row from Bean Soldier. You have to imagine that at least one of those is live right now. Down comes the Elechick out of Sunseed. As we saw in her previous game, that's definitely going to go and grab a Zeus out of deck. Absolutely is exactly what happens here. But no Gorgons out of Bean Soldier, no PTA out of Bean Soldier. It does mean that this Elechick is most likely going to stick overall. We're probably looking at either 2 damage here or a Tsunami to potentially get defensive. But as you said before, if he had Tsunami, realistically, he would have played it already. As those 2 connect, Bean Soldier, I believe, going down to 10 spirits in Spirit deck. This is starting to look a little bit suspect.
Yeah, I think if you're Bean Soldier, you still don't feel too bad because you can put up pretty reasonable pressure. And Jess has been pretty light on back row so far. And so you can run her through her resources. Eventually, you'll be able to get through, all that she has going on and start to really put on some pressure. And it looks like that's what's happening. This Eddie takes out the Elechick, and now Sunseed Jess is left to try and out this Eddie with 4 back row, Zeus in hand. I don't believe enough Frost and Underworld for a Cryoling Ascension. We'll see. She's considering an Elestral here. What possibly she could be going for. It's a Narpoon.
And that Narpoon, even though it would crash, will contest the Eddie overall. But more importantly, probably for Sunseed Jess here, is going to probably be able to grab that Cryoling out of the deck and put it in the hand. That's exactly what she's going for here. And that's going to make it to where Cryovern is now a legitimate threat that just has to be considered moving forward. And I imagine Sunseed Jess is probably even considering taking the Narpoon Crash here. Doesn't seem like it would be too bad of a call for her to make, as she would hold the Elestral's advantage on the board. But the question there is, if that is what she's looking at, does she have any more back row to put into it? She's going to go Zeus, actually. So the Crash isn't even a consideration. I completely forget that she did add Zeus up with the Elechick. So now both of these Elestrals can swing over the Eddie, and it's all down to how much does Bean Soldier want to commit to stop this, or is he just going to let it go through?
Yeah, and really, how much do you care about an Eddie? I love Eddie. I love Ed and Edward, but I don't think that it's worth a back row here, especially when that Cryovern is on the horizon. But also going down to 8 Spirit and Spirit deck feels pretty rough here. Almost mandates an Ambrosia, but instead he's going to expend a draw.
Looks like the wheels might be falling off just a little bit here for Bean Soldier. That expend a draw kind of does telegraph that he doesn't really have a way to answer this board. And another Narpoon coming down does mean that Sunseed Jess is just going to keep searching for those 1-drop Frost Elestrals. So even if this board gets answered, she still has more options, and there is the Cryoling out of deck, meaning she now has 2 Cryolings in hand. You have to imagine that things are not looking too good for Bean Soldier here, especially because Tsunami can't even block this massive onslaught of damage coming through, as 2 of the 3 Elestrals are water enchanted.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Bean Soldier, you're doing your best to not get frustrated by this turn of events and just relax in the knowledge that you should top regardless. And you can use this.
The
hands are shown. It looks like Bean Soldier did not draw any Elestrals. That is like 9 cards between hand and field. He did side into the Argo, but he just did not see a single Elestral.
And notably, he did have the Ambrosia in hand, but like you said, with no Elestrals to follow up, Ambrosia really is just a delaying of the inevitable there, unfortunately. But with that, that means Sunseed Jess is going to take this match with a swift 2-0, and against a very prominent player, nonetheless.
Yeah, sometimes you just have games like that where your deck hates you and doesn't want you to draw any of your Elestrals or any of your runes, and so it happens, and that's why, if you're Bean Soldier here, you just do your best to say it's okay. I topped anyway. I'm not ruining my position too bad. Like in the standings, he should still be top of X2 and should be able to top. And so you just try and shake off that. You don't let it affect your mental, and you say it's okay. It happens. We go next.
Absolutely. And on top of that, with the fact that he lost to Sunseed Jess specifically, that means that his tiebreakers are definitely going to be on the more favorable side overall. But it does kind of linger in the back of your mind with that X2, with you being on the bubble there. Did you make it through enough to make that top cut? We know that he's guaranteed top 16 at the very least, but we're going to have to see how tiebreakers play out to see if he does make that top 8.
Realistically, based off of tiebreakers, I think it's unlikely for him to get squeezed out of top cut. We only have, I think, we have 2 more 6-1s yet to report. Actually, it would just be 1 more because they're playing each other, I believe. So we have 1 more 6-1 to report, and then out of the 5 2s that have currently reported, he has the best tiebreaker. So I think it's very unlikely for him to get squeezed out here. So if you're Bean Soldier, again, like, you mental reset, you say go next, it's fine. You'll just be playing likely whoever ends up winning this last 5-1 match.
Yeah, with that said, you are correct. With these coming in here, it looks like Bean Soldier is currently positioned to be the top seeded position of the X2s. So he most likely will be making the top 8 cut here for sure. But regardless of which, a lot of really interesting plays here, and really interesting that we should probably be noting here, Adrian from earlier in this tournament has ended his Swiss run completely undefeated at 7-0.
That's very impressive. A very, very impressive run from Adrian. Looking to do it back to back, which very few players can say they've done. I think it's 1 player could say they've done that, actually. Maybe 2.
But that does also mean that he has secured that first seed for top 8, meaning that he will have that advantage going into it, which cannot be understated. That advantage definitely does do a number for any player trying to make it all the way to the end of this.
Yeah, looking through our current standings for top 8, not only do we have Adrian undefeated, we have Sunseed Jess, as we just saw, go 6-1 at second. Soren Plays currently standing at third at 6-1 as well. We're waiting on, I believe it's the match between Sir Tractor and Jackie Yomu. Yes, the remaining 5-1s that have not reported yet. One of them will end up 6-1. One of them will end up 5-2. Waiting on that report. Bean Soldier currently sitting at 4th. Trishula at 6th. Viper at 7th, risking potentially getting pushed out into the bubble if tiebreakers do not go their way. Jackie Yomu sitting at 8th. And someone we saw right at the beginning of the day, Dimax, who was on Fire Nexus, our round 1, currently sitting at 9th. Unfortunately, unlikely to make top cut as a result of tiebreakers. It very well could be if he lost to one of these casters currently in top 8, maybe one of these resolving matches, pushes it up. But this is the hard thing about playing these tournaments. Currently, everyone sitting in 9th through 16th has a hope and a prayer, if they're currently X2, to potentially make top cut, but sometimes the divines are not smiling on you, and that's how tiebreakers go. You have to determine a top 8, and sometimes you just aren't able to make it out. That's what the bubble is.
Yeah, unfortunately, that bubble is ruthless and definitely has taken a victim here today between both Dimex and Sean Y, who are both sitting on that bubble, unfortunately, at 5-2. But they are still very likely to claim that top 16 prizing. And still, even though they're not going to make top cut, that top 16 prizing is still very, very desirable today, especially with all of these Shatterstar Sagittarius cards that are being that do have these competitive play stamps on them. Absolutely hot ticket items that we do want to see in our collections for sure.
Yeah, being able to walk home with that full art Atlantis is Atlantis is next month. Fulloy Forest, even better. Being able to walk away with the Fulloy Forest is very, very sick. It's a very cool card to add to your collection. And you can't feel too bad about walking with that +2 starter deck.
Yeah, absolutely. But regardless of which, the top 16 prizing is very enticing, and is still, even if you're on the bubble, is a great way to end the day out. But let's be fair, we're going for that top cut prizing here. we've got for anyone who finishes in the top 8 is going to get that organized play stamped Centaur and Foloi Forest, in addition to the starter decks from the top 16 prizing. Then we move into top 4, where that gets upgraded again, seeing a Verdolith with the organized play stamp added into the gold stamp prizing. But also those 2 starter decks get swapped out for a full box of Daybreak. Absolutely great set right there. Moving into the runner-up, all of that gets doubled. So twice we get 2 Centaur, 2 Foloi Forest, 2 Verdolith, and 2 boxes of Daybreak, just for coming in second place, which is no small feat. But of course, the thing everyone is after is that champion spot, getting 3 of the gold stamp Centaur, 3 stamped Foloi Forest, 3 stamped Verdolith, 2 boxes of Daybreak, a full Daybreak uncut sheet, and without question, the most coveted part of this, that Elestrals champion stamped reverse stellar Mudlet. That card is absolutely going to be hotly coveted from this particular event.
Yeah, the eggplant. The eggplant is so wonderful. I love the eggplant.
Yeah, I have 2 of the eggplant myself. Unfortunately, not Elestrals champion stamped, but I do love the eggplant, absolutely. But speaking of such incredible prizing, as you did mention, coming up, I believe on February 8th, we have our next webcam tournament, and those prizes are going to be updated once again to the current month of Shattered Stars, which will leave us with the organized play stamped Leviathan, going for all people who participate on this February 8th tournament. In addition to the gold stamped Atlantis for top 16, the gold stamped Caprigold for top 8, the gold stamped Coastalith for top 4, and of course that coveted Elestrals champion gold stamped Oistillery reverse stellar. Absolutely an incredible card, and quite notably, this will be our first major Moonrise tournament.
And worth noting, this tournament is open for registration right now. So if you are looking to play and participate in this incredible event post Moonrise, you can go ahead right now and sign up. Which, I mean, I gotta go check my calendar. Maybe I gotta go sign up for this, honestly.
Yeah, it is looking to be an absolutely incredible event, and we know that a lot of those Moonrise cards are going to make a splash in this event for sure. But if you're looking for a little bit of practice to get ready for this event on February 8th, there are the casual level events that we have going on all throughout the month of January and into February, I assume. But with January coming up here, we have the January 14th, 21st, and 28th. That's on Tuesdays for our webcam tournament. And then on the digital app for January 16th, 23rd, and 30th, that is the remaining Thursdays. And keep in mind, on those, you will still get at least 10 Caster's coins just for participating in all of those, in all of the rounds, which that can get you just that little bit closer to that gold stamped Argo promo that was revealed this month.
Oh yeah, well, being able to redeem for the silver stamp.
Silver, my bad. Sorry.
It's so sick. Playing at your local game store, getting that Divine Favor can get you close to the gold stamp one, which is absolutely also something coveted. But be able to go get the silver stamp promos is just so sick, and I'm absolutely going to be getting those Argos because I'm an Argo fan. Good. What can I say? I've been playing Argo since before Daybreak was even fully available to the public and only available at LGS. Is like the first deck I built was Argo Thunder, I believe. So
well, the first deck I built had Argo in it too because I was playing the Wasp. Let's be completely fair.
You played me round 1. Yeah. I'm well aware, man.
But yeah, those Argos are looking absolutely beautiful, absolutely wonderful to get those Caster's coins to go towards redeeming that wonderful prize. And with that said, I believe we are still looking to wrap up our top 7, our round 7 here. Still got a little bit to go on that round.
Yeah, we're just waiting, I think, on 3 clashes to finish here. No, actually, sorry. There's a handful more potentially.
Yeah, it's 8
There's a couple
total
that are impacting top standing. We're waiting for Sir Tractor versus Jack Yomu. And I believe there's one more contention for top cut, maybe 2 more contentions for top cut that could adjust standings. in terms of tiebreakers. That is it's the interesting part of getting towards the end of round 7, about 7 minutes left in round 7, 8 clashes left, is every clash matters, actually. These all could impact final standings. Playing against people early on in the round that end up playing for the entire day is actually super beneficial to you as a player, because those improve your tiebreakers as your opponents do better throughout the tournament as well. Playing someone that drops round 1 or round 2 feels pretty bad, because that can end up screwing over tiebreakers, which is why, be a good tournament participant. Play the entire tournament. Don't do that. Don't do that. I've dropped out of many tournaments my day.
Nah, you always got to play it out. It doesn't matter if you lose 7 rounds, you learn something every time you play. In all seriousness, the best way for you to get better is to keep playing and keep practicing. Even though obviously, yes, there is some merit to dropping the moment that you don't think that you can make it further anymore. It is still good for practice to play it out. And I always tip my hat to people who try to play out these kind of tournaments, because it does show that they are trying to improve themselves as players.
Yeah, there's definitely that. There's also definitely some masochists out there. A good friend of mine, James Nash, who likes to go to events, an Elestrals player actually as well, loves to go to events and play decks and then play 8 rounds and be like, I lost 6.
But with that said, that was an absolutely excellent top cut quality match for round 7 here. We are going to be going to a little bit of a break here, and we will be back with Top Cut when we return. Hello and welcome, casters, to the top 8 of today's webcam Elestrals tournament. I am once again the Law, here with my co-host Kate Cray.
Hello.
And we are absolutely in for a treat here. We've got some really big names here in the top 8 of our tournament today, and a lot of the number 5, but also a lot of just more interesting takes on the meta, as it were.
And I am very excited to see how this top 8 shapes up. Like you said, a lot of big names, a couple return matches that we're going to be seeing as well. All very, very exciting.
Absolutely. We do have a really interesting game match here for top 8, kind of queued up for you all today. And for those of y'all who were with us for the last webcam event, it's gonna look a little familiar, as it was in fact our finals of the last webcam event. We've got Adrian facing off against Trishula in top 8. Absolutely incredible. Adrian, the winner of the previous event, and Trishula, the runner-up of our previous event. Only one of them is gonna make it out. Oh, I am so sorry.
I am very excited. Like you said, it is a replay of the last one, and I am personally very, very excited about it. We have our bracket here, and I mean, this is looking very, very spicy.
Yes, it is. We've got some, like I said before, we've got some really, really solid matches kind of queued up for us here today. We've got some big names that have also made it all the way up into here. Some very familiar faces. We've got, aside from Adrian and Trishula, we've also got Soren plays. We've got Bean Soldier, both very familiar faces here. We've got Sunseed Jess over on the other side, as well as Trenton Cypher, Ethan Tobin, and Paul Stable, all looking to be really tough combatants for this particular top cut. It is looking to be a very interesting one, all in all.
It could be anyone's game here. As we've talked about a few times, I'm really rooting for Trishula, who has been the runner-up in the past 2 tournaments, just barely missing out on that #1 spot. I would love to see him take it, but going up against Adrian in this first round, that is a tough opponent to have to get through to get to those finals.
Absolutely. Adrian still undefeated coming out of Swiss at a 7-0. Trishula, while we haven't seen him yet today, is still a really, really tough combatant, and it's absolutely gearing up to be an absolutely powerful clash all in all.
Yeah, very exciting. And the fact that we have Jess sort of over, we have Adrian in the West, Jess on the East, and potentially 2 previous champions coming into the finals. Depending on how things end up, it could be very, very exciting.
Absolutely, but speaking of previous champions, we cannot discount Bean Soldier down there on the lower quadrant of the left, though he would potentially have to fight through Soren, Adrian, and Trishula just to make it to that finals. We do have 2 different previous winners in this early combatant stage.
Yeah, whatever these finals shape up to be, it is going to be hard fought to whoever gets there for sure.
Absolutely. And speaking of with this top cut, we have seen a lot of very interesting decks throughout the day, but some of the ones that have made here to top cut, a little of what you would expect, but also a little bit of some things that you wouldn't expect. A good chunk of these players we actually have seen on feature matches throughout the day today, and we've seen that some of them are running very interesting lists compared to kind of the usual decks that we've come to expect from the Daybreak meta.
Yes, and it really has been the tournament of Spectaris. Spectaris has come out strong, has been shining, and that makes sense because of how prominent Galaxy was and has still been today as well.
Indeed, indeed. But Galaxy is not the only card that's been making a splash today. We've seen, with the rise of Galaxy getting as popular as it has been, Mustation has seemingly crept into a lot of lists here as a way to potentially out the Galaxy in addition to those Spectarises.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen people playing around that. We've seen the Gorgons in your own Galaxy going into these matches, and yeah, all kinds of incredible plays that we've already seen, and I have no doubt that that is just going to continue in this top 8.
Absolutely. On top of the fact that the misenchanting water onto your big guy is no longer a safe bet with Galaxy running around as prominently as it is. I know we saw earlier today, I believe, a Cryovern come down with that water misenchantment, get swapped to a 4/7 under that Galaxy, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then from then on, we saw, I believe it was a Thunder Misenchanted Cryovern. We saw a couple other interesting combinations. People have definitely been taking notes, I have no doubt, as the day has gone along, and they've run into these exact issues.
Absolutely. And though we are going to be focusing on our top 8 here, I do want to give a quick shout out to our players that did just bubble out into the top 16. Absolutely incredible players all around, and this cannot be understated that they have absolutely done an incredible job here today. At 9th, we have Dymax. At 10th, we have Delinquentin. At 11th, Constellation Gaming. At 12th, Sean Y. At 13th, Kryber. 14th, Cloudy Xenon, 15th, Prime, and 16th, Hunter Sergey, who a lot of those names we have seen in previous events, a lot of them big names from previous events. And though they did only make it out to top 16, that is not something to scoff at, as they still will be walking away with their top 16 pricing. I believe it's that stamped Feloy Forest, is it not?
Yes, it's the Feloy Forest, and as well as the 2 starter decks.
Yes, absolutely incredible. Even for missing out on top 8, those are still some absolutely incredible prizes to be walking away from this with. But even still, we have our top 8 here. So no matter how this top 8 plays out, every one of our players here in this top 8 is still guaranteed to walk away with that top 8 prizing. That includes the Centaur Gold Stamp, the Feloy Forest Gold Stamp, and 2 starter decks. Now, granted, anyone who wins in this round will not be getting the starter decks, as that will be upgraded to the full box of Daybreak, as well as getting a copy of that Verdolith Gold Stamp in the top 4. On top of that, for our second place finisher, all of that's going to get doubled. We're going to see 2 Gold Stamp Centaurs, 2 Gold Stamp Feloys, and 2 Gold Stamp Verdoliths, in addition to 2 boxes of Daybreak. And that coveted champion spot, I don't think can be undersold here. We have 3 Centaur, 3 Feloy Forest, 3 Verdolith, all with that gold stamp, the 2 boxes of Daybreak, the uncut Daybreak sheet, and I think probably the most coveted prize of them all, that Elestrals Champion stamped Reverse Stellar Eggplant Mudlet.
Yes, the 1 of 1, which is what is so cool about these new champion prizes that we've been doing, is that they are these 1 of 1. You are the only person who's going to have this card in the world.
Yes, it's absolutely one of those coveted prizes. We've seen a couple already given out over the course of the previous few webcam events. We've seen a Elestrals Champion stamped Reverse Stellar Jolton and an Elestrals Champion stamped Reverse Stellar Draking from these previous events. And also, this isn't the only time we're going to see these Elestrals Champion Gold Stamp events, because coming up on February 8th, we have another webcam event, and these prizes are not to be slept on, because with the Sagittarius cards rotating out, we're bringing in the Shatter Stars from this month, meaning that everyone who participates in the event will be getting that organized play stamped stained glass Leviathan. Absolutely a beautiful little spirit there. But then also looking past that, we have our top 16 prizing there. The top 16 getting the copy of Atlantis, the top 8 getting the copy of Capricorn, the top 4 getting the copy of Coastalith, and of course our first place finisher getting that coveted Reverse Stellar Elestrals Champion stamped Oistillery.
I really want to see people start playing with these stamped cards. I am going to lose my mind the first time I see one of these gold stamps in an actual clash.
Well, with that, there are some gold stamps out there that I have actually seen getting played by some people in my testing circles. But unfortunately, you are correct, we have yet to see any of those show up on the stream here, though we can be hopeful that we will see it sometime here in the future.
I could choose to dream. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, you can choose to dream. With that said, though, we do have a couple of other big events coming up. I think the first one here, just to kind of get your toes wet with Moonrise coming up here, we've got our casual level tournaments that happen every Tuesday and Thursday here over in the Elestrals Discord. And with those events, we have the webcam events happening every Tuesday. January 14th, 21st, and 28th would be the next ones for those. And the digital app events happening on Thursdays, which will be January 16th, 23rd, and 30th. And with that in mind, Moonrise is coming up. We are looking to see how ready we can get for this new metagame as we bid farewell to Daybreak, as it has been one of the most intensely interesting meta developments that we have seen over the course of the game's history thus far.
Yes, absolutely. And casual tournaments will be great for prepping for that. Not only that, but they're a great way to meet people in the community. It's so fun to be a part of the Elestrals community and get to know people through these casual tournaments where you get to play fun decks if you want to, when it's a little bit lower stakes. And of course, you're going to be receiving caster coins just for participating, which can be redeemed for real product on the website.
Absolutely. As we previously discussed, that silver stamped Argo Stellar is absolutely gorgeous, and if I'm not mistaken, it's currently a the Caster's Coins exclusive, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's right. Yeah. And what I think is really cool is, and I mentioned this earlier, but there is someone who was able to save up their caster coins and get an entire booster box just with the coins.
Yeah, that is the dream right there. Being able to go ahead and snag yourself one of those booster boxes just for playing at locals like you normally would, or playing in these casual events, or even in these big webcam events. Every time you play Elestrals, as long as you participate through it, you're getting those casters coins. So make sure that you're playing local, you're playing in these events. It's absolutely a wonderful way to try and get yourself some incredible product and meet some incredible people.
Yeah, and with these in-person events, we do have the Organized Play Series 2 packs that have come out. Have you gotten to open any? I know that you do a lot of in-person things.
I have gotten to open one so far from my previous locals, and I was lucky enough in the common slot there to pull out a copy of Kokore, which I have actually been testing with for this upcoming Moonrise meta. Though, unfortunately, the one I was really searching for that first day was Doppelgator, and it just barely eluded me.
I am so excited to get my hands on Organized Play Series 2. There are so many incredible chase cards. Obviously, that stellar full art Ambrosia that is so beautiful. But me personally, I'm chasing the Volclips, the stellar.
Oh yes, that Volclips is absolutely beautiful. Me personally, I'm after that Blistrix. That card looks absolutely amazing, and I cannot wait to play with it.
I feel like as Dan has been revealing all of the new stellars that are available in Organized Play Series 2, it's just been one thing after another, and they're all bangers. And it is inspiring me to go to my locals more, to actually get there in person, be able to meet people and actually pull these cards, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, I don't think it can be understated. The commons from this set are also absolutely incredible. I mean, the art for these has gone above and beyond. The hurricane art with Tornasian like bellowing overhead is so cool. And that Argo art is absolutely to die for.
And especially with Hurricane shaping up to be a real serious threat once Moonrise drops, would be cool to have the flex version of it as well.
Absolutely. And that flex version is absolutely beautiful, especially with the deck that I have been testing personally with the solar piles. But with that said, Moonrise though is definitely looking to shape up to be one of the most impactful sets that we have seen in Elestrals for some time.
Yeah, it is really going to change the game. I cannot wait to see the first tournament. I think is going to be really cool because I know we're going to see a lot of innovation, a lot of people trying out new things, seeing what works, and I am just so excited about it.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to see what other people have come up with. I know me and my testing circles have come up with a lot of different ideas, a lot of different decks, but also I know that we're not the only people out there. I know that there's plenty of creative players out in our community that are going to blow the doors on this set wide open, and I cannot wait to see what they have done.
And I must say that whoever manages to play a Volclips, the second that someone gets a Volclips to get onto the board, I am rooting for you for the rest of time. I'm offering that to you right now. You will be number one in my heart. Not really worth much in terms of, caster coins or prizes, but we'll know.
Absolutely. And I personally, though I don't hold the same love for Volclips as you do, I do absolutely love that full Gorix line, and I cannot wait to actually have them in hand to play with.
See, me personally, I'm terrified of the full Gorix line.
With that said, it looks like we are ready to begin our top 8 match between Adrian and Trishula, the run back of the century out here. And you have to imagine that there's a lot of pressure going into this particular match. Adrian is going to be starting off for us here. Looks like players are looking at their opening hands, considering a mulligan and all that. And I imagine that Adrian is going to be kicking us off here very shortly.
Yep. And if you're Trishula, not only do you feel the pressure of going against someone who has gone undefeated all day today, but also to the person who you lost to in finals last tournament.
Yeah, there's absolutely a level of pressure on Trishula here. Adrian opting to go for an expend to draw and then set 2 back row before passing it over to Trishula. Trishula looking through his hand, trying to consider what option to really start this game off with. You kind of have to think, you have to start this game off on the right foot. You have a pretty good idea of what your opponent is on, just because you kind of know how they think. It looks like Trish is going to opt for the expend to draw as well here, opting to take it a little bit slower, sets 2 and passes back. It's a mirror situation out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said, I liked your play. I think I'll do it for myself, actually.
When it's a good play, you got to go for it.
Uh-huh. And when your opponent expends, I feel like it makes it a little bit easier to justify expending yourself, possibly getting something that you didn't have in your opening hand. And we see Adrian setting the Viserys, immediately getting hit by this PTA.
That PTA is going to be absolutely killer, because not only are you taking a 5 attacker off of your opponent's board, but with Viserys specifically, taking Viserys out of the rotation means that whenever you see that second one later in the game, it is just a 5 attacker. It doesn't really have any big threat that can come down, as it's now been knocked down to 2 copies per deck.
Yeah, barring something like Rise from the Ashes, Viserys is now only a single engine right now.
Yeah, Dratagwa coming down here from Trishula, that's going to allow him to get back those 2 water spirits that he's expended over the course of the last couple of turns here. Being a 1/4, it's not too difficult to out this Dratagwa at this particular junction, but also you're attacking with the Dratagwa into 3 back row. You don't really want to waste the back row on the Dratagwa here, so you're most likely just taking the damage.
Yeah, and this is also a very interesting play because it prevents Adrian from being able to play, for example, Galaxy, because you don't want to start bumping up this Dratagwa. It actually is a really great Elestral to send out into an empty board.
Notably, down comes the Eddie. I would imagine that Adrian is not looking to use Eddie's effect. As a matter of fact, here comes down. It is going to be properly enchanted. But I imagine the Eddie is probably not using its effect, as putting the Dratagwa to defense means that you wouldn't be able to out it at this stage.
Yep.
And looks like he is, in fact, going to try to swing the Eddie over Dratagwa, and that is going to connect.
Okay, so Trishula, even though the board is empty, must be feeling pretty good. Basically got to expend for free, sending out a Viserys of his own.
Oh, that Viserys is absolutely going to be killer here. You'd imagine that Adrian has to have some kind of back row, but looks like no PTA has come out from this. So Trish is going to be able to swing it into the Eddie. The question is, there's the Tsunami. Okay, so there is an answer on the board for it. Tsunami, a card that we haven't really seen a whole lot of today. A lot of players opting to kind of drop it with the mounting Rise of 5s.
Yeah, but that really highlights how valuable Tsunami is. And
the Cryoblast!
Getting hit by the Cryoblast, again, shutting down this Viserys engine, because now both players only have 1 in their decks.
Absolutely, and Adrian is going to follow that up with the Funny Bunny, the Astrabbit. Going to get to look at the top 3 of his deck, try and see if he can find something to help push this advantage forward right now. And to be fair, this is a really solid advantage that he has built on board at this stage. But Trishula does also still have 3 cards in the back row. You have to imagine that at least one of those has to be something that can help put Trishula back into a position of power here.
It is very interesting because you would assume if one was a PTA, if one was a Gorgons, we might have seen that right there. Unless Trishula is saving for setting something up here. But he is just going to be taking the 2 damage from both the Eddie and the Astrabbit.
And that is unfortunate. And you are absolutely correct. If the PTA was in Trishula's backline, we absolutely would have seen it come down there. Not too sure about the Gorgons overall, just basically because the Astrabbit, while it is a good play this early, I don't think that Trishula would want to burn what has become one of the most impactful runes in this current metagame, with Galaxy running around to block the rabbit effect, though it absolutely was an option for him there. Trishula going to follow it up immediately by dropping the Eddie with that Ed, and Edward from the New Shattered Stars. looks like he is considering opting for the Edward effect to put Adrian's Eddie into defense here.
Okay, very interesting. I was expecting maybe a swing over the rabbit, but instead going for Adrian's
the earthquake!
Oh, well, he was not worried about the rabbit. That would explain that.
I guess not. It's actually a really smart play there to go ahead and earthquake the rabbit. You're playing around the defensive tsunami that you do know that Adrian plays, as he's already revealed one tsunami this game. So yes, by going ahead and handling the rabbit, not allowing it to get that defensive play up, definitely a heads up play out of Trishula, and has put him back into a dominant position with this. But down comes the Specterus. That's a card we have seen a lot of today.
It's the tournament of Specterus, even the year of Specterus, many people are saying. And he's looking very intimidating going into this Eddie. We're having a bit of a conversation over it here.
Absolutely. Specterus declares into Eddie. Trishula seems to be considering his options. I have to imagine that he has something in the back row to potentially answer the Specterus. Maybe even a tsunami that can put it into defense. And that's exactly what's going to come down. Tsunami putting that Specterus into defense position, meaning that now it is going to be a lot easier to clean up from Trish's position. Trish immediately goes for, I think, an expend draw here.
That's what that looks like. Yep.
That's exactly what happened here. So Eddie alone versus this Specterus. If Adrian's back row is not live, this Specterus is going to be going down in this combat.
It actually is fun to point out at this point in the game. Okay, Eddie is going to swing. But actually, in the finals last time, with these two exact same casters, there was... and that one is a shield. Looks like Eddie is getting shielded back to hand, but both casters had back row that sat around the entire game. Turns out they had both separately set Cryoblast as a bluff, and neither of them were able to use it the entire game. And we had just been sitting there like, what do they have set? What is going on? But in fact, Adrian's back row was very much real there.
Absolutely. And Trishula notably setting 2 before going into the battle phase there, meaning that Trishula now has 4 back row set up. You have to imagine that at least one of those, it has to be live here. Quackle coming down out of Adrian. The question is that going to be enough to warrant going for a Gorgon's Gaze to stop that heal? As we've seen in their previous match with Adrian, that heal out of Quackle can be absolutely devastating if allowed to go long term.
Heal is incredibly powerful, and it does in fact go through, and Adrian has a significant spirit advantage at this point. But like you said, Trishula has 4 back row. We've got to have something here. Possibly another tsunami would deal with this incoming attack.
I'd imagine it's got to be, yeah, there it is, the tsunami, putting both the Quackle and the Specterus to defense. It really was the only way Trishula was going to be able to get out of that one. But it looks like there was a little bit of an oopsie there as Trishula knocked the top card of his deck off the mat. But it looks like that game state has been repaired. Trishula going to draw for turn here. And you have to imagine, with no back row sitting there for Adrian, Trishula has to be looking at some way to get rid of that Specterus before that thing swaps back to attack and continues to threaten the board.
Yeah, if he has an answer, it will not be contested. So this is the time for him to act.
Absolutely. And that Quackle, as funny as Quackle is unfortunately kind of just sitting there in defense at the moment, not really accomplishing a whole lot, being 2-3. But the heal did go off for the Quackle, so he did get the value that he needed to get. And it just comes down to, does Trish have the answer? It looks like Trishula is going to go for the Ambrosia here to heal back 3. Looks like he's getting back a Leviathan, and I didn't catch what the last one there was, but is immediately going to follow up with a Cryoblast to take out that Specterus, and an Eddie to then clean up that the remaining Quackle. With no back row, you have to imagine that this is going to put Adrian in absolutely do or die position on these top decks.
Yes, that was just like what we were saying. This is the turn that Trishula can make a comeback, not be contested by that back row. And Adrian is taking the opportunity to bring out Galaxy, making Eddie not much of a threat at all.
Yeah, drops Eddie to a 1/4, unfortunately, which is more than easy enough for the Galaxy to walk over. But Adrian also dropping the Zeus here. I'd imagine that the Zeus is specifically for in case Trishula has that Gorgon's Gaze in the battle step, as we've seen so often. That way, Galaxy, no matter what, is going to be able to clear this Eddie.
And this is a play that we saw from Adrian in the last tournament, in the finals, actually, this Zeus to play around Gorgon's Gaze.
Absolutely, and it looks like it will work there. Galaxy will be able to walk over the Eddie with Zeus already set up in the back line, but down comes the Lavalith!
Oh, time.
No! Lavalith able to clear up one of the back row. I imagine Trishula's probably looking at that Zeus. That Zeus is looking mighty yummy for the Lavalith. Adrian taking a minute to think, and it looks like the Gorgon's Gaze is going to come out of them. So Trishula absolutely targeted the Zeus there.
But still, Lavalith being on board, this is a big body. This is something that Adrian is going to have to find a way to deal with.
Well, he actually has a way to deal with it on board currently between Zeus and Galaxy, but unfortunately, Adrian's prior fear of Gorgon's Gaze kind of rears its head again in this particular situation. As if Gorgon's Gaze comes down on the Galaxy after you've already committed the Zeus to lowering it, Galaxy will still lose that combat.
Yes, and with 3 set over on Trishula's side, I'm thinking he might have an answer here. Although a Quackle coming down again, allowing Adrian to potentially heal another 3. Trishula thinking about it.
I imagine Trishula has to let this through because the Gorgon's Gaze needs to be saved for specifically the Galaxy in case Adrian does try to make a push forward with it. So that, unfortunately, for Trishula here is going to be another 3 spirits back for Adrian, meaning that he has gotten off 2 Quackles this game. That's already 6 spirits back in the spirit deck. That is definitely making a difference here, as Adrian is already down to 8 spirits. Without those Quackles, he'd be at 2.
And here comes that disenchant from Zeus, lowering that Lavalith down to a 3 attack.
And looks like Adrian is going to attempt to get the Galaxy in over the Lavalith here. It's do or die time. Does Trishula have the Gorgon's Gaze for the Galaxy? Oh, he's looking through his grave. He's thinking. You have to imagine, and oh no, the Shield of Achilles coming down here. Oh no, so that probably means Trishula does not in fact have the Gorgon's Gaze set, as the Gorgon's Gaze would definitely have been the go-to there, but still that means that his Lavalith lives to see another day, but that Zeus is still live. Lavalith can just get threatened by that same Galaxy next turn.
So I wonder if Trishula is going to send out something that threatens specifically the Galaxy coming back in, or sending out an Astrabbit looking for something, maybe that Gorgon's Gaze.
I'd imagine he has to be searching for Gorgon's Gaze here. It's one of the only ways he's going to be able to guaranteed protect his Lavalith from that whale push that we already know Adrian has in his grip. But even then, if Adrian has anything that has a decent enough stat line, Zeus with it can still clean up the game state, as he only would need a 3 attacker or more to, at the minimum, trade with that Lavalith.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to see Trish set anything. Does not seem like it. So I'm thinking he didn't get that Gorgon's Gaze.
Probably not here, but Adrian is going to take 2 spirits worth of damage, one from the attack of Lavalith over the Quackle here, and another from the Rabbit hitting direct. This is basically putting Adrian in a do-or-die situation. Trish down to 3 spirits. If Adrian can find a way to out this Lavalith and let it hit the board reliably, I imagine that he could very much clean up this game state a bit. Looks like Arcolith is coming down. Oh no! Trishula having Arcolith come down on the board right now is absolutely critical, as not only will that pump up Arcolith's damage with its own re-enchant, but also will potentially give Adrian additional procs of Zeus.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, is this the first time that we're seeing Arcolith hit the field today?
I think it is. Arcolith has kind of fallen out of favor a lot since its limiting, but showing here why it should be something to still be considered. Arcolith is putting up a lot of pressure just from this one drop here. Whether those spirits go onto him or onto the Zeus, they are still a threat. Trishula taking a good amount of time to think about this. Looks like he's going to go for the poison-tipped arrow, very notably paying off of Rabbit, which drops the Arcolith down to a 4 attacker and also makes it to where it no longer has an easy walkover target for a bunch of damage, as Astrabbit is no longer on the board. But the fact that Adrian is still loading them onto the Arcolith kind of tells me he might have a Mount Olympus in hand to buff it, or he's still going to look at going with the Zeus play here to drop the Lavalith down so that Arcolith can in fact walk over this Lavalith.
Yeah, he did put one of those Thunder Spirits onto the Zeus. So that does look, in fact, like what he's going to do. We see the disenchant and Lavalith goes down. And now Trishula still has to pay a lot of spirits to pop this Arcolith and
he's going to have to
Lavalith.
pay 4. He doesn't have enough. He has to take 2 off of the Lavalith hit and then unfortunately has to pass on expending for the PTA kill. He doesn't have enough spirits left. Looks like he's going to spend his last spirit in Spirit deck to bring out the Astrabbit, and that's going to eat a Gorgon's Gaze, and I think that's all she wrote.
I think that's game 1.
Absolutely incredible heads up play there from Adrian with that. Oh my gosh, you hate to see it go down like that, but unfortunately not enough spirits to resolve the PTA. Didn't find the Gorgon's Gaze. It unfortunately was just a matter of time before Adrian cleaned that one up, especially with Arcolith in the grip.
Yeah, that Arcolith coming out in the 11th hour to really, I think that is what sealed the deal for that game for Adrian. That was incredibly exciting to see. And I wonder if we're going to see any adjustments from side deck going into game 2. I really hope that Trishula can take this in game 2. I would like to see this go to game 3.
Absolutely. And on top of that, you have to imagine there's probably also a bit of a mindset shift here with Trish. As the Arcolith was able to come down off of the 2 attack position Elestrals, you don't normally want to play around the one of, obviously, but we have seen a lot of Lavalith coming down today. We've seen the Arcolith now coming down today. You have to imagine that it has to be, at least in the back of your mind, that you have to keep an eye out for that one of.
Yeah, exactly. It still can happen. And this may be the first time that we've seen it today, but who knows? It could have seen a lot of play in the other matches. Who's to say? Again, we still saw Spectaris make an appearance. I don't think there's been a game without it, and it has proven itself to be very, very strong.
Absolutely. And we're getting reports here that apparently overall throughout the tournament, Adrian has only lost 2 games total throughout the entire day. 1 in his round 1 and 1 in his round 2, meaning that since round 2, Adrian has not dropped a single game, and that has to be a little bit terrifying.
I think that Trish is looking to break that 2-0 streak, though.
Absolutely. He has to be, especially if he wants to get another shot at claiming that Elestrals champion promo here. He's had a shot at it twice now, unfortunately, and has come up short just both those times. So you have to imagine it's sitting in his mind that he has to get there. He has to get the shot at claiming the crown.
Listen, I can admit it. I'm a little bit biased. I would love to see Trishula make it this time. He has gotten so close, and I think he's earned it at this point, but he's got to fully earn it and make it past Adrian, make it to the finals. And this is currently a big hurdle that he is going to have to get over.
Absolutely, and I'm not going to hide my biases here. I would love for Trishula to win. He's my fellow Caster's Corner member. I have to in the back of my mind root for him, but as caster, I will remain completely unbiased in this regard.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just here for a good game. And
Me
quite
too.
frankly, these two bring good games to the table.
It's been really cool to watch Adrian, who is still pretty much brand new to Elestrals, come in and be so dominant. So hey, if you've been thinking about picking up Elestrals, this goes to show you, in 1 or 2 tournaments time, you could be one of the top players in the game.
Absolutely. You can start from the bottom, make it all the way to the top in no time at all. And all it takes is a little bit of practice and a lot of foresight on how to play out your games. And really that is kind of the long and short of it, is that while Adrian is a newer player to this game, it's clear that he has put in a lot of practice and knows how to play his deck. It's very clear that this deck, which appears to be the same kind of Thunder Good Stuff list that he brought to win last event, is absolutely something to be reckoned with, and he has a lot of practice on this.
And that's highlighted by how he has played around, for example, like when we saw the Zeus to play around Gorgon's Gaze into Galaxy, which is something that I have seen him do before. That's something that you learn from, like you said, practicing over and over and over again and finding these outs, finding these ways to make sure that you can still win, even when something seems to be an answer, a counter, like Gorgon's Gaze. But Adrian has a way of finding those win conditions.
Absolutely, and that was such a heads-up play from Adrian's end, making sure that you were fully insured to go against the Gorgon's Gaze onto your Galaxy, making sure that no matter what, your attack was going to connect there. It was really smart play on his end, and it surely paid off for him, as he did proceed to snowball from there to take this game.
Yeah, and we have our casters still setting up for this game too. I'm really excited to see what they do, what they change, how Trishula decides to answer some of these plays that he went up against last tournament, and I cannot wait to see.
We are also getting reports from the remainder of the top 8 here. It does look like Bean Soldier has won his top 8 match against Soren Plays in a swift 2-0 victory. You gotta give it up for him. The man knows how to play Elestrals.
And so that means that the winner of this game that's happening right now is going to be facing Bean Soldier in the next round.
Absolutely, and you got to admit, having these premier players potentially duking it out with each other all the way through the top cut, that is what Elestrals is all about. Seeing these top-level premier plays, and it's absolutely a blessing to be able to watch these live.
I feel like I've learned something every single time that I've watched them play. And speaking of, it looks like we are ready to get into Game 2.
All right. Hopefully we can see some more extremely skilled play going into this one. Trishula apparently is going to be going first into this game. Makes sense, losing the last one. He definitely wants to take that first crack. And that first crack he will take with the funny bunny, the Astrabbit. That is a really good crack for going first. Getting to look at the top 3 of his deck, basically do a quick sculpt of his hand. Absolutely an incredible card, especially for going first. As we've seen more and more players on these good stuff decks opting to go for an expend a draw in their open, seeing Astrabbit just completely skips that step, as you can maintain the spirit on your board and get to pick what you want to play.
Exactly, and creating a wall that's something, for example, like Eddie is going to have to deal with coming out. Going to be able to move that Astrabbit into attack, but we see a PTA coming out on Trishula's side.
Oh, that PTA is also going to make this a little bit awkward for Adrian here. He has to consider whether or not he wants to crash the Eddie now, but I imagine he would, as he's probably going to lose the Eddie at the end of the turn to the PTA if he doesn't.
It dies anyway, so might as well take that Astrabbit off the board for Trishula as well and make him... I guess he doesn't have to expend that extra spirit, but getting rid of the board advantage for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't have to expend the extra spirit with Adrian going for the crash. But Trishula following it up with another funny bunny, the Astrabbit. Getting another hand sculpt here is absolutely incredible. And you have to imagine that if Adrian has the PTA in the back line, he'd fire it. But no, it's actually going to be the Gorgon's Gaze here. Stopping this hand sculpt out of the Astrabbit and leaving it stranded in attack position for a quick and easy cleanup.
Absolutely. He knows that he cannot let Trishula start forming his hand, getting all of these answers. And Adrian casting out a Jolton, going to be searching out a Stadium Rune, possibly in Atlantis?
I would have to think it had to be a Mount Olympus here. Adrian is on so many big Thunder cards, and yes, it is the Mount Olympus.
Very true. There we go.
He is on so many of these big Thunder players that you'd have to imagine that he is at least playing the Mount Olympus in there to get them nice and buffed up. But at the same time, this Jolton is now still staring down a rabbit. It's not going to be a favorable trade for Trishula here for most back row, unless that back row is specifically Tsunami here. I'd imagine this Ash Rabbit is going down.
I think you're probably right there. And we see the swing. Trishula just going to let Bunny go down.
Yeah, there goes the bunny. It's unfortunate, but the bunny can only be so funny. Trishula is going to draw for turn here, kind of considering his options. Jolton followed by 2 back row with the knowledge that there is a Mount Olympus in your opponent's hand means that Jolton can easily become a 5 at a moment's notice. Eddie's going to come down and attempt to put that Jolton into defense so he can try to clean it up, it seems. And looks like that effect is in fact going to go through. No PTA, no Gorgon's Gaze. You have to imagine that there might be a shield, but nope. Eddie is going to in fact clean up that Jolton and is going to pass back to Adrian.
It makes me think that with getting that Mount Olympus, Adrian might be cooking something, and that something here is a Specteris, which is coming out.
Absolutely. I would have to agree with you. This has been the tournament of Specteris. Specteris once again hitting the board at a bare minimum being a 5 attack Elestral, but in many cases that suppression actually coming in absolutely clutch. Adrian following it up with a Mount Olympus play, even though he doesn't already have a Thunder in the play. It kind of, you have to imagine that might be telegraphing an Altar of Stars play here in the future.
That might simply be a Nexus Bank that we are looking at.
Oh, but that Nexus Bank is going to bite him in the rear. Oh, resting on your laurels.
Punish.
Immediate punish for developing that Mount Olympus, and absolutely going to come out and clear up this board state here. Trishula now looking with an Elechick here to try and develop some real advantage.
And taking advantage of that Mount Olympus as well.
The second Gorgon's Gaze coming down out of Adrian. Gonna stop Trishula from being able to develop that Divine Rune. Whatever it might be, whether it's a Demeter or a Zeus, I'd have to imagine one of the two.
Yeah, I would say probably Zeus, right? Again, we've been seeing these sort of water thunder combos, and even with the Gorgon's Gaze, that is a 5 attacking Elechick that's sitting on the board because of that Mount Olympus.
Absolutely. Adrian looking to play Ambrosia here is going to cast out a Spirit deck. I thought that there might be a chance that he'd pay off of that Mount Olympus to take away that 5 stat, but still absolutely a great card to see here. Adrian recovering back a bunch here. Notably grabbing back a Fleur Mine. You have to imagine that might mean that there's a Cryoblast in the near future, but if there was a Cryoblast, I guess the Cryoblast could still clear up this Elechick.
Yep, that's coming out right now, and Elechick is going to be taken care of. No wonder Adrian didn't really care about getting rid of that Mount Olympus.
That is absolutely fair here. It does look like Adrian past that is going to go for an expend to draw. Doesn't look like he has an Elestral he can develop at this point. You have to imagine it's either runes that are breaking up his hand, or it might even be that Arcolith that he can't do anything about. Trishula also opting for an expend to draw here, is going to proceed to set, and I believe pass it back to Adrian.
Okay, so we have a bit of a stagnant middle here, waiting for something to happen, and that something is a Toxeon from Adrian. And Trishula gonna be taking that burn, maybe?
I love this Scorpion so much. But unfortunately, yes, this is going to just start eating away at Trishula's Spirit deck. One from the initial cast here, and that Toxeon is actually currently sitting at 5 attack thanks to that Mount Olympus, so it's not going to be an easy one to out here. Toxeon swinging in, Trishula supposedly going through his Spirit deck, I guess deciding what to expend here, or just considering what his options could be on that Toxeon declaration.
The only one that feels reasonable here would be a Tsunami, but it seems like Trishula is just going to take that damage, and we are going over to Trishula for his turn.
Yeah, you have to imagine though, Trishula is in a little bit of a tight spot here. Notably having to play under that Mount Olympus is going to be really difficult for him, especially with all of Adrian's stuff coming down with Thunder. Very regularly, the Thunder guys have 4 attack as their base stat, meaning that under Mount Olympus, they are going to be 5s. But down comes the Galaxy here, putting a 5 of his own on the board. Trishula is attempting to try and get some kind of a follow-up here. It looks like Elechick wasn't even needed. The Zeus coming down directly after. And you have to wonder, did Trish already have the Zeus in hand and baited the Elechick negation?
Yeah, or was this the top deck of all time? Who really can say? But either way, Trish taking a page from Adrian's playbook with this Zeus Galaxy playing around a potential Gorgon's Gaze, although with that Mount Olympus, we might be seeing something spicy going on here.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the Mount Olympus here, Galaxy would only crash with the Toxion if it's a Gorgon's Gaze set.
Unless
and it
there's
looks
an
like it is
Altar
an Altar of Stars. As
that is something spicy.
Yeah, we did actually take a guess at that Altar of Stars earlier. I'd imagine Adrian is potentially looking at paying for Altar by siphoning off of Toxion so he can then Nexus from Mount Olympus to the Toxion, maintaining spirits on board, not having to go for something. But Trishula immediately following it up with a Gorgon's Gaze onto that Toxion, meaning the Nexus is no longer legal.
Yeah.
Meaning that unfortunately, nothing is going to happen here, as Adrian did choose to pay for the Altar out of the Spirit deck. Meaning that this is going to just go through. Galaxy is going to be able to continue to walk over that Toxion, and Adrian is going to lose every last bit of his board presence that he's built up outside of specifically the Mount Olympus.
Wow. Okay. Incredible play from Trishula.
Absolutely wonderful play, keeping that Gorgon's Gaze locked and loaded, ready to help cut off the Altar. But unfortunately, down comes the Earthquake, and as such, down goes the Whale.
No playing around Earthquake, unfortunately.
Yeah, you have to admit, for a one-of, we see Earthquake a lot.
Yeah, he seems to show up. Same with the Laurels.
Yeah, but every player is playing Earthquake. You have to imagine that it's going to show up a number of times through a game. Down comes the Quackle here, recovering 3 Thunder yet again out of Adrian, and very notably is a 3/4 under this Mount Olympus. So this Quackle actually does have a little bit of bulk to him, which is going to be a little bit harder to out on Trishula's end, dropping down to 5 spirits left in Spirit Tech.
We see a set from Trishula, which makes me wonder what he actually has in hand here. If he has an Elestral to cast, it seems like it's just a pass based on that hand gesture. Yep.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but he is getting a little too low to go for those expend draws. And down comes the Bunny, who is quite funny. The Ash Rabbit once again getting to look at the top 3 of Adrian's deck, allowing Adrian, whose hand size has been notably pretty low as of late, to be able to replace itself in hand immediately. And with that said, Adrian now having 2 different Elestrals that can push damage on the board, it's looking like it might be a bit of a do or die situation for Trishula.
Yeah, especially with Quackle coming out, being able to recover Adrian a little bit. Bunny coming out, like you said, being able to buff up the hand that he hasn't had too many cards in. And now Trishula having to deal with these 2 Elestrals, which it's not like he wants to play a Tsunami. You don't want to move that rabbit to defense right now. That is going to be a 6 defense.
Yeah, that 6 defense Bunny would be an absolute pain to get rid of. Currently, they're both sitting at 3 attack. Trishula, though, has gone down on his spirit count quite substantially. It looks like he might be in a really tough situation here. The lower his spirit count gets with this, the less his back row is going to matter in the long term. I imagine he's going to go for the expend a draw again. I imagine he's searching for that Ambrosia. Can't really get back into this game without said Ambrosia. It looks like he is going to set another card and pass. I'd have to imagine that's Tsunami, as that's the only way he's staying in this game.
Yeah, Tsunami.
Oh, and there goes the
Okay.
Gorgon's Gaze on the reenchantment of Rabbit, which is really a heads-up play, paying off of the Zeus so that this Rabbit does not get the search off and the damage. Adrian gonna follow suit by siphoning off that extra spirit from the Rabbit for Ambrosia, gonna bump his spirit count back up, and it looks like Trishula is just gonna scoop it up. There's nothing he can do from here.
Yeah, at that point, that is sort of an insurmountable move that Adrian made. You really can't get back from the Quackle recovery and then back to back with the Ambrosia recovery. And unfortunately, Trishula just was not able to see an Ambrosia of his own.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but that is just how it goes sometimes. With that said, so Adrian will take this round against Trishula on another 2-0 sweep, meaning once again, Adrian has not lost a game since round 2, which is absolutely incredible. But on top of that, we also have report in that Sir Tractor has defeated Viper in top 8 with a 2-0 hit, meaning the only top 8 match that we have left remaining is Sunseat Jess and Jackie Elmu.
I really wonder who is going to be able to stop Adrian today, because this has been it's just snowballed at this point, and he's going up against Bean Soldier, against Josh next round, and we know that Josh can really do it all, but can he do this?
I have to imagine he's going to try. From reports here, Josh seems to be on a very similar makeup to what we've kind of seen throughout the event so far. Galaxy obviously being the big playmaker that he is, but it seems that Adrian almost doesn't really matter for Adrian. It doesn't really seem to matter that Galaxy is as big of a threat as it is, as he continues to play very heads up into this Galaxy, as we saw earlier with the Zeus coming down onto it to ensure that he got through his plays through Gorgon's Gaze, constantly playing around it. And you have to imagine that he has had so much practice against this whale.
Absolutely. And we are in fact going to continue to see sort of this dominance of fives, of different flavors of it. Obviously, Adrian running this more water thunder type fives. And I know that you got to commentate over Bean Soldier's match, and unfortunately I didn't get to see everything that he had in his deck. Was it a similar sort of fives list?
Bean Soldier, if I'm not mistaken, is on a very similar list of fives. I would have to recheck, because it has been a bit of a day since that match.
The clashes all start to blend together.
They really
eventually.
do. But if I'm not mistaken, he was on a very similar Water Good Stuff fives list overall. And to be fair, though, that it has kind of proven itself to be the deck to beat with this particular event. Water Good Stuff fives has kind of shown itself in almost every aspect of the tournament thus far, as everyone is looking to play around that Galaxy.
Yeah, we see the Water Good Stuff, we see this Thunder variation, the Frost variation that casters like Sunseat Jess have been playing, which has been really cool to see as well.
Yeah, I do absolutely love that Frost variation, but unfortunately, we are just seeing a lot of the whale overall, to where you kind of ask the question, how do you beat the whale? Well, as we've kind of seen so far, Spectaris has been the go-to answer for the whale, not only being able to answer it offensively, but also being able to answer it defensively in the case of a Tsunami change position. So overall, I guess we're going to have to see whether or not Spectaris can win out against the whale long term.
Yeah, well, that, and we have seen not quite as abundantly as the Spectaris, but Mostation has been an excellent answer, because it becomes immediately a 6/1 without having to expend Under Galaxy.
But then that also opens up the interesting Gorgonsing your own Galaxy play that we saw earlier today. And quite frankly, it's the amount of thought that has to go into any combat instance with the Galaxy makes you have to really consider every single one of your runes, every single one of your Elestrals, and how you're playing your deck as effectively as possible.
Yeah, you have to really go Galaxy brain to be able to play around this card.
And it looks like we just got a report back on that one remaining top 8 match here. It appears that Sunseed Jess has won against Jakiomu 2-1. So we will see our top 4 here very shortly, being Adrian versus Bean Soldier and Sir Tractor versus Sunseed Jess. An absolutely just action-packed lineup for this top 4.
I cannot wait. I'm not sure who we're going to be seeing live on stream, but no matter who it is shaping up to be amazing.
Absolutely. And with that said, we are going to cut to a quick break. Top 4 will be coming at you very shortly.
Hello, everyone. We're back. It's me. I know you weren't expecting me. It's a huge surprise. It's me and Kay. Whoa!
K and Caleb commentating clashes.
Yes, we brought it back. I can't believe you remember that. I forgot. It's been a long day. We had 7 rounds of Swiss. We've had a top 8, and now we are on to top 4. We have 4 casters that have remained in top 4. And here's our bracket. We just watched Adrian versus Trishula, where Adrian was able to take it down. And Adrian will go on to face against Bean Soldier, who beat Soren, we've seen prior on the cast. I think that's going to be an incredible matchup. And on the other side of the bracket, Sir Tractor, someone else we've seen on bracket.
Yeah, we've seen all these people at this point.
We've seen everyone but Viper, which is really unfortunate because Sir Tractor took down Viper, and Viper's on a very cool Fire Nexus list that I'm very sad that we won't be able to see on stream. But Sir Tractor, hopefully, you know, we'll put on a clinic as they have before. And then that last clash, the one that we were waiting on, Sunseed Jess versus Jakiomu. Sunseed Jess, prior champion of December 1st event, took down Jakiomu, who is in their own right won multiple events in the past year.
This has been an insane top 8 to see. It's been very cool. And Trishula versus Adrian running back the previous finals. I was really rooting for Trishula to take that one, but Adrian simply cannot be stopped today.
Yeah, Adrian is absolutely killing it. That I was watching that clash while I was having a little dinner, and I was blown away at how Adrian just kept pace no matter what. It felt like there never was really a spot where they weren't at least like, they may not have been in the driver's seat explicitly, but they're like in the center console, you know? They're like almost there.
Yeah, a great place to drive from for sure. And
Who hasn't?
Trishula, despite playing very well and being able to threaten Adrian, unfortunately just could not secure a win.
Yeah, between the Arcolith closing out game 1 and then Quackle, I think was like a massive point for Adrian right at the end of game 2. Just really allowing advantage to swing in Adrian's favor in both cases and further edge Trish out of the game. Just showing why these cards that bring spirits back to field or back to spirit deck are so strong. And, you know, no wonder Thunder continues to do well. It has all the tools. It's the type that just keeps on giving.
And I am very excited to see what we're going to have up next as well.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see who we will be spectating as we go into top 4 starting very shortly. I believe that we're just waiting for those casters to go ahead and get ready, get into their rooms, and get rounds started very, very soon. I'm so I can't wait to see who makes it. Like, yeah, I think Adrian doing the back-to-back would be incredible. I don't think that's been done for a webcam tournament since maybe Distant Coder did it. I'm not super confident on that. I don't have the stats in front of me. So it'd be cool to see someone go back-to-back. Jess almost could go back-to-back. You'd have one break, but she won December 1st event. If she wins this one, that's almost back-to-back. It's not, but it's close.
It's a sandwich.
It's a
That's what that is.
It's a sandwich. It's like what's the card game Egyptian rat screw?
Yes.
Sandwich. Search Tractor. I don't know if Search Tractor has made a top 4 before, but this is certainly a name that we're starting to become much more familiar seeing in these top cuts. So it'd be incredible to see them be able to close out and make a finals and potentially win an event. And then finally, sorry, excuse me. Finally, Bean Soldier.
Yeah.
What more is there to say?
Yeah.
That's my
cannot say less about Josh still being an imminent threat.
An imminent threat. Josh is approaching your location at all times.
Yeah, I would love to see, honestly, I wish that we could see all of these clashes live, but we're going to be able to watch one, and no matter which one it is going to be absolutely incredible. Yeah,
you know, while I'd love to see them all, also, it's been a long day. Imagine we had to
if we're honest.
For 4 more sets. That would be exhausting.
I think the bits would get sillier.
They've already gotten very silly. Hey, that's just the delirium kicking in. That's how you know you've gotten to the best part of the cast, and that's how you know things are about to get really good from here. So thank you to everyone at home for sticking with us as we get through these rounds and into Top Cut here. This has been an absolute blast. We hope that you all are enjoying at home. Very much thankful to the production here for helping put this on in the first place. I know I, as a fan of Elestrals, love watching these events when they happen and when I'm not on desk participating. So very much thankful to the people behind the screen. They're putting a lot of work to bring a very wonderful cast to you. So round of applause to everyone there. Really, it's specifically Silver Beanie. They do so much work for this. So thank you to them.
Yeah, while we have been able to take nice little breaks from the mic, get away from the desk, have some little lunch, Silver has been running the show constantly from the start.
And dealing with our shenanigans that you don't see.
Yep.
Hey, we're very pleasant to work with. Trust.
We are delights. It is fine.
Well, it looks like we are very close to being ready for this clash we have for you in top 4. Sunseed Jess versus Sir Tractor. Our clashers, our casters are ready to clash, and we're about to start casting them. Caleb K casting clashes. We're here. The question is, who won the die roll? Actually, I believe whoever is higher seeded from Swiss gets to decide.
Tractor
it might just be top 8.
Going first.
Okay.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. Tractor's going first. That's what matters.
And once again, I am simply just looking at the cutie pie card sleeves the Sunseed just has. They really are stealing the show for me.
Yeah, it's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful stuff. Sir Tractor, though, starting off with something wonderful of their own, and that's an Astrab in defense position. Doesn't get better than that.
Classic.
Been saying this all day. Oh, Astrap in defense position? Name a better duo. It doesn't get better than this.
I truly feel like we have seen either Astrap it or an expend almost every single turn one this entire day.
Yeah, pretty consistently. I mean, it's not a bad thing to do. You just generate card advantage. There's nothing in Elestrals that's too threatening turn one, so you're pretty safe to do something like that. Two back row for Subtract here.
Yep, set 2 and pass. And Sunseed Jess is going to send out a Mustation.
They got to be very careful with the pronunciation there.
Not
Mustation.
I like PK's Mustation. I think that's very classy.
I'm a fan of that now. I'm gonna try and keep that. Oh, so it looks like Jess went for the Mustation expend to swap attack and defense, and Subtractor went ahead and Gorgon's Gaze that, wanting to keep this Astrabbit up and around, force out some more spirits from Jess to try and out this 5 defense body. And look at that. That's a beautiful reverse hollow Eddie hitting the board from Subtractor's end.
Oh, look at him go. The return of Eddie gonna be able to possibly do something about this Mustation, but we will see. There is always a chance that Jess could in fact expend to pump this up, depending on what Eddie wants to do here.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting place for Jess to be in, because the Eddie doesn't target, and so she very well could expend a Water Spirit and then have it swap, or she doesn't, and then the Astrabbit gets swapped, as we're seeing here, and she ends up taking damage here no matter what. It's very much a rock and a hard place, as Eddie tends to be.
But then Frostbite comes out. Okay, this little champion.
It really is a champion. I'm a big fan of the Frostbite here.
I really love to see a Frostbite in semifinals.
Oh, you love to see it. And it looks like Frostbite may have been declaring attack here. I'm assuming on the Astrabbit, but it could be on Eddie here, which is leading Subtractor some pause, because maybe if that's the case, Jess has some special back row set here, trying to force out interaction out of Subtractor. It looks like it was on the Astrabbit, just trying to decide if that Astrabbit is worth keeping around any longer. And it looks like Astrabbit, she's done her service, and she's in the underworld now, waiting to get shuffled back into that deck. Expend a draw from Subtractor.
Yeah, and we're just going to see a set. So we have 3 set over on Subtractor's side, and okay, we are going to attempt to swing over the Frostmite, and instead are going to be shielded back to hand.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Eddies get shielded today, and that never feels particularly good to have to do, frankly.
No, but also you got to deal with Eddie, and not a lot of things can. And Narpoon is going to come out, allowing Sunseed Jess to possibly, depending on if we are going to see an answer here. PTA coming out, that gorgeous full art.
The full arts from Daybreak are so good. I can't wait for the full arts for Moonrise. Have the playset of all the staples.
Catch me with that Tsunami. Absolutely.
The Tsunami, the Shield of Achilles is rad.
All of them. Yeah.
Looks like Sunseed Jess searched out the Cryoling from deck, and possibly a part of why the move was to shield the Eddie is just to load up the Underworld with Frost Spirits, because I haven't been keeping super careful track here, but we're getting within range. We're getting in Cryoling range here.
Yeah, we talk about things lurking, things being imminent, things approaching. That Cryoling, imminent.
Very, very much imminent. Very much a danger that Subtractor has to consider as they continue to progress at the game state here. This Frostbite has stuck around quite a while here. What a little fella. Oh! A Cryoling of Subtractor's own.
Oh boy, okay.
And that's 5.
And that means
it's time.
It is time.
We're ascending.
Yes. There's going to be a Cryoburn. Properly enchanted?
Properly enchanted. That's important.
Now, last time, very true. Last time we were like, does this mean that there's a Cryo Scourge? I don't know if that's the case or if we're simply just playing around like you said that Galaxy, but it is in fact going to be met immediately with a PTA from Sunseed Jess.
That's pretty huge. This is gonna be an expensive turn for Jess. However, the board will be cleared to. I'm trying to see how many cards are in Sir Tractor's hand. That's actually it's quite a few. It looks like. Jess looks like she has only 2 or 3 cards in hand though, and the card advantage game here is very much being whittled down. As Sir Tractor is going to swing over the Frostmite for 1 damage, and in the end phase, presumably Jess is going to expend to pop the Cryovern here.
Yeah, so not only having to take that 1 damage from the hit, but also then the expend. You're right, this is an incredibly expensive turn for Jess.
But if you think about it, they're at parity at this point. They're both 9 apiece in Spirit Deck, and Jess is about to land a Cryoling of her own into Cryovern.
We knew it was imminent.
You know, you're never truly out of Cryovern range, really. You're never really out of it. It's always there.
Yeah, even after this tournament ends, just know.
Just know
You're
there's
still
a
not out of
Cryovern
range.
that could be coming. Looks like this Cryovern's coming out with a water underneath it, trying to play around the potential tsunami from Sir Tractor here. Just counting out her Spirit Deck and gonna go ahead and swing into Sir Tractor here. Will he use a counter rune here? Shield of Achilles could be killer, but also quite expensive, but also leave the board open for a play that might be game determinative here. And that's the Shield of Achilles.
There it
Game
is.
3.
Okay, so we do see that shield, and again, we're at a pretty clear board here. Both casters have 1 set each, and I have to wonder what's next.
The thing here is the disparity in hand advantage. So Jess is at 4 cards in hand. And actually, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I think Sir Tractor might also have 4 cards in hand. Might be 5. Hard to tell from the angle. But this is a very, very close game.
Yeah, we're pretty evenly matched either way.
I'd be very curious to see what Sir Tractor decides to do to start off this turn. Really running through all the options in this hand, trying to figure out what the best option is that'll generate the most advantage. Frost Spirit comes out. That could be anything. It could even be an Eddie! It could even be an Eddie!
Oh my goodness, that Frost Eddie coming out.
That's awesome. That's so sick.
Eddie is frozen.
I'm so curious, why is the Eddie Frost? Why is he so chilly?
He's just a chill guy.
He's just kind of a chill, cool guy, Frank. The Cryoling, though, from Jess's side is killer.
And another water enchanted Cryovern hitting the field.
And this one came from hand, which never feels good.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, you take what you can get. You know?
Yeah.
It is what it is. So, I mean, this is going to immediately put a ton of pressure on this Eddie, being that this is a 7-4 attacker here. And Sir Tractor, not a ton of life. Jess, though, about to have a lot more with an Ambrosia hitting the board.
Yeah, life is coming back on Jess's side.
And that's going to be 8 spirits in her Spirit Deck now, and that's a lot to work with. When you get outside of the 8 range, that's kind of when things start to feel tight.
And we see a Frost, a Water, and a Thunder coming back, which is an interesting combination.
Yeah, that's like it's like an almost hurricane, you know? We're almost there. You know, the Frost kind of looks like wind, almost.
If you squint, if the webcam gets a little blurry. And
another
second shield! Oh my goodness, this is very expensive for the second turn in a row for Sir Tractor.
Yeah, the question is, do you feel good if you're Sir Tractor here, right? You know, you're spending a lot of spirits here. You're keeping the Cryovern off board. Jess has gone through 2 Cryoling. Presumably doesn't have another in hand, as one was searched and the other one was likely hard drawn. As I don't believe there were 2 Narpoons cast this game. And
just one.
So then you're probably not feeling too bad, especially with the Ambrosia.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Hard to complain when you get that fruit out on board.
And we see 2 Frosts and a Water Spirit coming back.
That's the exact spirits that Sir Tractor used for the shield there. Just, yeah, I'll take those back, actually. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll see you again.
The water Rhino!
Okay.
This is awesome. They've swapped Eddie and Rhino. What are they doing to my boy?
Listen, they're just buddies living in each other's worlds, and I think that's beautiful.
This is what they said, walk a mile in my shoes. And a shielded Achilles.
Get shielded, apparently. On the Eddie, looks like?
It doesn't feel too bad because the Rhino's only had one attack. He's a little dinky guy.
Okay, a little rude.
He's got a big butt. It's okay. Look, everyone goes to the gym for different reasons. It's okay.
Very true. And we aren't worried about, for example, a Galaxy coming out. That has been something that's happened on this stream today, is a very powerful Rhino. And a second Ambrosia has hit Jess's side of the field.
I'd like to point out a very quick action that just occurred there. Jess actually expended to draw, I believe, right before ripping the Ambrosia.
And getting 2 Earth back, which... Yep.
The earthquake on the Rhino is incredible. That must be the most valuable Rhino that's ever existed.
I think you're probably right. He's got to be feeling pretty good about himself. He's like, oh, I got an earthquake used against me today.
Yeah, you know what? My bad. I didn't understand your game, Rhino. That's my bad. Looked like Sir Tractor was considering another Eddie there, kind of hovering above the board but not committing to it. Considering the options in hand, 3 or 4 cards, there's got to be at least another Elestral in there. The question is, what's the other option? The other option is a Rhino this time.
What flavor Rhino are we doing this time?
It's a water Rhino.
Hey, you know what? He said the last water Rhino was so threatening that Jess used a whole earthquake on it. So, I don't know.
It looks like Jess is going to scoop it up from there. I'm very curious as to what the rationale is behind the Frost Eddie and the Water Rhino. What is going on in Sir Tractor's mind there? Because there's definitely like a calculated decision as to why those were going on. Because I feel like at least with the Water Rhino the second time, it could have been Frost, because if it goes to defense, you're fine, right? It's just
right.
Tsunami is something that you don't care about. Maybe they don't have Water and Spirit Deck in that, or Frost and Spirit Deck in that case, but no, they showed it. So I have no idea what the rationale is there, but very, very interesting. Let me pick your brain, Sir Tractor. What's going on inside that cranium of yours?
Well, notably with the Frost, could potentially be playing around Cryoblast, as Eddie is very much a target for a Cryoblast.
Yeah. In the case of Eddie, actually that makes a lot of sense. That's a great point. The Rhino, I have no idea.
Well, like we said, doesn't want to see a Galaxy, or a Galaxy doesn't want to see a water enchanted Rhino, because suddenly that's a big Rhino.
Great point. That's probably what it is. They're considering the Galaxy. I believe, though, I don't know if we saw a single Galaxy from Sunsea Jess. I don't actually know if we've seen one the entire tournament. I'm assuming she's on like Water Frost, since I believe that was what she brought to the December 14th event. But I don't actually think we've seen a Galaxy out of her yet. So
no,
maybe Sir Tractor, just crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's, making sure everything looks right. And honestly, excellent play from both casters that game.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly it worked out. Sir Tractor took game 1, and we are now going to be going into a game 2 here.
Yeah, very exciting. I'm curious what these casters might end up doing in terms of side decking, because Tsunami might not be in the main for Sunsea Jess, but in this case absolutely could come in. But also you may not want to be doing that, because you can misenchant things like the Rhinosec or the Cryoverns. And so very, very interesting to think about what they might be going for here, what options they might have that they might be bringing out of their side decks, because there's not a lot of targeted hate for either of these types in the game, but except maybe like Cryoblast might be in main, and that definitely comes out. You don't want that in main anyway.
Yeah, and especially with how Sir Tractor had been playing very much around all of these different threats, and it seems like we are getting ready to move into this game 2 right now.
Let's get it.
And I'm thinking Jess is probably going to be going first here.
I think that's a reasonable assumption, and I also think that both of these casters have mulligan.
Which again, they're playing Frost, so we know they both have Cryoling. We know they both have Cryovern. Not the worst thing in the world to get a head start on that.
Yeah, I think it as a head start. I think is perfect because that's exactly what this is, and especially if you're Sir Tractor, sort of the conventional knowledge on mulliganing is if your opponent's mulligan, you can mulligan up to the number of times they've mulliganed +1. So if Sunseed just mulligan, you're like, oh, I absolutely take a mulligan here, even if my hand's just like a little awkward, because it sets up my Cryoverns. And okay, I was wrong.
Galaxy.
There's the Galaxy from
Turn
Jess.
1. Okay.
She wanted to prove me wrong. Okay,
yeah,
my
she
bad.
heard us talking, and she was like, okay, fine. Here, I guess.
I guess. But the Frostbite, the Frostbite's crazy.
Oh.
That's insane.
Immediately punished by the Frostbite, by her own little guy.
Then the Gorgon's Gaze absolutely has to come out if you're
Oh
Jess
my
here.
gosh, this is, I don't know which side of the board to look at right now.
If you squint really hard, that Frostbite's doing a really good Warmite impression.
Hey, that's crazy. I wonder if they know each other.
Yeah, I think they're roommates.
They probably hang out.
The expended draw from Jess might seem a little weird, but we do have this Galaxy swinging over the Frostbite. And also, I believe we're at Cryoling range already.
Oh my gosh. And the second Frostbite has hit the field!
Sir Tractor, a second Frostbite has hit the board, and it outed that Galaxy.
Yeah, this time it has gone through.
That's absurd. So hey, Cryoling we're in Cryoling range, I think. I think that Jess can just rip it, potentially. We'll see if that's what she decides to do.
Let's see it.
Maybe.
Possibly a Narpoon if we need to search it out. Who can...
Narpoon would be actually a phenomenal option here, but a second Galaxy is actually be the thing that comes out.
I really think she heard us talking and it was like, okay, that's it.
All right, I need to shut these bozos up.
Exactly.
This is looking very interesting. They basically played the same turns back and forth now, and we're now on turn 5. So will a third Frostbite hit the board, and then will a third Galaxy hit the board? It's a real question.
I don't know, and I kind of hope so. I would love to continue living in this exact world that we are in right now. I think it's beautiful.
It would certainly be really funny, and I'm a really big fan of when funny things happen in tournaments. So
but alas, alas, it is in fact the Cryoling coming out.
Oh, very interesting. So Sir Tractor's going for a Cryo Blast just to get another Frostbeard in Underworld.
Okay. And so that means Cryovern with
Cryovern.
the water?
Water Enchanted may seem strange here. However, that Galaxy's at a 3 attack right now because of the Cryo Blast.
Let him cook.
Let Sir Tractor cook. They will clear over this, and they now play around Tsunami for the future. It's definitely a little strange. It might still be right to properly enchant it, but it does play around Tsunami. It's future proofing. I get it. It's a crazy line there. Kind of crazy.
And we have seen the 2 Galaxy already from Jess, so it's unlikely that the third one is coming, but who knows?
Yeah, who can say, really? Who can say? Only Jess, as she is the one who wields her future, deciding what cards to play from her hand, and it's a resting on your laurels.
Yeah.
An absolute killer play.
Yeah, that is probably the best feeling way to get rid of that card. Only 1 spirit cost, and now the board is totally clear.
Incredible drop from there into the Ass Rabbit. I mean, we're turn 1 again, actually. Let's start from the top here. We're both just 12 spirits apiece. Let's call it, you know?
The whole Frostmite Galaxy thing never happened, actually. And we're back to turn 1.
And we're back to turn 1. Now, will another Frostbite hit the board?
Listen, it could continue to happen. There is a world. But in fact, we just see a single set from Jess and passing back over to Sir Tractor.
Yeah, if you ignore the spirits in the Underworld, it definitely looks like a turn 1 here. But the Eddy, going to be a really solid option here for Sir Tractor, swapping that Ass Rabbit to attack position, declaring an attack. Is it a shield? It's a Tsunami to put that Ass Rabbit right in.
Oh, wow. Okay. And now this rabbit is continuing to be a threat because now if you're Surtractor, how are you going to get rid of it?
Incredible question. Really, really would not want to be Surtractor right now unless that hand has exactly second Eddy or third Frostmite.
Or third Frostmite, yep. That's exactly what we need.
You know, Kryling does get there. The question then would be, does Jess set back row this turn? Is she developing her board by playing another Elestral? Or are we re-enchanting the Astrabbit? I'm thinking it's likely we re-enchant the Astrabbit here just to really put pressure on Surtractor through card advantage and make it so that he has to out the Astrabbit.
Yeah, I think that re-enchanting the rabbit is a pretty solid play here. But she's definitely thinking about it. And a Cryoblast on that Eddy, punishing the fact that this was not a Frost Eddy this time.
And the Narpoon to follow, likely searching out that Cryolite. Like, we know it's coming.
It's there. Oh, Catarant!
Catarant! Oh, my little boy!
I love Catarant. Oh, I'm so excited. And Jess actually does, at this point, need to get some healing in order to start making these bigger plays. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and the swing too here from Jess. Yeah, this is set her up very solid for the next couple of turns. Because Catarant kind of just guarantees what the future couple turns look like, because you're comfortable to cast it and just re-enchant consistently.
Mm-hmm. And it just means that Surtractor is gonna have to deal with it again. And who knows what this one set is? Could be another Tsunami. We could see another defensive Tsunami from Jess. Possibly something to deal with that possible second Cryoling coming out. Who is to say?
It being a Tsunami, I think is a very real option here. Because if it's something like a Gorgon's Gaze or a Shield, it can sometimes still feel awkward to leave an Astrabbit in attack, because you're committing to have to use that back row to protect it. But a Galaxy is going to put on a ton of pressure here from Surtractor's side.
Oh. Okay. What Galaxy art is that?
So that is the Galaxy from the Artist Collection, the Kickstarter pack. It's gorgeous.
It's beautiful.
It's such an incredible art.
Wow. Okay.
We've found Kay's new favorite card art.
I know. I'm like mesmerized looking at it. It's so pretty. Okay. Galaxy, I was unfamiliar with your game. It is a Tsunami.
Interesting. So it looks like the attack was declared on Astrabbit. Potentially the move was to go for the Narpoon to play around Tsunami and still develop the board state well. But I guess the other consideration is if it's a Gorgon's Gaze, at least you crash with Astrabbit. So it really is pick your poison. Which do you want to die by?
That's true. And instead, this rabbit has just stuck around and is going to continue to stick around. And as you said, there's always the option to re-enchant.
And that's a very threatening consideration in all instances, because there's a reason Astrabbit is played at 3 in basically any deck that can reasonably do it. It is a very strong card.
There is also a world in which you stick a water spirit under that rabbit, right? Oh, okay. That's fine.
Imagine though.
It would have been a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah, in this case though, we will actually be able to go Narpoon over the Galaxy and swing for one direct with the Eddy. And this is where the game state has kind of become a little interesting. Jess is down to just 5 spirits, but has 3 on board. Then Surtractor's end, I believe they're at 8 spirits in Spirit deck now after that last attack. So they're basically even. The issue is that Surtractor just doesn't have board presence. Something like a Cryoblast could really help to start to equalize this. Cryoblast Laurels would be absolutely absurd to see here as well.
Yeah, that would be the back-to-back play, and we have only seen the one Laurels from Jess's side, which she used to get rid of that Cryovern, which does not feel like it was the same game.
No, it does not.
That was a lifetime ago.
I don't know if it's that we've been casting for so long, or it's this game is so intense that I've forgotten that it's been 30 minutes or not. Like,
it might be a combination of the two.
I think it's probably a combination.
But with 0 set on Jess's side, I think that her leaving that rabbit in defense was smart, and you're right, it is definitely good to have a wall, because Sir Tractor now at this point is going to have to figure out, how am I going to pick apart this board that she has established?
Yeah, and Sir Tractor's very much taking their time to walk through every option and consider what they're going to do, and they eventually land on Narpoon here, which I think is very interesting, because the question that I have now is, are they crashing? I think that crashing very much is the right option, and an Infrostix gets searched out by Narpoon. This could be an absurd turn. We're going Infrostix, pitching the 2 Frost for it. Are we bringing back Cryoling to go Cryovert? Surely we are. That's exactly what we're doing.
Yep. Oh, that is incredible. And we don't have to worry about that resting on your laurels anymore. That's gone. This is, oh, beautiful. And I think that Jess already used the Earthquake as well.
I believe so. This is now a water enchanted, I'm pretty sure, Cryovern that's coming out from hand, as Sir Tractor also drew the second one.
So that makes it fair.
Yeah, fair is fair. The question is, who are we attacking over? Surely it's one of the Elestrals, yeah. And I guess we're not going to be crashing here. We're just going to go ahead. Oh, we are crashing here. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with that decision very much. We want to try and get Sunseed Jess off of as many Elestrals as possible. She's down to, I believe, 4 Spirits and Spirit Deck. Sir Tractor at 3 here after the damage dealt by the Cryovern. And this Astrabbit is just an Astrabbit in a dream at this point, right? But you got to feel bad if you're Jess right now.
Yeah, this is very quickly turned around for Sir Tractor. That Infrostix play was incredible. Although here is an Ambrosia. So
and now you don't feel too bad.
Now you're feeling a little bit better. Absolutely. And I'm curious what she's going to bring back here. There's 1 Frost.
Surely a Thunder.
A Water. Yeah, maybe a Thunder for a possible re-enchant.
This will definitely be determining how these next couple of turns go. A second Water.
Okay. Oh, I'm excited. I don't know what she's cooking, but it is something. And
a Cryoling.
It's a Cryoling. Here we go.
Wow.
And that one is going to be Water Enchanted. We haven't seen, as we pointed out, either Earthquake or Laurels from Sir Tractor. They also have a back row set. Who's to say how we're going to deal with this? If we're going to have a Dragon Crash happen right now?
You know, that very well might be what happens, and that's exactly it. This Astrab is sticking around. 0 back row from Jess still. That's what's really mind-blowing to me, is she's doing all of this just with Elestrals so far.
And this has been consistent with what we've seen from her other games, where it's very few back row, but still somehow just having the things that she needs when she needs them. Contrarily, we see 3 back row over on Sir Tractor's side.
Oh, the Cataract that we searched out earlier coming in so massively clutch here, healing Jess up to 5 spirits and potentially putting on the screws for Tractor here.
Yeah, okay, we're moving Rabbit to attack, and Sir Tractor is just going to take the 2 damage, putting him down to only 1 spirit. We have to be hoping for specifically Ambrosia.
Yeah,
it is a scoop. So we're going to game 3. Okay.
You love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see a game 3.
Jess was really able to bring that back. And those Galaxy that we talked about, we don't know if she had them. In fact, she did. I don't know if that was coming from the side. But either way, that was a game with many faces, I would say. Many stages that we went through.
It was really interesting to see how the board developed over time, and it really doesn't feel like the same game that started Galaxy, Frostmite, Astrabbit, like Eddie. Right. that felt like a lifetime. It was very, very cool to see how that played out, and both casters doing a very good job, really digging their teeth in and trying to stick it out to the very end, and ultimately Sir Tractor just not drawing enough Elestrals, it seems, setting 3 back row and it not really being able to do what needed.
Yeah, and Jess also holding on to and saving that Cataract that she had searched out way earlier until the moment where I think it really, really secured that win.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Catarant is such a killer card in any Frost deck because it's searchable. And because you really can just say, all right, I'm going to play it, I'm going to re-enchant, I'm going to re-enchant, I'm going to re-enchant. And re-enchanting means that you then have spirits to protect it if you need to do that. And the re-enchant is cost that you can pay for something like a Gorgons to prevent an attack. Like, it does so much for you. It also swings for damage. Like, that's pretty crazy.
Listen, Catarant stocks, I think they're going up.
To the moon. To the moon.
And go ahead.
Waiting on the exact record report, but
Yeah.
I'm hearing Adrian has won over Bean Soldier in our semifinal.
Honestly, based on the amount of time that it took, is this another 2-0 from Adrian?
It might be that, they are killing it. Oh my god, if they're 2-0ing all this consistently throughout an entire event. This is the thing that, for all my casters at home that maybe don't play in these events super consistently, playing at a high level all the way to top cut the entire time consistently is very, very difficult. And so being able to do that so consistently, you're still 2-0ing the entire way through is crazy. But with that, I think our casters are ready for game 3. Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Yep, and this is going to determine what our finals is going to look like because we already know whoever wins this, they're facing Adrian.
Yeah, assuming here that Sir Tractor will be choosing to go first, and looks like they are going to be mulliganing here. The question is Jess going to mulligan in response, or is she happy with this hand that she's drawn?
Yeah, I mean, like we were talking about before, in Frost, it feels kind of good to mulligan. I don't know, maybe you should mulligan too, Jess. Who's to say?
I mean, one mulligan couldn't hurt.
Just as a treat, I don't know. But it seems like, I think at this point, she is going to be keeping that hand, and we see the rabbit turn 1 coming out for Sir Tractor. Classic.
I need a counter. I need a counter.
I think that this has been the turn 1 each of the previous 2 games in this particular clash, which is fun.
Yeah, this is very much set the pace every single time. Setting 2 has got to feel good for Sir Tractor here, despite the mulligan. Now, Sun suggests where we see the Frostmite. It's an Elechick.
And is it going to be Gorgons? I feel like every single Yep.
Yep,
every
you're right.
Single one
You're right.
has been Gorgons today. And that is the only one. Elechick has been limited down to 1, so there goes that dream.
Don't got to worry about it. Gorgons feels incredible because, hey, you're not getting whatever divine you're playing. You don't need it anyway. It's okay. You don't need it.
You'll just top deck it. Don't worry, Jess.
Exactly. Sir Tractor, though. Eddie's coming back down. Very, very interesting to see what these back row might be. Are we going to see a response Gorgon's Gaze from Jess that would stall this out massively? It looks like it's going to be perfectly fine. Do we swap Ass Rabbit to attack? Because that would play a round interaction. Looks like we're going to be doing that. And the Rabbit is going to be the one that swings into the Elechick, and that'll connect. Okay.
And then just going to be taking 1 damage from that Eddie as well and passing back over to Jess. I wonder what those set are. Unless she just didn't really value that Elechick wasn't going to be doing much. It got Gorgons. His job was done.
It's very possible. Elestrals really is a game of how much you care about your Elestrals being removed. And in that case, I don't think that you care too much if your Elechick leaves the field. This Narpoon, though, Sir Tractor does care about. It's going to get lowered down to a 2 attack with this poison-tipped arrow. And we'll have to see what Jess ends up searching out here.
Yeah, we only have, it seems like the 1 Frost Spirit in the Underworld, so Kryling is not really a priority right now. Maybe that Catarant. Oh, or Kryling is the priority.
Yeah, Kryling is going to be sort of the game starter and the game ender for Jess. And so if she doesn't have one, we absolutely want to be getting that to hand. And Catarant is something that will really only benefit Jess late into the game. We don't mind if we draw it late in the game. But the Cryoblast here, going to take out the Eddie, and this will be a board clear from Jess.
And on top of that, Sir Tractor is going to have to expend the 1 to pop the Narpoon. So I think that Jess got a lot of value out of this turn.
Well, actually, the expend won't have to happen because that Narpoon cracked.
You're so right. So, yes. Regardless, I stand by what I said, besides the wrong thing.
board cleared. Jess got lots of value out of that harpoon. Regardless, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, check and pass. Back over to Sir Tractor.
And do a little finger tap there, considering his options. Got 4 cards in hand here. An Owloon. Is this a Specteris?
Specteris?
No, we're expending to draw. It just was put on the board, I guess.
Okay. But we do have Owloon in the Spirit deck, so maybe Specteris in there somewhere.
Yeah, hypothetically. I'd love to see it. It's likely a side deck card for Sir Tractor in the style of deck that he's playing. But look, expend a draw pass seems to be what's going on here. Just looking at her face down.
Yep, all 3 of them, which I feel like is the most that we have seen from Jess so far today.
Jess is what part of what makes Jess such an excellent player is she's really good at deciding the priority of back row to set, and she never sets more than she needs to, even if she has them, just to play around opponent information gathering.
Oh, but is that a 4th set?
And she doesn't need to play around information. Deck knowledge is known here. And this Kryling is a little dinky guy, but he's hitting in for 1 regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, I think sitting at 3 attack? That's a very dinky Kryling.
I think so. And Catarant coming out.
You love to see that from Sir Tractor. That feels phenomenal here.
Yeah, possibly thinking about Gorgonsing it, but again, even if a Catarant gets Gorgons, I think you still feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, you feel phenomenal. The reason to do it here is it does get this Kryling up to a massive attack set of 5 after it resolves. There's 2 Frost and Underworld. If you cast the Gorgon's Gaze with 2 Frost, which we're gonna do,
that's what's happening.
Although it feels bad because you're going like 2 for 2 in terms of net spirit advantage. You're paying 2 to prevent 2, but Catarant can attack, and this Kryling's ascending at the start of main phase.
Yeah.
Sorry, now it's gonna set. Sorry, you have to expend a draw first.
Yeah, the one.
And we're gonna go ahead and mandatory effect. You have to do it, or Kryling explodes. And water enchanted, as Cryverns should be. You know, they're actually naturally aquatic animals.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it from the Spirit Con, but
yeah,
that Cryvern is going to hit the board here.
Beautiful, beautiful. And playing around that tsunami, that does mean that Sir Tractor could potentially come out with a Galaxy, but Jess has 4 back row set. So I'm thinking that that's a pretty safe Cryovern.
Yeah, I don't think you're too worried. Even though Gorgon's Gaze has been used this game, the laurels from Sir Tractor's side this time around is massive. This was almost a game-winning play for Jess previously because of how much of a momentum swing it was. The question is, can Sir Tractor do the same?
And you know what?
Oh,
there it is.
There he is.
Specteris, and he is coming out, hitting an empty field, which is interesting, and possibly going to be able to swing in. I don't know if Jess wants to use one of these back row to protect just an empty field.
I think you don't mind taking the 1, but also shield could be pretty solid here. Just for clearing Sir Tractor's board, forcing him to replay the Specteris. You know that he's already expended a Lunar Spirit. This might be the last Lunar Spirit in Spirit deck.
Yeah, so he might not play too many.
Yeah, shield could be really killer here from Jess. It looks like she's just going to take it regardless.
Okay, and we are going to pass back over to Jess then. And I'm wondering, we're pretty even in terms of spirit count, in terms of board state. Obviously, that Specteris is something that Jess is going to have to deal with. But with 4 back row, I think that moving forward, she's secured herself a pretty solid place here. And Eddie coming out, going to be able to move that Specteris to defense.
Yeah, I don't even know if you want to interact with the Eddie here. It's going to be very expensive to shield it. It's the Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the attack. Waiting for Jess to commit as much to board as possible, which in this case was just the Eddie. And then, looks like we're going to be able to out this Eddie next turn or get shielded.
Or that. There are a few options here for sure. either way, this could go so many ways right now. I feel like whatever happens in the next few turns is going to be very game defining.
This is very tense right now. The lack of just using counter runes, pure Sir Tractor, really brings the question of, is this overexpending to draw on Sir Tractor's side? Oh, that feels very bad here. Except it's a Cryo Blast. Never mind. It felt great the whole time.
Never doubted.
Yeah, I never doubted it, actually.
And that means...
never doubt.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, listen, we were doubting originally about the Frost Eddy, about the Water Frostmite, and you know what? We were wrong there.
You know, Sir Tractor, clearly, you know, they've earned a slot here in top 4. And who are we to judge? We are just the voices in your head as you watch an incredible game of Elestrals play out as Sir Tractor is going to swing for a single damage.
And
it's the time of the tsunami.
Yeah, going for that tsunami. Okay.
In terms of spirit advantage, right? You're like, you just take the 1. But this defense position might matter if something like a Narpoon were to come out here, or a Frostmite, or another Edward. The blue Eddy with the frost.
Wow, he's actually an icon.
Beautiful. The Shield of Achilles is a very, very solid move here from Sir Tractor, except they're at like 1 spirit and spirit deck, I think.
Yeah, this is getting very close to the end here for Sir Tractor. Do they have Ambrosia? Because they're gonna need to have Ambrosia.
Yeah, I think that if there's a shield here, Jess wins the game. And I think Jess has won the game, and I think Sir Tractor has scooped up their cards.
Yep.
In Frostix, Blizzard, Earthquake, and another, I can't tell what that last Frost card in hand is, but it's not going to be enough. Jess had everything. I'm disgusted. That is insane. Look at those runes. Oh
yeah,
my God.
You know what?
Oh.
You know what, Sir Tractor? It is good you scooped there.
Yeah, it's okay. It wasn't meant to be. It was. Hey, congrats on top 4. That's an incredible thing to have done there. Jess had the mandate of heaven, it looks like, in that game.
Yeah. That's incredible. And hopefully that stays with her going into this finals, because she is going to need it against Adrian, who has just been sweeping his way through the tournament today.
Yeah, he has been absolutely killing it. And you're right, Jess, she needs to maintain the mandate of heaven and hold it and keep going and get all the every divine needs to show up in this, because clearly Adrian overall through the entire tournament has been the one who has the greater advantage.
And with the current finals, no matter what, we're going to be seeing a repeat champion, whether that be back-to-back or a sandwich.
You know,
remains to be seen.
Who knows? Yet to be seen.
Listen, regardless, we're talking Egyptian rat screw. You can slap that either way.
You're right. I'm trying to hit it no matter what. My hand hurts. I'm like,
yes, absolutely. And I do want to say, as we're about to get into the finals here pretty shortly, this will be my last round commentating. And I just want to thank all of you for watching today. This has been an incredible day. Caleb, Law, thank you both for being incredible casters. And of course, to the team who's been running everything. Beanie, you've been absolutely killing it. So thank you all. It's been so fun.
Yeah, thanks for casting with us, Kay. It's been a blast.
Yeah, Kay and Caleb casting clashes.
Say that 30,000 times very fast.
That's actually what I'm going to be doing after I get off camera here.
Oh, yeah. You're not going to go take a nap. You're standing in the mirror staring.
Yeah, absolutely. Catch me there.
You know what? I'll join you. I'll cut it down. I'll do 15,000. You do 15,000. All right.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like with you leaving, we need to get ready for our finals here. So we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to a break and say goodbye, Kay.
Bye.
Bye. And welcome back! It's the finals of the first event of 2025! I'm so excited to be here. Cannot wait to cast this grand finals for you here. Of course, as I've been today, I am Caleb, and I'm here joined by the Law for our last match of the day. How you feeling about this, Law?
I am honestly pumped. We have some absolutely incredible casters here in the finals. We've got Adrian, who has been undefeated the entire day. As a matter of fact, I believe he hasn't even dropped a game since round 2, which is absolutely unbelievable, as well as Sunseed Jess. In other words, we have our two first place finishers from our last 2 events now duking it out in the finals. I don't think you could have any more of a fitting end to this tournament.
Yeah, this really is shaping up to be an incredible finals, seeing both of these casters, both premier champions, back to try and get their second champion card. That's crazy. That's great. We got the owner of the Reverse Stellar Jolton versus the owner of the Reverse Stellar Galaxy, or the Stellar Galaxy. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible overall here to see just the fact that these top level players can so consistently make it back here. I think that says a lot. Shout outs to everyone in the top 8 though that played their hearts out today, because the top 8 in one of these events is nothing to scoff at. It's absolutely incredible. So a huge shout out to Trishula, to Soren Plays, to Viper, and to Jack Yomu, our top 8 finishers, to Bean Soldier and to Sir Tractor, our top 4 finishers, and of course to Adrian and Sunseed Jess, our finalists here today.
Yeah, this has been a long top 8. You know, it's been a blast to be here covering these games for you all at home, and thank you for sticking with us as we made it through Swiss into Top Cut. And wow, I sure am excited to see how this finals pans out, because Jess has been putting on absolute shows all day, and Adrian as well has been just absolutely showing why they are the winner of the previous tournament and why they have been undefeated. Like that, it's been an incredible day, and I have a feeling that we're about to see what is the Elestrals equivalent of a fireworks show.
Absolutely. And I think very interesting here, though the water beatdown deck has been so dominant through this Daybreak meta, that is not in the finals at all. We have 2, though very similar, but very different lists here in the finals. We have Adrian on his Thunder Good stuff that he's been piloting absolutely to perfection throughout the day today. And we have Sunseed Jess on what I can only assume is a Frost 5s pile, and is absolutely looking just dominant with this.
And it looks like we're actually ready to go right into this final. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Absolutely. We cannot wait to see how this one plays out.
I think it's interesting that you point out the fact that these aren't water decks exclusively. I think that very similar to how Earth was just kind of an engine a lot of people were playing before the most recent Tartarus list. I think water is kind of becoming very similar, because both of these lists, I believe, are playing a significant number of water, but who cares when we got Astrabbit going first in defense position, the greatest opener in the game.
Yes, the funny bunny sure is funny. And Astrabbit's just going to let Adrian sculpt that opening, which is absolutely going to be critical for such an important match here.
Yeah, set a singular back row from Adrian, likely a patch here, unless they're considering setting a second.
Looks like they are setting a second. With that, it is going to go over to Sunseed Jess. So far, Jess has been showing the absolute dominance of some of these frost cards that we've seen throughout the day. But it looks like she's going to opt for the water side of things and go with Eddie to try and answer out this rabbit. And by the looks of it, Adrian might be considering some kind of a counter to this Eddie, potentially a PTA. And there it is. There's the PTA, making it to where Eddie is at the very least going to have to trade with this rabbit to get the value out.
Frankly, if you're Jess here, I don't think you feel bad about this at all. Trading with a rabbit to get out a PTA feels phenomenal, actually.
Absolutely. With that one Eddie, Jess has managed to clear both a rabbit and a PTA. Something that she's not going to have to worry about as this game goes on is absolutely critical. Speaking of Eddie, down comes an Eddie out of Adrian, notably misenchanted with Thunder here, as he doesn't really need the Eddie effect after all. There is no Elestrals on the board, and it looks like he's just going to try to get a swing in here, and Jess is going to let that go through.
Yeah, the Thunder enchantment means that when the Stadium Mount Olympus that we've seen Adrian play hits the board, this will be a 5-2, which is a very respectable stat line. Blizzard coming down from Sunsea Jess here, setting up the Cryoling potentially and outing a Thunderstorm. They've got removal here.
Oh, that is absolutely critical, and notably that does put Jess up to 3 Frost Spirits in her discard here. So you have to keep in mind that that Cryoling is definitely looking to be a threat. Down comes the Galaxy here. Very notably, though, Eddie is still a 4-1 as it is misenchanted, but with no back row, Jess doesn't really have the fear of having to walk into something like a Gorgon's Gaze, as the Galaxy is just going to clean up the Eddie in pass turn.
If you're on Adrian's side here, dealing with this Galaxy might actually be a little bit difficult unless you have exactly a Spectaris or one of your own Galaxy. And Jess has 2 back row to defend it, but it looks like a Quackle is going to come out here, smartly in defense position to heal back 3 Thunder Spirits from the Underworld back to the Spirit deck. This Elestral has been a very, very important thing for Adrian the entire day. This heal 3 is massive when, most decks are only playing 3 Ambrosia at most in terms of heal card.
Absolutely. This Quackle, every single game that Adrian has played it has been massively impactful, effectively just being a 4th and potentially 5th copy of Ambrosia for his deck, which cannot be understated just how powerful that is. Sunsea, just wasting no time, is going to develop the Mustation here, being a 6-1 under her Galaxy, meaning that unless Adrian's back row is very specifically a Gorgon's Gaze, we're probably going to see a board cleanup here. I don't even know if Adrian wants to pop the Gorgon's Gaze to keep this Quackle up. Only way I see that being potential is if we have the Arcolith in the hand. But even still, Arcolith coming down is not going to be too difficult, as there are 2 attack position Elestrals on this board.
Yeah, the Shield of Achilles is going to be what Adrian goes for here to return the Mustation back to hand. So then I wonder if Adrian plans on using the other back row to protect this Quackle. I guess not. It looks like Mustation is just going to return to the hand, and the 6th stat was what really Adrian was concerned about. Likely indicates that no Arcolith is in hand.
That is very true. We have the Viserys coming down here. It might be still telegraphing that Adrian has some way to negate this Galaxy effect if the Viserys is going to be threatening this potential board present.
Yeah, I think that if there was a suppression option from Adrian, it probably would have been used to protect the Quackle.
Potentially,
or we would have
yes.
shielded in the first play.
Potentially, yes. I guess the other side there is that the Galaxy does still pose a big threat, and Adrian would have potentially crashed it. But obviously, Sunsea just had the answer there for that Viserys, and down comes the Mustation once again, threatening that 6 attack body. And I'd have to assume that Adrian doesn't really have a whole lot to be able to block it at this point. It looks like Sunsea just is up to, I think that's 4 Frost in her. Oh no, it's 5. So that Cryoling is online. Come time for that. But in the meantime, the Mustation and the Galaxy are just going to be able to swing in for that 2 damage. And even though Sunsea Jess is lower in her spirit count overall, Adrian now is kind of being put on the back foot.
There's the Arcolith that we were so worried about, and now Jess has to respond to this. This is kind of scary. Arcolith effect to re-enchant to the board, doesn't have anything but itself to put under, and this Galaxy is really the only thing that is keeping Jess around right now in terms of board presence, because if Mustation go back to a 1/6 feels pretty bad if this Galaxy leaves the board.
It absolutely does, but I'd have to think that Jess has something here to answer the Arcolith. And here comes the poison-tipped arrow. That is actually going to drop Arcolith completely out of range of being able to walk over either of these Elestrals, thanks to Galaxy still pumping both of them up to 5 and 6.
Adrian's going to slap those 3 Thunder Spirits down under the Arclith, and if a Mount Olympus happens to be in hand, that poison-tipped arrow feels much worse automatically, but the Ambrosia is going to land here and heal back some spirits from the Underworld to the Spirit deck, getting back, looks like double water and a Earth. It might have been a Frost, a Water, and an Earth. Be very interesting to see if those Cryoblasts end up coming out from Adrian's side. And
I think also very notably though, Arcalith kind of is just sitting here with the spirits under him, not really able to do much with them, as Sunseed just was able to clean up the Thunderstorm a bit earlier in the match. So not really an ideal way to pay those off unless Adrian has specifically the Gorgon's Gaze in the back row, at which point he could actually find a way to clear up this Galaxy. But aside from that, and there is the Gorgon's Gaze coming out, it looks like he's looking to pay out of Spirit deck rather than off of the Arcalith here, so that he can maintain that damage going in over the Galaxy. Looking like he just paid a Flurmine and a Leviathan there.
Yeah, this is about to deal 3 damage to Jess's Spirit deck directly.
And then 2 additional damage for Jess to pay out the PTA here at the end of the turn.
And this has become a very expensive turn for Jess.
But now Adrian's 1 copy of Arcalith is out of the picture. Jess can afford to get actually extremely aggressive, and down comes Galaxy number 2. Adrian no longer having the Arcalith to threaten this. It's gonna be a little bit of a pressure push here from Jess. Even though she's substantially down on spirits after that massive payout turn, she has the board presence here with a 6 attacking Mustation and a 5 attacking Galaxy. You have to imagine that Adrian is, with only 2 cards in hand, pretty desperate to find an answer here.
Yeah, the really important thing here is card advantage, because Jess has developed a very strong board here, and
a Galaxy of his own coming down. This is going to be very interesting, as the Galaxies both will swap, meaning that they effectively cancel each other out, making the 2 Galaxies 2 5s and the Mustation going back down to a 1/6, meaning this Galaxy actually does have the option to walk over it. But the question is, does Jess think that it's necessary to pay out for Mustation here to bump it back up to a 6/1 again?
It's very likely that expending for Mustation is not the right move here, because the Galaxy wants to crash with the Galaxy every single time. The Mustation is easier to deal with once Galaxy is off board, and the only thing that outs this Galaxy here is going to be a Gorgon's Gaze or a Shield of Achilles to prevent the battle from going through.
Absolutely,
so but those really are your only option.
It does look like Sunseed Jess is giving a lot of thought into this line on the initial Galaxy cast. Not entirely sure where she's going to go. Looks like she's passing priority back to Adrian, so no Mustation cast here. Adrian's going to set a back row, and looks like he's going to go and walk the Galaxy into something. What he's going to be attacking here is still up in the air. It almost looks like he was motioning to the Mustation.
Yeah, and that's very interesting. Now, Jess is very low on spirits here.
Yeah, it looks like Jess is actually down to 4 spirits total. So Adrian definitely has the spirit advantage over her at this stage. But the Shield of Achilles is coming down on that Galaxy. This is very, very pricey for Jess, knocking her down to 2 spirits.
This certainly feels like just delaying the inevitable, unless she goes something like Cryovern Ascend over Galaxy.
That is a potential play we could see come out here. But no, here comes down the Cryoling straight out, and Cryoling has enough Frost Spirits in the discard at this stage. She is going to immediately be able to ascend it up into Cryovern, using the last spirit in her spirit deck to do so.
Well, going very wide here feels fairly solid if you're Jess, I think, because even if the Galaxy hits the board next turn, you're just outing it guaranteed, and you're swinging for 4 damage here. This very much could be the point where Jess turns a corner, but also there's a lot that Adrian could be doing from this position to out this board state pretty easily, in fact.
Yeah, and very notably, even though obviously Jess didn't really have a choice in the matter on what spirits to use, the Cryovern coming down with Frost Thunder does mean that the Galaxy is not swapping its stats, meaning that this thing is staying a 7-4 no matter how many different Galaxy shenanigans come out from Adrian's side.
And we have seen Adrian expend a lot of Earth, meaning it's unlikely that an Earthquake is going to be coming out, but Astrabbit will be coming out to go ahead and look at the top 3 cards of their deck and determine.
You have to imagine
which of them
he's looking for something to answer the Cryovern, but like you said, with the expansion of those Earth Spirits, I don't know if Earthquake is a reliable answer here. We've already seen Adrian playing Viserys, so we know that he has a couple more Earth Spirits than the standard 2 of for the Earthquake. But at the same time, does he still have those in Spirit deck now that he's down so low, as he is down to 5?
Yeah, and I think if Adrian doesn't deal with the Cryovern this turn, it might just be curtains for him, as this is a lot of damage on the next turn, putting him down to 2 spirits in Spirit deck. And like I said, I think Jess may have turned the corner at this point.
Yeah, and quite notably, Adrian did not do something like a shield on the Cryovern last turn, meaning that shield is most likely not in that back row line of his, as well as no PTA, as the PTA would have also answered the Cryovern. There might still be a Gorgons, there might still be a Tsunami, but realistically, we're not looking at the 2 most critical options for outing a Cryovern at this particular stage. Just moving to attack with the Mustache over the Rabbit, and Adrian taking another 3 damage. He goes down to 2 spirits here, and there were 2 more Earth Spirits in his Spirit deck, quite notably, as he just expended them there.
Yeah, is just unable to find the Earthquake in the top 3, and this might be a scoop at this point. I don't know if there's anything in hand in the game, frankly, that with 2 spirits is able to deal with a board like this, outside of maybe double Ambrosia.
No, down comes the Toxio. That's game. If Jess does not pay out for a Gorgon's Gaze off siphoning, that is there. It is. Yes. Okay. I was gonna say that if that Toxion connects, that would have been game. But absolutely heads up play from Jess there, keeping the Gorgon's Gaze in the back line, preventing the forced expansion.
You know, I said I didn't think there was anything in the game that did it. Burn does do it when you're at 0 spirits in Spirit deck.
Absolutely. And on top of that, I believe Adrian still has 2 spirits in Spirit deck here, meaning that some of those big popular options are still there, but it looks like I think that's a scoop out, and Sunseed Jess will take this first game here with Adrian scooping to the board presence of the 2. I imagine that he was trying to bait Sunseed Jess into paying with the Mustache and the Galaxy in order to Gorgons out that Toxion, or just hope that the Toxion was enough to close it out. But an absolutely nail-biter of a finish from Sunseed Jess here.
Yeah, that was incredible. The horror of a single spirit expansion on Toxion when you've got 0 spirits doesn't feel good. But Jess, she had the out. She was able to play to her outs, and somehow from a very, very disadvantaged position takes this game.
It was absolutely impressive on both players' ends. We saw some really masterful play come out from Sunseed Jess, but it cannot be understated just how well Adrian has played to get to this position. Again, this is the first game that Adrian has dropped since round 2. It's clear that he knows how to play his deck quite substantially. That Quackle in the early to mid game there absolutely kept him going for as long as he did and put him in a significant spirit differential over Jess. But Jess just having access to that Cryovern after burning most of Adrian's outs to it just seemed to be enough to close out the game there.
Yeah, Adrian's been playing quite well, playing to his outs, making sure that he keeps those critical cards as long as possible, waiting, not needlessly using interaction, and it almost paid off. But sometimes you have to make a play that loses to exactly 1 card, and if you lose to that card, you lose the game, and that's what happened. But there's no real other way for Adrian to try and claw back in other than that Toxion. And so, sometimes you just got to rip it and see what happens.
Yeah, Toxion once again showing why he's one of my personal favorite Thunder Elestrals. Unfortunately, not super popular, but might be picking up a little bit of popularity after today, as Adrian is on stream shown Toxion off multiple times, and almost every time it seems like it's a one spirit game that takes it.
Yeah, honestly, the Toxion's been putting a lot of work today. It seems it very much is a type of threat you need to deal with very quickly, and I think Toxion is sort of the epitome of cards that come in and out of formats and sort of stick a stigma as a result of it. Toxion has not been very good historically because there's better Elestrals you could be playing, but now Toxion's actually quite good because there aren't better Elestrals you could be playing anymore as a result of limits or whatever. But I'll stop my rambling. We have another game to watch. Our casters are ready. They have finished siding. Let's go ahead and let's hop into game 2.
Absolutely, and I would have to assume that Adrian is going to be opting to go first here. After losing round 1, you want to get that advantage just right out the gate, and it looks like that is in fact the case. Adrian will be taking the first crack here. Both players drawing their openings. We've seen that Sunseed Jest in the past has not been shy about the mulligans, more often than not because of that the Cryo Link to Cryovern line. Being able to put Frost Spirits in her underworld super early on is actually very useful.
Yeah, whenever you're playing Frost, you rarely feel bad about putting those Frosts in underworld for lots of reasons, but it's almost always just because, you know, the Cryovern line. Another reason though is Catarant going first, healing 2. That feels pretty nice, honestly. It's kind of something you have to respond to because otherwise you could, you know, use some sort of counter rune and heal it back. But it looks like Jess is going for a mulligan here.
Yeah, just expending 2 Frost to go for the mulligan. Again, even though this does put her at a spirit differential this early, the fact that she is putting 2 Flurmine into the discard this early on means that she only needs to be able to expend 3 Frost for those Cryolings to Cryovern lines being online, which, as we saw last game, may have been the determining factor.
Yeah, that hitting the Cryovern late game there was absolutely massive, and being able to hit that Cryovern as soon as you can, just there have been some people who mulligan intentionally to be able to turn 1 Cryovern. I don't think that's the right thing, but you know, some people do it.
Absolutely. Adrian dropping the Elechick here on turn 1, most likely going to grab the Zeus out of deck, I would imagine. The one of grabbing the one of. Thunder unfortunately taking so many hits on that last restricted list that it has lost a good bit of its bite. But Elechick still being at 1, Zeus being at 1, it's still going to keep trying.
You know, being able to search out that Divine, it's pretty strong. There's a reason that card's limited, and opening it in your... Oh, I'm sorry. We're playing Zeus going first. But
this has to be telegraphing an Altar of Stars play, I would have to imagine.
This is very hard telegraphing it, but almost to a point where I don't know if you make that play if you're telegraphing it that hard. I don't know.
Yeah,
this is very interesting. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
You have to imagine that if that is what Adrian is telegraphing, which it seems to be... Oh, the Cryoblast! It doesn't even matter! I would imagine that he was trying to telegraph that so that no matter what Sunseed Jest tries to commit here, he would have the ability to put her Elestral to defense and take over the board. But now comes down the Narpoon, and with no Elestrals on Adrian's side to block it here, and no Gorgon's Gaze or PTA to answer this, the Narpoon is going to be able to grab a Frost out of deck. With just being at 3 Frost Spirits in Underworld now, Cryoling is probably on the look, but Catarant seems to be the pickup here. Absolutely killer. Like you said just a minute ago, Caleb, Catarant being able to recover those spirits like nothing even happened is a really powerful play.
Yeah, and it also might indicate that Cryling's already in hand, and Jess is just thinking ahead to 5, 7, 10 turns in the future when Catarant might become a lot more relevant, making sure that she has it in preparation for that.
Absolutely, and on top of that, Adrian hasn't really played any Elestrals that you'd want the Frostmite tech into, which we've also seen out of Sunseed Jess. But down comes the Toxion. It's going to make Jess expend again, but once again, she's expending that Flurmine, meaning that we're one Frost Spirit away from that Cryoling to Cryovern. Toxion then, with the Zeus backing it up, is going to walk over the Narpoon and pass the turn. And once again, Adrian has the board presence, but with a much better Elestral if he truly was telegraphing that Altar of Stars, Toxion is one hell of an Elestral to do it. And Sunseed Jess is not even going to take that chance, dropping the Earthquake to clear it.
Yeah, I really like taking out the Toxion here, not just because of the Altar Telegraph, but because it really opens up you to push out a lot of pressure this turn and force Adrian to use some of this interaction. We're assuming one of these back row is Altar, and he's been sitting on some other point of interaction likely. But at this point, it's very much like you have to use it if you've got it. And it looks like Catarant actually is coming out here. It's very interesting that Jess is going for this. I'm a little confused as to maybe why we didn't go for the Cryling line earlier, but clearly she knows better than me, and Catarant putting in a lot of pressure here. Gonna go ahead and take Adrian down one spirit, and we'll see what Adrian can do to this very powerful 3-1 Elestral.
Also, quite notably, just using the Earthquake on that particular Toxion does kind of telegraph that she doesn't have another Cryoblast in hand, meaning that realistically she might be out of removal spells for anything that Adrian is going to try to throw down here. Like, for example, this Jolton, which is going to be able to grab the Mount Olympus out of his deck if that is what he is going to go for, or if Jess is going to let that go through.
I think Jess might be considering a Gorgon's Gaze here to prevent the Mount Olympus from hitting. Also going to get set up 2 more Frost Spirits in Underworld. One of you could be getting 2 of those back with the Catarant. So there's a lot of options here, and Jess, I think, is still considering her options here. I think if you've got Gorgon's Gaze, you absolutely rip it, and she will be going for that, putting 2 more Frost Spirits in her Underworld and protecting this Catarant for a turn.
Yeah, and also preventing that Mount Olympus from getting developed here, making sure that those Thunder guys are not 5s is also very critical, especially for a deck that I don't think we have once seen use a Stadium spell like Jess's. So I have to assume that she isn't playing any kind of Stadiums to play the Stadium Wars.
You know, that's something that Frost decks don't typically play. However, from my own playing, I found the Frost Stadium to be very, very powerful, specifically for things like Catarant Reenchant. But in this case, Jess is going to go ahead and just play out this Mustation, expending a Water Spirit to make it a 6-1 and swinging in on that Jolton. We'll see, does Adrian have a response here? Shield of Achilles has been glued to his hand to respond to these Mustations.
Absolutely. And on top of that, Jess has no back row following that up. So if this Mustation gets answered here, which it looks like it will with the Altar of Stars coming down, but the question here, though, is that is Adrian going to be able to just switch the Jolton back to attack and walk back over the Mustation? Because as long as Adrian doesn't develop a new Elestral here, I don't believe that Sunseed Jess is going to have the option to kind of answer that.
It looks like Adrian, for a moment there, was considering paying off the Jolton to Nexus from Zeus to the Jolton, but looks like it's just going to be paid out of Spirit deck. The Mustation gets swapped to defense, and this attack is just not going to go through.
Absolutely. Actually, quite notably, forget what I just said. The Mustation goes to defense there. So Mustation is still going to be a 6 defense wall, which does force some kind of a consideration here. The Funny Bunny, the Astrabbit coming down out of Adrian, going to be looking at the top 3 of his deck to see if he can find maybe some kind of an answer to the Crab, as the Jolton is already pressuring a full answer to the Catarant.
The attack rabbit is very interesting, and it implies that Adrian has some way to deal with this Mustation this turn. Likely with the rabbit attacking over it, as Jolton swinging into the Catarant, I'd assume, for 1 damage. We're just playing the attack rabbit, I guess. Very interesting. I'm curious to see what the rationale is behind that. Likely there just is a tsunami setback there, so there's no reason to fear.
Yeah, I suppose so, but would you, I guess you would try to keep in the Tsunami against the Frost 5s deck here. Just starting her turn off here, very notably, just does have the 5 Frost in Underworld at this stage, so the Cryoling line is live.
And that's very important to keep in mind. It's something that Adrian surely has at the forefront of his mind as he's playing through this set. Need to make sure that you're keeping some of that interaction for those very, very large 2-drops that can really put on a lot of pressure, as we saw in game 1, where Jess took it out of nowhere just by sticking a Cryoling.
But the other thing that Jess probably has to consider here is the back of her mind. You have to always think, is that Arcolith live? And the Galaxy coming down here is going to put a big threat on the board through the Mustation, and the arrow is going to be paid here. Initial Spirit off the Jolton, but it does beg the question of whale arrow question mark, as this whale is still a 5-0 at this particular stage. With that said, I would imagine that Jess would be trying to walk in with the whale first, just so that if there is a Gorgon's Gaze in the back row, she is not losing both of her Elestrals to this line.
Yeah, and it looks like a shield is going to come out on...
A shield on the PTA'd Galaxy. That definitely is a head turner of a play, as now you're not going to be able to get anything off of it. Though I guess as long as you don't develop an Elestral here, you can just walk over the Muss.
Yeah, the correct play is absolutely to just re-enchant the Astrabbit and look at the top three. But it's a very, very curious decision to not only PTA, but also go for the Shield of Achilles, because essentially you just paid a spirit to do functionally nothing, right? I guess there is a consideration of it did potentially force Jess to play a certain way, assuming that the Galaxy was going to die regardless. But very curious to blow through both of those back row just like that. But it doesn't really matter here, because it looks like Adrian's just going to be able to walk in for 2 damage, taking out this Mustation here.
Absolutely. It's absolutely for sure that Adrian was trying to make Jess play a very specific way, threatening to lose both of her Elestrals, and by her going the safer route, she loses both of her Elestrals, as the set was not a Gorgons at that stage. Adrian now having the board presence of 2 Spirit Rabbit and a Jolton, with spirits tied up, as well as having 2 back row. You have to imagine that Jess needs to make some kind of a play here, and it looks like she is going to develop the second Galaxy, or not the second Galaxy, that is the Galaxy that got shielded back, actually.
And she's going to go ahead and walk into the Astrabbit, it looks like. And
which
is that a Gorgon's Gaze?
Definitely begs the question. Does Adrian have the Gorgons now? Because Gorgons here would go absolutely crazy, making them crash, and Jess would take a damage off of this combat.
Yeah, it looks like Jess is actually at 5 spirits here. It's a massive, massive deficit compared to Adrian, who's been very spirit conservative this entire game. And the shield,
and another shield.
That might be it here.
Yeah, with Jess at 5 spirits here, Adrian can commit an additional spirit to the board now very safely. And it's the Quackle going to be able to recover 3 Thunder yet again here, which, while not seemingly too important at this particular stage, might be what clenches this, as Jess is going to be going down to 1 spirit left in her spirit deck off of this swing here.
Yeah, that certainly doesn't feel too good if you are Jess.
You have to imagine Jess is looking for Ambrosia.
She's got Ambrosia.
She does in fact have the Ambrosia. So Jess is still slightly in this one. I have to imagine, though, that the card that she's death gripping onto has to be the Cryoling, doesn't it? And that's absolutely what it is. Cryoling coming down here, once again threatening to ascend straight up into that Cryovern, which has proven to be probably the MVP of Jess's deck.
Adrian, considering this back row here, if it's a poison tipped arrow, you wait for the Cryovern to resolve. If it's Gorgon's Gaze, it doesn't matter, because this Cryoling is going to be massive on Adrian's turn. There's no way he can out it, most likely. Unless
it sounds like Adrian is asking for how many Frost Spirits are in Underworld, so I have to imagine it's the Gorgon's Gaze. Specifically wanting to know how big this Cryoling is going to be as it comes down.
Oh, there's a Cryovern. Does Adrian have a way to out this? This was what turned the corner for Jess in game 1, was sticking this Cryovern.
Yeah, and if Adrian, I think it's pretty safe to assume at this stage that Adrian's back row is in fact the Gorgon's Gaze, as I don't think he would have considered his options this long, as long as he did, if it wasn't the Gorgons and asked for how many Frost Spirits are in the underworld. I have to wager a guess that is what is there. But Sunsi just having the second copy of Ambrosia there, able to recover back up, and there is the Gorgon's Gaze in the back row, at the very least going to stall out this Cryovern from clinching the just completely swinging the game back into Jess's favor. But now Adrian, who was looking very dominant here, might actually be a bit on the back foot, as I don't know if he has an easy answer to this Cryovern.
All the Elestrals are going to defense position, it looks like, and that's certainly going to indicate to Jess that Adrian does not have a great way to out this Cryovern. Reenchant Astrabbit could see what he needs from this main deck here, but what exactly could he be going for? It's like Earthquake?
I'd imagine that if he was wanting to find the Earthquake, he wouldn't have swapped the Elestrals to the fence there, as he would have just gone straight in for the Earthquake. Did he use the Earthquake earlier, or was that Jess?
Jess used an Earthquake earlier. I think Adrian may have used a Laurels. It's been a long game too.
This has been a really long game at this point, but I would imagine that Adrian doesn't really have access to Earthquake right now, considering that he swapped the board to defense before going for the Rabbit. As if he did have access potentially to Earthquake, I'd imagine you'd keep them in attack and threaten to end the game right then and there if you hit it.
Yeah, the Ambrosia here is pretty big. If either of those sets are Shield of Achilles, though, that might be a game-winning activation. And Sunsi just certainly has to consider that. That's an Earth Spirit going back to the Spirit deck, though. That certainly telegraphs a potential Earthquake on the horizon.
If I'm not mistaken, have we seen a Viscerus out of Adrian at all throughout the day? I cannot remember. It has been a long day of Elestrals here. But with that said, Adrian's still in an extremely profitable position for sure. But keep it also in mind, Adrian blew 2 different Shield of Achilles earlier this game. If he has the third, he might just be blessed with it.
Yeah, I believe we have seen Viscerus from Adrian. So I think we do know that is a card that he's been running.
And down comes the Astrabbit, just looking to try and potentially maybe find either an Ambrosia or a Catarant to maybe get her spirit count back up. But down comes the PTA out of Adrian, paying off of the Quackle quite notably, which is going to drop his board presence down a little bit here. But Astrabbit is still going to be able to resolve. Jess is going to get to look at the top 3 of her deck, though that bunny might not be smiling for long.
Yeah, this is such a precarious position for Jess, because it doesn't feel like she's out of it yet. However, it definitely doesn't feel like she's fully in it. And so the pick off of this Astrabbit is going to be pretty critical for determining how the rest of this game ends up going. And, the one thing for Jess here is that she can kind of rest a little confident knowing that she has a game buffer. She's up a game. If this one doesn't go her way, that's perfectly fine. If she's got another one after this that she can take back. She's kept it in this game for a lot longer than I think I would have been able to keep in. Setting 2 back row and swinging likely at this Astrabbit here.
I'd have to imagine it is at the Astrabbit. And judging by how Adrian is kind of moving his hands there, I don't think he has the shield in the back row to contest it here. The PTA is going to pay out and take out the Rabbit. So once again, Jess is living on a Cryovern and a dream here. This Cryovern, once again, kind of proving to be the MVP of Jess's deck, as it just absolutely has been cleaning up both game 1 and game 2 of this set.
Yeah, and Adrian very healthy here. The way that he fanned his spirit deck there leads me to believe he actually might have a little bit more spirits in spirit deck than 6 here. That only makes this even more insurmountable of a game state for Jess to overcome.
Yeah, and also with that said, Adrian potentially looking for Earthquake, potentially looking for Shield, but at this stage you're looking for one-ofs out of your deck. as he's already used 2 shield this game, and Earthquake is, as we know, limited. So really trying to find a way over this Cryoburn is going to be difficult, but down comes the bunny. If there is anyone who can actually find it, it is that funny bunny. And that is going to let Adrian look at the top 3 of his deck, and potentially the way he snapped that, I have to imagine he found something.
Yeah, you pick a card like that only if you know that that's 100% like a game-winning card. Are you gonna windmill slam an Earthquake here? I think he would have used
No, I think he found the shield. I think he might have found the shield to answer this Cryoburn.
So if you're Jess and you think your opponent has a Shield of Achilles, how do you play to your outs? Surely something like Catarant would be massive here. It looks like we're just gonna swing.
And there is the shield coming down. That is unfortunate. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Just maybe thinking that he was bluffing with the snap pick there, but doesn't look like there was a bluff at all. Adrian absolutely coming in with the clutch Shield of Achilles, the 3rd one in his deck, mind you, to absolutely clean up that game 2, meaning that we are tied at 1-1 in the finals. We are going to a game 3, and truly, would you have it any other way?
I certainly would not. Very glad to see that we've made it all the way to game 3. You hate to go to a finals and see a quick 2-0, and this one is going the distance, and you love to see it.
Absolutely. But like both Adrian and Sunsi Jess have been playing just out of their minds, quite frankly. Just absolutely incredible Elestrals gameplay here. But I don't think I can stress enough, I really do feel like that Cryoling, the Cryoburn line, has kind of been Jess's MVP so far in these games, as all of these games have basically been determined by whether or not that late game Cryoburn lives or dies.
Yeah, or if a second Cryoburn is able to make it onto the board, because that was the game determining play, I believe, in game 1. I think was the second Cryoburn.
I believe it was actually the first Cryoburn, because we hadn't seen the Cryoling the entire game up until that point. It was just a late game Cryoburn with the last spirits out of Jess's spirit deck too.
That game was just so long that it felt like there surely should have been one before, I guess.
Absolutely. You would think that there wouldn't be this much back and forth, as we've clearly seen one player or the other in such a dominant position throughout these, but they both have such massive swings in their Elestral lines. Adrian having the Arcolith that he can potentially drop if Jess gets a little too aggressive, and Jess having that Cryoburn that she can drop the second that the game goes on for too long. Definitely looks absolutely critical here, and I'm gonna be fair, I think it's gonna come down to whether or not those 2 drops can actually make a difference once again in this game.
Yeah, if you're Jess, you absolutely are praying that the Arcolith doesn't get drawn the one of, because that is just a very strong game closing Elestral, as we've seen on this cast a couple times now. But with that, I think our casters are ready to go into game 3. Let's go ahead, let's hop into it.
Absolutely. It looks like Adrian will be going first for this game. Or
Jess is
going first for this game. My mistake here. That means that Narpoon comes down and immediately grabs the Cryoling out of deck. Adrian, now knowing that Cryovern is in his future, has to keep that in mind throughout basically this entire game now.
Yeah, this is a part of why I was confused by the Catarant pickup early game 2. Is I really, the Cryoling is so critical to the game plan on Jess's side that not seeing it searched out immediately just feels very strange. But Adrian has the Eddy to swap this Narpoon to defense position and take over this board state. But I think if you're Jess, you probably don't care all that much, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, Eddy taking out a Narpoon is a big deal because you do lose your board presence a little bit, but it's still pretty early in the game, and Jess is seeing back row this time. Very famously so far when we've seen her on stream, she hasn't really had a whole lot of back row to kind of contest things here. With that said, though, the Eddy swing in, Jess is considering, it looks like a shield is going to come out, maybe telegraphing that Jess doesn't have a whole lot of other options in her hand in terms of Elestrals. Though we do know the Cryoling's in hand. Currently, that Cryoling is only sitting at about, what, a 3 attack at this point?
Well, it's going to be a 4 after the expended draw here. I think the other thing to consider, though, is that bouncing it to hand not only sets up Graveyard for Cryoling in the future, but also it forces Adrian to recommit this Eddie to board and waste a turn outing the Narpoon. And Elechik, in this case, also going to be able to potentially deal with the Narpoon, but that means, again, Adrian now has to commit the Zeus to board. So Jess is essentially baiting out all of Adrian's cards to try and make him commit to board. So then she can, after he's committed everything, start to press back in.
Absolutely here. And committing a Zeus into this particular position might be a little bit of an expensive cost on Adrian's side. I'd imagine that going for this over the Eddie probably means he has some way to get his Thunder Spirits back into Spirit deck, maybe something like a Quackle sitting in hand. But for now, looks like he's going to be committing 3 to the Zeus, maybe potentially setting up an Arcolith play sometime here in the near future.
Yeah, that certainly is something that you want to be prepping for, is the Arcolith, whether it's hard ascending it or it's normal casting as a result of your opponent having 2 Elestrals in attack position. And just considering this back row, it's a tsunami. So not only does she make Adrian commit to the board with this Elechik, but also commit the Zeus. And now Elechik it's destined for the underworld.
Yeah, and unfortunately, had Adrian just gone for the recommit Eddie, that actually would have played through the Tsunami quite effectively, as Eddie would have been water enchanted at this point. With that said, though, Jess is looking like she has 3 Frost Spirits in Underworld currently, meaning this Cryoling that's in her hand is a 4 attacker currently, which even without the Ascension, that is nothing to scoff at. 4 attacking Cryovern can still put on some very significant pressure.
Yeah, and there's honestly an argument to, if you have something like Gorgon's Gaze or a Shield of Achilles or something like that, go ahead and play the Cryoling, because it gets massive on your opponent's turn regardless. Any form of interaction to get more Frost and Underworld continues to buff up that Cryoling, and it looks like Jess is doing that math, looking at her Underworld, looking at the 3 Frost Spirits sitting side by side in that Underworld, trying to decide what the next move is. 6 cards in hand, lots of options, and
it looks like an Earthquake. Oh, that Earthquake coming down, cleaning up the Elechik here. Just not really wanting to risk playing into Adrian's 3 back row. Quite frankly, a little bit understandable at this point, but also a good bit dangerous. Going for the expend to draw, just now at 4 Frost Spirits in the Underworld, is just constantly pushing advantage to try and set up this big Cryoling push coming down the line. Narpoon getting in for 1 and passing back to Adrian. Just has 1 set. You have to imagine that set has to be something live if she was going for something that kind of, quite frankly, gutsy.
Yeah, and the Astrabbit coming down in attack position here, threatening out this Narpoon, but the Poison Tipped Arrow is going to do it. The Zeus will not be able to help out the Rabbit here to out the Narpoon, and I think Jess is sitting in a pretty solid position here. Cryoling in hand, plenty of Frost in the Underworld at this point.
Yeah, she just expended her 5th off of that PTA as well, meaning that Cryoling can now go straight up into Cryovern, which is a very threatening thing. But down comes the Mount Olympus. That's actually going to put Rabbit back to 1 attack, meaning that and a race to the top as a follow-up to clean up the Narpoon.
That's a crazy series of card activations there. Adrian is just seeing every single card that he needs to see in this game 3. Deck is absolutely performing exactly how you want it to. Sunseed Jess, considering the expend to pop, going to go ahead and pay out, dropping down in spirits, looking like she is indeed at 9 here.
Yeah, but you have to imagine, though, that you have to pay out the PTA there. That Rabbit, especially with a Mount Olympus on the board now, cannot live.
Yeah, absolutely. If that Rabbit gets re-enchanted, Eddie barely crashes with it. That's a difficult thing to out. It looks like Jess is once again considering her Underworld. Adrian reordering their board.
I'd have to imagine that Jess does not want to cast the Cryoling right now, but might be forced to. Nope, down comes the Catarant. Catarant is going to get her back some of those Frost Spirits that she has expended over the course of this game. But down comes the Gorgon's Gaze, notably paying off of the Zeus and out of the Spirit deck to stop the Catarant from both healing and being able to swing in for 1. Very interesting play there. but that does keep Jess on a bit of a lower spirit count. And Adrian, having the spirits to spare, probably doesn't really care too much about taking the negative play there.
Yeah, Jess, once again, not really seeing back row here. And looks like Adrian's, it's his turn. He's looking at what his options are. He's playing out the Quackle.
Oh, the Quackle coming down. Once again, being able to recover those 3 spirits, so that Gorgon's Gaze was effectively free. And on top of that, because of Mount Olympus, this Quackle is actually at a 3-4 right now, meaning if Adrian wanted to, he could crash it, but I imagine he's probably going to pay off of the Zeus here to drop that Catarant down just low enough so that Quackle can just run over it.
Yeah, and this is great board state from Adrian. Couple cards in hand, 2 set, a 3-4 Quackle, and Jess, not a lot of options left. We do know she has Cryling in hand, and that could put down a lot of pressure, but that also loses to a lot of different options right here. So the question is, does Jess want to commit that Cryling just yet, or is there something else that she could be doing here?
I imagine that if Jess has any other option here, she's probably wanting to commit something that isn't the Cryoling. So try and get the shields out of Adrian before that Cryovern hits the board, as shield is probably one of the most prominent ways of removing Cryovern, even if it's just temporarily. Being able to push it back to hand makes it to where it's not really as valuable of a card to get off anymore.
It is expensive to shield a Cryovern, but it looks like we're about to find out if Adrian has it, as a Cryling has hit the board. Adrian not responding to the effect to ascend. Going to go ahead and look in our deck for that Cryovern.
Absolutely.
Likely to be water enchanted. We may be willing to find here. We might have both of the Cryoverns in hand.
That is unfortunate. Once again, the Cryovern being in hand for Sunseed Jess. I imagine this is going to be misenchanted. Oh, with a Thunder actually coming down. So now that Mount Olympus is actually buffing this Cryovern to an 8-5, it actually makes it a lot harder to deal with overall. And on top of that, though you are weak to Tsunami, it does mean that Galaxy is not an answer for this Cryovern.
Yeah, the Shield of Achilles is going to come out from Adrian, as we predicted.
Yeah, that shield has been glued to Adrian's hand almost the whole day at this point. So you have to imagine that he has it. But this is a very expensive shield, like you said previously.
Yeah, 3 to pay out brings them almost to parity here in Spirit deck. But Adrian absolutely in advantage here in terms of board state. But we've seen Jess come from behind in terms of Spirit count, at least once here and almost a second time in Game 2. But a Galaxy coming down.
There is the Galaxy. So Jess, heads up play by not misenchanting that Cryovern with water here. And the Galaxy is going to kind of complicate the math on things. Jess having to expend 2 from this combat, going to drop her to 4 spirits. Notably, she is pitching off the water spirits. I'd have to imagine that probably means she has something in hand or she doesn't have anything in hand that she'd want those water spirits for. So probably no eddies. Probably no anything like that, or she's so low on frost spirits, or she has an ambrosia, so it doesn't matter anyways.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier in this set, Jess is very good at slow rolling her advantage and not really showing her hand until very late in the game. And this, the only reason she's activating this card is because she feels that she has to, otherwise the game is over, and she's probably correct. And so there's no reason to show your hand too early. And I wouldn't be surprised if she has a second Ambrosian, quite frankly.
Quite notably, adding back 3 Frost here, kind of showing that she's going to be going more into the Frost side of her deck. Down comes the Moralith here.
That's insane.
As she does have more Elestrals in her discard pile than Adrian does at this stage. And this Moralith is going to proceed to mill 5. Not super important for Jess's deck, but still something that might be something worth considering on Adrian's end.
Gorgonzing the mill here is it's a very interesting option. I guess it prevents an Enfrostic setup potentially, but that doesn't matter because Sunseed Jess has everything that she might need in the Underworld. We're really just preventing an attack here, if anything, and just considering her options and passing on over to Adrian.
I guess if you're unsure as what Frost Elestrals are in Jess's deck, it probably is for the best there to go for the Gorgons on the Morlith. As like you said, you don't know if an Frostrix is in the works, but also like you said, having Catarant and the Cryoling already in discard, I imagine that Jess is kind of okay with whatever she hits there, if that did go off. Ambrosia coming in here, grabbing back a Water, a Thunder, and an Earth. Very notably, that Earth coming back. Have we seen an Earthquake out of Adrian this game?
I do not believe so. I believe we saw Jess with an Earthquake, but we do see Adrian playing the Demeter here.
Oh, the Demeter coming down here might actually spell the end of the game, as Demeter can buff up the Galaxy to now walk over this Morlith, and Jess has no back row to be able to contest this.
Yeah, this is horrifying, I think, if you're Jess. I don't know what much more you can do, and the Specteris hitting the board as well. This is a board of a lot of very scary Elestrals on Adrian's side, and they're swinging for a lot of damage here too. It's going to put Jess down to just 2 spirits in Spirit deck.
Yeah, but we have seen Jess at that 2 spirit threshold. We have seen her come back from that 2 spirit threshold like she did in game 1. So I wouldn't count Jess out quite yet, even though she has burned one of her Ambrosias here. I have to imagine that she probably has something up her sleeve. If not a Cryoling, then maybe some kind of other big Frost play. But I kind of feel like the Cryoling is really its do or die time.
Yeah, and if you land the Cryoling here, the thing is, you still you get outed by this board in its current state. You out Galaxy, then re-enchant the Specteris with Thunder and buff it, outs it. If you do it the other way, that also outs it.
I would have to imagine that Jess has to have very specifically Ambrosia, resting on your laurels, and Cryoling as the only way that I see her coming back into this game here.
Yeah, I think there are other ways to get into it, but I don't know if any of them would be as meaningful as a line quite like that. And again, she is very good at slow rolling her resources. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if this is an Ambrosia she's about to play out here.
No, it is in fact a Narpoon. Very notably is Water Enchanted, so with that Galaxy,
and she reveals her hand.
That is unfortunate.
That's game, I believe.
Yeah, that is game. The 2 Galaxies, Eddie and Cryovern in hand. There was no way out of that, unfortunately, for Jess. But that does mean that Adrian is our champion for today and will be the recipient of the Elestrals Champion stamped Reverse Stellar Mudlet. Absolutely incredible card, great games, and Adrian getting 2 tournaments back to back.
Yeah, going back to back is absolutely incredible. You know, very few people in the history of Elestrals, a very short history of Elestrals, can say they've gone back to back. And Adrian coming from seemingly out of nowhere and just doing that is incredible.
Absolutely, and it definitely kind of just spotlights him as a player, as like you said, he is very new to this scene, but has come in an absolute powerhouse and definitely one to watch moving forward.
Yeah, and as you can see, this is our top cut bracket that we have just played through. We have now reached the point where we can crown Adrian as our tournament champion with Thunder 5s, a very, very cool deck that, you know, very much takes advantage of a lot of the things that other decks in the format are taking advantage of. However, able to take advantage of that consistency of Thunder, things like the naturally played Astrabbit, things like the Quackle, the Jolton, the Race to the Top one of, you know, there's no real reason. Some decks used to play Olympus Race to the Top as a little tech option, but you just play it naturally in this deck now, and clearly it's worked out very well for Adrian thus far, dropping only 3 games total across the entire run of the day.
And you have to say that that is absolutely jaw-droppingly impressive. Only dropping 3 total games between round 1, 2, and the finals of all things is just absolutely impressive. And once again, we cannot give it up enough for Adrian, taking it back to back too. And if I'm not mistaken, on a very similar deck to the one that he took the previous tournament on.
Yeah, clearly Adrian's found something that they're comfortable with, and they've decided to just run it, and it's performing well. It's performing very well to have been able to do this twice.
Absolutely. But we also have to give it up for Sunseed Jess making it to that second place finish. Like, Sunseed Jess is absolutely an incredible caster. Once again, though, sad that she didn't get her run back from her previous win, but also you can't knock her for it. This was an absolute knockout, drag out finals, and both players absolutely played their hearts out.
Yeah, they left it out all on the table. A lot of very back and forth moments where it seemed like one cast was going to take it, and then the other one was going to take it, and then the other one, and you never really could tell who was going to come out on top until the end of the clash. And in this case, it was Adrian. And congrats to them, and congrats to Jess for making it to the finals and making second place. She is someone who has joined the scene fairly recently and has performed incredibly. She has accolades in other games, obviously, but being able to pick up this game and do so well and get the amount of results that she has had in such a short period of time is really commendable. And to very much congrats to her and to all the other players who have made it into Top Cut. They all played very well, and they deserve to have made it where they did. They clearly showed they are excellent casters.
Absolutely. And like you said, making it to top 8 here is absolutely commendable for all of our top 8 casters, not just the ones who won the whole thing. And I have to say, it is absolutely incredible to see the amount of games that we've shown today on the stream. I don't think we've had a single game today that wasn't interesting in some regard.
Yeah.
Like, all the way from round 1 with those with the Ignectors coming down, all the way to the finals here with those Cryoverns and the Arcolith and just the back and forth. Like, it has been an absolutely incredible day of casting altogether.
Yeah, it's very interesting because typically when you enter into a format or a tournament, you expect there to be a certain concentration of decks that would be decks that you'd expect to see in finals. But there was a very reasonable berth across the entirety of Top Cut in terms of different variations of the same sort of theme. I think generally people agree that Eddy, Galaxy are very strong powerhouse cards of this format. The question really then is, how do you decide to slot those into your different styles of decks that can take advantage of those very powerful beatdown type of bodies or effects? And
Absolutely.
Clearly Adrian has figured out a very solid strategy to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. And I think the thing we're definitely keeping an eye on is how well are those specific strategies going to be going into our Moonrise metagame, as this was the last event of the Daybreak metagame.
Yeah, very much expecting things to change up massively. But I certainly wouldn't be surprised if when we have that event on February 8th, you see a lot of very similar decks, because as we've said throughout the tournament, it's not uncommon for casters to default to certain deck styles that they expect to be able to do well before they've been able to actually really fully test out a format. And while Moonrise releases in LGSs in just 6 days and starts shipping soon after that for the official online release, players won't have these cards in hand for quite a reasonable amount of time to actually prepare for the event on the 8th. So it wouldn't be surprising if we see something very similar to start, and then shortly after that, a rapidly developing metagame that probably will look very, very different a month or two after February 8th, looking at Dallas Open in particular.
Absolutely. And like you said, it's only like, what, 2.5 weeks after Moonrise's official online release when the February 8th tournament is going to take place. So we're probably going to see very early builds of specific Moonrise decks kind of coming to fruition there, but also definitely one to keep an eye on to see how the meta is going to be developing over the next few months going into that Dallas Open, which is bound to be one of the biggest tournaments that we have seen thus far.
Well, it's not just bound to be, it's guaranteed to be with 92, 96 casters.
Yeah,
that
196.
That is blowing any prior event out of the water. Elestrals, I don't believe, has ever had an event break 128, which is the threshold to reach, I think, 8 rounds. So we're going to have the first ever official 8-round event based off of the rules of the
I believe
Tournament
we've done 8 round of. Oh no, I guess not. As the rules have only very recently been changed. I guess that is correct. With that said, I think we're gonna cut to a break here. When we come back, Caleb will be interviewing your new champion.
And Law here will be leaving. So thank you very much, Law, for being here. It's been a wonderful pleasure casting with you, and look forward to being able to do it again.
Absolutely. Can't wait to do this again. This was an absolute blast of a time, and I cannot wait to see how the game develops going into Moonrise.
Yeah. Oh, we will see you at the interview right after this short break. And here we are. We have our first champion of 2025, Adrian. Welcome. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm doing great. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep, but I feel great. Honestly, I'm going to the gym after this, so I'm feeling
that's
great.
so real.
Ecstatic.
That's so real. Well, congratulations on being a champion and doing it back to back as well. That is an insane accomplishment to be able to say that you have. So,
yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie.
How you feeling? Yeah, what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't expecting that. I kind of just wanted to get top 8, and but honestly, I guess they just pit me against all the hardest opponents in the game and made me just have to adapt. So
yeah, and hey, you still
it was a blast playing against all of them, though. Very talented players.
Yeah, you still went 2-0 for most of them, only dropping a game in finals. But that's insane. That's insane. So very curious. We're chatting a little bit before we actually went live, but how much time and effort have you really put into preparing for this tournament?
So to be honest, for this premiere, because this is like the last Daybreak format tournament, like big one, it kind of like came down to just me doing a lot of locals and then kind of just slowly like refining the last list, because it's almost the same list but with just understanding that there was cards I didn't like in the first premiere that I won, and then just making refinements, and then also kind of thinking people will probably play more like 5 variants or good stuff variants. So essentially it was more of just playing a lot of locals and then kind of really within the last week understanding that, hey, this is what's working, but what isn't, just take that out and then put more of what is working.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, it really is just about playing good stuff, and if the good stuff works, it works, right?
Exactly, yeah, it just works.
So I wanted to kind of highlight a very crazy moment that happened right at the end of your game 1 in finals. If you remember, 0 spirits on Jess's board. She has slowly grinded you out from like almost 10 spirit differential. You go Toxion into 0, and the Gorgon's Gaze comes up. How are you feeling in that moment?
So that was the one card that I was thinking, if they have it, I lose. If they don't, I win. But I was like, they had it. I was damn it.
On the cast, that's exactly what it says. Like, sometimes you just gotta play to your outs. She had it. You know, sometimes she has it, and that. But if she does it, you win the game on the spot, and all of a sudden you're up 1-0.
Exactly. I was like, I grabbed this and I was like, okay, this is my last opportunity to win. I need this to keep this card.
It was an absolutely incredible way to start the set. I know La and I were freaking out. Literally was like, I don't think there's a single card in the game that does it. And then you play it, I'm like, oh, wait, there is a card that does it. And then it's like, oh, does she have Gorgon Gaze? She does. Oh.
Next game, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, next game. Well, hey, it really highlights the importance of being able to kind of keep your cool in the moment if things are going a little wonky. You go next, you reset mental, you get there. I am curious about, was there anything in particular you're looking in terms of siding into a deck like Jess's? Because I know it's a little bit different from kind of how the rest of the format laid out.
So one of my testing partners, Joel or Hunter Surge, plays like a lot of like Frost, right? I like every variant, like the Mortak, Cryover, Rhinosex. So I knew I immediately had to cut all my Cryoblasts out and take out the Flurmine, because I was like, this card will unfortunately not have the value that I want it to have. And then the joke was like the last premiere, I never used it, but it was still my favorite card. But the Race to the Top package actually came in and helped a lot into these matchups, just because Race to the Top lets you just get rid of like a well-statted monster, and Mount Olympus, a lot of people are playing Stadium Wars now, so you're actually just kind of able to sit on Mount Olympus, and a lot of these good stuff decks are only actually playing Astro Rabbit and the 1 Elegiac. So you can just always have like all these Thunders that don't die to Cryoblast now, like Toxion and Jolton, because of the Mount Olympus. So it helped a lot actually in this tournament specifically.
Yeah, I can definitely see that might pan out that way. But kind of looking forward into what is to come, I'm curious with Moonrise sort of out in the distance, officially making it to LGSs in 6 days and being shipped from the online orders shortly after. Are there any like cards or strategies you're looking to try out or maybe implement in what you're already playing?
Honestly, I'd say it's probably Pulver War and Draco Ray. I am a huge Draco Ray enthusiast, and I'm going to be Yeah, I'm going to from the new tournament pack, by the way.
No!
I'm going to be testing it out a lot. Definitely though, I think a card that is going to be like a must in sideboards will be like from Moonrise will be Spoiled Fruits. I think that card will be very good because not only did they we have the healing cards that are currently available, but a lot of these even like good cards. Fun fact, I'm very sad about this. I don't like saying this, but Draco Ray does have healing built into his own effects.
Yep.
So you can't spoil fruits and ruin my day. So
that's kind of the
that
big
card's
thing.
very good. You should pick it up.
Yeah, as we have more Elestrals that heal and big Elestrals that heal, even if it's like a passive thing that's like, oh, this is a part of the benefit or whatever, it's not like the main effect, that's still a way to pop an Elestral on board. That's pretty crazy. So I know, I agree. It sucks to be like, no, please don't listen, don't do it. But also, like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, you've been playing for just a short period of time now. As we talked before, only about 2 months, you said?
I'd say like maybe now 3 months. More in the longer term, but yeah, about 3 months now.
Okay. So you've not been playing for too long. And I can imagine that you can think back to when you were just getting into the game and you didn't really know a whole lot and you're looking to get into it and play more competitively. I'm curious if there's any sort of like words of inspiration or encouragement that you'd like to share to all the other casters out there watching this production that are trying to strive for the same type of achievement that you've just achieved.
Of course. So for me, it's always like grinding. If you have a locals, if you have like the online casual tournaments, for example, just do whatever you can to just to grind those out, and that way you gain the experience, the knowledge with not only your deck, but being like against all these differently talented opponents, and then like learn from them, and even like understand like all the small nitty gritty rulings, and then even then understanding that you will lose sometimes, but what matters is just keep playing and like it will pay off. You just gotta believe in the hard work.
Yeah, it very much is down to reps. It's just like going to the gym. You gotta put in the reps to see that growth. Like that's just how it is.
Exactly. yeah.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure talking to you. We're about to end the stream for the day, end out this tournament. But before we let you go, is there anyone that you'd like to thank, shout out your testing partners that helped you reach this, this amazing accomplishment of being our first champion of 2025?
Yeah, I would like to obviously thank my family. I'd like to thank Joel Wayne Armstrong and Hunter Surge, and obviously Sean York Fenn. I would also like to thank all the definitely the players in the top 8, like Bean Soldier, Trish, and Jess, all very good players that require me to up my game always at every single game, and never I can never just take a break. I gotta go, okay, let's keep going. But yeah, I'd like to thank all of them. And I'd like to thank the locals that I have available around me that host this game. And I'm very excited for when Dallas happens.
Oh yeah, can't wait. Hopefully I'll get to meet you there. That'd be awesome.
That would be great.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us on the cast briefly. Congratulations once again for the big win, the first champion of 2025. Just incredible achievement that only you can claim. And with that, that's it for our production. Thank you so much to the production here, to my fellow casters, Kay and Law, for joining me here. And thank you to everyone at home for watching along and watching these incredible matches, these incredible players like Adrian play and just absolutely put off an incredible showing for us in this game that we all love. So with that, thank you so much for everyone here. Thank you for watching. And we'll see you on February 8th for the next tournament online. Good night, or day, or bye.